You said recently to Charles Robinson, there's been 6 times in my career I thought I had a team that could go win the Super Bowl, and this is the 7th. And I know it's early, but what are some of the maybe attributes or hallmarks that you're seeing out here?
Well, obviously, it has to start with quarterback. It has to start with defense. It has to start with offensive line. Like there's certain things that if they're not on point, it's hard to make a statement like that. But when you look at some of these critical factors, and look, I told them that, and now that just means you have a chance, and then I would say most importantly, ownership, because there's 20 that each year have hope and dreams, and they're dysfunctional at the top.
What's up, Mile High City, and welcome to another day out here at Dove Valley and Broncos training camp. I am Mark Bertinoli filling in for Brett Kane, who is off playing golf on this Tuesday in August. And we're going to have 4 hours. Vic and Moser will join me here in an hour to talk about all things Broncos. Matter of fact, Sean Payton had some really interesting things to say yesterday. He was asked some fairly interesting questions. That comment right there. Matter of fact, you know what I'll do? I'll do it right now. I don't care. I'll tell you the 20 teams that Sean Payton was talking about. I'll do it off the top. I'll do it right now. There's certainly 10 teams that are super easy to pick out. Where Sean Payton's like, there's 20 teams in this league who think they're going to make a run to the playoffs and a Super Bowl, but what's going on with the ownership and the front office is what's doing. I'll give you 20 right now. Right now. Carolina, right? Can't trust Dave Tepper. Woody Johnson, the New York Jets. You can't trust that team. So that's 2 right there. The Raiders. Mark Davis and the Raiders. The Cardinals, I'm putting them on the list. The Giants, I'm putting them on the list. That's 5. The Jags, absolutely the Jags, right? Despite, man, I love you, Travis, and I hope you have a great season. Matter of fact, man, did you hear LeVar talking about what happens if Travis wins both the Defensive Rookie of the Year and the Offensive Rookie of the Year, which would be crazy, and that's a lot of playing time. But so we got to put the Jags on that list. The Titans are definitely on that list. Brother, the Dallas Cowboys are on that list, right? The Dallas Cowboys are on that list. Despite the fact how much everybody wants to talk about the Cowboys and how national media is always talking about the Cowboys, they belong on that list that Sean Payton's talking about. 20 teams whose owners get in the way of winning. Well, Mike Brown and the Bengals, man, despite what they spent some money, not on trade, but they spent some money on some offensive players. But Mike Brown is crazy. I can't trust that guy. He's on the list. The Dolphins, allegedly, remember, isn't there still a lawsuit saying that the owner of the Dolphins tried to get his team to lose so he could get the number 1 pick in the draft? But didn't somebody sue him, one of his former coaches, sue him over that nonsense? I don't even know whatever happened to that thing. But you can't.
I want to say Brian Flores. Remember
Flores, there you go. Yes.
Remember, everybody was getting some. I think, wasn't he the same guy that said John Elway showed up to his interview late and disheveled
and drunk, I think it was, right?
Yeah, coming off a bender. Yeah, but you're right. He said that the Dolphins intentionally told him to lose games so they could get a better pick, and that was part of what torpedoed.
Lawsuit, but I don't know what happened. If they swept it under the rug, or if somebody got paid and nobody's talking about it, or if it's still going through the court system, because Lord knows it could take years and years to get to. I have no idea. But listen, I hate to say it, but the Dolphins belong on that list. The Chicago Bears belong on that list. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers belong on that list. All right, now I got a couple of questionable ones. Let's see, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I got 13 teams that are definitely on the list that Sean Payton was talking about, where you have 20 teams whose owners basically bury any chances you have of winning. We're going to put the Chargers on that list, don't we? Like, Spanos is legendarily cheap. Although, I mean, right? He's a cheap dude. So the Chargers are on that list. We're putting the Chargers on that list. That's 14. Man, you know what? I'm going to do this. The New England Patriots belong on that list. Listen, man. Sorry, Robert. You're nothing without Tom and Bill. Nothing. You belong on the list of 20 owners who help sabotage their team, right? Or am I wrong? I don't know. Now we're getting – so I've gotten 15 for sure. Text line if you want to help me out. The Sean Monson text line is 303-504-0925. I need the 20 teams whose owners stop them from winning it all. The owner organization is so poorly run that they can't win it all just because of what's going on up top. Leadership, trickles down. And Peyton was talking about it yesterday. I don't know. Nelson, do you have anybody else you're thinking of? Because those are really just the rest of these teams, like they might have a bad season or they might currently be going through a bad season, but there's nobody on it that I'm like, yeah, that they're done because of their ownership group. They're out of it.
Did you already say the Browns?
Yeah.
Okay, because that's the one that comes to mind.
Wait, no, I didn't. Did I not say the Browns and Haslam? I don't think I did. So there you go. That's 16. I cannot believe I missed Haslam and the Browns. The Saints. Right, Jesse's right. Whatever's going on with the Saints, man. Whatever's going on, yeah. You got to put so that's 17. So the Colts, you're right. And I mean, the passing of Jim Irsay, so they've got some things going on that they're going to have to. But yeah, the Colts belong on that list. Although once again, because of the transition, maybe is it Irsay's daughter? I think it's Irsay's his two daughters are taking.
Yeah, they took over.
Okay, and maybe they're better at this than he was. And then they get off the list. But I think that's 18. We just named 18 teams off the top of our head. And we did it easily. So Sean Payton's probably right, man. He's probably right. We still got 2 more to go. But I don't know who those you know what I mean? Like we've named them all. Man, basically we named the entire AFC East. The Bills are the only one. Although, yeah, the Bills are the only one who made it out. Everybody else in the AFC East is like, yo, Miami, you're on the list. In New England, you're on the list. The Jets, you're on the list. Right? They're just you can't put Pittsburgh or Baltimore on there, right? Because Pittsburgh is, no. Pittsburgh might not have a mountain of Super Bowls in the last 20 years, but I think people will consider the way they handle their business, like they run it the right way. Baltimore, you're not going to put on that list. We already put the Titans. Man, basically the entire AFC South. Could you put the Texans on there? Despite the fact that C.J. Stroud, would that get us to 19? Would we? I don't know, man. I'm looking for one more team to make it 20. Not Green Bay. Green Bay, no, they don't belong on the list. Minnesota doesn't belong on the list. Detroit doesn't belong on the list right now. Should we put the Lions on the list because of what they did the previous 40 years or whatever? I don't know, man.
And also, some Steelers fans might tell you that they're getting pretty fed up with ownership after 9 years of going 8-8 and not winning a playoff game and having absolutely no strategy whatsoever at quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger hung them up. So Steelers, I don't know, they might be one of those fringe ones.
Yeah, I think the fringe ones that I think we got, Pittsburgh is one of them, and New England is the other one because I really want to put them on there. You know what I mean? I really want to put him on there, man. I don't trust Robert Kraft. He got hella lucky, man. But then again, I mean, maybe there's a Patriot fan out there who thinks I'm nuts. But other than that, I think we hit 20, man. We got at least 19. I don't know, if you want to throw in Atlanta or somebody else on there, I'll listen to it. But we just named 19 NFL teams who can't win anything because the ownership group. And obviously that was one of the more interesting things that Sean Payton said yesterday. Matter of fact, the first 3 things he reeled off when he was asked that question, when he was talking about Super Bowl, it was quarterback, defense, offensive line, right? Quarterback, defense, offensive line. The first 3 words that came out of his mouth when he talked about what makes you think this team could win a Super Bowl. QB, you got Bo Nix doing what he does, and you know what? I got another question for the text line. We'll do that on the other side when it comes to Bo Nix. I got a question for y'all. Defense obviously is sexy as hell out here at Dove Valley. we love it. We love it. We love it. And the offensive line is amazing as well. That's why I would certainly love to see a commitment to the run, because offensive linemen love to run block more than they do to pass block. But those are the three keys, according to Sean Payton. And guess what? It seems like things have worked out. By the way, Nelson, which version of the song "Everything Is Gonna Be All Right" do you like most? The Bob Marley version or the Naughty by Nature version?
Ooh, I like Bob. Excuse me,
because they're both bangers, man.
I don't know where that came from. I almost just said Bob Dylan. I don't think he ever did Three Little Birds.
No, but I bet he'd kill a cover of "Everything's Gonna Be All Right."
And by the way, and I don't mean to quibble. Technically, that song is called Three Little Birds. Now,
wait, it's not called "Everything's Gonna Be All Right"?
No, because he talks about the three little birds on his doorstep. Singing.
Yeah, man, I had no idea.
Yep, now you know. I'm a bit of a Marley purist, man. Everything's going to be all right. J.J. McCarthy's pregame playlist. Remember before the draft, he told us he listens to Jamin when he's getting warmed up for the game?
Well, he's going to Coach already said he's going to play this weekend. He's going to get his first reps there this weekend. Well, I mean, he had reps last season, but he's going to play in that preseason game. So, but that should be the theme of this training camp. That's what it felt like yesterday. It's felt like this entire time. Like, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right, because, you know what I mean? Like, it just feels like everybody's on the same page. They're locking up all the players they need to lock up. You like the quarterback. You love the defense. Like, everything's going to be all right. That should be the theme of this camp, because the Broncos in general are all right. Now, things will get more interesting come this Saturday when we actually get a preseason game to watch. And yesterday, Sean Payton did say that they would let the starters are going to go in this game. Matter of fact, Sean Payton's brain, you could tell when he was talking about it, Sean Payton's brain is already working on how he's going to handle just 2 preseason games. Because he mentioned it yesterday, how it's currently 3, because he got 2 questions about, how do you handle just 3 preseason games and a lot of young players. How do you evaluate that talent when you have 1 fewer preseason game? And he immediately mentioned that it's probably going to go to 2. And I think that means he's already got a plan for when it goes to 2. He also mentioned that you have to use these practices more, this camp more in the evaluation process than just game tape and what you see in these preseason games. But it's going to be tougher. It's going to be tougher, man. Without these preseason games, I mean, there's going to be some players who should be playing in this league who will not be, because they just don't have enough time. There's just enough time or reps on the field to show that you belong in this league. So, I mean, it's kind of I would be interested to know what Sean Payton thinks is going to happen when we go to 2 preseason. When we go to 18 regular season games and 2 preseason games, how does he handle that? How do you go about talent evaluation? How do you go about building your roster when you only have 2 preseason games to do it? And more teams are embracing the Sean McVay of doing things like, no, I'm not going to play a player in a game that means nothing, in which he could get hurt. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. And so, I mean, luckily we're going to get to see the Broncos starters at least a little bit this Saturday against the Niners, and the Niners are all kinds of banged up. Yesterday we were talking about the kicking battle that's going on in San Francisco. That kicking battle's done. It's done. They kept Moody and released Joseph, I think it was, and it's because they need the roster spot. They're all kinds of banged up, man. They had what did Shanahan say? They had 9-10 guys who couldn't go due to injury. So they're hella struggling. Not only that, last year San Francisco had to cancel a joint practice with New Orleans because they were so injured. They just didn't have enough bodies to practice. And Shanahan mentioned, we need the bodies because we're going to have a joint practice with the Broncos in a couple of days. And because of all those, nothing to do with the actual kicking battle, a dude loses his job. And that, welcome to the world of the NFL, man. Not for long. It's just the way things go.
And by the way, I cannot believe that Jake Moody survived the kicking competition. You remember he was the one last season that, I want to say, Deebo Samuel choked on the sideline.
Yeah. Was that him? Was that him? Was that the dude?
Because I know Jake Moody kept missing kicks, and I think it was Deebo that went over there and was like, "Stop missing kicks."
And they kept Moody, and they got rid of Joseph. And I think their
jeez.
kicking stats were similar. I think their kicking stats were similar. But I'm almost sure they kept Moody and got rid of and cut Joseph yesterday. Right after we were talking about, hey, look, an actual camp battle here in no, it's done. It's done. But either way, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos country. We'll be right back right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Every little thing is going to be all right. That's Broncos camp. Everything's going to be all right. For the first time in a long time, everything's going to be all right. It's year 3 of Sean Payton. It's year 2 of Bo Nix, and it's year 3 of the Walton Penner Group. Is that right? Or is it longer than that? Has it been 3.5, 4 years? Is it 4 years of the Walton Penner Group? And guess what? We're now at the place where everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. This team is looking good. We're talking about Super Bowls around here. And you might not consider the Broncos a top contender. Matter of fact, even all the top contenders in the NFL right now, like we don't know until we see some actual football games. Because there are wild swings in an NFL. So there's always a team in the NFL that you're like, man, they're gonna be good. They're gonna be good, and then they're not, and you're like, what happened there? What happened with that one? So, and listen, and injuries in the NFL it's such a major part of what goes on in this sport. It happens in every sport, but especially in the NFL, where every single play, somebody's getting in a car wreck. Somebody's getting hit that hard. So, I do, speaking of people getting injured, Yahoo Sports did something interesting. They put together a list of all the teams in the NFL, and they ranked them by the talent difference between their starting quarterback and their backup quarterback. So they were like, what are the teams that if their starting quarterback goes down, that their backup has nowhere near the talent, and can't get it done? Now, the top 3 or 4 are the obvious quarterbacks. They're the best quarterbacks in the league, so their backup is not what it should be. But who would you guess is number 1 on the list of the difference between the starting quarterback and the backup quarterback? Nelson, just take a shot. Who do you think it is? The one team.
Biggest gap between the starter and the backup. Let's see. I'm going to guess it's got to be like Baltimore or Buffalo or one of those.
It's Buffalo.
Yeah,
it's Buffalo. It's Buffalo, who starts Hard Knocks tonight. You can see whatever the hell they're doing. Yeah, they have Josh Allen. Do you know who the backup to Josh Allen in Buffalo is?
Haley Steinfeld?
Boy, it's better than what they got right now. I paid money to watch Haley throw the ball around. I'll tell you that right. No, it's Mitch Trubisky. Josh Allen's backup is Mitch Trubisky. So that's the biggest gap in talent. And so Buffalo's like, if Josh Allen goes down and we have to go to Mitch Trubisky, guess what? We're in trouble. We're in all kinds of trouble. Number 2 is Kansas City. But, you were right with Lamar. That's number 3 on the list. Lamar's backup is Cooper Rush. So if Lamar, an MVP candidate, goes down and you got to go with Cooper Rush, you got some issues. But Mahomes' backup is Gardner Minshew. Jalen Hurts. So everybody's taking shots, or not everybody, but a lot of people taking shots that Jalen Hurts is not one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But according to Yahoo, there's one of the bigger gaps in the league between a starter quarterback and a backup quarterback is in Philly, where Jalen Hurts is the starter and Tanner McKee is the backup. Joe Burrow, Jake Browning, the Bengals is next. Justin Herbert and Taylor Heineke, the Chargers, are 6th. The Broncos are all the way down at 19. They have Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham, not separated by quite as much as, say, a Trevor Lawrence and a Nick Mullins, or a Baker Mayfield and a Kyle Trask. There's some dudes making a lot of money being bad backup quarterbacks in this league, man. Oh, brother. Last on the list, Nelson, what team is last on the list? Where we don't even know who their starting quarterback is, basically, is what they're saying. Let's
see. Don't know who their quarterback is.
It's the New Orleans Saints.
Oh, the Saints.
Like, is it going to be Shuck? Is it going to be Rattler? The final 2 teams are the Indianapolis Colts and the Saints. The Colts have Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, and who knows what. You were the one who was pointing out yesterday that when they released the depth chart for the Colts, it was either or, right? It had Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones as QB1.
Yeah, I don't even know. We'll figure it out. We'll get there.
And the third worst situation is Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. But so they're trying to decide the talent gap between the starter and the backup. But that's a weird one, right? With Michael Penix, who has a really high ceiling, but he's probably not where Kirk Cousins is right now, despite the way Kirk played last season. Like, that's a weird gap. Like, I think a lot of people would say right now that Kirk's probably the better quarterback as we speak, and that Penix could be the better quarterback here in a couple of years once he matures. Because I bring up that just because I find it fascinating. But I have a question for the text line because they have Bo Nix there at 19, and I got a question for the text line. How good are you at talent evaluation, Broncos country? I mean, just in general, how good are you? Because I bring it up like this. You know, when I was younger, when I first started getting into sports, I really romanticized the life of a scout, like a scout for an organization. I thought it was amazing that you're the person who got to see the greats before they were great, to find the greats before they were great. You know, and then I started working for the Abs and the Nugs, and I found out what scouts actually do, and I'm like, oh, hell no. That job is terrible. You work hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, and you usually come up with nothing. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible job. But I think a lot of us, we've been, you know, if you're listening to this show right now, if you're working in sports radio like Jesse or Steve, like you've been locked into sports now for a while, and I think the human eye, the eye test is real. I think people who've watched the sport for a long time can tell when somebody is good at the game or bad at the game. Now, the nuance of it is different, but I think most fans can use the eye test and see something. So let me ask you this, because last year, guess what? I thought Bo Nix looked pretty good last year, and you know what? You know who else I thought looked pretty good? Like. I thought Bo Nix looked pretty good last year, and then this year people are still doubting him. I thought Shedeur Sanders, I had a lot of fun watching that man play quarterback at CU, and we obviously know what happened to him in the draft. And Cleveland signed another QB. Cleveland brought in Huntley, brother. They brought in Huntley because everybody's hurt. Now, Shedeur, they held him out for a while because of a sore shoulder, he says in English. But he was back yesterday afternoon, was Shedeur. But Gabriel's hurt. Flacco's fine, but obviously they're not going to play him. So they brought in another. They have 6 QBs, and officially they have 7 with Deshaun, right? Right? Or am I at? No. Yeah. It's like that's way too many quarterbacks. It's way too many quarterbacks in Cleveland. But anyway, I got off on a tangent. But to me, Shedeur Sanders looks like somebody who can play in the NFL. And to me, Bo Nix looks better than the way some people talk about him. So on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925, you tell me, am I seeing something that's not there? Am I crazy? Are you crazy? Like, I mean, what is it? What is it? Especially with Shedeur. Like, I guess I can get a little bit of the Bo thing because you're just going into your second year. You just had a rookie year there in the NFL, and it doesn't matter how many how many touchdowns you threw or games you won. You have to do it again. In the NFL, it's consistency at the quarterback position, which equals greatness. It's not throwing one 70-yard bomb and winning a game and getting excited. No. It's consistency. So I get that a little bit. And, man, maybe there was something else going on with Shedeur and all that kind of stuff. But he seems to be saying and doing everything right there in Cleveland. And I'll tell you one thing. That I don't know. Look, we put the Browns on that list of 20 teams that can't win anything because of their leadership that Sean Payton was talking about yesterday. We put Cleveland on that list, man. And that's where they belong. Right? But the best player has to win the job, right? We talk about all this weird political stuff in sports or whatever, or like one player doing something and I guess political is not the right term. I think the reindeer games that some fans think might go on don't go on as much as you think because especially in the NFL, the best player gets the start, right? If Shedeur Sanders is the best option in Cleveland, he's getting the start, right? That coaching staff is fighting for their lives. They're going to get got, right? They're going to get got. So they have to win. You can't be like some of the things that some of the Cleveland fans think might be going. No, right? If Shedeur is good enough to play, he's going to play, right? There's not some weird like. Am I right or am I wrong? But anyway, you tell me text line. You tell me text line.
No, you're right. Especially if I feel like if everything's the same and you can either play Joe Flacco or one of your young guys, wouldn't you want to try one of your young guys who's got a longer career?
Not if you're the head coach of the Cleveland Browns and you need to win now or you're going to be gone. You're going to get got. You're going to get fired. Matter of fact, they might fire all of them. And that means that if you think Joe Flacco can win this one game right now, you got to play him. There might be other situations in the NFL where you're comfortable enough as the head coach and you can go to the owner and say, hey, we're going to start Michael Penix. And we might lose more games than if we started Kirk Cousins, but I think Penix is going to be a better quarterback. I think we need to get him into winning mode as soon as possible so we can start him. Maybe you can do that in Atlanta, but you can't do that in Cleveland, man. You can't just, unless you go to the owner and say, hey, Mr. H, listen, here's what's up. I'm going to play a quarterback who's not going to win as many games as maybe one of the other guys would, but, and stick with me here, we're going to be much better in the future if we do this instead of being good right now. That's a hard ass. I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can do it. I don't think the reindeer games, like you can't play them in Cleveland, man. You can't. You got to start the best guy. You got to start the best guy. You got to start the guy that wins.
And by the way, I feel bad for Dylan Gabriel because he's kind of like the middle child. Everybody's talking about Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett. And now Tyler Huntley and Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel's around there going, guys, I got drafted like 3 rounds before Shedeur. What's it take for me to get some buzz here, dude?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and he started a little slow and then he picked it up, but then he got hurt. He was one of the quarterbacks that got hurt, right? He strained something or some nonsense. Yeah, hamstring strain or something weird like that. So he's not going right now. So the best ability is availability, man. You got to be out there to do it. You got to be out there to show it. But yeah, that whole situation is crazy. It's crazy. But I just want to know, like, it's not just me, right? It's not just me. There's something else going on with the evaluation of Shedeur Sanders. There's all kinds of things in the atmosphere. Like Shedeur even mentioned, I think it was just yesterday where he was talking about like, I don't know where the hate is coming from or what or the why is like, but eventually if I just keep my head down and keep playing well, that's going to go away if I just keep being me. But that is a weird, crazy, wild situation. So, I don't know. Am I wrong when it comes to this talent evaluation at the quarterback position or is everybody else? I'm not sure. I have no idea. But either way. The things that were going on yesterday here at camp, outside of some of the interesting things that Sean Payton said, a lot of 2-minute work yesterday. Sean Payton listen, if you're going to have a bunch of media chuckleheads out here watching practice, you know what they're going to talk about? They're going to talk about it when dudes throw picks. And so Bo threw a couple yesterday, and it was brought up to Sean, and he was like, listen, man, we're counting picks like they're hurricanes. You can't get too deep into the weeds when it comes to stuff like that because we're trying different things. All that. But listen, this is where we're at, right? Nelson, you have that cut from Sean Payton?
How would picks today? Did you just?
Yeah. Look, we're charting picks here like hurricanes. So he's doing fine.
Whoa, somebody gave him a real big media laugh on that one. Like, I think it's a good line, but that's a huge laugh for counting picks like they hurricane. But listen, that's what's going to happen, man. Guess what the fans are talking about? That's what the fans are going to talk about when the dude throws a pick. Yeah, no, listen, it's just what's going to happen. But yeah, he was like, basically, was like, stop counting picks in camp, man. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I already talked about how I think Sean Payton's brain is thinking about how to evaluate talent when it's just when we go down to 2 games. Is it going to happen next year? Are we going to get 18 regular season games next year? When is that decision even going to be made? At the start of next offseason? Or do you need another lead up? Did they give us a year lead up to the 17 game schedule, or they just like 17 games? Let's go. I can't recall. I cannot remember. Jason Garrett was out here at practice. Sean Payton says he's known him for 25 years, basically. And Garrett he's still doing Sunday Night Football, right? He's an analyst for NBC Sunday Night Football. At least I think that's where last we left him. Although Sean Payton says he's doing a podcast now, Jason Garrett. Although, who ain't got a podcast? Jesse, do you have a podcast? Come on, man. Come on. I bet you Nelson does. Nelson, you got a podcast?
Not yet.
You going to have a podcast? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, hey, if Jesse wants to start one, man.
Home run.
How do you – yeah, well, you can just call it Spins. Spins the podcast, bro. Spins the podcast. Like, let's do it. But
by the way, do you want to hear
Jason
what
Garrett was out here?
You want to hear what Sean Payton had to say about Jarrett Stidham yesterday?
Yeah.
He's been good. He's playing well too, and it's a good room.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks, Sean.
This is what I'm talking about. Everything's going to be all right. Everything's going fine. He's got good things to say about the starting quarterback. He's got good things to say about the backup quarterback. Everything's going to be all right. It's just one of those seasons, man, until it's not. We talked about the Super Bowl winning traits, QB, defense, offensive line, and then the ownership and the 20 teams who can never win it because of their ownership, and we tried to decide who those teams were. Peyton, in an article with who was he talking to? I think it was
Charles
Yahoo, where he
Davis?
said he's coached 6 teams that he believed could win it all, and this team this season is the 7th, which is high praise. I mean, Sean Payton's been around a lot of teams and a lot of good teams because he won a lot of games there in New Orleans, even if they didn't win but that one Super Bowl in 2009 or 2011. When was the Saints Super Bowl? Was it 2011?
No, it was
09?
2009.
It was 2009? Okay, yeah. So that's QB, defense, offensive line. All 3 things that the quarterbacks or that the Denver Broncos feel like they've got locked down pretty well is those 3 spots, QB, defense, and offensive line. So, I don't know, man. It's both boring, but also, like, fulfilling to not – listen, Nelson. Listen, brother, listen. Are you unhappy about the fact that we're not on the radio every day screaming about the quarterback position? Because that's what we've been doing here can you imagine what were we saying? Well, last year we were talking a lot about Bo, but 2 years ago, man, it was nothing but quarterback talk around here. Nothing but QB talk. I mean, and for good reason. It's the most important position on the football field. And if you don't have one, you got nothing.
Berto,
So
I mean this in the best way possible. This training camp, I'm thinking back in all the time, it's been brief, but in my brief media career covering Denver sports, this has been the most boring training camp I've ever seen, and I am so happy about that. We're not talking about positional battles. We're not talking about, is this high draft pick going to turn the team around? No, all we're saying is, I think things are good. Can we just start the season already? I mean, Brett, for weeks, I think you asked the same thing. Everybody's been trying to find a storyline. What's the storyline from this camp? Vic said the only storyline is nobody get hurt. Back to you guys at the desk. I am so happy and thankful and grateful that this camp is as boring as it is. That is a privilege.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to be like, man, it's kind of boring and be happy about it because you're right. There really are no position battles. There are no beef. Nobody's angry at the front office because they ain't got paid. Like, even Nick Bonito is like, but that's because I think they're going to pay him. So if you're Nick, you're probably like, but not only that, Sean Payton did bring up Nick yesterday. It's nothing about his contract, but he was talking about instincts and that Bonito has really good instincts. And he was saying that, there are some players who just don't have those instincts. You just have to coach it up a little bit. And then just some guys who naturally have those kind of instincts where Bonito can sense the ball, I guess Payton was saying, and feel it or whatever those instincts are. So, I mean, they once again, they talked about him. But, I mean, I feel like even if he has just a decent season, they're going to pay that man. Matter of fact, I wonder if they're still talking. I wonder if Bonito, obviously Bonito wants to get paid now because you never know what's going to happen. Your career could end here in a week's time. But I wonder what those conversations were like.
Pay him.
Yeah, pay him that muni. But either way, we are coming to you live from Dove Valley here. Your training camp coverage on Altitude Sport Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Will roll on after a quick timeout.
picks today. Did you just see?
Yeah. Look, we're charting picks here like hurricanes. So he's doing fine.
Yeah, he's doing fine, man. Hurricanes. We're through with hurricane season, though, right? Hurricane Bo coming at you here in 6 days' time when they take on San Fran. As a coach said yesterday, we will see the starters in that one. Welcome back to Brett Kane's little 60-minute show that they like to call Brett Kane in the Morning, right? Is that what it is? Brett Kane in the Morning. BK has decided to take the week off, so I'm getting up early. Also, something's on fire. Jesse, what's on fire? Right? What is that, man? That's not good. But where was I? Oh, yeah. Brett's gone. And I'm here. And Vic and Moser will join me here at Dove Valley in just about 15 minutes' time. Steve Nelson is coming to us live at the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured. If you'd like to be part of the program today, the Shop Miles and text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Now, I am a person who has said for a very long time that you should name your children whatever you want to name them. You know what I mean? And I'm for, like me and Jesse are huge Optimus Prime fans. I'm more than happy. If you want to name your kid Optimus Prime, name your kid Optimus Prime. Do it. Just do it. That's fine with me. But I will say there are some names that if you name your kid, you're almost predicting their future. You're like, I'm going to name my kid this name. He is definitely going to serve time in prison later in his life. And I bring it up simply because this. A man was arrested for throwing sex toys onto the court of a WNBA game. The Atlanta Dream were playing this weekend, and a dude decided to throw some sex toys on the court. He got arrested. Not only that, they threw the book at that dude. He got like 4 charges. He got 4 or 5 charges. 23-year-old kid throwing sex toys on the court at a WNBA game. Now, if there is one name that you could name your kid that would mean in the future he would throw a sex toy on an WNBA court, this is the name. The guy's name is Dilbert. You name your kid Dilbert, this is what you get. You get sex toys on the court and an arrest. It's what you get, man. This guy's going to serve time for it. He's going to serve time. And don't name your kid Dilbert, man, because this is what happens. He gets arrested watching the Atlanta Dream. I don't even know who the Dream were playing. But he gets arrested watching it. Like, that dude had to smuggle that thing in. You can't just walk in with it on your shoulder, right? He had to hide that. Like those crazy dudes in Detroit who hide the octopus down their pants. They tie the octopus, and then they put it in their pants, and they tie it around their waist like a belt, and then they throw it away like that. I'm like, listen, man, I love my team too, but I ain't putting an octopus in my pants for them. That's crazy talk. And I'm not hiding a sex toy so I can, in the middle of the game, just toss it on. Like, what kind of craziness is that, man? Anyway, don't name your kid Dilbert. This is the first time I've heard named Dilbert. And like, Jesse, you know anybody named Dilbert? Nelson, you know anybody named Dilbert? This is the dude's first name. His first name is Dilbert.
I've never met a Dilbert. I remember the comic strip, like in the newspaper, Dilbert. Wasn't he the one that worked in the office?
Maybe that's why they named their kid Dilbert. They just love that cartoon so much. I don't know, man. Just don't do it. Otherwise, you're hiding sex toys and getting arrested. Just don't do it. Also, stop bothering WNBA players in the middle of the game. That's just weird, man. That's just weird. Somebody else did it too, but that guy didn't get caught. Somebody did it. Like, this guy got snitched on. As soon as he threw it, the guy sitting next to him was like, "What are you doing?" And he called the usher over, and the guy got arrested. But somebody else did it later in the game, and nobody snitched. Nobody knows who it was. He got away with it. Man, I can't. They hit that guy. I should look it up, but they hit him with they hit him with 4 charges. None of them were felonies, but they were all like resisting arrest, like indecent exposure. Even though you know what I mean? They hit him with all kinds of stuff, man. But either way, so I'm just saying, don't name your kid if there's right. That's got to be one of the top 10 names not to name your kid because something weird's going to happen. Unless it's a family name, but right? Like, The text line knows what's up. Text line is coming up. There's some, yeah. You knew somebody named Felonia? Like as in felony? Like a felon, but the female version of felon? Yeah, anyway. Once again, I'm all for naming your kid weird name. Like, go for it. Get crazy. Go crazy. Nelson, when you have a kid, what are you going to name your kid?
Well, now I'm going to have to do Dilbert just to spite you.
No.
Dilbert Nelson.
No, that kid's already going to have all your nerdiness shoved into their gene pool, man. You got to come up with a dope name to offset some of that brass band nonsense. Not that brass bands are nerdy the way you do. Brass bands are a little nerdy, though, bro. You know what I'm saying, man?
That's okay.
You got to have a name that offsets it.
Okay, no, it's
you gotta
okay.
Remember what was that kid? Remember that kid who he was the number 4 pick in the draft, Maverick. Like, don't name your kid Dilbert. Name your kid
Maverick Nelson.
Maverick.
Okay,
right?
sure.
But I mean, that kid's getting into a fight too. Both those kids are getting in a fight. One of them's gonna win that fight, though, right? One of them's gonna win that fight. Unless, you know what? I guess it would be if you think your kid's gonna be 6'7", 350. Go ahead and name him Dilbert, and then you're not gonna have an issue because Dilbert just go around popping, just like that dude on the golf course. Bang! That's exactly what Dilbert would be doing. Go ahead and make fun of my name. But yeah, if there is a name to counteract the Dilbert, whatever that is, it's probably Maverick, right? Like, I knew a guy whose name was Ace, which was kind of weird. You know what? He's like, "What's up, Ace?" It's like, but I still feel it. I see the dream with a name like that. Dilbert, nah, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it, and I can't do it, and I won't.
Would I just call my shot and name my kid like Miles Davis Nelson?
Ooh, see, bro, that's tough too, man. You can't be naming your kid Steven Spielberg or John Elway. You can't be putting that kind of on. Like those people whose last name is Jordan and they named their kid Michael. Like, you gonna put that on your kid? Like, Michael's a great name. Everybody has, but you gonna name your kid after the greatest basketball player in the history? No, man, that's crazy talk. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. I don't like that name. The only name I don't like is when you get to like Chuckles McBuckles the Fifth or whatever. Like, nah. That's the lamest thing. Like, listen, man, nah.
Chuckles McBuckles the Fifth?
Yeah, you talk about, you know what I mean, when they're like, well, you go junior, the third, the fourth. Like, you just keep naming your kid your name.
That's my
just
favorite.
Right down the line. You name your kid your name, and then you make your kid name their kid your name, and then you make your grandkid name their. You know what I mean? That's weird to me.
That's my favorite Downton Abbey character, by the way, is Chuckles McBuckles the Fifth.
Chuckles McBuckles the Fifth, man. That dude brings it every game. Somebody on the text line says you should name your kid Throckmorton.
Throckmorton Nelson?
I mean, listen, that's a good strong. Like, what's the one name you could give your kid that would almost guarantee them a professional sporting career?
Honestly, Coach Sanford knows what's up because he named one of his sons Gunner. Tell me Gunner Sanford isn't going to be like a Big Ten quarterback.
Yeah, no. Listen. I've had this conversation with Sanford. His kids are not that athletic. Because right away, you know what I mean? He's a ball coach. He knows what's up. He's looking for arm strength. He's looking for some certain abilities that he's like, I don't think they got him. You're right. That is a good name for, like, yeah, this dude. But if there's one, like a great hockey name or a great football name, like, I was thinking, who was I thinking about? We'll get into this with Vic and Moj, but I was thinking about some of the great quarterback to wide receiver combos in the history of the NFL, like Joe Montana to Jerry Rice, or hell, Steve Young to Jerry Rice. And I guess we can't put Elway Sharp on there since Sharp is a tight end. Can we put John Elway to – because I think John Elway threw Shannon Sharp more touchdowns than any other player in his career. Like, he threw more touches to Shannon than any other player in his career, I believe. So, but anyway, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that, those kind of duos and how long do you think that chemistry takes to get, you know what I mean? Like Bo and Cortland or Bo and Patrick or Bo and whoever. How long does that take? Man, y'all need to stop bothering me. I'm here filling in, man. This ain't even my job, bro. Sorry, we're getting heckled from the cheap seats, brother. We're getting heckled from the cheap seats. We're gonna take a break. We'll bring in Moser and Vic next, right here, live from Dove Valley on Altitude Sports Radio.
You said recently to Charles Robinson, there's been 6 times in my career I thought I had a team that could go win the Super Bowl, and this is the 7th. And I know it's early, but what are some of the maybe attributes or hallmarks that you're seeing out here?
Well, obviously, it has to start with quarterback. It has to start with defense. It has to start with offensive line. Like there's certain things that if they're not on point, it's hard to make a statement like that. But when you look at some of these critical factors, and look, I told them that, and that just means you have a chance. And then I would say most importantly, ownership. Because there's 20 that each year have hope and dreams, and they're dysfunctional at the top.
Welcome back to Dove Valley in Broncos training camp. Our coverage brought to you by Ramos Law. I am joined now by Mark Moser and Vic Lombardi live out here at Dove Valley. Moj, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. We'll see if Vic actually shows up for the program today or not. I mean, it's probably his choice as to what to do, right?
He's very popular out here. People are already stopping him, talking to him, seeing what's up, just checking out on
very
his
popular
life.
dude. I cannot wait to get into this program today. So everybody who's here right now at 7 a.m., bright and early in the morning, and they want to get the goods, they're going to get the goods today because now is when training camp, to me, starts to get good. This is where, Bertag, training camp starts to really get juicy. Not only do you have a preseason game coming up on Saturday, and we'll see who plays and who doesn't play. Sean Payton seemed to indicate that, guys will play, but okay, guys will play, but who's guys and what guys and how much guys and so on. But now you're starting to have these coaches. I think you're to the point now where the coaches and the players are even maybe a little bit bored.
Yeah.
And so they're starting to go off the rails.
Everybody's bored.
They're starting to go off the rails just a little bit, and they're letting you inside on some things, especially Sean Payton yesterday. So I'm excited to get into it. His commentary.
He's always good for something like that. Every year, it's always like a – what was it last year or the year before? The year before was him ripping on Hackett, remember, with that writer?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I mean, he buried Hackett. He buried him. Like, I mean, there's a reason they paid that man a lot of money to talk on national television about this. Because, you know what I mean? He's just one of those guys that says interesting things.
Two lattes in the morning.
Well, it's always to a
later,
national writer.
Regretting it.
It's never to the people at the podium. It's always to somebody he feels comfortable with, Jared Bell.
Well, no, I think he's like Sean Payton is a smart man. He's talking to the people who's going to reach the most. You know what I mean? Like he's focused on the dudes.
Here's the deal.
Yeah, but hold on a second. Kay Adams.
Yeah.
Jared Bell.
Yeah.
This cat.
Charles Robinson.
It's the national dudes that he knows he'll sit down with and probably feels very comfortable, feels at ease, and that's great. But he had some very interesting things to say. Oh, by the way, did you watch DMac and Coach's recap last night?
No,
I did not.
Okay.
How was it? Reenact it for us.
I think the DMac and Coach do as good a job as any two humans can do.
I agree.
Recapping every single day of Broncos camp. So if you haven't seen it, I would say during a break of our show or whatever it may be, go to YouTube, go to the Altitude SR page, and rewatch what they have to say because they're both out here all the time, and they don't always agree on things, but I think it's an excellent recap. The offense did not have a good day yesterday, and the quarterback did not have a good day. Now, the coach will tell you it's no big, everything's fine, blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to tell you, don't read too much into picks.
Agreed. No, I completely agree with you. But with where this team is right now and with what the coach thinks they can be, they've got some work to do. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I just refuse to go down that road, and any time stats or things are brought up during camp about a person's play, great. My reaction is, huh.
Yeah, same thing.
I'm not going to overreact.
I'm not
ever.
And I'm not talking about the quarterback specifically, Vic. I'm talking about this offense overall as a whole.
And that's my reaction too. Huh.
When can I overreact?
What did you expect?
Week six.
Week 6.
Week 6, you can overreact a little bit, yeah.
I will echo the same thing I say every year. What we say today will not be remembered on October 5th.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
would you? I mean, how about this question? Because for the past 8-9 years, we've been sitting out here screaming about the quarterback position. Now there's almost nothing to scream about. There's nothing. I was mentioning, like everything's going to be all right. It feels like everything's going to be all right with this team. There's no controversies.
Enjoy that.
Right. Right. Enjoy the fact that for the first time in a decade.
Yeah.
It feels like the Broncos are on the right path and doing it the right way. Although I say that, when I say a team is doing it the right way, what comes to what do you think of when I say that? When I say a team is building the right way, a team is doing it the right way, what comes to mind? Like, what do you think when I say that?
I don't know.
Right. Like, what does it mean to build the team the right way?
I guess doing it the right way would mean no drama. I don't know what else.
Well, no, but no, you're
well,
not.
I think we can say the way Jerry Jones is doing it is probably the wrong way.
No drama. You're not cutting corners. You're taking care of the issues that need to be taken care of. So you're building a solid foundation, whereas beyond that, you can just go play football with your best players and win games, and an opportunity to win it all. That's, I think, doing it, quote, the right way.
Well, the quote that Bo Nix gave us early in camp is, "We don't have any clowns. No clowns on this team."
Right.
And it's very apparent, man. When you watch every practice, it is business. It is professional.
Yeah.
It is detailed. It is organized. These guys have a look about them. And we've said that every day, and it doesn't surprise me at all that Sean Payton said that to Charles Robinson, that he thinks this could be a Super Bowl team. It doesn't surprise me. The expectations are out there. Expectations are as high as the penny point of that new facility they're building over there. Yeah. Let's go.
We don't have any clowns.
No clowns. No clowns. And listen, Sean Payton also mentioned that there's 20 teams who can't win at all because of the owners, because of the front office, because they just can't do it. And I kind of like that shot from Sean. And it took me and Jesse, how long did it take us to come up with 20 teams? 4 minutes? Like, I mean, you can just look at an NFL, you can just look at the NFL landscape and be like, yep, he's right about that team, he's right about. We got to 12 teams without even blinking. And then it took a little time to get to but I mean, it was, yeah. But what do you think about Sean? Like, obviously he's pumping up his ownership group by saying it. But how do you feel about Sean? Because a lot of times Sean will take he'll take a shot. He'll throw somebody under the bus, man.
And I don't mind that. I spent a lot of time last night thinking about read all of his commentary. And he's a thoughtful, interesting guy, Sean Payton. The more I listen to him talk, the more I understand. You start to understand him more as a human being, Vic. Mm-hmm. And I really thought about not only him, where he is right now, but where he's been and what his future holds and everything else. And I think it's all wrapped into the things he says even on a daily basis. Not that there's a distinct purpose in his mind that he's going to say this to get this reaction or whatever, but I think he's just being an honest human being, and with where he is in life and where he is with his football team, it just comes out naturally. We'll get to all of that today on the program, Bert. I can't plow all that ground here with my mule in the next 6 minutes. Okay, so we're going to spread this out over the course of the program. But this whole thing, to me, the way it's developing as the Denver Broncos football club is very interesting.
You think that Sean Payton's just winging his stuff? Because I think there's a lot of coaches who use the media to send messages to various, players and people and other teams.
I'm not saying he's winging it, but I'm saying, to me, he's being honest. It feels very just a dude saying what's on his mind type of stuff. Not that it's not calculated, but that he knows exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a head coach who is calculated like that. But I mean, a lot of coaches these days, especially in this NFL, they're all fairly brutally honest, right? Like, I'm
reading that article, guys, and I'm not sure if you went through the entire article. How he said, he's seventh team now that he feels can win a Super Bowl. He compared it to the Seattle Seahawks team that ran through the Broncos in Super Bowl 48, a team that sort of came out of nowhere. What did that team – think about it. Think about the makeup of that Seattle team.
That defense, man.
The defense was legendary, right? This defense can be
Hall
pretty
of Fame
good.
Legendary.
The quarterback. What year was Russell Wilson in that year?
He was like year 5 or
was
probably
it? It was earlier than that.
Year 4?
Go back
I don't
and
know.
look.
Yeah,
He
was a young pup, right?
Like 2 or 3, I thought.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go back and look. Super Bowl 48, Russell Wilson was just getting started. I mean, a young quarterback, a great defense, come out of nowhere and just pound people.
Yeah. When he was asked about the qualities of a Super Bowl team before he took a shot at
11. Yeah, he was 20. He was 25 years old.
Wow, that's nothing. That Bo's 25 right now.
Yeah,
Bo's 25 right now, man.
That. Think about the comp.
Yeah,
that's a great comp for this team.
Yeah.
And he said it, to win a Super Bowl, quarterback, defense, offensive line.
Although, you know what's funny about Bo being 25? Did you see ESPN released they ranked the NFL teams according to their talent under the age of 25, like who has the most young talent in the NFL? You know where the Broncos were? Dead last, number 32. But it's because Their great talent just turned 25.
Yeah, because
like
they're older,
Patrick
young
and
guys.
Bo, you know what I mean? Like they're truly their core is over. It's 25 or over.
Yeah, we talked about that article. It was year 3 for Russell at the time. He was 25 years old. But here's what the Seahawks had done before.
Wait, what year for Russ was that?
3.
Year 3.
Year 3. Wow.
Here's what they'd done before, though. They'd gone 11-5, 13-3, and 12-4. They didn't sneak up on anybody. They were winning 11, 13, and 12 games in a 16-game season. So it wasn't like they went from 10 to 14 and kicked everybody's ass. I mean they were a good team and they were led by
we're
that
comparing them
defense.
to the Broncos this season and what the Broncos could do this season. So a 10-win Broncos season last year. I'm not going to say that 14 wins is outside the realm of possibility this year, although that would be that's an amazing, especially in this division.
That might be a little crazy. Okay, let's.
There's nobody in the division winning 15 again like the Chiefs did last year, right?
No.
There's no way.
In this conference, with your schedule and who you have to play with the NFC East, there's nobody winning 14 games. I can promise you that. And if they do, if anybody does, I think it's going to be not a miracle, but pretty damn close to a miracle. But I see what he's saying. He's like, listen, we're building something here. Okay, we were a 10-win team back into the postseason. And I think when he talks about, he's not even talking about the Super Bowl this year. He's talking about we're building. Hey, listen, it's important, I think, for Bo on his rookie contract to get there. Or I think that if you're going to get there, you'd love it to be on that rookie contract because you don't have to pay him that $40 million a year.
Right.
And it's incredibly beneficial to your team. But he's looking down the road and what they're building, and I can buy into that too.
Do you want Sean to do that? Like I think of the Nuggets last year, where you were supposed to have Calvin Booth looking to the future, Mike Malone looking to right now. But you also have to have those two guys working together. And Sean Payton seems like such a big part of the Denver Broncos organization. But you know what I mean? You have a GM and a coach for a reason, right? You should have one doing his job and the other doing his job.
But these two are completely in sync.
Yeah.
They're really in a good spot, and I like that. It's a kind of a switch from, as you talked about those old Nuggets days. I remember nobody wanted to even say the word championship. They didn't want to talk. They were kind of nervous about it. It was kind of a dirty word. And then finally they said, screw it, we can do it. And then for Sean Payton to be able to come on out and say that, it encompasses a lot of things. Number one, it reiterates what he's been saying before, and that is he really likes his team, but he's taking another step. What it does is it puts an onus on his guys. He probably truly believes it, but also there's pressure there too, because when the coach says this team can do it, well, okay, everybody needs to perform now.
Just so you know, I am not in the best mood this morning, and I won't be.
Why?
Because I have to fast.
What?
I have a blood draw later.
Oh, I got a blood draw.
Yeah, and did they tell you had to fast?
No.
Well, what's it for?
My blood pressure's killing me or something like that.
You
Yeah,
should be fasting.
Am I really?
Yeah, I mean, you should be fasting. They specifically called me and told me.
They did not mention that to me at all.
Yeah, well, you're going to show up. I mean, I don't know.
All right, so
I don't know.
go ahead.
I don't know.
So you're going to really?
How do you feel about fasting? I mean, I know a lot of people do it.
I don't like it either.
Let me tell you what it does to me.
Yeah, it makes me hungry,
Especially,
right?
you know what,
Like,
the
it makes me
worst-
think about food.
I can't stand it.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
I hate
and
it.
more power to you who can.
Yeah.
That's a special superpower that you possess that I don't have. If I'm hungry, I turn into a freaking scoundrel.
Right. I get the hangry thing, right? Like, I'll suddenly be angry and
can't do
snapping
it.
at people, and I'll realize it's because I haven't had a Snickers.
Yeah, pretty much. The fasting before, well, any fasting sucks. I could never be like Gandhi. Didn't Gandhi go 8 months without eating or something like that?
Jesus fasted.
You could never be
Well,
Gandhi.
he's sort of divine,
You should
bro.
never compare yourself to Gandhi.
I know that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I could never be like that dude. Agreed.
Not
Again,
just the food thing.
I have friends that can do it, and they do it intermittently.
So when's the last time you ate something?
Yesterday at 6 p.m.
When's the next time you're going to eat something?
At 2 p.m. probably.
Nah.
2 p.m. No, dude, I'm hurting already.
I will say this though, Bert. I've had a couple colonoscopies in my life.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
So that fasting
Those are good.
beforehand,
Yeah, I've
and
had
then
one of those.
and you have to drink those things.
Yes.
Drink that stuff.
Yeah, I
that
hate
sucks.
it.
But going to the Sizzler or Denny's after, where you can just Just
Yo,
be
man,
like Jesse.
is
Be
there
like
still
Jesse. Be like
Sizzler?
Jesse.
Is there a Sizzler
No.
in Denver right now? Sizzler's dead,
Sizzler's
right?
dead. Yeah, Sizzler's
we
gone.
going Sizzler. We going Sizzler.
No, but I'd be like Jesse at a buffet where you just bring me the mozzarella sticks.
I've never
bring me
seen
the-
Jesse at a buffet. Is it a monster attacking? I mean.
You can't believe how the kid can pack.
Oh, you're
it
right.
away.
I did see him eat all those Chick-fil-A nuggets. How many of those things you eat, bro?
Yeah.
123? Is that what you just said?
At 2:00, I'm going to have a fabulous Caesar salad.
What? That's what you're going for?
That's
After
great.
fasting
Just
for a
stacked-
day?
stacked
It's a Caesar
Caesar
salad?
salad.
That's just great.
Get that
but
shot out of here.
With a side of prune juice.
No, Bruce, this is
great.
terrible.
Well,
No.
listen, we'll talk a lot about what Peyton had to say, but the implications are important, I think, for his commentary, and I really want to get into it because you got to keep in mind that Sean Payton, at this point in his life, dude, he is no spring chicken. When you get to your 60s,
Well, compared to Pete Carroll, he's a teenager.
Pete Carroll is a mental and physical freak in his 70s, okay? So I don't think anybody can think more like Bobby Bowden, okay? When he got up there and he got into his 70s, almost 80.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I've got something to report when we come back.
Oh.
You got something on your screen. What is that? Is that a
Oh, you got a bug.
Is that a
Bug.
cheater?
Bug. Slam it.
No.
Slam it down. Slam it down.
Get on
No,
that. Here.
No,
that's
slam it there. There you go.
Boom!
Yes. Yeah.
Boom! Did you see that? Boom! You don't want to open that again.
Right on the keyboard. No, bro.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Oh, yuck.
Oh, good
Oh.
stuff. Go to
See,
break, dude. We
yeah.
gotta,
Okay, we'll be right back.
Hey, dudes, the summer is about feeling your best, right? Sun's out, guns out, more energy, spending time with the one you love, and all that sort of thing. It's what summer should be, but if you're dealing with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction, that stinks. And you need to do something about it. Do yourself a favor and get yourself taken care of at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. A lot of guys have gone there for help. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Don't laugh it off. Go get it done. They've got 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, and they are going to take care of you because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade. And the initial visit's only $99. Includes the consult, Colorado licensed medical provider, the TPSA test, and if medically advised, the test dose right there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, everything's totally free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be happy, and so is your partner, and you're going to take care of yourself. So give them a call today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. And then go to the website. They take care of your entire dude engine, so get it done. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane live.
Oh, what a night.
From Broncos training camp. Our coverage is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm and partner of Broncos Country.
You don't have to sing every song.
I love this song so bad.
The very first time I ever met Moser, he had his acoustic guitar in the radio studio.
That
was
guy.
randomly.
He's that guy.
That's the very first time I met him.
Again, he's that guy in college. When you
I
go
know.
to your dorm rooms,
Yeah.
right? And he's
Yes.
that one guy
Yes.
with the guitar.
Yeah,
and he's like, hey, everybody, I'm
Yeah.
the guy with the guitar.
I have no Moser. Do you even remember why you had a guitar in the sports radio studio?
Yeah, we were writing a dorky song about something. We were doing a dorky song about something.
Bro, that was like 1999.
You know what the sad part is I don't even. It was before that. I hardly even play anymore. I hardly even pick the.
You're the dude who spends thousands on those electric guitars, man. What are they doing?
I
wish I had the
I used to
talent.
play every day, all day, but now I just turn it into a coffee table. It's ridiculous. It's got too much going on. Hey, let's get back to this a little bit.
Wait,
Sean
I got
Payton-
to tell you first.
Oh,
of all,
that's right. You got a thing going on. I'm sorry.
I got yesterday.
What
oh,
happened?
did you? By scams?
Scams, Sharania. Remember how we vowed?
Wait. I almost got by scams this morning, right? Didn't I say? I was like, didn't I just see?
Okay.
What would I say that? Yeah, I almost did
In
the
my
same thing.
defense, we have a Nuggets group text, and I hope this man is listening right now, Chris Marlowe. Chris Marlowe sends on our Nuggets group text.
Oh, no.
Hey, guys, looks like the Nuggets won't be playing on Christmas. Shams reports the Christmas schedule. So what do I do?
Oh no! Did you tweet it out?
I tweet out, looks like the Nuggets aren't playing on Christmas.
Oh,
Scams.
no.
And then I get all these
Right.
tweets back. Dude, you got.
And you're like, I didn't get
That's
got.
So
I
I-
trusted my man.
I did not throw Marlowe under the bus via Twitter, but I'm doing it now.
Yeah, do it now.
I'm doing
Yeah,
it
go ahead
now.
and do it now.
Okay.
Because
Do
he
it
did
now.
not do his due diligence to find out if that's a real credible source. He just threw it out there in the group text.
So you're telling me scams is like a darn Schefter?
Yes.
Yeah,
Scams
yeah,
Sharania.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when you look at a darn Schefter, that old account, the R barely does not connect to the N, so it looks like an M, right?
And we
I mean,
can't see anyway. This guy can't see. I don't even
Right,
know how
I
you
wouldn't
get
know.
a tweet.
Right,
How do you
right.
even get a tweet out?
That could be somebody completely different. Yeah, I'd have no idea.
The fact that Bertag sticks his phone up against his eyeball to read, I can see where that would go down. So you got.
I got it. It's, you know what?
How many people came at you for it?
Oh, I got a lot. Because if you get got and you fashion yourself as I'm never going to get got,
Right.
people let you know when you get got.
See,
Getting got is not
Brett
fun.
always says, well, and Brett's got, but Brett always says, I don't get got, I go and get.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is that nowadays I check everything to make sure it's. I don't need your.
Have you ever gotten in
anything.
trouble for tweeting something?
No, I don't. Because I
Did
don't.
anybody ever? You've never gotten yelled at for tweeting something ridiculous
Like
or
what?
stupid? I don't
No.
know. Just something stupid.
No,
like,
but in our company,
the moon is cheese.
No, but in our company, people have done some stupid things, and then the bosses. So then that's when you collectively get involved with, like, hey, listen, everybody, we can't have this. You
Right.
can't be dead.
Marlowe keeps getting got by scams. We gotta keep
Well, I mean,
right herd on that dude.
Here's the proper move should have been for Marlowe to follow up on all the people giving me heat for that, and him saying, "Folks, it was actually me."
But he did not do that.
He
is
didn't
what
do
you're
that.
saying.
He didn't do that. That tells me a
But
lot
he
about
knew.
Chris
Did
Marlowe.
you tell him immediately that you did?
Oh
that
yeah,
he did you
on the
dirty?
group text I said I will never trust another Chris Marlowe text for the rest of my life. To which he followed up by saying, "Boy, Vic's a handsome man. I won't trust it."
When are we supposed to get the NBA schedule? When are we going to know these
Any
Christmas
day
things?
now.
Any day now we're going to get it?
It's coming. That's why it was so relevant, because it's any day now we're going to find out Christmas Day schedule. We're going to find out about all that stuff. So
Yeah. I mean, that Christmas Day schedule is good. I mean, I'm assuming that the Nuggets and the Timberwolves are going to play on Christmas night. Well, who do the Broncos play on Christmas?
Broncos
Chiefs.
play the Chiefs.
Is it here or there? It's in Kansas City.
and I believe it's the third game of the day.
Yeah, it's the late game.
So
it's the late game.
So
It's
the
night
Nuggets,
game.
the worst case scenario would be for the Nuggets to play the late game.
Yeah,
and
that
you get-
afternoon game will be great for the Nuggets,
That'd be
right?
awesome.
But I mean, they did that 2 years
Hey,
ago.
I wouldn't cry. Let me tell you something right now, Nuggets fans. And I know it's been a thing. It's an honor to play on Christmas Day for NBA teams. I wouldn't mind one bit if the Nuggets took this year off.
Listen, I'm with you on that too.
100%.
But it's such good exposure.
We're on
for
the other
team.
side. It's great exposure, but they don't need exposure.
Yeah, because you're right.
This team doesn't need more exposure. We've had exposure.
They're a championship contending team.
We know what they are.
They know what they are. We know.
I think this is a good season to just chill.
If I was a major network. Okay, so we're basically talking ABC.
Chill. All right, yeah.
We're talking ABC, ESPN, right?
Yeah.
Here's what I do. All right, we got to work on Christmas, okay? We do it every year. I know it sucks. You can't spend time with your family, but let's take some people down with us.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Pretty much.
And then you start, okay, Nuggets, yeah, you're going down with us. T-Pups, yeah, you're going down. The Lakers, of course, you're going down. Nickies,
I mean, you got to find 10 teams. There's not 10 teams in the NFL, in the NBA who are better than the Nuggets. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it doesn't always matter. It's a lot of it's television matchups. A lot of it. Listen, you know the Lakers are going to play.
Yes.
That's a done deal.
Yes.
Phoenix is no longer on the menu. They're done.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't.
They're done.
But
you know KC's going to play.
Houston's going to play, right? Because now they got KD.
Houston's going to play. Indiana, I thought would have, but not anymore. They lost
Tyrese
Tyrese
is
Halliburton.
out. Yeah.
You know the Knicks are going to be on the schedule.
Yeah.
Boston.
Yeah.
Boston, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
About Boston.
Oh, no,
I don't
not
know,
now because
right?
because
they were out first
they're
this
all
season,
dust.
and they
So,
blew that team up.
Having said all that, I think the Nuggets are going to squeeze their way onto the Christmas
All right, so
day.
just do me a favor from now on.
Early game, though.
Don't get got anymore, okay?
I'll try.
It's hard, man. It's hard out
I know,
here.
but you get all excited and you trust Marlo. And I think the bottom line here, the lesson we've learned is you can't trust Chris.
Right. He is the least trustable person who works at Altitude Television, right? Easily.
As of right this second, he is,
Yeah. Although, listen, any man, he does have the swaggiest picture with a president I've ever seen in my life. You know what I'm talking about? That is the single swaggiest. That's more chest hair with the president than it's ever happened, right?
Can I just say, Chris Marlowe in SoCal in the early 80s, and then
he was running that place, man.
Yeah,
he was
I know,
running that joint.
winning gold medals at volleyball.
Just golden locks.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Never mind.
That's
Wait. So Marlo was with Reagan, right? Marlo was with Reagan. You're with Obama. Look at how young you look, man. Would you take that picture with Obama, bro?
Oh, when was he first term president? That was a long time ago.
That was like 07.
I thought, isn't it? His birthday was
06.
yesterday or today or something like that?
06. That was 06.
Wow, man.
It's almost 20 years ago.
Guys, I'm glad you're here with us, Berto, because you do a lot of different sports. If anybody doesn't recognize Berto, he is the versatile sportscaster at Altitude Sports because he does everything. This news from the Rapids that's out there right now.
Yeah.
Mihailovic going to Toronto FC for a club franchise record $8 million transfer fee. Now, it hasn't become official. The Rapids haven't made it official.
We've just heard from various sources, but it looks like it's going to happen, right?
Can you please talk to me in slow, just sort of like I'm a 3-year-old? How does this happen? I mean, this guy's their best player, correct?
Yeah.
So why is he?
Well,
why?
It sounds like, first off, he's their best player. He's great. Georgi Mihailovic is a beast. He's a monster, and he just scores. And he has goal contributions all over the place. Like it's crazy. But it sounds like teams really wanted him, and there's been 2 or 3 teams calling, and the Rapids were like, "Nah, we're gonna hold on to him. We're gonna hold on to him." And then finally, Toronto FC came and was like, "We'll give you more money than you've ever gotten for a player before." And then it sounds like Georgie was like, I kind of want to go too.
Well, he didn't play Sunday for personal reasons.
For that in that Leagues Cup game, they lost that thing. Right?
The way that soccer works, man, is that you can trade guys just for bread.
Yeah, it's crazy. Don't you wish you could do that in the NBA? And like, if you just be like, "Hey, I'll give me Myles Garrett. I'll give you $20 million."
No, but in the NBA, you can trade draft picks for cash.
Oh, can you? I didn't even know that. You could. You can just be like, "I'll buy that second-round pick for you for $3 million."
But it would be like if a team, like let's say you have a team that's not very good, but somebody wants to go buy Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
So they're like, we can make him a good quarterback with our. Mm-hmm. So the Jacksonville Jaguars say, all right, and you take on his contract.
You take on his contract, and you pay a fee,
and you pay the Jags $50 million.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes.
Like when you sent Arenado to St. Louis. That's the kind of price that you're like, I'll give you a great player and $50 million.
Yeah. That's kind of the opposite, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
No, I watch EPL sometimes, right? My team's Brentford. We had this cat from Cameroon named Brian Mbuemo. And he's like the best player that we had at Brentford, right? Like that's the only reason we finished like in the top 10 or even the top 15.
Yeah, I know. He did it again.
Because this is my club now. These are my B's.
Okay, man.
These are my B's.
All right.
I don't care. We're talking about the Rapids.
But I know, but they're kind of a poor team. So what do they do in the offseason? They sell him to Manchester United.
Yeah.
And you're like, and then they sold their coach. And you're like, dude, you know, and they're like, yeah, no, we're still cool. You know, we'll still finish like
it happens
18th,
a lot in
and you're
soccer.
Like,
here's the issue, though.
They're not trying to win it all.
The Rapids are they're right on the line. They're right on the precipice for a playoff appearance, and there's only 9 games left.
Yeah.
And you lose your best player.
Right.
Now
what do you do with that $8 million?
Obviously, with that $8 million, they're going to invest in 2 or 3 players, right? You get 2 or 3 players, but are you going to get anybody the quality of Mihailovic? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
Probably
not.
How do you?
I don't know. It's kind of one of those weird situations where, like, the future might be brighter, but it's tough when you lose your best player, when you send your best player out. They have one more Leagues Cup match, and then they go back to League MLS play.
9 games left.
Yeah, and they are. I mean, they're in a playoff spot right now, and I think they're probably going to make the playoffs unless they go 2-3 games without picking up any points at all.
I think
the problem is the Rapids have played more games than anybody else in the Western Conference.
But,
so there's all these teams with games at hand on the Rapids just looking to catch them.
I'll be honest. You know what it feels like? It feels like the Dodgers plucking one of your great players. The Yankees plucking one. I mean, Toronto FC isn't. I mean, it's Toronto FC.
Right.
Here's the tough part about that too. You're Chris Armas. You've done a pretty good job. You're trying to get your team back into the postseason, right? You're like, hey, man, we're right on the bubble here, right on the line. You know, got to get some things done. Final 9 games. Mm-hmm. And then you get the team that goes, hey, coach, you've done a great job. Anyway, we're going to sell the best player to Toronto. Just keep on
but
going.
I think Georgie wanted out too, right?
Yeah,
Georgie,
he did. That's
tough to be like there's nothing you can do in that situation.
That's correct.
Can you?
But that's the way the league works. That's the way the league is set up. So that's how you do business in that league.
Do you know who Toronto's coach is? Believe it or not, it's former Rapids coach Robin Fraser.
Yeah.
So it's all sort of full circle. I saw that report and I saw the money. It's a club.
It's a lot of money in Major League Soccer.
And I don't understand the transactional part of MLS. Mm-hmm. It's just wild to me.
There's a lot of there's the transfer windows and then you can just buy players, and so I find it blows my mind the older I get that these leagues make it more and more complicated on themselves. Like, you're making these rules up. NFL, you make why make it so hard for your teams to figure out what the hell the cap is and where, we want to make things easier for your teams.
By the way, I'm sure those who are soccer fans out there already know this, but I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this. There's a movement out there, and I'm not sure it's going to happen or not. There's a movement afoot that MLS may realign its schedule.
Oh, I heard this. I heard this, Vic. It's going to go winter.
Yes, and if they were to do that, and I'm not sure if they are. I mean, there's nothing official yet. Just think about it. If MLS decides to go to that world schedule, play winter soccer, then how does it run for the most of the people in Europe? It runs through September through May?
Correct.
Is that what it is? Could you imagine a winter soccer season in Denver, Colorado?
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. Because we get snow games anyway. You know what I mean? Even we're going to get,
what do you do in February?
It's going to be crazy. Are they got to put a roof on Dick's Sports Park or something?
Where do you practice?
Yeah, it's going to be, although, I don't know, I like it. Just like I feel like the NBA should move their schedule more a little bit towards the summer.
You like it?
Yeah,
you want to go to a game in January?
Yeah, I want, Snow Classico was great. I love those games, man. Let's get crazy. It's probably not ideal, though, right?
When you talk about
England
and Europe and all that, they may be even a little bit north of us in terms of.
Yeah, but it doesn't snow as much. It doesn't snow as much.
No, because the way the polar vortex works.
Dogs, can't you miss me with your polar vortex?
Don't be such a jerk.
What is this?
Jerk the show. Trying to throw those jerk words at us.
Ford, what are you talking about?
Shut up.
Polar vortex?
He's one of those guys. Again, he's the guy that trots out his guitar and then, whoa, everybody, polar vortex. Shut up.
Vic, if you're talking about the same latitude, then why in the world does England not get just frozen over, yet Russia does.
Well, we're at 5280 here. That's why we get more snow.
No. I'm talking just about northern Winnipeg and Minnesota. Yeah. Why do they get? Why does Minnesota? When England is higher toward the Arctic Circle, than Minnesota is, and Minnesota's a frozen wasteland. Why isn't England?
I don't know, Moj, but you know what?
And you don't care because I do know.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Spiel into it.
Feel free
Spiel into your polar vortex.
Go ahead. You know what? We got about 60
Feel
seconds
free.
until the break.
All we spoke about on this show is what do you think as a soccer fan going to the world schedule, but you want to get into weather.
Right. Break down exactly what a polar vortex is, and then throw it a break, please.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime in. It's gone.
Go ahead.
I'll show you my polar vortex.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
All right, we'll be right back. The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily, a daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today.
He's doing it off camera now.
I know.
So
What are you doing?
Listen, man.
Oh my God, dude! Just own it. Just own that you can't
Welcome
see.
back to Dove Valley.
Own that you cannot see. Hey, can we get into this a little bit? I'm just itching and dying to talk about
your polar vortex.
No,
is that what
Sean
it is?
Payton.
Okay.
Sean Payton thinks that Bo Nix is going to be a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League.
Well, give me a reason he won't.
Well, did you see why he said that? He said
yes,
he could throw the long ball. He had the longest pass of the season through the air, 67 yards. By the way, I saw that again and again and again. What a dime.
Absolute
what a laser to
Beautiful
Marvin Mims.
pass.
He can run. He's got great feet. He can throw with weird body angles, and he's smart. So what do you dispute?
And he doesn't take sacks.
Yeah. All right, so tell us.
That's entirely correct. But with what you saw, I mean, that's pretty lofty expectations. You're talking about a guy. Then, if you're a top 5 quarterback in the league, you're going to be in MVP talk at some point.
But he's not there yet. You know what?
No, of course he's not. But
you know why? You know what it is. You know what the last obstacle, the last hurdle he's got to overcome. Great quarterbacks, franchise quarterbacks, top 5 quarterbacks. They bring you back no matter what the score is.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I was wondering where you were going with
they
that. But
bring
yeah,
you
I get
back.
it. Right. The great comebacks.
They
of the,
bring.
right.
Yeah, there's nothing in there where they'll bring you back. They will single-handedly say,
those
"I got you.
fourth
Get on my
quarter-
back. I got you."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't thought
Can
about that.
he do that yet?
Vic, I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, they were practicing the 2-minute drill yesterday. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, that's exactly like, can Bo march a team down the field? If you need a touchdown, if you need at least 6, can he march a team down? Yeah. I wonder if that.
What I like about Bo right now, and this is maybe just me, he seems like he's just ready to get going. You know what I mean? He's like, enough of this crap. And I think that he puts the work in. He realizes how important every snap is in camp and, how important it is to get your work in and film and everything else. But he's a football player, man. He wants to go play some football. So I don't blame him for being a little bit agitated or a little bit disinterested at times. He wants to get out there and get it done. Listen. And Vic, I don't think that he can't get there, okay? I think that there is a path for Bo Nix to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And then he's amongst the Lamar Jacksons and the Patrick Mahomes and, guys of this nature. I mean, Josh Allen's and Joe Burrows. These are total studs. Can he be a total stud?
No, those are the best players in the NFL, man.
That is correct.
So you're just saying Bo's going to be one of the best players.
That's what Sean Payton said. And here's the thing: if in fact he can get there, that's great. But now you put a little bit of pressure. The fact that you put that out to the public, that you think that your guy can be that kind of guy. People had commented on Sean Payton's talk about Bo Nix. So I would look at the replies, right? And Bronco fans are eating it up. Yeah, we're so back, baby. Yeah. You're damn right he is. He's already great and all this kind of thing. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, now you're orange Kool-Aiding it a little bit. And
yeah, but don't you think Bo Nix is the type of player who doesn't need the outside motivation, right?
Absolutely.
There are players who get a chip on their shoulder because they need that chip to be good at what they do.
But that's also absolutely. But that's a hell of a position for a coach to put a second-year quarterback in. It tells me that he truly believes in him. He really thinks he can be that good, and it's also a little cattle prod. Boop, just a little bit of a hey, man, I laid it out.
Why do you think people were down on Bo before last? I mean, why do you think there are some people nationally who are still down on Bo?
Well, I mean, a lot of people when the Broncos drafted him. Many people called it a reach.
Yeah.
Many people said he was a second-rounder.
Yeah.
Many people thought, why use a first-round pick on a guy that was slotted to go late first or second round? Well, you know what? He proved a lot of those doubters wrong.
Why are some of those guys, though, still holding on to those takes
Because they think
this season?
I think many of the doubters believe he is fashioned of Sean Payton's offensive mold.
Okay.
He's basically a product of Sean Payton. And I don't know how that's the case. It's the NFL.
Right.
Man.
How much is the offensive genius of Sean Payton and then the talent of Bo Nix? Like, where does it come when
all I know is this, and you can't dispute this. He got better as the season went on.
Did he not? You're damn right he did.
You saw the progress from day one to the end of the season. And now he's got a year under his belt where he learned the system. I expect big things. Do I think he's a top 5 quarterback? No. Do I think he can become one? Yeah, I think he can.
See, Bert, I come today, typically I'm the guy, I've been accused on this program of being what? Curmudgeon or the negative Nelly about this.
No, just really dumb.
Oh, dumb. Okay, dumb. That's fine, too.
Don't confuse the two.
Fine. However you want to categorize me, I believe that he can as well. And when Sean Payton comes out and says, you know what, I think we're building a Super Bowl type of team, I believe him. There's no reason for me to disbelieve because I see it in front of me. I see the defense. I see the way the young quarterback's progressing. I see the ownership that is absolutely giving their team every opportunity to succeed money-wise and everything else. And so I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that can definitely happen. It has to come in steps, I think. Sean Payton, so let me get to the big picture here. He's 61 years old, okay? Nobody else in this league would have drafted Bo Nix 12th overall. No other team in the league would have done that, right? But he thinks that he is smarter than the average bear, that in his system, that Bo Nix is going to be successful.
I don't know, dude. You know what? Those quarterbacks that go high in the draft, a lot of times they miss, most of the time. But who expected the Chiefs to bounce over everybody and take Mahomes where they did? Nobody expected that. That came out of nowhere. So It happens every so often where a team falls in love with a QB. They see what he can do, and they jump up in the draft to get him. And
there's another dynamic going on here. At the age of 61, it's my belief that this is Sean Payton's last gig.
So you, at the age of 61, believe that this is Sean Payton's last gig? That's the way that sentence was structured.
Your English,
correct?
Right? It's
correct.
Phrasing,
you just
bro.
said. You just said. So at the age of 61, I see this as Sean Payton's last.
You were basically saying, in the 61 years of my life,
yes,
this is what I see.
Which is accurate.
So, go ahead, Moj. What do you have to say about Sean?
When I get to 61, I'll make that same proclamation. Okay. I think him being 61 years of age, this is his last gig. This is it. I believe he's got a vested interest in seeing Bo Nix succeed, hell or high water. Vic, his play sheet last year, what did he write in big letters that everybody saw?
Run the ball.
Right?
Yes.
And what did he do, Vic?
He did not run it.
Why do you think that is, Vic?
Well, because he wanted to win the game, and he felt by passing the ball, it would have helped him win the game.
You're damn right. Mm-hmm. Okay, so even when he told himself, run the ball, they really couldn't do it that effectively. And number two, he's like, screw this. This kid's my guy. I'm just going to go with my guy to try to win this game, okay? So that's the way his brain is operating right now, and I think that it goes hand in hand. He believes that his guy is good. He believes that in his system, his play calling, his game planning, Vic, that he's going to make Bo Nix succeed, that this guy's the guy to run it. But he also has, again, that vested interest because he put a lot on the line to go get this kid 12th overall. He's handed him the keys to his very last gig, in my opinion. And so you've got all of that working right now. I think he's putting some internal pressure on himself and this franchise to get it done because for Sean Payton, this is his last hurrah. This is his last chance to win. This is his last chance to win a Super Bowl. This is the last coaching job I'm guessing he will ever have.
What happens if Bo Nix falls off this season?
Then that's completely on Sean Payton.
Well,
I don't think he will, but I don't think he.
I don't think he will either, but it's possible.
That's completely on the coach who's getting $18 million per.
Coaches and quarterbacks are always tied, right? That's why it's almost they run lockstep. It's a three-legged race. They're running the same race. Coach succeeds and a quarterback succeeds, everybody's happy. Quarterbacks very rarely. All right, let me ask you, what's more common? Sucky quarterback, great coach, or great quarterback, sucky coach? Who gets fired first?
Coach.
Coach gets fired first all the time, right?
No matter what.
Very few times do you see it the other way around.
Correct.
It just happens that way. Yeah. So if Bo Nix doesn't play well, that's going to be on Sean Payton too. He's the guy who found him. He's the guy that's his hidden gem. They're in this together now.
Right. But it's not. Is it an all-in proposition? Like, are they so connected that if you have to move on from the quarterback position, you also move on from the head coach?
Well, I mean, we're speaking in such cynical terms now. There's nothing out there. There's no evidence to not believe in Bo Nix progressing. I mean,
agreed.
He gave you a hell of a rookie season, guys. He gave you – that's the best – I'm going to tell you, as blunt as I can. That was the greatest rookie season by a Broncos quarterback in the history of the Broncos franchise.
Agreed.
And it wasn't even close. Go back and look at Elway's rookie season. Look at his numbers.
Oh, yeah. He got replaced for a couple of games,
yeah,
right?
Steve DeBerg.
It was the greatest rookie season in Broncos history, not even close.
That being said, I want you to put some truth serum into yourself and put some into Sean Payton, okay?
Yeah.
You get Sean Payton on one of those Barker loungers with truth serum going into his veins.
Okay.
Does he think that it's because of Bo Nix and his superb talent, going to be a top 5 quarterback in the league? Or does Sean Payton think, you know what, I'm making this guy. It's my offense. It's my play. I did this for that kid.
Well, it's easy to say that, but you can be the greatest play caller in the world if you've got Birdo trotting out there.
Yeah.
I mean, those plays won't work.
Things were working with Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
doing the thing, man.
he's a great play caller, and it didn't work with Russ. It didn't.
Because he wanted to go find. You like the movie Untouchables?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Wait,
you talk about the Sylvester Stallone?
No,
What's
I'm talking about
Untouchables?
Kevin Costner, Sean
Kevin
Connery,
Costner.
Untouchables. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He puts your guy in the hospital, you put one of his guys in the morgue.
That's right.
Yeah.
So what happens when he's trying to build his team with Sean Connery and the kid, the dude from the Treasure?
Right.
What does he do? Does he go to the police force?
No.
What does he do?
You get it out of the apple. You go to the academy, bro.
That's exactly
You get
right.
it from the barrel.
Sean-
You get it off the tree.
Sean Payton.
You can mold.
Russell Wilson's already the apple that's grown and fallen off the tree. Yeah. He goes to the academy and he gets himself a cadet in Bo Nix.
Yeah, you don't want him infected.
That's exactly right. So that's what Sean Payton is doing here. This whole thing to me is fascinating. Has Jim Harbaugh look me in the face with your eyes and your teeth?
The hair assemblage of hair here.
Look Bert in
It's
the
not
face.
very
just
even,
can't-
brother.
I can't look at him in the
Why do
face.
you have short here and then long? Like why?
Because
Why
I
you?
accidentally shaved it.
Oh, okay.
Accident, yeah. In the shower, I shaved it down too.
Bro, at that point, you just take it all the way off.
You're
Tell
right.
me.
Has Jim Harbaugh, in his time now with the Chargers, has he even remotely said anything like Sean Payton said yesterday?
No. He's taken sort of the even-handed approach.
Exactly right.
But he's not as bombastic. Yeah. He's not the same personality.
But Jim Harbaugh is.
He's not the same
He's
personality.
weird, but he's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, he hasn't said, you know what, my quarterback Herbert, he's going to be a top 5er. He hasn't said, you know what, this team.
How many quarterbacks in the NFL will talk the way Sean Payton talks?
You know what, though? Some
How many
teams,
coaches?
just like kids, I have multiple kids. Some kids need a little bit of caressing.
Yeah.
Other kids need some slapping.
That's some touching.
So,
You're doing a lot of
I
touching
know,
right now.
but that's just the way. That's what Sean Payton is doing. He believes this is a year of caressing. It's a
Great.
year of emboldening.
Well, let him caress all he wants to caress, and it may work out great. I'm just saying that his commentary and the fact that he put that out into the ether world is very interesting and very telling, and I like it. Don't get me wrong. I like it.
Right.
But now you got to go. If you're the Denver
Right,
Broncos,
because it could all come back on you if you're middle of the way through the season, three games under 500.
But it's also, I think it's his last gig. He's taken a basically blanket approach.
I don't believe it, man.
Blanket.
I think Sean Payton is such a football junkie that even if he's going to coach football when he's 74, you know what? He's going to pull a Belichick, right?
No, he'll be done.
Really?
Dude, he's making 18 sheets per.
You don't think Belichick's got enough money to retire right now, and he's decided to go coach college football?
He's a freak.
Right? I think Sean Payton belongs in that freak category, just like dudes who live, drink, breathe football, and that's all they want to do. That's all they're going to do. But either way. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll roll on after a break. Don't invite a bunch of media people to football practice and then ask them not to talk about the interceptions, because that's exactly what they're going to talk about.
What else are they going to do? Here watch it for 2 hours.
Yeah, right, man. They're going to talk about the interceptions. I get it. Like it's not a big deal. I don't really care. But yeah, Sean Payton pointed out like it's not. Don't count those. It's like we're counting them, bro.
Look, we're charting picks here like hurricanes.
Do you remember how yesterday I was accused of being like, because Vic is a little bit, what's the word, surly today? What are you, surly? You grumpy?
Surly.
What are
I'm
you?
anxious because I want to eat.
Yeah, he hasn't been fed. Yeah, is what's happening.
And I know how that feels. Man, I hate that feeling. But remember when I said, hey, look, you got people charting touchdown passes amongst NFL camps and all this kind of crap.
Yeah.
Okay, that's dumb. And
they're doing completion percentage, everything, man. It's crazy.
And looking at all these picks is dumb. Does Bo Nix look bad? No, he does not. Is he throwing some picks? Sure, he is. Now, Caleb Williams in Chicago, he looks bad. There should be some concern there.
Yeah,
no, but my point is that I don't think put too much stock into all of that. You can't do it in camp.
It's the last thing I say
don't
about
start
this.
counting.
What are the circumstances behind each pick?
Right.
I saw him throw one. He was trying to throw a corner route. I can't remember who the intended target was. Was the intent at that point, did the coach say, hey, just see if you can squeeze one in there. Let's just test that defense. See if you can squeeze one. Or is that his read? Or is he simply trying to do something that didn't work? I won't go there again. Do you notice that after certain plays, he and his offensive assistants, the quarterback coach, they'll go to that little video monitor, the iPad, and they'll look over. And that's what's changed about camp these days. It's instant, man.
You get immediate feedback.
It's instant. It's not like the old days where you have to wait 2-3 hours to go to the film room. It's instant. Here's what you were looking at. Here's what you should have done.
Remember all the dudes with all the giant cameras on all the stilts? That's why all these damn towers are still out here. Times have completely changed.
Have you seen the way Coach Sanford does valor practice?
No.
The craziest thing, he was showing me the video, they use drones.
Yeah, a lot of high schools
They use drones,
yeah.
and the software that he uses, like he can rewind the exact play that he needs, where it was, and at what time it was. It's crazy. And those drones, perfect picture of the entire field. It's completely different when you had these dudes up on these towers with just those cameras, and that's all you had.
I called a couple high school games last year, as you did, Moj, and some of these production companies use drones for the blimp shot.
Oh, really?
It is so cool. I mean, there's no better way to watch a football game.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
See everything. Hey, Rockies gave up a smooth 25 hits last night.
Yeah, Bo Bichette was That dude had 6 ribbies last night.
2 dongs. 25 hits. By the way, that loss clinches the Rockies' 7th straight losing season.
Oh, man.
They've had losing seasons now 13 of 15 years.
Oh, man. I didn't know that stat. 13 of 15?
13 of the last 15 years have been losing
I mean,
seasons.
this is obviously the lowest the franchise has ever been.
Yeah. But, I mean, losing becomes ingrained. Listen, franchises lose. There's ebb and flow. When Nikola Jokic leaves the Nuggets, they're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
When your boys leave the Avs, they're probably going to lose.
They're never going to lose.
Losing happens.
Hey, Bert, they're never going to lose.
Never?
Never.
Even when Kale's like, I think I'm done at age 47.
You go through cycles. Look at the Blackhawks right now.
But the good franchises rebound quickly.
They do.
They understand that way back.
They do, and they plan accordingly.
Yes.
But that's what shocked us about the Broncos in the last decade, right? Because
That's
it
exactly
never
right.
Before.
That's why going through that decade of just apathy, that decade of just what is this? And I said it then, and I'll say it now. Not enough discredit. Credit's not the word. The uncertainty at the top with all the stuff going on with ownership. All that did is cascaded down the hill, and it affected everybody. Everybody wanted to blame Elway. Oh, bad GM moves. Everybody wanted to blame Joe Ellis. Everybody wanted to blame. Let me tell you something, man. It all starts at the top.
Yeah.
That's a great point. Under Pat Bowlen, Bert, because of the resources, he didn't have the greatest resources, but he wanted to win, and he gave his team every opportunity to win. Plus, you had John Elway, right? And then when you do that, you do a lot of things right. And he wanted to win, and he really, really cared. And he ran the franchise like he wanted to win, and it was great for a long, long time. It's sad that Mr. Bowlen got dementia, and it's sad that it went the way it did. And I saw somebody, in fact, it was last night or yesterday, somebody said something about, well, the trust really screwed up the Denver Broncos. And I said, and I was going to respond online, and I didn't. And here's why.
And say what?
The trust didn't screw up the Denver Broncos, dude. Mr. Bolin.
No, the trust was in charge when the Broncos went downhill.
Listen to me,
man.
Bert,
I don't
Bert,
blame
listen
the
to me.
trust.
Listen to me.
I don't
Listen to me.
blame the trust.
Listen to me. The road to hell is filled with good intentions. Mr. Bolin had every good intention. Pat Bolin had every good intention when he built this trust the way it was supposed to work of, again, keeping the team in the family, and one of his children would take over. Now, he wanted to try to be as fair as possible and do it the right way, and you had an absolute knucklehead drag-out horrible fight. And the trust was really, Vic, I think, and I'm going to let you finish this thought, was put in a really unenviable position.
An impossible position.
Yes,
I mean, it's
impossible.
I think it's impossible for Pat Bolin, who you're correct, had the intentions to do right with his family. It was impossible for him to project what would happen next, okay? And what happened was chaos. And he couldn't – the franchise just could not survive.
You're going to have three children fighting over – I mean, he couldn't – alive and incoherent, Mr. Bolin could never envision that. He was the man.
So it's impossible to say that the Broncos were normal for that period, that decade period, because you didn't have the guy at the top. It was just impossible to run a franchise the way you would hope to, the way you had before, and that's where we are. And again, I'm looking at the numbers that the Rockies are throwing out there, 13 of 15 years in which they've had losing seasons. Those numbers, by the way, Troy Rank, thank you very much for doing the research on that, because I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Did you?
Yeah.
Have
I knew they were bad, but I didn't realize they had, 13 of the last 15, like half of –
That's a lot.
That's bad. I mean, yeah, that's not a player talent issue. That's a front office issue, right?
That's a franchise issue
for that long. Yeah.
I was watching last night. I turned it on in the bottom of the first. They're already down 1-0. Okay, no big deal. I mean, they can come back in this, right? And so I see the Blue Jays go through there. You know what I was watching before that? I was watching the Little League Softball World Series between Canada and Japan.
All was Little League. This is Little League time.
It was pretty good, dude. These little girls were dealing. Anyway, but yeah, it is. But so they turned it on. Once it was 9-0 in the third, I'm like, okay, I'm out. Okay, I'm now I'm out. I'm gonna be done with this. Yeah, it's just that's where my patience is nowadays.
How long does it take for a culture change, though? Because the culture the Broncos had before the Walton Penner Group came. Like, what did we say? This is their fourth year of ownership. The fourth, because it's the third year of Sean Payton, the second year of Bo Nix, fourth year of the Walton Penner Group as the owner, and they immediately started to change the culture. But is that just the nature of the Walton Penner Group, or is that? I mean,
well, let me ask you this question. I'll give you examples of franchises who changed the culture, changed the tenor of their team. And the change came first at the top. I'll give you one example. The Arizona Cardinals, when Michael Bidwill took over, and I'm not saying he's a saint or does everything perfectly, when he took over for his dad, they started winning. Remember the Kurt Warner year? They went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They had some great teams.
Yeah.
And at least they're competitive, right? I'll give you another example. What were the L.A. Clippers before Steve Ballmer took over?
Junk.
Yeah.
With Donald Sterling?
The
Junk.
Washington Commanders, with Schneider and the new
Oh,
owner,
yeah.
the difference between the new owner and Daniel
Correct.
Schneider, man.
The Chicago Blackhawks, dude, were bad for a long time. Owner was Bill Wirtz.
Yeah, I remember.
He croaks. His son, Rocky takes over. Rocky's now passed on, but Rocky takes over, and boom, dude, everything changed like that. Now, it helps when you get a Patrick Kane and a Jonathan Taves in their rookie years. Taves was drafted the year before. Then here comes Kane, the overall number one. That helps. But it's that vision from the top down, and that sets the tone for everything, which is why
100%.
Sean Payton again reiterated yesterday. You maybe have 20 teams that have talent, but they don't have it at the top in the National Football League, and they can't win.
Yeah, and we went through it. It's easy to find those teams. You know exactly who those teams.
You can
We all know who
identify
they
them.
are.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like, if you is it an ego issue with some of these owners? Like, you know what I mean? Like with Mike Brown, like, how can you not? Like, some of this stuff seems like easy to figure out, right? It seems like basic, 2 + 2 = 4 kind of stuff, and they still struggle.
I mean,
with
who's
it.
the poster child for dysfunction?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Of course they are. It's interesting, though, because you had George Steinbrenner, who ran the Yankees forever, and they won plenty.
Let me tell you what, the problem with the Dallas Cowboys, having lived it there, because I covered the Cowboys, I was there every day during their glory years, the early years of Jerry Jones. They got rich too quick. And what I mean by that is they tasted success very early.
Yeah.
When Jimmy and Jerry ran their show and they went back-to-back Super Bowls, and they were just beating up on teams. And then what have they done since? Nothing.
Yeah, no.
Get your damn act together.
They got too good too early, and I think that gave them a false sense, and it's been that way ever since because, Jerry refuses to let football people do football things.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'm reading the Seth Wickersham article on ESPN with Sean Payton, and he's got a book coming out. So they took excerpts from the book, and they're putting it out now for everybody.
Sean
Wickersham has a book or Sean Payton has a book?
Seth Wickersham has a book.
Oh, I was like, Payton's writing a book, man?
It's called The American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. Anyway, so Sean Payton, it's in the slug to the article. Anybody can go to ESPN.com and read it. It says, book, How Bo Nix Aced Sean Payton's Quarterback Test, which is, again, goes back to what I was talking about, where you go get the apple, you go pull the apple off the tree, you don't buy it at the store, right? The apple's not already in your refrigerator. You go get the new apple, and that's the one that you turn into your guy. And so there's a lot riding on this for Sean Payton and for Bo Nix. And I don't think Sean Payton would put, like he did in that article, he wouldn't put the onus on this guy can be a top 5 quarterback or, this team can be a Super Bowl team. He wouldn't do that if he knew his quarterback couldn't live up to it or take it, right? He knows that kind of thing, putting it on Bo Nix, ain't going to faze him whatsoever. This guy's the same guy going to work every single day, mature and can handle it.
I do have some breaking NFL news. I don't know if anybody cares. It looks like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are bringing in another quarterback by the name of Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater, who was coaching high school ball, right? And then he got suspended from his high school
What a weird
gig.
situation. The guy was trying to do right by his players, and now he's kicked out of the high school leagues and back into the NFL.
And he's like, I guess I'll go back to the NFL. I'm heading back to camp.
Well, he was doing that last year. He was coaching in high school as a quarterback's coach. And then who was it that called him? Was it
Indy?
Who
was it Indy?
I can't remember.
And then he went and he – I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember. Teddy was
somebody up north that called him.
So they call him and say,
it was
"Hey,
the
we
Lions."
The Lions.
The Lions. That's correct. It was the Lions.
That's like I can't believe that. So Phillip Rivers, who he just retired. He just put in his retirement papers last month. He said, and it's because he said he kept getting calls late in the season from teams being like, hey, Phillip, how's the arm? How you feeling? Are you feeling good? You looking good? You think maybe you can play football? So he kept getting calls. So he's like, well, maybe I won't retire yet. I'll just see how this plays out. But he hasn't played since 2020, and then finally he's like, okay, I guess.
Well, they got Michael Pratt is the backup down there to Baker Mayfield.
And Pratt got hurt?
He got hurt.
Is that why they're bringing in Teddy?
He got hurt. What about those damn Cleveland Browns?
Dog, we were talking about that. They brought in Huntley. We were like, do they have 7 now? Do they have 7 quarterbacks, or is it 6?
6.
Because
unreal.
Deshaun's not there. I mean, they had held Shador out for a while because of his short throwing shoulder, but he was back in it. Gabriel's got a pulled hamstring or a sore or something like that. And obviously, you ain't playing Flacco because you don't want to breathe on him too hard.
Kenny Pickett's
hurt too, right?
Beat up, yeah.
Yeah, this is getting worse for Cleveland. Man, you bring in, you've got 6 quarterbacks. 6.
I've never seen anything like it.
That's
to be honest.
wild.
And they're all hurt at some point.
I was saying this though because I was trying to say, like, last year watching Shador Sanders play quarterback was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. Like, I thought he was going to be a good what's going on in Cleveland is completely crazy. But if Shador Sanders is the best quarterback and he's going to get the job, right? There's none like there. It seemed to be like fans were like, no way, they're never going to give him a chance. They're never going. And I'm like, these guys are fighting for their jobs. Their jobs. They're going to get fired if they don't win games. They're going to put the quarterback in that's going to help them win. If it's Shador's going to play, right? Or is there still just reindeer games going on in Cleveland?
No clue, dude. I have absolutely no idea. But if it was me, I'd take him on my team.
Right? You can't.
I'd still take him.
You can't if a guy goes out on the field and earns the starting job, you cannot then give it to somebody else because your team will turn on you in the locker room, won't they?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, you don't know what their intentions are either. Remember, last year at this time, Bo Nix was listed as the number 3 on the depth chart. Yeah. We didn't know what their real intentions were. Right. I mean, we spent the entire training camp talking about that last year, Moj. Who's the real number 1?
We knew it was Bo Nix.
Well, no, not necessarily. You kept saying, no, come on, man.
I was talking a couple of hours ago.
I wanted Zach.
Yeah.
That's my guy. Stidham was like bummed because he wanted a legit shot.
Well, we knew it wasn't him.
They drafted a kid 12th overall. He's the apple of Sean Payton's eye. That was the guy.
Remember Stidham? Even last offseason, Stidham was doing all that starting quarterback thing that you want him to do where he's like trying to get everybody together to throw and catch and, do some offseason stuff.
I just find it funny that all these QBs in Cleveland that are getting hurt are all young. Meanwhile, the old guy, Joe Flacco, he's like a horse out there going, bring it on.
He's like 53 going,
he's the only healthy guy.
I wouldn't be shocked if they just blew that whole thing. I mean, they fired that entire coaching staff and tried to start
There's not much
over.
they can do, dude. They still owe Deshaun so much money.
I keep
They're
forgetting
screwed.
that Deshaun is just sitting there in Miami or wherever he is trying to rehab or whatever he's doing. But either way. All right, we're coming to you live from Dove Valley here. Our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll roll on after a quick timeout. Hold on, don't say anything yet. I got to read some sponsorships nonsense mode. I could just feel you getting ready to pop off, bro. The Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors.
Hey, I see guys going down in training camps. Why do I always get nervous about that, Vic? Why am I always sort of like,
So it can happen to any team, anytime, any player, anywhere.
I always get a little bit nervous when I see the Raiders guy breaking his leg and the Colts guy's leg shatters into 800
That's
pieces.
tough, man. And the Bronco, I feel like injury luck is an actual thing. I believe it. You know
agree.
what I mean? Like it comes in.
You know when I get worried? When you see the one-on-one drills with the receiver and the DB, and there's a high-point ball to go get, and they both go after it, and it can be so easy to get tangled in there.
Well, if you go back, was it Tim Patrick when he blew up his knee? It was right over there. Remember, he just goes up there and comes down, and the legs are kind of, and then boom, he's gone. You're like, oh man, that's just you worry about that kind of thing. So I just want to get through all of this. I just want to get going. Jesse, you're ready to you leave tomorrow, correct?
They go to San Francisco.
What time are you taking off tomorrow? Okay, so
4:30.
Okay, so you're just going to goof around all day, get your gear together, and then head to San Fran.
By the way, how about the fact that Sean Payton, he didn't say starters, but he said he's going to play his guys.
Yeah.
Guys are going to play. So you assume starters are going to play against
some,
San Francisco.
not all.
Well,
some.
I mean, but they're going to play. We said it yesterday. You got to play some of them.
Yeah, of course. I love what Coach had to say because I looked him right in the eye as he was walking towards me, and I'm saying, look, you cannot mimic. Just like hockey in any other sport. Well, maybe basketball, you can mimic it a little bit, but you can't mimic live football. You can't do it. You can go out here in training camp, and incidentally, you were doing a thing with Justin Gaethje, right?
Yep.
Bert, if you had to spar, with Justin Gaethje every single day, all right, it's you and Justin Gaethje in the ring, and you're sparring. He's got you in headlocks and leg locks and all that kind of crap. And then then after about 2 weeks of that, you spar against Jesse.
Yeah.
How's it going to feel?
I'll beat the hell out of Jesse. What's going to happen?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
That's the way I'm thinking it's going to feel for this Broncos offense when they get to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
You hope.
You hope. And the fact of the matter is, going against this defense, this great defense every single day, you can only do so much. We're watching yesterday, again, DBs in that early session, they're not allowed to deflect the ball. They can cover a guy, but they're not allowed to touch the football. Everything has to be a completion, right? So, it matters to play against a team that really, guys who are trying to earn jobs want to take your head off.
The San Francisco 49ers are incredibly beat up right now. Matter of fact, Kyle Shanahan even mentioned last year they had to cancel a joint practice with the Saints, I think it was, because they were so banged up they didn't have enough players to put out their practice. And so remember we were talking about the kicking battle that was going on in Sanford? That battle's over because they needed the roster spot. So they got rid. They were like, all right, Moody, you're here. Joseph, you're gone. We got to bring in somebody else because the Niners are kind of banged up all over the place. I don't know who's going to practice.
Not only that, last year one of their draft picks got shot.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
At Fisherman's Wharf, Ricky Pearsall.
San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, he got
that.
so
right, but then he was like, fine. He was like, yeah, man, I got shot, but let's go. I'm ready to play.
That's never ideal.
Well, he's just walking down the street and some rando comes up and blasts him in the gut. I mean, it's crazy. It wasn't like Plaxico Burress.
There was
who's
a
in
Broncos player who got shot last year,
That was
too,
horrible.
man. That was crazy, too.
Yeah.
That was Josh
it's
Reynolds,
all
right?
bad.
You know who the Niners defensive coordinator is?
No, who is it?
It's Robert Saleh, the old guy. So he's back,
yeah,
they feel that's going to change things over there.
Yeah, I'm
'cause
sure.
He was dynamic when he was there the first time around. I mean, they were a Super Bowl team when he was there. So,
and then he became a head coach.
Yeah, we'll see what it does to the San Francisco 49ers, and we don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to play starters or anybody. But refreshing to hear Sean Payton say he's going to play his guys. He's going to play him. They need. Do you think Bo Nix plays? Of his guys, do you think Bo Nix plays Saturday night?
Yeah, I think he plays.
Maybe. Here's what I don't want to see. I don't care when it happens. I don't want to see Bo Nix. And I think with the new running game, I think they need to get on some sort of same page.
So you can't ball off 50 times?
I don't care. Well, no, maybe, but you're not going into damn week 1 against Tennessee, as bad as the Titans may stink. I can't get them into that game without some reps together in football action.
Listen,
I can't do it.
How about this?
I think they need to at least have some series together to try to figure it out. Now, if you want Nix just to hand off to Harvey all the time or to Dobbins, fine, but just get them out there.
I think Sean Payton's brain is already working on how he's going to handle having just 2 preseason games. Because yesterday, he twice he got asked yesterday about, the less preseason. How do you evaluate talent with fewer preseason games? And he mentioned in the first question right away, he's like, we're going to go down to 2. It's going to be 2. And he's talking about how you got to find ways to figure out what you would normally evaluate a player on in a preseason game. You're going to have to find a way to do that in practice. And I don't know how you're going to do it. I really don't know how you're going to do it with just 2 preseason games. But the world's going to be a bigger, brighter place with 18 regular season games and just 2 preseason games.
I understand that everybody's hypersensitive about injuries, and I would be too. Vic, the game has changed so much, and the dollars are so big. These players, they've always been investments, and they've always been assets. But the money now that you're spending, Bert, and because of the cap, the need to protect your best investments, I understand the hypersensitivity to all of that. That being said, maybe in the future you're going to have to ramp up even your own practices and let guys hit a little bit more.
There's no way the union lets them do that.
I don't know what the answer is, but you better figure it out.
But you can see Peyton's brain working when he mentioned it.
Absolutely.
Where he's like, I think he's already thinking about what he's going to have to do when there's just 2 preseason games.
Absolutely.
If you think it's scary, if you're scared of injuries for dudes, imagine Travis Hunter, who goes both ways.
Oh, I got something for you on Trav.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday.
Did you? Okay. So this is going to be great. I love Travis Hunter. Did you hear LeVar this morning say, he asked this question, what happens when Travis Hunter wins both the Defensive Rookie of the Year and the Offensive Rookie of the Year? Jacksonville Jaguars depth chart came out yesterday. Mm-hmm. They have him as a starting wide receiver and a backup corner right now on the depth.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
They have he's one of the starting wide receivers and a backup at corner right now. But the way that Travis can play on the defensive side, you imagine they're going to use him like the Broncos might use Barron, put him all over the place, or you just throw him on the corner and
think it's almost
lock that dude down.
It would be impossible to win both of those awards just simply because of the production you have to have.
And I'm assuming like Genty or somebody's going to go crazy. But if Travis ends up with 6 picks and 1,000 yards received, what happens if he did? Like LeVar was suggesting that at that point, Travis gets 2 contracts. He gets an offensive and defensive contract. Because I don't even know what you'd have to pay him. If he is one of the top corners in the league and also top wide receiver in the league when his rookie deal is up, what do you even have to pay him, man?
I think what happens with Travis Hunter is eventually he starts to filter in to one position more than the other.
You don't want to see both, though. I want to see both. I want to see him do both, man.
It doesn't matter what I want to see. It matters what a human body can take. And if I'm the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I understand that he wants to play both sides of the ball, that's all well and good. But I need him, and he may be just the ultimate human freak of all time, physical freak of all time, and he can do it. I can't see one side sacrificed because you also want to do the other. I'd rather take a full 100% dude for the most part at one position and then do him on the other side. But we'll see. I just think eventually he's going to settle into one more than the other.
If you had to pick one, what would it be?
If it was me, I'd pick wideout.
Wideout?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I just think it's a better position.
I think both those positions
there's more chance for glory at wideout than there is for at corner.
PS2's doing a hell of a job.
Yeah. He is.
Yeah, so I found it fascinating that when the Jags released that depth chart, they were like, "Yeah, man, he's a starting wide receiver. He's a backup."
And everything I've read is that he's having a pretty damn good camp for Jacksonville. I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, that franchise to me is like, it's an absolute mess. How many games did they win last year?
You got to think I don't know, 7 games. How many games did the Jags win?
They didn't win that many.
I do remember watching a couple Jags games and thinking to myself, they won 4 games. Man, I had no idea. I forgot they did pick way high in the draft. I forgot that Travis went way high in the draft. But I don't hate Trevor Lawrence as a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like I watch him play and don't think, that guy's a scrub. He shouldn't even be in this league. but what they're using him for doesn't seem to be turning into wins. Or is he just not a winning quarterback? I mean,
Doug Peterson got fired. They got a brand new head coach, so we'll see. But Trevor
Liam,
Lawrence,
Liam Cohen, what's his name?
The
Duval guy.
The Duval.
Right. Isn't that guy supposed to be an offensive genius, too? Isn't that why he got the gig?
Supposedly.
So, in this book you mentioned.
By the way, Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
He's the same age as Bo Nix.
Yeah, I know.
Is he really?
I saw
that is
CJ,
crazy.
CJ Stroud is a year younger than Bo Nix. And that's just
so
like,
we've had Seth Wickersham on this show many times because
Yeah.
he comes up with outstanding articles, and in his latest book, you mentioned it already.
Yep.
American Kings: A Biography of the Quarterback. He sat down with Sean Payton, and the first words I'm reading this article right now. The first words from Sean Payton to Seth Wickersham. Here's the words: "Do you promise, with every shred of your integrity, that you won't discuss this with anyone?" Peyton asks me on March 24th in the afternoon. Yes, I say. And then after that, this big article, I got to see if there's anything discussed.
No, that was at the time, though. I mean, at the time, he didn't want anything to come out.
But now he's fine with
basically, what the article, this is an excerpt from the book.
A year earlier, Bronco Scout had given him an analysis of a particular quarterback slotted to be drafted high. Said that quarterback would need everyone in the building supporting him to succeed. Peyton shook his head. If you're going to pick a quarterback early in the first round, he said it needs to be a guy who builds the building, like John Elway. And, of course, they went on, and that guy was Bo Nix.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't.
He didn't want that out. That's what he.
That's what he was saying.
Now it's out.
He doesn't want that out. But what they're alluding to here in the book, and the article from the book, is that Sean Payton realized from the get-go that he and Russ just ain't going to work.
Yeah, he didn't. I think
it just ain't going to happen.
It's important to note this too. He didn't just stumble into Bo Nix. Let's say Bo Nix turns into just like one of the greats. He didn't stumble into him. He knew it.
Oh no, that was it. That was the guy that they had,
because he couldn't stop telling people after they drafted him about it, right?
Like, that's correct.
More from this article. Peyton came up with a formula. He looked at the rate of negative plays against Mahomes' total dropbacks, because he was comparing them to Mahomes. Percentage of sacks, fumbles, interceptions, then added them together for the average. He also liked to see a quarterback's completion percentage, although it was factored into the algorithm here. All right, there's too much math to begin with.
Yeah.
So he put all this stuff together: attempts, sacks, fumbles, interceptions, completion percentage, average, and he came up with a score. And that is where Bo Nix scored higher than most. Put all those together. And that's what he took from the Mahomes pick. Mahomes had a lot of the same numbers that Bo Nix gave him in college.
I wonder what like Caleb's or Jaden's numbers would be compared to Bo. Like, would Caleb's numbers suggest that he's going to be a quality NFL quarterback?
You know what? In his final season at SC, because I saw it firsthand, Caleb took a lot of sacks.
Yeah.
Trying to do too much back there. Do you remember that? Against CU, he took a bunch of sacks. Allowed CU back into that game.
But yeah, I want to see how that formula worked out with the quarterbacks, the rookies who are now going into their second year, like what it showed for JJ and Penix and all the other quarterbacks as well.
Well,
like
it says it right here. It's funny. You ask about Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
He said the average, that little formula that I just gave you that I had discussed that he used to get Bo Nix, he said the formula numbers were too high. For Caleb Williams, 735 attempts, 83 sacks. An 11% sack rate for him was way too high. Didn't like it. Didn't like it. Didn't like the sack rate. And when you look at, let's see, where does he have Bo Nix's? Here you go. Bo Nix, sack rate. Guess what it is? In college.
Under 11,
sack rate.
I mean, 5%.
He had 878 attempts. His sack rate, 1%.
Oh, wow.
1.
Wow.
And Sean Payton absolutely loves the fact that Bo Nix does not get sacked. Absolutely adores that.
His fumble rate, 0%. His interception rate, 1%. I mean, giving the ball back is a coach's greatest threat to winning a game. You don't want to give the ball back.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't do that.
Nope, sure doesn't.
And it was one of the major reasons why he was like, this has got to be our guy. This has got to be our guy. But either way. All right, we'll roll on live from Dove Valley here as our training camp coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law. We'll continue on Altitude Sports Radio after this break. Welcome back to Broncos training camp. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Kaner is, I don't even know where he's playing this golf tournament, but it ain't
Today,
here, right?
I think today's in Murphy.
Murphy, what is that? Is that
Murphy Creek? We've played there before.
Oh, okay. He's playing Murphy Creek. I thought you were talking about some city named Murphy.
By the way,
idea what you're talking about.
One of my greatest golf stories in the history of golf involves this guy right here next to you.
What do you do?
With Vic?
No,
you.
Me.
Berto? What do you
At
do?
Murphy?
What do you
No,
do?
we were at. I think we were at Buffalo.
Those guys who wanted to murder us?
Yeah.
Because I'm a great golfer?
What do you do?
Should I tell the story now?
No, man. Let's talk Broncos football, bro. We don't need to
We'll
talk
talk
about
Broncos
I want to
football.
hear that story later, though. Hold on to it.
Weird.
I'll tell you the story later about Bird Tag.
good.
Again, it's something that can only come out of his mouth. Okay?
Beautiful.
Actually,
Okay.
I want to hear from the Broncos punter, right?
It's not often you want to hear from a punter.
I don't.
But this punter happened
Who's
to
the
be
guy we play golf with?
This dude is big, right, Vic?
Sam,
How big is Jeremy? Is he 6'5", 6'4", or something? Like,
Yeah, he's a big dude.
He's
He's a tall, slender fella.
okay.
His name is Jeremy Crawshaw. He was the 6th round pick of the Denver Broncos. When you pick a kicker or a punter in the draft, he's playing.
Yeah, that's
he was.
something-
I mean, you
that's
penciled
serious,
him as a
man.
starter right away,
Yes.
right? He was the only punter taken in the draft, University of Florida. He's a product of a kicking school in Australia, and this kicking school has produced a ton of talent. A couple guys that kicked at CU, dudes all over the league, and here he is. A Denver Bronco, says he always wanted to come to Colorado. He really originally wanted to go to the University of Colorado, ended up at Florida because there's no scholarship room for him there, but he found his way here eventually. So you're going to see the entire interview on Altitude TV at some point, but here's just a portion, a snippet. Pay close attention to the end of this interview because we're going to have some fun with it. Jeremy Crawshaw.
You're very good at placement. Who taught you that? Is that self-taught, or is it at the school you went to? Did you study film?
It's a mix of everything. With that Aussie background, we have really good touch on the ball to kick it to each other, kind of like a quarterback throws to a wide receiver. When we go to pro kick, we learn how to put hang time on it and into a corner and how to play situationally. And then I watch a lot of film because I think there's a lot of guys in the league ahead of me that do a great job, and there's a reason why they've had a job in the league for 10 plus years. So I watch a lot of film, I learned a lot from my coach, and a lot of it comes down to just what's your style.
Did you think you were going to get drafted?
On the day, yes, I knew that. But if you would have told me probably 5 years ago or so, I would have said you're crazy.
So did you get contact from the Broncos at the time?
I had a little bit. Coach Rizzi came out to my pro day, and we grabbed some lunch after and just spoke and had just a nice conversation, So we had a little bit of contact with them, but there were a few other teams as well. So
I was curious. Leaving home is never easy. Leaving to another continent is a different story. Do you ever get homesick?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's times when, there's only, a certain time in the week when you can call and, your parents aren't going to be at work or it's going to be the middle of the night. And so it's tough being away from what you know and all your friends and family back home. But as time goes on, you kind of get used to it and you find ways to deal with it. And honestly, you're just so busy with football all the time,
Have you met any Aussies in town yet? Have you had a chance?
Not quite yet.
Is there an Aussie club or bar or anything?
I'm hoping. There seems to be a lot around. I was just in Canada the other day getting a visa, and across the road was an Aussie pub.
Was
so
there really?
I went in there and I had a bite to eat. And, yeah.
When you're done with this game, do you see yourself going back home, or what will the future bring you? What do you think?
It depends on how long I'm here for. Like whether I can stay here permanently or if I kind of have to go home based on visas and stuff. But I would love to stick around and kind of help out with the sport of punting and bring up a new generation of kids to, take the front and better this game.
All right, so punting in college at the University of Florida is one thing. Punting in the pros, is it a completely different beast? What have you learned since you've been here?
It is a little bit, only formations-wise. I think in college, I know a lot of my teammates would vouch for this and say that I probably tried too hard, but that was just because I thought that the level that I need to be at to get to the next level needs to be very high as well. So treating college the same way as I treat this means when I come here, all it's really changing is formations. So for me, it's not really anything bigger or grander that I need to step up to. I've always been at that level. So.
But you're not changing your approach. You're not altering the leg and all that stuff here.
No, it's all pretty much the same of what I kind of already had been doing at college. So.
people have to understand he also holds on extra points and field goals. How nerve-wracking is that?
Not really.
It's not at all?
No, you got good people around you, it's easy.
Yeah.
So Mitch does a great job at snapping to me exactly where I need it. And I kind of like it. It's just methodical. It's just kind of a nice flowing play for me. So I just do my best for Will and let Will do his job.
The real reason I wanted to talk to you is because I wanted to see if you can complete a sentence with an American dialect and not Australian. Can you speak with an American tone?
A little bit. It's more country.
All right, let's go. Let's try.
It's more country when I try to do it. See, I came from the South and I tried, but
that's really good.
I appreciate it.
That's much better than my Australian. I would never give that a shot.
You guys roll your R's really hard, so that's all you need to think about.
Country music fan, Jeremy Crawshaw, everybody. Thanks, buddy.
I love it.
Good stuff.
That was pretty good, man.
He does a better country than I do.
Yeah, I mean, I would have believed him. I wouldn't have thought he was Australian if he would hit me with that country accent right out the gate.
You know what it does? It goes to prove there's no reason to keep doing your Aussie accent. You just proved to me that you could speak country. You could speak American.
Yeah, but he sounds like a chucklehead when he speaks like
what are you
a
talking
country.
about?
Like
it sounded normal.
He sounds great. With the Australian accent is great, man.
Steve, just get the part where he spoke country, he spoke American, and you tell me why can't he just talk this way all the time?
If we just play that cut for like Raj and Sanford, would they know?
They would never know.
They would never know that that's the Australian punter.
In fact, it's more country when I try to do it.
See?
Yeah, play it again. Play it one more time.
It's more country when I try to do it.
See?
You know what? You know what you do? Have that ready for the guys and have them guess what
player,
Bronco that is.
Right, what Bronco player that is.
Well, they're probably listening right now, so they're going to figure it out. But he sounds like, he was raised in Dawsonville, Georgia, right? I mean,
I thought you were going to say Dawson Creek. I was like, what?
He played in Gainesville, so that's
yeah.
That's
You got
the
the
South.
country.
That's the South. That's not really Florida. That's the South. That's not like retired Del Boca Vista, Florida. That's like South Florida. You know what I mean? In Australian guys, they just seem so happy-go-lucky, right, dude? And he gets drafted, and he's punting in the NFL. Good for him, man. That's kind of cool.
Everything in the country of Australia is trying to kill you, right? There's always like snakes and spiders.
See, now here's the problem I have with Australia. Australia is a freak continent, man.
It's a continent and a country.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yes,
it is. And that bothers me.
That's true.
It also an island.
And the problem, what's that, buddy?
An island. You're right.
It's an island as well. It's all three.
Yeah, that bothers me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a hella big island. I mean,
it was a penal colony, right? They just used to throw, right?
Bad guys.
And then they're like, you know what? Let's just make a country out of it. Let's rock. See?
So the deal is that they got all kinds of weird spiders. You see online like a spider the size of your fist, right? And it wants to kill you, and it's like in your glove box, okay? And then you get snakes that come out of the ceiling and they fight each other. That's all. And every snake is like poisonous and mean and whatnot. You got kangaroos that like to fight. I saw the video that skydiver who landed, and then the kangaroos came out of the.
I haven't seen it, and you just whooped them.
And started fighting.
Let's go.
It started fighting.
Listen,
like
kangaroos are always, and they're always so yoked.
They're
what is
muscular,
that all about?
Dude. They are.
What
They're
is
swole.
that all about?
They go to the gym.
Is that?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Skip leg day. Just
12 reps.
So Justin Gaethje, when he's sparring against a Roo.
That would be great. I would watch man versus Roo fight.
Yeah.
Hey, you know
we
what?
used to do that all the time.
Remember the kangaroo that had the dog in the headlock?
No, I don't remember that either, man. What kind of
I'll show
weird
it to you.
videos are you watching?
So the kangaroo had a dog in a headlock, and a dude had to run up to get it because the dog couldn't get loose.
And he's like, "That's my dog."
And he goes, "Bam!" And he's like fighting the kangaroo, like, "Just get it on! Come on!" Don't you remember that? I'll show you the videos during the break. But Australia is a freaky, scary, weird place.
And for the Broncos punting position, that means what?
Dude, I don't like, to be honest with you, I don't care. But I am awestruck and fascinated with accents from around the world and how they form and how they linger and how long before you change and lose it. When you listen to Gabriel Landeskog, would you ever guess Gabriel Landeskog is born in Sweden?
No, but he spoke like that when he was like an 18-year-old.
That's what I'm saying.
It was
he
crazy.
lost that. He lost it quickly, right? He lost it quickly.
So I'm around Gabe enough where just every now and again
you'll get that.
You get a little tiny Swedish in there. I mean, like just a hint. But he basically sounds like he's from Arvada.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, he went to Arvada West.
Yep.
Right?
You would never know.
It's crazy.
You never know whatsoever. So you're telling me that the old crawdad here, Crawshank,
Australian accent is a great accent. You know what I mean? Like, I like the British accent. French accent.
I can't,
kick
I'll be
rocks.
totally honest with you. I cannot tell the difference between Irish, British, Australian.
You're
all
out of
the
your
same
mind.
to me.
Oh, really? I
Scottish?
think you should.
I can't tell the difference.
I couldn't tell the difference between a Scottish accent and
All
an
right,
Irish
hit me with
accent.
one. Hit me with one.
Yeah,
and I'll guess what it is.
We need Connor to call in because Connor can do all
you
of them.
do it.
He can do it.
You do Scottish. It's a biting. It's a real biting kind of accent here.
Okay.
You get to
That
talk
sounds
like
Irish to me.
Yeah,
No, Irish is like the Irish. It's everything. Always a question. Oh, you're going to go up to Dublin and have a pint,
all
are
right,
you?
I got it now.
Okay, that's
Yes,
Irish.
I got
it.
And then
Not
what
bad.
English is and then English has there's the Queen's English when she talks like this.
English
right?
is
and then if
more
you want to be
elitist.
like from
Australia. Give me Australia.
But hold on a second. Let me go like to like hard English is like right, mate. Right, we say I've got me food, but my pork.
All right, now give me Australian.
Put another shrimp on the barbie.
All right, now give me South African. Give me
South African is more. It's like it's spitting. Yeah, South Africa. You got to
See,
spit.
that's not bad, bro.
South
You're not.
Africa.
You're doing it pretty good.
South Africa.
Yeah.
You, gotta spit.
You are the Tower of Babel.
Yeah,
I
you're
reckon.
doing all right, man.
But Australian, the problem with Australia is I can't not say, when you talk about Australia, you can't not say, put another shrimp on the barbie. Remember the commercial from years ago?
I should have had you do this interview.
No.
You could have hit him with all these.
You remember there was
No, I don't remember
Bert,
the commercial.
You remember there
I
used
remember Dumb and Dumber, right?
Okay,
Isn't that the shrimp on the barbie?
But that came from the commercial. That's
Oh,
why
it
he
did.
said it.
Okay.
But I'm going to blow people's minds, and I only want people who get this. There used to be a drink when I was a kid called Wallaby Squash.
What?
Never heard of it. And I was a kid at your age.
And it was drink me Wallaby Squash, mate, drink lemony Wallaby Squash.
Was it squash flavored water?
No, it was like lemon lime drink. So it was like Country Time lemonade, but it was called Wallaby Squash. If anybody out there remembers Wallaby Squash,
Wallaby darned are those frost is that booze you get at Outback Steakhouse.
You know, the funniest thing I heard.
Well, hold on. If you remember the Wallaby Squash, you got to 303-504-0925 because and then the Foster's commercial, Australian, like you can tell Australia stuff.
Give me the South African again.
You get the spit. South Africa. South Africa. Johannesburg.
Listen, man, this is not
Johannesburg,
bad.
South Africa.
It's not bad at all. I think you did.
I like this version of you a lot
couldn't do
better.
half of
I
those.
do.
Man.
All right,
yeah,
great.
you nailed those.
Yeah,
all right,
okay.
that had nothing to do with nothing that's happening out here at Dove Valley. The players are getting they're getting the field ready for the players to come on out. We're still about 90 minutes away from.
It's
the
a lot
start
better
of
than his
practice.
Italian. His Italian accent is so bad.
Can you do it? Give me
So
an
bad.
Italian, man.
He was always. Oh God, you were embarrassing.
Give me an
over there.
Italian.
Fernando.
Oh, it's so bad. Come on, man. Just go back to your South African.
Our coverage here out at Dove Valley is brought to you by Ramos Law. We will roll on after a quick break on Altitude Sports Radio.
It's more country when I try to do it. See, I came from the South and I tried, but
It's ongoing. I mean, he's much further along. What it allows him to do is message more to other players in the huddle. You know, you're when you first get started, you get the play and you're calling it, and when you're further along, you're able to talk maybe about a split real quick. You know, if you look at it, you got like these 12 seconds. You get the play, the cadence, the snap count, and then, you know, can you remind the back, hey, you might be the little reminders. He's he's light years further along. He's doing well.
Well, that's because he doesn't have to memorize the playbook anymore.
No,
he just knows the plays.
He's got it down.
And, you know, you don't have to go through it with his mind. That's Sean Payton talking about the maturity now of a Bo Nix.
The control of the huddle of a Bo Nix.
I do want to ask you guys this, though, because I can't get off this accent thing. I mean, Moser just wowed me with all his accents. Like, Jeremy Crawshaw is Australian. He's not going to call cadence out there because it's going to be the up back, whoever that is.
Correct.
But if you're an Australian quarterback, why won't you call the play and the cadence with an Australian accent?
Because it's almost like when
they
singers,
sing,
when they sing and they sound like
when Olivia Newton-John sang. Did she sound Australian?
She did not.
No.
Okay, like, and you hear an English guy, they really don't sound.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
saying Rolling Stones.
But if you're going, you know, Blue 86, Hook 19, Razor, you know, Blue 19, he's a Hook 19
I like that.
Razor.
Why not?
Right?
Why not?
With
See how
you-
much better that would be?
It's like an
distinct.
English guy. With you over there with the tight end, why don't you go around and pattern, right?
Why not?
You just go grab a rugby guy or somebody.
See,
and
that
pull
tells
over
me
you?
it's inauthentic then. If you're not giving me the plays the way you speak normally, you're being inauthentic. That's not
Vic
who you
really
are.
wants to hear,
Yeah.
oi, Blue 42 in it.
Yes.
Right. We're going to run running play, isn't it? Right? We're going to run it,
Yeah.
right?
Can you see the right tackle turn around and go,
What was
the hell
what?
did he just say?
What the hell?
Dude, here's the
that's good
truth.
stuff.
I like to watch a lot of these English series because they do really good television.
Yeah.
I can never watch it without putting the words on.
Yeah, the words on the screen.
Oh, because
the
you
cat
can't
subtitles.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know
like
what the
you're
hell it's
watching
like.
Peaky Blinders and you're
Peaky
like,
I have
Blinders
no
is
idea
hard.
what they're saying.
Peaky Blinders at times is hard.
Without the captions, I have no clue.
Because that's a Birmingham accent, the Peaky Blinders. That's that's like deep into it. No, it's
come on, man.
that's super hard. And there's like 18 different accents in England alone. It's stupid, but
right.
what you see, you get the right guard going. Get to hell's a tackle. Look, I can't understand a word he says. All right, so you just tell me if I'm
Maybe
pulling,
that's why they
if I-
don't play
this is-
football over there,
it just,
man.
Listen,
They
tap my leg once if it's a running play. Tap my leg twice if it's a pass play, and hit me 3 times if I need to pull the opposite direction.
Yeah, no, man, it's good.
But
stuff.
there's the only Australians I think are actually just kickers, right? Because that Australians. When I was a kid, Bert, ESPN was hurting for programming, right? So they had elephant.
Not anymore. They just bought Reds.
Well,
They just bought
I
it.
know.
Whoa, brother.
But they had Australian rules football on, right? You remember when they used to have Australian?
Oh, yeah.
And so you'd have the guy in like the white lab coat and the hat go like this, and you go, whew. Yeah, like what? I don't even know what that. I don't even know what that.
That
means.
was cool though. I used to do that all day at
Well,
school.
yeah, you got to do it in a white lab coat and a white hat, going. And I'm like, I don't know what his job is, but he looks kind of cool doing it,
No, I like those kind of
Yeah.
jobs. Like the up behind the plate when you hit them with the. Do they still do the full? Like there's some guys behind the plate who do this full bow and arrow on the.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
It's full punch out.
I'm
It's
gonna
killer.
miss that when they
Yeah.
go full robotic.
Yeah, when they go full robo umps. But either way,
Either way, watching a guy with a good punch out, you ought to see Kaner. Kaner can do a great punch out.
can he really?
Oh yeah.
Training
Great.
camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country.
So are you guys like me? Again, this is Tuesday. Broncos leave tomorrow, Jesse. And here's the thing about Alfonso. Look at his face. And I know the fans out there watching on Twitch and YouTube can't see it. But he's going to get to San Fran tomorrow night, and he's just going to jerk around for 3 days, rent bicycles and play with sea lions and all that kind of crap. But aren't you getting excited? Even he's getting excited to get back on the road. I mean, you're back. You're back with football.
First 5 minutes of the
we got
preseason
live
game, and then it's
football.
back
I'm
to
excited
boring
to hear that Sean Payton yesterday said he's going to play his guys. He's going to play starters, and how many remains to be seen. But the fact that there's named players with something, I mean, not much at stake, but at least the competition.
Well, don't you
And
want
I
to see
get to
Johnny
see that.
Barron? You want to
Yeah,
see Barron?
that's what I'm
You want to
saying.
see
See
Harvey?
Harvey,
You
yeah.
want to see? Honestly, I
Pat
want to see
Bryant.
Pat Bryant. I
Yeah.
want to see what he. These guys are going to get some PT, and there's
forward
going
to it.
There's going to come a time when I look at some of these guys, and I don't know who it is. And by the way, this is a big time for McLaughlin and Estime, I think. This is going to be
a big week.
This is going to be really important for them. But, let's say Sherfield.
Is that the official depth chart?
No, it's just on ESPN. I don't know what it is.
So they haven't released their official depth chart just yet. I bet you today's the day.
You think
today's
so?
the day to come out.
They leave for St.
Who? Lakey was sitting in with Andy yesterday. You know who his guy is?
Who's that?
Joaquin Davis.
I've heard a lot of great things about him. Coach talks about him, too. He goes up and gets it. He can high point a ball.
He is a tall, lanky son of a gun. But we now get an opportunity to see these guys, and there's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to come away, and hopefully Troy Franklin gets off a little bit. I'm going to come away going, you know what, that's my guy.
Hey, dude,
now.
Troy
that's
Franklin.
My guy. I like
Troy
that
Franklin,
guy.
if you want to compare and contrast, do you remember a season ago, a training camp a year ago,
Yeah.
what the narrative was regarding Troy Franklin?
He's behind.
It was grim.
And it was always getting chewed out,
He's behind,
dropping passes.
Yep.
He looks good. That year really helped him develop. And that will be a big weapon for the Broncos, just another weapon. One thing I noticed, and we're not allowed to talk about formations and all that, they're not afraid to dig deep into their barrel of receivers.
Agreed.
They use a lot of dudes, man.
How many,
they don't
how many
stick with
receivers you think they're going to keep on this
That's
team?
a great question. Because I consider Evan Ingram a receiver. We've talked about this.
And you talked to Evan about
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. One thing I've noticed, though, what the Broncos have instituted both offensively and defensively, Evan Ingram is an undersized tight end, correct? Mm-hmm. He's a smaller guy. He's a matchup nightmare, correct?
Yeah.
Jahdae Barron is the same thing on the defense. He's an undersized corner safety / linebacker. They play all over the field.
But his brain, and they can because his brain, Jahdae Barron's brain, is working overtime. His brain makes up for any lack of height
and he's what they tell us, a great tackler.
And he's an unbelievable tackler, right? Anticipation is really
He's just one
good.
of those guys that when you watched him in college, he was just always around the ball. He was always trying to just laying dudes out. Just great. And it's the kind of stuff that you want to see. If you could point to one specific thing you want to see from the preseason game against San Fran on Saturday night, it'd be what?
An established run game.
Running backs.
I mean, and I know it comes against who knows who San Francisco trots out there, but I want to see
It's not gonna be
an effort to do that, and a more noted effort to run the ball and see how that helps in the play action. Because you give Bo Nix some play action opportunities, that opens up a whole different playbook, but that opens everything up. Let's say you run the ball on first down, gain 5 yards. You know how much easier it is for a quarterback on 2nd and 5?
Yeah. I mean, the Broncos were still really bad on third down last year, right? Even though it was a better offensive-looking team, they still had some issues on third down.
Third down numbers, yes.
And if RJ is who we think he is, then that's going to help that problem a lot. But even if you're not handing him at third and short, you'll still be third and short because you're at least gaining yards in that first down.
And they have all of that inside that room. Percentages on third and of getting in on 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 9 or 3rd and 8 and
what
3rd
is
and 7 and 3rd and 6 and what works, what doesn't work. They have all that down. So dude, if you can chew up 4 or 5 yards on first down and put yourself in a short and then 3rd and short, it makes it so much dang easier.
Football has changed so much, guys. I'm walking into the compound this morning. It's 6:45, right? These guys are coming off the bus. They bring a lot of the young players from the hotel off the bus.
Oh, so that's what that big purple bus is, the big maroon?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see it every morning, and I'm like, who is this bus?
So I'm walking by, and they're coming off the bus, and they're walking in groups. And each of the players has an iPad, and they're huddled around their iPads looking over things, studying. Just compare that to, I don't know, the Greeley days.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's like a science now. Yeah. It's a laboratory now. It's a completely different game. It really is the way it's taught, the way it's administered, the way it's run. I mean, 30 years ago, you just went onto the field and you ran the play.
Bert, these dudes would stumble. They had the dorm, the tall.
No, I remember.
They went out to the Smiling Moose the night
before. They'd come stumbling out of the dorm room and walk onto the field, and you're like, Jesus.
Remember some of the stories that McNabb told us about NHL training camp back in the 80s? Just like you had to have dudes there
in 70s.
just to get the booze out of them. Just be like, yo, skate that booze off, bro. We got a game tonight, man.
Peter McNabb told me, Tim Horton, legendary Tim Horton. Peter McNabb told me when he first was in rookie camp. And not playing in the NHL
Did he start
yet.
Tim Hortons?
No, he did not. This used his name. Anyway, his job was this. This was like, kid, this is your job. Yeah. You go and you get all the beer and you get all the ice and you fill up that bathtub with beer and ice.
Mm-hmm.
That's your job at training camp. That's what you do. Okay?
Just so you know, Raj, I can't stand watching people eat yogurt.
Raj is housing that yogurt too, man. It's halfway done. He just opened that thing.
Look at that. Look at his mouth.
Like, you could take some time, bro. You still got an hour till your show starts, man. Yeah, it's gone.
Ate that in 7 seconds.
Yogurt is delicious. I'm a huge yogurt fan. Yogurt's delish, bro. I don't care what you say.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead. What were you saying?
That's right. Just McNabb's job was to fill up the bathtub with ice and beer.
Yeah, it's a different. I mean, obviously the money, just the fame and fortune of being a professional athlete's a little bit different from 30 years ago.
You can even go back 15 years ago. I remember when Tebow was in camp. Do you remember the haircut? The haircut game.
The monk cut, bro. The monk cut.
Do you remember what they would do to some of these guys, man?
Yes, it was abusive, bro. Because some of that was
all right. I'm glad you're here. I want to talk about that. People called it abusive. I thought it was awesome.
I thought it was awesome too.
I thought it was the greatest day.
They made some of those kids look absolutely ridiculous.
I could not wait for haircut day. It was the greatest day of camp.
Man, yeah, and then and then Tebow just shaved it, right? Tebow just shaved it after because they gave him the monk cut, right? They just did. Yeah, that thing was ugly.
Some of those cuts were sinister.
And then something happened. Like, there was one of the young guys who was like, "I've had long hair my entire. You're not touching my hair." And then they were like, "Well, maybe we should just stop doing this."
You remember Philip Lindsay didn't want to lose his fro, so he had them shave his eyebrows.
Oh, was it Philip?
Oh, that's great.
Wow, I forgot about that.
What would you allow if someone basically told you, "Would you let me shave that thing underneath your lip?" Please.
No, what are you doing, man?
Yeah. What the hell are you doing?
We're on radio, man. You don't have to. It's not a visual medium, brother. You have to break it out.
I'm a guy who has shaved my head. Not only did I shave my head. Oh my God, Lou from Littleton and I had a bet, and I lost. Not only did I shave.
So you consider it paternal, right? I mean, if you're
not only did I shave my head, but then I razored it to the skin. Mm-hmm. I was completely
interesting.
Bald.
That would be weird.
Bald.
Yeah,
it was weird. It felt weird, and then when it grew back much more coarse and gray. Not even kidding you. It was weird. I should never have done it.
Would you ever allow somebody to go after your locks? You got some.
Oh yeah. I mean, it says I mean. I'm going to lose it here in 5-10 years anyway. Might as well, because I don't want to be comb over dude, right? You know what I mean? Comb over dude is the worst. Like, if I start just get rid of it. But a lot of dudes look good with short hair anyway, man. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, Tebow looked good when he didn't look good with that first hair. That was some of those dudes had the most ridiculous cuts.
And in a lot of those camps, you had field days. I haven't seen a Sean Payton field day. He doesn't do that stuff. Haven't seen that. Have you? Have you seen a field day?
No, I don't think they do it now.
If they do it, it's behind closed doors.
It is all business now, and look, you don't have time anymore, man. Everything's so compressed. You've got to get so much work in a shorter amount of time. When I look again, when I watch Jared Bednar, the way he runs things, I mean, they get work done fast, efficiently, and then you just don't have enough time. So you've got to be that way, or you're behind. Period. I watch other teams around the league. And I'm like, boy, their morning skate, they're kind of wasting time. And what's this group over here doing? Nothing. And I think to myself, well, somebody's always doing something. Unless they're getting their quick breather after busting their hump, they're right back at it. They're always doing something.
Okay, I have an assignment, but we all have to do it, otherwise it won't work tomorrow.
Okay.
The debut of Hard Knocks, the premiere, season 3 of Hard Knocks is tonight.
Yeah, we'll watch
Let's give it a watch.
Okay.
So we can talk about it tomorrow to see if it's worth watching for the rest of the
Guess what I did yesterday afternoon?
What?
Got a bunch of stuff done at the house. I said, I'm going to give it a second shot here. I'm going to give it a real shot. Nope. Happy Gilmore 2.
And?
I watched it all the way through.
And?
There were parts I laughed. There were parts that I chuckled. And Sandler is so sublime nowadays that he makes it kind of funny. But it's pretty dumb. It's pretty lame.
All right. Yeah, I haven't heard anything great about it. The funniest thing is what we were talking with Vic last night. Where the bad guy, it almost felt like they were like, let's make live golfers the bad guy.
Well, they put the live golfers on the same team as the PGA golfers.
There was a ton of PGA guys in that movie,
and
right?
Scheffler was a lot better than I thought. And
Scheffler was great. Will Zalatoris was great.
Zalatoris is great. At the very end, he's in jail still. You've been here for 3 days. He goes, you want to get out now? The cop says to him, he goes, what's for dinner tonight? He goes, we're having this chicken marsala. He goes, I think we'll wait it out one more day. He's just laying in the jail cell watching TV. It was pretty good, man.
Yeah, no,
it was pretty good. He goes, He goes, "Oh no, not again!" When he gets arrested because he punches dude out. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like Sandler's just sleeping on a pile of cash that Netflix gave him to make weird movies. Yeah, I would too. Well, but I would do the same thing. Sandler, I'd be like, yeah, I'll make a movie, and then I'll put all you dudes in the movie.
Well,
I just put all my friends in the movie.
He also put his wife and 3 daughters in the movie.
Yeah. And he's never done that before.
That was his wife?
Yeah. Yeah, I know his wife and daughters were in the movie.
That was his real wife?
The one that I think it's his wife. The one that
I know which one you're referring to.
That she says she needs to go to the ballet school in Paris.
Yeah.
I think that's his wife.
Yeah, I think
that's his daughter, dude. She's
54.
No, that's not his
daughter's
the
not
the dancer is his daughter, but
you,
the one who said, "God dang it, you're such a jerk."
I got you. All
right, this is going sideways. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll roll on with our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos country. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our training camp coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Mark Bertinoli, Vic Lombardi, Mark Moser, coming to you live from Dove Valley. Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, as we get ready for a practice before the Broncos head on off to San Francisco to face the Niners this weekend. The Niners are dealing with a lot of injuries right now, so we'll see who will actually play in that game.
And Jesse, you're going, so Jesse's going, right? He's going to do the whole
You can go,
radio.
too, if you want to, man.
No, it's
Just
okay.
stay with Jesse.
I got too much going on. But Jesse, but he knows this by now. Bert, you cannot believe, even in the preseason, and maybe even especially in the preseason because there's so many players, you cannot believe the operation it is to move a football team from one city to another.
I'm sure it's ridiculous.
It is out. I mean, it will blow your mind. And I'm not talking about just the equipment trucks, which you got so much gear and all that kind of thing, but the amount of buses just to haul everybody from the airport to the hotel, it is insane.
They got hundreds of staffers here right now just for the start of this, this practice, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is a massive ooperation.
I mean, just getting people onto the damn airplane and where they sit. It's got to be like, I don't even know how to describe it. And then when they're going through the city, the police escorts and helicopters but you think that like the president is there. It's just insane.
I have an example. We were talking about, NFL organizations that are committed to winning. That because Sean Payton took a shot at 20 ownership groups yesterday.
That was pretty good.
Just made more than half the league when it happened. But I think part of the reason why you can get where the Broncos are right now and be happy with where it is. Did you see CBS Sports just released the 25 worst trades over the last 25 years in the NFL?
25 worst trades.
Yeah, the worst trades in NFL over the last 25 years. The worst trades in the last 25 years of NFL history.
Was the Russell Wilson trade among?
It was number 2.
Okay.
Obviously, number 1 was Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, that is.
And number 2 was Russell Wilson.
Wow.
And you look
That's
at what Cleveland, where the Cleveland is right now because of that massive mistake, and you look where the Broncos are right now because of that massive mistake. And I think that's the way you could tell an organization that knows what they're doing and one that doesn't.
Very rarely, and I'll give you an example of a trade that worked for both teams. We saw it work here. Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey, right?
Yeah, that worked out great. Yeah.
How about Jared Goff and the trade for Matt Stafford?
Yeah.
I mean, it got the Rams an instant Super Bowl, and Jared Goff has established himself now in Detroit.
Yeah, that's a trade that I think has worked out. Even if they don't win a Super Bowl in Detroit, they've still been better than they've been in 30, 40 years, right?
It's no longer the Lions. Actually, they have some roar to them.
I mean, they are contenders. They were so – I feel bad for Kane. And me being a now pseudo-Lions fan through him and his family. But they were so injured last year, dude. They had so many, devastating injuries. That's the difference between –
And then they lost both their coordinators, one's the head coach of the Jets.
Yeah,
and one's the head
exactly
coach
right.
of the Chicago.
So there's luck that goes involved with it too. But when you have that quarterback like the Broncos believe they do, now Goff is the guy there. He's throwing the ball all over the place,
Hey, that brings me – let me ask you this. What do you got? What does Joe Lombardi do? Like we talk about Sean Payton, we talk about Vance Joseph constantly.
I'm going to tell you his greatest gift.
Okay.
Because I've discussed this with several members of the front office. Joe Lombardi's greatest gift is the ability to relate to Sean Payton. Because not many people can do that.
Okay.
Not many people can play that role and play it for so many years as Joe Lombardi has done. You have to have a certain personality about you. You have to. You have to be able to take it, man. You have to have some thick skin, very thick skin. He's not the play caller.
Right.
He's the play broker. He's the go-between. He will offer some insight. He'll offer some ideas, but that's his job. And it's not an easy job. It's not an easy task.
It's got to be a little bit tougher than if you're the OC and the primary play caller, right? Because you're in this weird position where you're right. You're basically the translator between football genius and your offensive unit.
His job essentially is to take whatever is in Sean Payton's brain and translate that to the players.
Yeah.
And to do so in a manner that Sean Payton doesn't get all mad.
Right. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
Well, go get him and ask him.
Well, that's not Joe Lombardi.
I know, but I'm saying
that's Darren Rizzi.
I know, but they're all walking around here hanging out. Go get him.
Focused, man. He's got to get this offense on
Rizzi
track.
is the what's interesting is Rizzi's the quote assistant head coach, special teams guy. Lombardi's the OC. I mean, you have a ton of, and then of course Vance just kind of does his
Davis
own thing.
Webb is the quarterbacks coach.
Correct.
He got a promotion of sorts. So they all got these titles to prevent other teams from taking a lot of the coaches. You know, ESPN came out with a poll of the top coaching staffs in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
the Broncos were 6?
Top 10. The Broncos are a top 10 coaching staff according to this list. And, you know, there's a lot to be said for that.
Well,
and
how
veteran
many?
Coaches.
If the Broncos have the season we think they're going to have, how many of these coaches are still going to be like Vance? Is Vance Joseph going to still be around here next year if this defense is as good as we think they are?
Well,
because somebody's going to come.
After that first season, Vance was close to being the ex.
I remember
DC.
that. Remember what did they give it to Miami? 70?
70.
Woo-hoo, baby!
Can you imagine that conversation with Sean Payton after that game?
Yeah.
Can you imagine how that went?
Yeah, like, hey, Vance. So what happened there with that 70 spot, bro?
Sean Payton, when he took the job, he knew what he was in for. He knew what kind of person.
He didn't know he was going to get 70 put on him. No.
Homie,
no.
Agreed. But whether it's 45 or 70, at that point, it's pretty damn irrelevant.
No, 70. No.
Yeah,
there's a certain number that you're like, that's ridiculous.
And they held the ball at the end of that game. That could have been more than 70 if you remember.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, Sean Payton knew exactly. He knew exactly what he was getting into. So the fact that he survived, great. But I mean, that was a crap. They were in crap.
But
shape
how
right
many
there
NFL organizations could have survived and excelled after a trade like the Russell Wilson trade?
One more. The fact that Denver's defense is considered elite today, the roots of that elitism, you could go all the way back to how they rebounded after that devastating loss, and how at the end of that season, if you remember, they became a competent defense, very competent. They got it together, and it carried into the following season. And sometimes to jump to the top, you got to hit rock bottom. That was rock bottom. They hit it, and they rebounded nicely.
Yeah. Well, that means that we should see a World Series from the Rockies any time now. Because if it took Rock Biden to shake you out of the funk, man, there's nothing worse than what the Rockies have been doing. I don't know why I jumped to the Rockies.
You say Rock Biden?
Rock Biden?
That's what you said.
No. Is that Joe Biden's younger, sexier brother or something?
Nelly.
Rock Biden?
Nelly, run it back, please. Nelly, Bert's.
You got political on us.
Nelly's not paying attention, man.
Nelly, are you paying attention?
Yeah, Rock Biden. I'll go look for it, Moj.
Okay, thank you. You just said it. Please do. Thank you. Either way, I'm just glad that we're here watching Pat Bryant catch some balls here. And
look at his legs. Please.
I know.
Did you see?
But I'm excited again. These guys who we've been anticipating finally get to play some real football, and let's go.
Kane talks about what is every player's superhero trait, right?
Mm-hmm.
What can they do better than most? Mm-hmm. This guy, in a crowd, if the ball's in the air, he will get to it.
Yeah.
He will get to it. He reminds me a little of Cortland Sutton. He has that ability, that knack, to understand, fly to the ball, where it's headed, and how to get to it first. That's what
that
I've
would make
noticed so
him the
far,
best
Kane.
wide receiver on this team because Moser loves him a possession wide receiver, right? So you consider him a Jerry Rice, right?
Well, Rice was also a game breaker too. I mean, he's
this guy's
a lot
everything.
bigger.
I mean, this guy, Rice wasn't as big as this guy. I mean, look at his.
Jerry was tall. I think
Jerry's 6'2".
Jerry's
Look at this guy's build.
Yeah, you're
Just
right.
a different build.
Yeah,
man.
you're right.
This guy in Jerry Rice's era, he'd be a tight end.
He was officially listed at. Let's see.
I don't know. Although, like a couple hours ago, I was talking about
6'2" Bills.
The all-time great quarterback to wide receiver connections, like the all-time, like the ones you think of when you think. Because I was wondering, like how quickly will Bo Nix build that chemistry with the new receivers, with the young receivers, and how quickly does it take to build that kind of all-time great chemistry?
Well, let me ask you guys this: Who finishes first in receptions this year for the Broncos?
It's got to be. If it took Rock Biden to shake you out of the funk, man.
Yeah, there it is.
Rock Biden, not Rock Bottom. My bad.
One more time.
Although,
Who finishes
if it
first
took
in
Rock
receptions?
Biden to shake you out of the funk, man.
Where the hell did that come from?
I don't know. I ain't speaking good English. I'm not supposed to be awake right now,
He
bro.
says, "I ain't speaking good English." Hey, you want me to tell you the story now? You want the story?
Well, answer my question.
Right, we had a conversation.
Who finishes first in catches?
Yeah, on the Broncos this season.
Cortland Sutton.
Who's finishes second?
Cortland?
Evan Ingram is number 2.
I think it might be Ingram number 1.
I think one of the running backs will finish third.
Yep, fine with me.
I think there'll be a top 3 receiver on this team will be one of the backs.
Wow. Okay.
Very well could be.
Okay. I like it too. Yeah, like Jaleel or yeah. I like where your head's at it. But I think change
Jaleel, dude.
If you're going to throw the ball around, it's got to be Cortland or Ingram, right? It's got to be your number one option.
Yeah, Cortland will be number one simply because, well, we'll see. We'll see how defenses defend him.
Yeah.
Do they shade toward
Maybe
his
they're
side?
just like, let's just shut down this dude. Let's double this dude and see what happens.
That's the beauty of Evan Ingram, man. He's going to be able to take advantage of so much of the field.
It doesn't matter how much defenses want to take away a guy. I mean, the best receivers in the league get double-teamed. They're always running a safety over there all the time anyway. They make catches, and they get yards, and they get touches. Period, end of story. Now, I know a situation like you have in Cincinnati is, you got Higgins and Jamar.
When you got great receiver, what are you going to do there?
But what did Ladd McConkey do last year for the Chargers? I mean, he's a rook. They don't have a whole lot catching the football really there, and he was awesome, and the defenses knew what he could do.
Are you expecting sexy offensive numbers from this Broncos team this year? Like, you expecting like those?
Not necessarily sexy, but effective. Effective, yeah. Effective.
Well, see, that's the exact opposite of sexy.
Well, I mean, but hold on a second.
You want me?
Okay, put it this way. I think there'll be plenty of numbers, but it won't come via huge, sexy plays. It will come via hard-working, ass-kicking. That's what it will be, in my opinion.
Man. I don't know. Vic, what do you
think? Sexy.
The offense was much improved already last season. Just
absolutely,
scoring per game.
Yes.
All we asked if the Broncos could get above 20 per game, they'll be. What'd they finish at per game?
Yeah, but they were truly, truly epically bad the year before that, right?
I mean, they had a couple seasons of offense that were just repulsive.
Just some of the worst offensive football.
So
I've ever
total
seen.
yards last year offensively for the Denver Broncos. They were at 5,518. That's 324 per game. They were in the bottom part of the middle of the pack.
What were they points? Scoring offense.
Points per game. They weren't bad at all. They were. Yeah, no, they were. No. They were
20.
It was at 25 points per game, but they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They were 10th.
They were 10th. A top 10 scoring offense.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Now compare that to a couple of years ago when they were. I mean, literally bottom of the barrel.
It just tells me that they get in the red zone. They finish some drives and whatnot. I mean, again, their yards, total yards. Bottom of the middle of the pack. Points, 10th.
Just get in the end zone. That's all that counts.
That's it.
Yeah. No matter how you get there.
And kick field goals and do whatever. I mean, but you come away with points. You don't come away empty-handed.
Listen, if you told me that the Broncos this season were going to average once again 25 points a game with this defense,
I'd take it.
Yeah, I'd take it too.
100%.
And it's how you average those 25 points. Let's be honest. There were a couple games last year where the game felt like it was over and they're scoring points late, adding to their total.
Well, and then you beat the Chiefs 38-0. And they played
that
nobody.
Helps, right?
They played no human beings that could fall.
Let's not pretend that the Broncos didn't catch some breaks. I mean, Jonathan Taylor giving up the ball right before he crosses the goal line changed that game.
Man, I forgot about that.
That game was an L.
I forgot about that.
That game was headed toward L status.
Oh.
And that changed everything.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's why we love the NFL. Weird stuff happens. Like, there's going to be a team or two in the league this year that I think is going to be good that are not, and vice versa.
All right, 2 minutes left in this segment. Share your story.
We're playing, I think it's Buffalo Run.
Okay.
We're playing a par 5, and I had a good drive. Bert, we were playing with Lodo Chat at the time, too.
Yeah.
So Bert hits an okay drive, but he's got like 300 yards to the green. Like, I'm not kidding you, like 300.
Let me guess, he pulls out his 3-wood.
He pulls out a 3, but it's a persimmon 3-wood.
Okay. Oh,
and
wow.
he's got
Spalding.
Listen, everybody, Spalding persimmon 3-wood. You can't talk.
There's no way he pulled out a persimmon 3-wood.
And not only that, but the hossel's coming unwrapped.
Yeah, that's true, too.
So this thing may fall apart just mid-swing.
And he had gotten him from his old man. I think the colonel had given him the clubs, or they were your grandfather's or somebody's, right?
This is my rock 3-wood.
Yeah. So the guys in front of us, they get up to the green, and the green's way up there, obviously, and then there's like a berm behind the green. And he lines up like he's going to hit the shot. I'm like, are you going to hit right now? I said, we had time. You're going to hit? He goes, yeah, I'm going to hit. He goes, there's no way I can get there. No.
It's 300.
He hit, and I'm not kidding you, Vic. He hits this persimmon 3-wood on the screws so hard and so straight and so far and so high.
Almost killed the guy.
It flies the green right over their heads, and
it didn't.
It hits the berm behind the green, goes thunk.
That's a hell of a 3-wood, bro.
It was a great shot. It was a great shot.
You can't talk.
Okay, my bad.
So I'm like, oh my God, dude. I go, you just hit it over them, and they're on the green. It was like maybe like 305 even. I couldn't believe it. I was in total shock. That's why one of my all-time stories.
So what happened next?
So they're mad. So they're on the green. They're looking back at us, waving their clubs like, what the hell are you doing? Blah, 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 blah. I said, dude, we need to go apologize. You need to go apologize to those guys? Here's what he says. If they can't appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then F them. He said, no, I'm not going to apologize.
I remember.
If they can't appreciate.
Chad got up there first.
Yeah.
Before we got
and
there.
They're chewing.
They're going off on him.
Chewing Lodo out. And he says, if they can't appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then F them.
Right.
I like that. I like that, Berto.
I tattooed that thing 300.
You'll never hit a shot like that.
Right,
again.
yeah. That's one of the best shots I'll ever hit. You can't criticize. You can't be angry at me for that, man. You can't. You just got to respect that.
Nobody died?
Nobody, right. I didn't hit anybody.
I'm not kidding you. The string is it's unwinding on the hosel, this persimmon 3-wood, and he hits it over. He hits it more than 3 bills because it was 3 bills to the green. He hits it over the green in the air and hits the berm behind their heads.
If I gave you that shot today with the same 3-wood.
No, not in 100 years. I couldn't do it again, probably. Not in 100 years.
It was a once-in-a-lifetime shot, and to this day, I am floored.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll be right back on Altitude Sports Radio.
Today, I do not apologize.
The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Welcome back to our training camp coverage here at Dove Valley.
So tomorrow, go ahead. I'm sorry, Bert.
No. Do your thing, man.
So tomorrow we're back in studio. No camp here, correct?
Yeah.
Well, they're going to conduct a private practice before.
Private, okay.
And then Coach was saying that he's going to sit down and talk with Kyle on Thursday before practice just to work out exactly what's going to happen and all that kind of stuff.
Kyle Keefe?
Yeah, Kyle. No. Nobody talks to Kyle Keefe. Kyle Shanahan to break down exactly what's going to – what is Kyle doing? Kyle Keefe is just sitting around at his house waiting for that alumni game. That's the only thing he's living for right now, right?
That's his next
venture. Is the DU Avs alumni game that comes up here?
Correct.
That's going to be star-studded, by the way.
Yeah.
That's coming up.
Are you playing in that, Mose? Are you going to put on this? Are you going to lace him up, Mose?
No. I'm going to be on one bench. Kyle's going to be on the other bench. But
what are you going to be doing on the bench?
We're doing TV.
You're doing? It's going to be you're broadcasting the Avs DU game.
Connor and EJ are supposed to do it.
Oh, I didn't know you were carrying the game.
Wait, our Connor McGee is going to do it.
So me and Keith are going to be, because all the dudes on the bench, we know all those dudes and everything. So we're going to be goofing around doing that kind of thing. It's good, but we're talking. These guys are going to play. Sakic, Forsberg, Hayduke, Foote, Ricky Berry.
I can't believe Forsberg's coming back. For that. That's awesome.
Darren Helm. Cobbs is playing. You got a bunch of dudes. Not only that, but the DU team
is stacked.
You got current NHLers like Troy Terry is playing for DU.
That's
current
awesome.
NHLers.
That's awesome.
I think DU's going to kick the crap out of the Avs.
So is the DU team stuck with Riker?
Well,
are they going to make a?
The funny part is, so Johnny Mitchell's playing Riker. Yeah, of course, Johnny Lyles. Yeah. We'll have him on the show to talk more about it. I'm not sure either team wants it. And so they're both trying to slough him off. They're both trying to slough him because he fits both, right?
Right.
They're trying to slough him off on the other team.
They're like, hey, you know what? You in your heart of hearts, you're a DU guy. You're not Bergen.
And the DU guys are like, listen,
hey,
listen. We got some younger dudes here. You can play for the alumni. That's good. You're okay.
You're all-time center.
That's exactly right. So it's going to be awesome. We'll talk more about it. In fact, let's get Johnny Lyles on, I don't know, anytime you want to. He's ready to come on anytime.
All right. Vic did this well yesterday, so I'm going to ask him again today. We were like, what would you want to ask Sean Payton after practice today? What one thing you want to know from Sean? And you were pretty good about this yesterday. What do you think you'd want to hear from him today?
How much of Bo Nix do you need to see in the preseason?
Okay.
And will you see him Saturday night? How much do you need to see to take that next leap? Because
for a year two player,
preseason reps matter, but there's always a line, right? You don't want to overplay him and possibly get him hurt, but there's some things you want to get done. There's some things. I'm sure there's new wrinkles to this offense that he wants to see him run. Yeah. So how much of Bo will we see Saturday, and how much will we see in this preseason? Him particularly. All the other starters combined, you got guys that are veterans that really don't need the reps. So they're fine. But a second-year quarterback is going to need reps.
See, this is where I'm at because he's 25. He's very mature. He knows the playbook now. Now it's about just, getting better as a pro quarterback and so on. A lot of, there's a lot on his shoulders. But he also does need the reps. And so how do you I don't know.
Do you
get
give
him out
quarter?
there? Yeah,
do you give him 2 quarters? Do you give him a series?
Well,
if the first series they go down the field and do something.
How about this? Some handoffs and a couple passes and be done.
Yeah, I'd be fine with it.
Are you cool with that?
Yeah, I'm cool
so
with
it.
it.
So am I.
I wouldn't. I'd like to see him play.
And that's the other side of it. Should he be afforded the opportunity to just chill and wait until the regular season rolls around?
Are we going to see Brock Purdy at all this weekend? Do you think?
I doubt it.
Throw Brock out there?
I don't know what their stance is, but I'm of the opinion. Listen, you're a second-year quarterback. I know you had a great rookie season, but I still got to see some things.
Yeah.
Play him.
Yeah. I bet he
too.
wants to play, but that's not that's not what matters. It's whether the coaching staff wants to put him out there.
Don't look. Who's the backup quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers right now?
Oh,
I know this.
I've heard this too, and when you say it,
it's going to surprise you. It's going to surprise you.
No, I got nothing. What is it? You know what? I just saw a list. Yahoo Sports did a list of they rated the NFL teams between the talent difference between their starting quarterback and their backup, where they were like, what team can't afford to lose a starter? And they were saying no team can afford to lose a starter, but what team could least afford to lose a starter? And they put at number 1 on the list was the Buffalo Bills, because if behind Josh Allen is Gardner Minshew or something, or no, it's Mitch Trubisky. And they're like, yo, if you lose Josh Allen and has to go to Mitch Trubisky, your season's done.
Well, if
you're over.
If you lose Lamar Jackson, it's no
right. So basically, the top 4 were basically all the best quarterbacks in the NFL because the.
All right, so who's the backup?
Who is it?
Mac Jones?
Is it Mac Jones? Man. I mean, Shanahan can work some magic, but I don't know if he can work Mac Jones magic. Yikes. Yeah, that's a tough spot to be.
Mac Jones is the player that you don't want Bo Nix to go the way of Mac Jones, because if you look at his career arc, he had a great rookie year.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
I mean, a pretty good rookie year.
Right,
but
enough that
better than expected.
Right,
better
than expected, and that you thought that maybe he had it, like, ooh, maybe he could take another step.
Yeah,
maybe
this guy's something.
And then he did, and then he stepped back, So I mean, it's like, what do we think C.J. Stroud's going to do this year in year 3? His rookie year was amazing. His second year was still pretty good, even though he took a step back. So what is year 3 going to look like for him?
Well, I don't think the Stroud thing, his rookie year, was so unexpected, that level of play, that, I mean, he was put on a very high pedestal, and that was kind of unfair. I don't think there's going to be a step back with our guy, number 10 here, Bo Nix, and I don't think there's going to be a step back with Jaden Daniels either. I think that
Wait a minute.
He's a stud.
Jaden Daniels ripped up the league, dude. Yeah. If he gets better, that's going to be scary.
Yeah.
If he gets better, he'll be a top 3 quarterback.
Yeah, he's probably he's a top 10 quarterback right now.
Yes.
He'd be a top 5 if he gets even. He might be the 6th, 7th best quarterback in the NFL right now, which is crazy.
And I'm very curious to honestly. Caleb Williams right now is struggling in Bears camp. He's not looking good. You see it every single day. And I'm curious to see what happens with Drake May. What do they do with Drake May? What do the Pats do with him?
There was an interesting. I'm trying to remember who made the comparison where they were saying what Caleb is doing is looking wonky in Chicago, while what Cam Ward is doing as a true rookie, where some days it looks like he knows exactly what he's doing, and some days he can't handle the blitz packages they're throwing or whatever. So some days he looks great, and some days he's in the middle. You know what I mean? So the difference between the two, but especially with somebody like Cam, who was the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, and you expect the world of a guy like that, right?
What's interesting in Washington with Jaden Daniels, Cliff Kingsbury's his OC, and you saw his playbook was tailor-made for Jaden Daniels. And Kingsbury, I believe, didn't he have a chance to get back into the head coaching pool and said, "Nah, man, I'm good.
Did.
I'm good here.
I'm cool with what I'm doing.
I want to sit here and do more of this." And it's a perfect partnership. It's a perfect combination there. And you wonder, would Jaden Daniels, would he have produced what he did without Kingsbury calling the shots?
Yeah.
We'll never know.
Yeah, the real question to me with all these quarterbacks from last year's draft is, all right, what's Penix going to do in Atlanta? And then
what's JJ going to do?
And then what's JJ's story with the because the Minnesota Vikings had a whale of a season. They had a whale of a season. So what the heck?
Yeah, that's a whole bunch of NFL players who think they can win the whole thing, looking at one player going, we can win the whole thing, and it's on your shoulders. Figure it out, Rook, which is not the easy thing to do.
How many teams, because Sean Payton told Yahoo Sports yesterday that he believes the Broncos can go to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. How many teams' coaches believe that? How many teams' coaches believe that?
I'll bet about
10,
at least
15?
10. About 10, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because remember, Nelson, who was it that got the question? Oh, it was the Titans, right? They were like, hey,
the Titans
like
front
the coach,
office.
the GM? And they were like, hey, do you guys have a football or do you have a Super Bowl roster out there?
There was a 5-minute pause.
Yeah, they were like, who the hell, what?
In the AFC, here are the teams that believe their team can go to the Super Bowl. Here are the coaches. Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Chargers, Broncos. I bet the Bengals probably think they can if things break right for them.
Yes, they
I guarantee that.
And that's about it. I don't think the Dolphins. I don't think McDaniel thinks that.
Oh, I bet you McDaniels. Don't you think that
in the
Dolphins,
NFC? Lions, yep.
Yeah.
Eagles, yep.
Yeah.
Rams, yep.
Yeah.
Vikings, yep.
Yeah.
Washington, yep. Mm-hmm. Hell, if things break right with Jordan Love, could the Packers think that they could get there?
Yeah.
If things break right for them, yeah. I think so.
So, yeah, but still less than half the league, right? Less than half the league.
Does Tampa think they can get there with Baker?
No. Right? They can't possibly think they go. No.
They were 10-7 last year. Their division is.
I bet you their coach says yes.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl? Listen, that's always the goal.
Hit him with the, man, listen. We were the worst team in the league last year. We're going to be better this year, but not Super Bowl better, is what he's trying to say.
That's pretty awesome.
All right, you know what time it is right now, Steve Nelson? It's time for the Fact Checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, yesterday you sent me down a rabbit hole of the new obsession in your household, which is Dubai chocolate.
Yes.
So it turns out Dubai chocolate was invented by a British-Egyptian engineer who was living in Dubai. And when she was pregnant, she used to get these weird cravings for a bunch of different things. So she just decided to take all the things she wanted and put them into one candy bar. And that was how the first Dubai chocolate was created.
That's weird.
So now she's rich?
Yes, and so many people have imitated it. So it has chocolate, pistachio, tahini, different Middle Eastern like crunchy noodles in there.
I don't know.
It's a type of seasoning. But yeah, so it came from a pregnant woman's mind just to make it easier to satisfy her cravings.
And now she's doing the sisterhood wrong though, because now all these women are paying expensively. They're paying all this money for this chocolate.
So if my then pregnant wife would have come up with her own concoction, it would have been chocolate. Burrito Supreme.
Is that what she was always getting?
Oh, yeah.
Where she was like,
hey, bro, do you know how many runs to the bell I made to get my wife a Burrito Supreme during pregnancy?
Really? That was what she was craving?
Ooh, you better get there, man.
You know what? I feel like a Burrito Supreme right now.
I know you do. You were a pregnant one. You're pregnant.
I could be.
Pregnant.
Never know.
See, don't start talking about food around Vic because he ain't ate in like 12.
I got 2
he's
hours.
Starving right now.
2 hours.
He is starving. Matter of fact, what we should have done, if we were really thinking about putting Vic in a bad position, we should have sent Jesse to go get like pancakes or sausage McMuffins or something, or breakfast burritos, and see how that all played out. All right, you know what? I don't know what we solved today, but it should be a fun day of practice here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Sprint. Raj and Coach is next as we continue with our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio. It's powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Thanks for tuning in to Altitude Sports Radio.
It's more country when I try to do it. See, I came from the South and I tried, but
Well, obviously, it has to start with quarterback. It has to start with defense. It has to start with offensive line. Like there's certain things that if they're not on point, it's hard to make a statement like that. But when you look at some of these critical factors, and look, I told them that, and now that just means you have a chance, and then I would say most importantly, ownership, because there's 20 that each year have hope and dreams, and they're dysfunctional at the top.
What's your point?
The point is Super Bowl aspirations. Sean Payton would go on to say the short-term goal is winning the division, but this is a team capable of winning the Super Bowl. He's coached 6 teams that he thought could win that Super Bowl. Some went to title games, some to the playoffs, and this, according to Sean Payton, what he said yesterday not only to the media but to Yahoo Sports, is the 7th team that he has coached that has Super Bowl aspirations. Welcome in. It's the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shant Mazda text line today. Watch us on Twitch TV. Just search Altitude SR. You can also watch us on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Hit that red subscribe button today. Out here live at Broncos Park, we are in full pads, not just shells. We got tops, we got bottoms on. We're going to see some hard-hitting football before a day where we're not out at camp.
I love it. And I called it. I said everybody thought I was crazy thinking that today was going to be a
I thought it was going to be spiders, and if that.
You know what it is today? Full pack jacket, 10 bells. It's one of my favorite lines, man. When I was playing for Thunder Dan Hawkins at Boise State, he'd be like, all right, fellas, you know what we got tomorrow? It's full pack jacket, 8 bells. Full pads at 8 a.m. So today's a full pack jacket. There he is, Thunder Dan. A fine Colorado Buffalo head coach, as people look at me as I do a Dan Hawkins impersonation. You got Marvin Mims peeking over here and say, who the hell is that guy on the radio?
Who's that guy?
You know, it was interesting being at the presser yesterday, post-practice, Sean Payton. You know, yesterday was a day that had major undertones of, I used to work for Jerry Jones. Jason Garrett was here. Sean Payton, former offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. Also, I am guessing at some point, Sean Payton was passed over for the amount of times that the Dallas Cowboys head job has been open in the last 30 years. I'm guessing Sean Payton's been passed over by Jared Jones. He wanted to make it really clear.
Ask these questions, man.
He wanted to make it very, very clear that Jerry Jones is one of these owners that you feel really good about going into the season and having a chance to win a Super Bowl. But in this era of Jared Jones, just like the old era of Al Davis in his latter years, you got no shot. Sean Payton loves the ownership group here. He loves Greg Penner, Kerry Walton Penner. He loves it. They do things the right way. They sign contracts, not just within the salary cap, but also with the guaranteed money, with the incentives that make players want to put pen to paper. That's part of the culture you're building. That's not the case in Cincinnati. That's not the case in Dallas right now. And that's part of the reason why this team does have a chance, if everything goes well, to be in the conversation to compete for a Super Bowl. He's not wrong.
Now, Dallas does have the baked-in, especially because of the culture of football down in Texas. Like, it's very hard not to be a Texas kid and want to play for the Cowboys one day, want to have that star on the side of your helmet if you are an NFL talent, right? That's just baked into your DNA, being America's team and winning those 3 Super Bowls under.
Building a practice facility that is essentially like
it's a hotel.
It's a megaplex.
Like, you can have a gym membership at the practice facility, which that'd be actually kind of nifty to have out here in Denver. But they have the baked-in advantage of, everyone, and I know it's a blanket statement, everyone wants to be a Cowboy. Cincinnati doesn't have that, right? Like, right. So the Bengals right now are in this.
All those sweet helmets, though.
Awesome helmets.
Love the helmets.
And I love how, you know who stole it? Or the Memphis Tigers?
Oh, yeah.
In the American this year?
It's not as good, though.
I think it's pretty good.
Really?
They've got they've got a lot of these. But I still the pearl white with the metallic blue on it. I think it's sweet.
Personally, the thing that makes the Bengals helmet so awesome is that I've actually seen tigers that have orange and black.
What, you haven't seen a white and blue tiger?
I've never seen a blue tiger, which is just crazy.
I think Cheech and Chong make things that can turn
sure
the
do.
tigers from orange to blue.
Yeah, they advertise very much on X.
With Cincinnati, they're in this issue. If they don't retain their players, how many guys are begging to go to Cincinnati now?
Well, if you're an offensive skill player, probably a few.
I would say a few, but there's no money to go around. If you're a skill player,
the money piece. I was just going to say the desire.
Did they just get rid of Zach Moss?
The desire to go to Cincinnati would be solely that I get to play with probably the best thrower of the football.
So if you're going to go to Cincy, you're going on a 1-year deal. You're going to make, hopefully, you're going to be the third option on that team behind T and Jamar Chase. Have a huge offensive year, and then you go sign your long-term deal elsewhere.
Probably like a tight end or a wide receiver 3.
Maybe a running back 2.
You're
or
not
a
talking about
running back.
Needle movers, really.
No. So Cincy at this point is, if we don't retain our players, we're kind of screwed. And unfortunately, what's happening with the Bengals is that they're undervaluing their own players. Denver doesn't have that issue, and what Sean Payton and the ownership group are doing right now is they are building in the inherent advantage that teams like Dallas have. Everyone wants to be a Cowboy. If you continue what you've done over the last 2 years, everyone will want to be a Bronco.
I agree with that. And this year will be big, I think, for continuing what has become this is a buzzy type of a place within NFL free agency and the trade market for skill players to want to come play for on the offensive side of the ball. Why? Number one, there's opportunity. Because there's not the clear-cut number 1 and number 2 wide receiver. That's why Evan Ingram's excited to play here. Because even if you're a big-time tight end, would you want to go necessarily to Cincinnati and be in I know Mike Gesicki's there and all that, but would you want to be in the shadow of 2 highly touted, highly compensated wide receivers?
No, because when I think about the
end?
Cincinnati Bengals, I think about 4 offensive players before I think about Mike Gesicki. I think about Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Chase Brown. And before that, it was who's the kid in Houston now? Former Oklahoma Sooner. Joe Mixon. Right? I think about those players before I think about Gesicki.
There's opportunity here. I mean, we've had the conversation. All of our little internet shows have really dissected who is wide receiver 2 on this year's Denver Broncos roster.
It should be the guy who just fielded a punt in front of us and Marvin Mims, but that's all based on he can spin a ball.
Gosh, he can throw a football.
That was a 40-yard dot.
Perfect spiral. Absolutely ripped.
That's
the thing that you forget about. The thing that you forget sometimes with the NFL players.
All of the guys were their high school quarterbacks
because
they were all the best athletes.
The best athlete in the state. They were all really good. There were probably a couple coaches like, man, I think I can make him a QB, but he can really run. He'd be a great slot receiver.
You saw the video of Garrett Bowles taking up the long pole lacrosse stick, and he was messing around with Talanoa Hufanga, and I bet you Garrett Bowles was probably a really damn good lacrosse player back in his day.
Mutant versions of normal human beings. So
Thank you for being on board.
It's the Alex Ryanemi line of all lines.
You're a human, but you're not the same.
Yeah, there's a difference with how you're built, how you're wired, and your athletic giftedness.
I read a really good long-form article on Sean Payton's love affair with Bo Nix that Seth Wickersham on ESPN had, and it was this is how Sean fell in love with Nix.
So this just came out today on ESPN.com.
Yeah, this came out, right, is today the 5th?
Yeah, it is.
Came out this morning at like 7 a.m. Mountain.
I have not read this.
It's a good long read on the data that Sean uses to identify elite quarterbacks that you would be willing to take a first-round pick on. And he would go on to say that if you're going to utilize that first-round pick, it has to be someone like John Elway who builds the building, right? So you have to have that aspect to you, but in terms of actual numbers, it would go into sacks, fumbles, interceptions, completion percentage. He takes all of those numbers, averages them, and tries to find out the percentage of time that a quarterback is responsible for a negative play. He fell in love with Patrick Mahomes. We all know the story. The Saints were about to get him in, was it 20?
Okay, but I think Patrick Mahomes in college was responsible for a lot of negative plays.
7.8% of the time.
Really?
So not as high as you would think. So since you haven't read this yet, let's compare and contrast that with last year's number 1 pick in Caleb Williams. How high do you think that negative percentage
12.
is? 17.8.
Holy smokes.
So while Sean was, I can probably fix that because of all the raw tools. I can probably fix that craziness that happened at USC. Bo Nix was down at 2.3%. Fell in love with him early on.
Okay, so this is 2.3 in college, or
2.3 in college.
Okay,
Negative play percentage.
Did it get to his negative play percentage this past
no,
season?
it hasn't. It hasn't quite yet. What I'm trying to say is that you are continuing to build this program with championship aspiration, and it's a trickle-down feel from ownership to head coach and to quarterback. When you have those three things that are aligned, there is no ceiling. I'd like to see how he was all in on that quarterback, how he knew he was going to get crap. Listen, I was one of those guys, right? When that pick came in at number 12, and there was a chance that Bowers could have been there, and I thought you were going to be terrible last year with or without Bo Nix. You could get your quarterback in the next draft. I wanted to get the best player available. And for me, that was Brock Bowers. Peyton was going to take him at 12 regardless, right? Is he going to be Patrick Mahomes? The answer is probably no. But can he be Sean Payton's Patrick Mahomes? Can he be his version B of Drew Brees? Sure he can.
Bo Nix, 2024 NFL season, 8.1% of his plays resulted in a negative outcome.
All right.
Sacks, fumbles, interceptions. Specifically, he had a 5% sack rate, 1% fumble rate, and 2.1% interception rate. Those are terrific numbers.
The numbers from Drake May in college, 10.5% negative plays. Williams at 17.5. I think J.J. McCarthy was around like 10-ish or something like that too. Sorry, 7.8 in college.
Yeah, he was clean with the football. So Bo Nix, what is his real superpower then? Based off of what Sean Payton fell in love with. What's Bo Nix's real superpower? It's clearly not he has the strongest arm in the NFL. It's not that he's the fastest player in the NFL. It's not that he necessarily has the brain of Andrew Luck or Peyton Manning per se. You know what his greatest strength is, Raj? He doesn't suck.
That feels like it's a slap in the face.
No, but part of the reason of guys like Caleb Williams that put your team in harm's way, he has a lot of plays that I would deem to be, that was a sucky play. Bo Nix doesn't have those types of plays. That's a superpower, man, and that's what Sean was looking for. And it's funny, you would consider Sean Payton to be a relatively old-school coach, but that's an analytics mindset. To look at the positives of a quarterback based off how frequently or infrequently they do negative things. And in the case of Sean Payton, he saw in a college quarterback, was it 1 out of every 82 snaps in college? He had a bad play. And he made a decision for a franchise, and it ultimately ended up being the perfect decision because he doesn't make big, fatal errors.
In fewer words, he doesn't suck.
Yeah, that's what it is.
All of our training camp coverage
Superpower.
on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan, Emmy, join us 303-504-0925. As Miles, the mascot's coming out to say hello to all the kids in the family tent. Full pads today. We thought it was just going to be spiders. Well, Coach didn't. He knew it was going to be full hit, and beautiful day out here at Broncos Park. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Broncos training camp. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex.
We let that drop. We let that sucker breathe, man. That baseline. I'm like, wait a minute. The driver of the show's not here.
I'm taking something out of Sanford's book is, sprinting in hot to the morning sprint.
That's what you should do. It's the morning sprint, right?
I'll let you guys behind the curtain. Our old friend, former Broncos Super Bowl 50 champion, Ryan Harris, is about 15 feet to our right, so saying hi to an old buddy there. He's showing an Auburn student the ropes out here at Broncos training camp. Speaking of all pads, right before we went out to the break, Broncos going through their initial walkthroughs on Field B today. Sean Payton said that they're playing dudes coming up on Saturday, and I don't know what they're going to get on the opposite side from Kyle Shanahan's 49ers because they are incredibly injured, especially when it comes to their secondary. I don't know if you're really going to see a lot of ones coming up on Saturday. You'll see those one-on-one matchups or best-on-best matchups certainly during the joint practice sessions. If they're playing Sean Payton, the Broncos, if they're playing their starters for at least, let's call it, a series, maybe 2 series in that first quarter, what are the things that you must see in those first 2 series?
Well, you're going to have your opportunity for if you're the Broncos offense, particularly Bo Nix and the pass catchers and even potentially some of the ball carriers. You're gonna have a chance to see more zone coverage for the first time in a long time, because this Broncos defense plays a ton of man coverage. Led the NFL last year in 5-man pressures with man free behind it, which is cover 1. So it's nice to be able to see a Robert Saleh, Vic Fangio style of defense that is playing with a lot more too high shell coverages. A lot of people actually say that the passing numbers have gone down because of shell coverages. The big explosive plays have, but completions and just moving the football and matriculating the ball down the field and getting into rhythm, something that we haven't seen a whole lot of. I mean, you've been out here every single day, Raj. Have you seen this offense, this first-string offense, look consistently in rhythm?
No, it hasn't happened once.
So that's what I want to see. I want to see an offense that has the opportunity to just get into a little bit of a flow. And I remember this very clearly last year when the preseason games began. That's the first time that I saw Bo start to look really comfortable and start to get into rhythm. So that's one thing I want to see. Number 2, what I want to see a lot of R.J. Harvey. I want to see, can he break tackles, to see the explosive playmaker. And it would be really good news for the Denver Broncos if R.J. Harvey in any one of these 3 preseason games has 1 or 2 explosive runs, particularly in the first half, against legitimate roster players in the National Football League.
It's funny. I'm not looking for explosive runs. And if that question gets flipped back on me, the one thing I'm looking for is, can you establish a running game? And yes, I do want to see a lot out of your young back in R.J. Harvey. He should get the majority of those carries. I don't want to see hardly any J.K. Dobbins. I don't need to see you. I need you to be healthy, right? Much like Dre Greenlaw, who, by the way, Dre Greenlaw is out here at practice.
Full pads?
In pads today.
I love that.
So good news for the Broncos defense. Certainly good news for the linebacking core, which has been ailing, although skirting big-time injury
So you probably have Singleton back out here practicing as well, I'm guessing?
Singleton was meant to miss a week. I haven't seen him quite yet, but he has been on the sidelines when they've been
on Saturday, the scrimmage day, he showed up in pads.
He might be in pads. Does he have a hat on somewhere?
I'll
have your eyes peeled for that.
They're on the far field right now, so it's a little bit more of a challenge to find them.
With the running backs, I don't care so much for explosive plays. I care about you. If you touch the ball on first down, Bo needs to have second and very manageable. Mm-hmm. It can't be 2nd and 9. I don't want to see him have these long third downs. Speaking of the man, Super Bowl 50 champion, Ryan Harris. Hey, you're going to go surfing this weekend, aren't you? My guy. He's not going to watch football. He's going to get in the water is what he's doing. I need to see 2nd and short, 3rd and very, very manageable this year. I don't need a 15-yard gash. I don't need a 27-yard run from R.J. Harvey. I need you to touch the ball on first down and make it 2nd and 4.
I'm good with that. Do you want to see R.J. Harvey's top-end playmaking ability at any point in this preseason to know if it's there against NFL talent.
Sure.
I do.
At one point. But Saturday, I'd be cool with just knowing that the rushing attack, if you're going against ones, or at least,
one light.
1A.
You're not probably going to see any pure first-string defenses this entire preseason. And I'm going to tell you this, the Denver Broncos aren't rolling out their first-string defense.
How mean would that be?
Why would you, though?
I don't know.
I mean,
Smack
what
Kyle
would be
Shanahan upside the head?
what would be the purpose of that? I mean, let's think about this. Okay, let's go through the defensive unit right now for the Denver Broncos. To answer this question, do you gain anything positive by playing the following players? Number 1, Zach Allen.
No.
Number 2, DJ Jones.
Probably not.
Number 3, John Franklin Myers. Yeah, I agree. Play him.
Yeah, I could play him. You have to play one of them.
Man.
He'd be so upset.
You're not getting paid me, and I got to go out and play these preseason games, and I'm the only one? Nick Bonito. Do you need to see Nick Bonito in a preseason game?
Is there anyone that you're looking to get another peek at off the edge, though? They don't really have young edge guys.
Jonah
outside.
Ellis is back and healthy and looks awesome. I want to see him.
So do you want him and Cooper next to each other then?
I don't think Cooper needs to play. I think he's proven enough in the National Football League.
Okay.
I mean, I think those top edge rushers, and particularly.
Hold on. So if John Franklin Myers isn't playing and Nick Bonito hasn't gotten his extension, what's the difference between those two guys?
Nick Bonito had 13.5 sacks last year. That's the difference. I mean, he was the top 3 in the National Football League.
All right.
In sacks. What do you need to see with him in preseason? Okay, let's keep going. Alex Singleton, do you need to see him?
No, because of the injury.
Greenlaw.
I would have been fine. I would have been fine with him playing just because he is a volume player.
Dre Greenlaw.
Absolutely not.
Jonathan Cooper, we said probably not, right? Pat Surtain the second.
Hold on. Though Hufanga and Greenlaw are a really interesting conversation because of who you're playing this week.
I'd say that's why you see him on Thursday. Insofar as Dre Greenlaw is truly medically cleared and there's no restriction whatsoever, that padded practice, the good-on-good part of practice, that's where I think the defense gets a lot of its work against the 49ers.
Because you're not going to see – those two players don't get an opportunity to face the 49ers this year. It's not going to happen unless you're in a Super Bowl.
The only listed starter that I think you have to see on the defensive side of the ball, and I'm talking about listed starter right now on ESPN.com. So it's not the official depth chart. I don't think we've had one yet.
We should be getting a depth chart here very soon.
I think Jaquan McMillan will be listed as a starter over Jahdae Barron. ESPN, because he was the first round pick for the Denver Broncos at the nickel position. Of course, Jahdae Barron makes a lot of sense to need to see him in the preseason. You're going to see him. Outside of him, who do you absolutely have to see in the starting defense? Nobody.
Do you want to get some reps for Riley Moss, considering how heavily he's going to be targeted this year?
Probably. And
I don't have to see Riley Moss. I would like to watch him play.
I still think that Sean is going to, based off his quote yesterday, I think you're going to see more players than you think. You might see Zach Allen. I think you'll probably see DJ Jones. You'll probably see Malcolm Roach. You'll definitely see John Franklin Myers. You'll probably see a series of Nick Bonito. You will not see Alex Singleton or Dre Greenlaw, solely because of injury reasons. You'll probably see a series or two of Jonathan Cooper. You definitely will not see Pat Surtain II. You definitely will not see Talanoa Hufanga. You probably will see Brandon Jones, Riley Moss, and Jahdae Barron, Jaquan McMillan. That's probably what's going to happen. Agreed?
Yeah. What about on the offensive side? Are there players like Singleton and Greenlaw that you go just because, and obviously you're not worried about current injuries outside of McGlinchey for his
whatever
slow start to camp?
I think you want to see Bo Nix operating behind the starting offensive line, plus you want to see R.J. Harvey get some carries behind with a good look. O-line-wise.
Yes.
So I think you see everybody on offense.
For a series.
Because they're healthy. I mean, the offense is healthy.
Are you treating Evan Ingram with the same gloves that you're treating Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga?
No.
Coming off injury. That's been the conversation about those three players the entire offseason.
No, you're right.
And the Broncos has been centered around if those three new additions are not healthy,
I think
they might not be a playoff team.
The desire to promote confidence and offensive continuity with Bo Nix and Evan Ingram would outweigh the injury concern of last season with Evan Ingram. That's how I would see it.
You're just as thin, especially at linebacker, as you are at tight end. So what's the difference between him and Dre? Dre walked off practice 5 days ago?
Because Dre's been
That's
hurt.
A big that's a big difference?
Dre's been hurt this entire offseason. He was injured in OTAs.
We were told by Sean Payton that we shouldn't have to worry about it. He's out here in pads today.
He is, but why would you put him right back into it after he just got off the IR, essentially? The training camp.
I fear that we are treating those players who have very similar circumstances with different sets of gloves.
You know why you're treating them differently? Because I think this defense is a known commodity. The offense to me is still it's a growing and developing identity that you don't really know exactly what it is coming off of last season. You don't really know exactly what it is through 12 days of training camp. I don't know exactly what it is. Do you?
No,
is this a dominant run game?
You haven't really seen anything consistent in 10 days.
Okay, so let me ask you this right now. Offensively speaking, is this a dominant run game? Do we know that to be true today?
No.
Is this a high-flying, hold-your-breath passing attack today? As you look at it.
Just what my eyes have seen out here at Broncos Park, the answer is no, I don't know.
You know what it is? It looks like an offense that's solid and doesn't make a ton of mistakes. Now, the last couple days, we've seen a few more from Bo, but nothing to the point where you're panicking because of the identity. I want to see preseason football help continue to coalesce the identity of this Broncos offense. Who are you, RJ Harvey? Who are you, Evan Ingram?
It's so funny, man, because he's been in the league for so damn long, Evan Ingram.
And he's been great. He's been, just to make sure everybody understands, he's been
really good
out here at training camp. But it hasn't been dominant. It's been solid. I want to see against some zone coverage, man. I love when my tight end gets a little bit of breathing room, a little space over the middle of the field. Let's go.
That's what you brought him in for, is to try and find a way in between those zone coverages where, a safety or a middle linebacker don't know where to go. Maybe you can get him lined up on a smaller corner, right, on the inside, a nickel corner, that he can just simply tower over.
And physically move him off his spot because he's got such an incredibly gifted lower half.
Who are those types of players that, like, San Francisco might end up putting? But, like, I have no idea who's playing safety for San Francisco.
Their entire secondary is questionable
Everybody
going
is hurt.
into the season.
No, absolutely no idea. Like, Eli Apple, is that going to tell you anything about Evan Ingram? No, it ain't.
But you're not going to see a gazillion snaps of man coverage. So it's going to be more about understanding where to settle in zones. Bo Nix and Evan Ingram, or Bo Nix and Devon Vele being on the same page in this season, because it's a new season. And Devon Vele had a bit of an uneven rookie year. Evan Ingram's had an uneven last couple years because of injury. You do want to see them work through some things together. And I'm telling you right now, just as sure as I was that the Broncos would be in padded practice today and they'd be full pack jacket 10 bells, I am just as sure that you are going to see the majority, if not all, of your offensive starters, barring any injury today or Thursday.
Back to what Sean Payton was saying about how this could be his seventh team in a camp that he goes, they have what it takes. They can get there. It doesn't mean all of those teams even get to a Super Bowl, right? Like, Sean Payton's only been 2-1, and he won that one Super Bowl that he was in. Yeah, undefeated. That's nice. I love to hear that. Those other teams would be like the 2006 Saints that lost in the NFC Championship. Obviously, that Super Bowl team in 2009, probably the other two teams after that in 10 and 11 that won double-digit games but didn't end up getting out of the divisional round. Maybe you could even have the team in 2018 that got all the way to the NFC title game and didn't get through. When you talk about the overall feel of this offense being just kind of okay or average with a good ceiling.
It's certainly above the line. It's above the median.
You know, the offense is what Bo Nix was thought to be in his rookie year. High floor. Don't really know what the ceiling is yet.
Yep.
But it's a high floor. And that's what the offense feels like. The defense is expected to be 1, 2, or 3 in the league. And those
extremely high floor, extremely high ceiling.
Right. And those teams
That's a pretty
that Sean
good thing to
Payton
have.
had back in New Orleans that he again, this is me just expecting these are the teams that he thought could win a Super Bowl championship. All of those teams had one elite unit. And it was always, because it's Sean Payton and Drew Brees in the Saints, it was always the offense, that they were first in the league in points or third in the league in points. They were certainly always top 5. And then the defense was, while it wasn't elite, it wasn't terrible. It was always just somewhere in the mid-teens or creeping up on the top dozen teams in the NFL. If that's what the Broncos can get in terms of overall ranks, they get the number 2 defense or the number 1 defense in the world, and they get the number 15 offense. That's a team that can seriously challenge for the AFC West, if not challenge for an AFC championship.
I agree wholeheartedly. And this AFC West this year it's not only really good, and it was good last year outside of the Raiders, who were a dumpster fire. I think the AFC West this year is fascinating. Is the Kansas City Chiefs' shine starting to kind of wear off a little bit? I don't think so. They went to the damn Super Bowl last year. They won what, 14 games?
They've gone to 7 straight AFC championship games, man.
But will they have enough offensive firepower that's healthy and still in their quote-unquote prime or in the window of health to be able to hold off the Chargers, to be able to hold off the Broncos? And then the really interesting narrative for me is don't freaking sleep on Pete Carroll and the Raiders.
I'm sleeping on the Raiders, and maybe
Good.
I'm sleeping because your homie Ashton Genty just bought a $15 million house, and he hasn't even set foot on an NFL field.
I think he just toured a $12 million
I thought he just bought a $15 million. I thought that I saw the headline.
Okay.
Do you need to talk to your Boise State Bronco about some financial literacy?
Well, you just don't have the opportunity to ever think about a $15 million home when you live in Boise, Idaho. There's no such thing. They don't exist.
The only $15 million home is the stadium?
There's one $15 million home, and it's called Simplot. It's the Simplot Mansion. J.R. Simplot was the guy that discovered the relationship of Idaho potato farming and McDonald's internationally.
Damn.
That's a good business.
That's a good business.
It's a good boy. And so he owns a mansion. He's dead now, but it's still, and it's got
the estate owns the mansion,
and he's got his own mountain on it as well that he allows everybody to sled on when there is snow in the winter.
Speaking of sleds, we are going through sled blocking drills now.
I love
in a
this
circuit.
drill.
That is as football gets. We'll take a quick timeout on the other side. We missed him yesterday. We're hooking up with him today. That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Colorado, it's Coach Mike Sanford, and I am so excited to talk to you about real estate. I'm going to be going through my own real estate journey yet again as I sell my home, and I am listing my property with none other than Barry Remington and the Remington WK Real Estate team. He and his daughter, Cassie, are the perfect team to know this market, and right now, even today, the mortgage rates dropped dramatically. Buying a house can be very stressful, and you need the perfect team to walk you through all the different processes because buying a home is also, it's a major decision. And Barry, he'll ensure that you find the right one without getting stuck in a bad situation. And also, if you're selling, he brings intelligence, strategy, and negotiation skills to get you the best possible outcome. Barry treats clients the way he wants to be treated. He's a former CU buff, all-time leading tackler, so he's going to hustle. He's going to get down and dirty, and he's going to grind, but he's also going to use great wisdom, 10-plus years in the market, discretion, and honesty. So if you're ready to win in this market, you need to make sure you check out BarryRemington.com and the WK Real Estate team. Check it out now because this is your guide. Don't settle for just any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Once again, visit BarryRemington1m.com for more information. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond.
We're back out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We missed him yesterday. Time to link up with Rapids head coach Chris Armas following a 2-1 loss in Leagues Cup to Tijuana. Coach, how are you this morning?
Good, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Coach, great to see your face. A little bit of mixed results. Get the big win against Santos Laguna, against the Liga MX team in the first match, and then against the Los Cholos in Club Tijuana. Ended up having a very competitive, very spirited game, but fall just short. You got one opportunity remaining coming up here shortly against Cruz Azul in what will end up being 100%, dang near 100% crowd in Carson, California, with fans of Club America. What's the mindset going into this matchup against such a storied Liga MX team in Club America?
Well, yeah, listen, we've been taking one game at a time in this tournament. It was a disappointing result, this last one against Tijuana, because we put ourselves in a really good spot with even the other results in the group play. We could have been one of the few teams on 6 points if we win. So now it's out of our hands in terms of the destiny. We have to win for sure, and that gives us a chance. It's probably slim, but we have to go with the mindset to get ready and prepared to win the game. But before we even play the game, we're going to know if we have a chance. So there's a few different things that, on the line that we need to see. So we'll have a plan to go. Are we going with our strongest team straight away to win? Or do we have to now change the strategy to get ready for a game 2.5, 3 days later at Minnesota? So it's some things out there, but we love the opportunity to go to LA and play against Cruz Azul. Big club. You're talking $100 million, $90 million roster. We did it last year against Club America, and we're excited. But yeah, for sure disappointed from the other night. We left. We didn't bring our best stuff. A little disappointed.
Obviously, rosters change, and you have to make adjustments from game to game, but it gets even harder after the big news comes out yesterday where the Rapids have sent Georgi Mihailovic over to Toronto for a record fee of $8 million. Can you walk us through that process, how it happened, and how your club reacts and moves forward?
Listen, anytime these things happen, it's hard on the team. It's hard in the locker room. It's hard on us. Like, we love Georgie. He gave me a big hug yesterday and thanked me for our time together, helping him develop and grow. And he's played some of his best football of his career with us. He's looking forward, as he told me, to a big opportunity for him to go to a different club. But these are hard days for him and us because we were so in on the journey together. Listen, it's a record sale for the club. I'm not involved in those big decisions. That comes from up top, but yeah, it's when you're in a playoff push, it's never something you want to have to endure. However, when this happens, as it does in many football leagues, in soccer around the world, you have to use this opportunity to get better. Use the resources that you gain, the cash that you gain, to get better, and that's the controllable for us. It's a tough one. None of us would love to see that happen when you lose a guy like him. However, opportunity to get better.
Specifically creating goal chances, Georgi Mihailovic, one of the best in MLS, if not in Rapids history. How do you replace that? Are there some candidates just in terms of taking on that workload of quality in the final third, whether it be the final pass, whether it be banging it home? Who do you see as some of those players that can set up some of those scoring chances?
Yeah, listen, it's important that people listening understand when a big club comes in like Toronto, these are big spenders, and pay a record fee for a player and you lose them. This is difficult, right? But the club makes a decision, and we have to accept that. Especially if the player is looking for that opportunity to go to that big club. Listen, there's other players that can get assists and goals, guys. Like, it's never easy. We have a robust scouting department. As we signed a player recently from the Premier League, Rob Holding. So, they're constantly working on this. So when these moments do come, it's not, reactive, that we've been proactive with our scouting, our recruitment, to try to find the right fit for our club, for our style of football. Not easy, but I'm confident that we will use the time to get better. Got to get goals and assists that play our flaws. Not easy, but it's never easy. We're gonna get better. We're gonna try to get better.
Thursday night against Cruz Azul, 6:30 is when you can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Third in 3 straight Leagues Cup matches for your team before you guys head back into 4 more MLS regular season matchups to close out the month of August. Walk me through Cruz Azul. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses for soccer fans that are not familiar with that league?
Yeah, great possession team. High quality, individual quality, big talent with the ball, with defending, just super intelligent players. They're arguably the best team in Mexico. So you can just expect a team that can do most things comfortably with the ball, and they're organized defensively. However, they're in a tough way right now. They lost a big one in Seattle, 7-0 to start the tournament. They played some different players, but we have to expect their best. They're a top team, but we're not gonna play it safe. We're gonna go after them. We're gonna try to put them in a tough game.
Coach, you have not just Cruz Azul coming up here on Thursday, but also a humongous match in Minnesota that have major implications on the Western Conference playoff standings. Combination of just the season of the roster changes, Atencio's injury, obviously a bit of bad news with regards to Georgi Mihailovic no longer being a part of this franchise. I need just a patented Chris Armas pump-up speech for the remainder of this season and where we're headed. Speak to all of us as part of Rapids Nation, if you will.
Look, it's like I tell my kids, you want to develop players and people to be the best when things get tough, and that's where we're at. It's all about the team. We got a next man up, and we're going to show ourselves most importantly, and then the rest of the league and our fans that we can be together. We can rely on the guy left and right of you, and that yes, we're in a tough time, but our objective is to be the best when things are tough, and we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make some noise, and we're going to make a story this year.
That is the head coach of your Colorado Rapids, Chris Armas. He joins us every typical Monday at 10:45. Obviously today, a day late, getting ready for their matchup against Cruz Azul. You can listen to that game 6:30 p.m. on Thursday evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coach, we will talk to you on Monday. Go get a win. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care.
The head coach of the Rapids, Chris Armas, as we are back out here live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit Training Camp 2025. We are in full pads, working on some quick, 5-yard outs, speed out routes right now.
I love that. So that was Evan Ingram working a release drill as kind of a condensed split. And Bo Nix is working on back shoulder throws. That throw right there was Sam Ellinger to Devon Bailey, but Bo Nix just dotted a perfect back shoulder throw to Evan Ingram, and I love they're working on these in particular. These are tough, man. Back shoulder throws. So what this ultimately means, traditional football, you throw a fade inside the red zone, and you let that ball kind of fly and almost fluff it to the back corner of the end zone. The back shoulder is you drive it, and the target that you throw it at is essentially the back of their helmet. And so you don't allow the defensive back who's trying to play the ball top down to be able to adjust to that kind of quick hitter that your receiver now is expecting to be able to open up his hip and catch that ball. So Bo Nix throws a very, very good red zone back shoulder.
Where can this throw go awry?
If you do end up getting a corner that jumps outside and plays outside leverage, it gets funky because a lot of times they can kind of almost squat on that outside area that you're trying to drive this back shoulder.
So that's split-second decision.
Yep.
You have to throw it on the inside hip.
Yeah, or you just make it a higher 50-50 on the inside.
Yeah, if your guy comes down with it, awesome. If not, you could throw an interception, but the guy's not going to get 2 feet in bounds.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'll say about the Broncos, man. They do such a good job defensively within their man coverage, playing more outside leverage man coverage, which funnels everything back inside to your help, which is your linebacker core, your safeties, either playing single high or two high. And that's what makes, I think, the Broncos really difficult to deal with is all the variety of man coverage looks that they give.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. We'll roll into hour number 2 here on the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, live at Broncos Training Camp 2025 on Altitude 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live at Broncos Training Camp 2025. All of our coverage is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Watching the offense go through some routes against air right now. Nothing crazy, but I'm expecting our first team period to start in 10 minutes, maybe a little bit fewer than that. But full pads out today on what started off as overcast and really nice and now has turned into what feels like is going to be a damn hot day. And if it's anything like the last few days of practice, it's going to be a long one.
I don't know that it's going to be long. I think it's just going to be intense. I think Sean probably sensed Saturday's practice and even maybe a little bit yesterday's helmets-only practice. They drug on a bit. And there wasn't the same spirited energy. And when you're a coach,
yesterday's practice was a dragger.
It drug. If you think that drug, you should have been here Saturday. Saturday was toothpicks in your eyes. It was watching paint peel or grass grow in real time. It was even less energetic, in my opinion, than yesterday's. Today, I think Sean wants to get back to competitive, spirited, but brief. And sometimes you make a deal with your team. Hey, listen, I want what we had last Wednesday, but I want it in an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'll cut you early.
Maybe even an hour and 15. Just give it to me.
I've done that before. Those practices are often better than
I love those practices.
Than the full boat.
Yeah, I've kind of made a pact myself over the course of the last several years. If I'm on the field longer than 2 hours, it's probably some semblance of punishment that the players didn't give me what we needed. If the practice is running the way that it should run, I like it to be between an hour and 30, an hour and 45, but really high-spirited, transitioning from drill to drill, getting all over the place. Like, that's the kind of energy that I think that makes you grow closer as a team and gives you the confidence that, hey, we just have a better feel than our competition.
So last Wednesday, right, we talk about practices that are quick but very hard. Was last Wednesday the same practice that they brought out the tackling circuit?
I think it was, actually.
Sean Payton's showing us his hand right now. When he brings out a old-school football drill, whether it's tackling circuit, whether it's seven-man sled with the offensive lineman.
Well, they did the seven-man sled with the entire offense.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
Which is kind of cool. So you have your 5 offensive linemen, you do multiple groups, you call out the cadence, and then you have either a receiver and a tight end or a receiver and a running back, and you constantly cycle through it and continue to just grind on that seven-man sled. And you get off on the cadence together. You actually have Bo Nix mix up cadences and go some of the hard count. We'll see how locked in you are as a team. I like that drill, man. In fact, I'd love an 11-man sled. If they can make it, I'd want it for everybody, including the quarterback.
Just make it a 70-man sled at that point.
Why wouldn't you? Just a whole roster.
You can find a way. You can fit that in here.
Just the entire width of the
whole sideline.
Just the entire.
If you don't like the operation of a football team, I certainly don't have to tell you this. To get a football team from one place to another is a mammoth undertaking.
Yes, it is.
You could have 100-yard sled and not have the players to fill it. You would have the staff to fill it.
Yes.
Grab 3 of the marketing girls. See if you can push one of them.
They could. Their marketing team here, I mean, you want to talk about the ability to move another human being from point A to point B? The marketing team here is strong that way, man.
Sure, I haven't been scouting the marketing
football, man. That's some serious football guy talk right there.
Top to bottom, man. Got to have the same prototype everywhere.
We need to have synergy across this building. I want my marketing team to be elite on the 5-man sled.
CBS Sports Coach came out with their preseason coaches poll this year. Before
college football.
Yes, before.
We talked a lot of college football.
The NCAA season starts, and we have regular season games happening this month. Like Kansas State is going to Dublin for week 0. CU has a game at the end of August, a meaningful game at the end of August. Your top 25, according to the coaches around NCAA football, number 1, and you will see this matchup in week 1. Texas at the Horseshoe against Ohio State.
I'm excited.
The Longhorns, 28 of those first-place votes, the number 1 team in the land, followed by the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes. I worry that is this going to set us up for energy failure in college football this year? Watching that matchup happen that early.
No, No, because you still have all types of regional interests, like the CU Buffs. We'll see what they're you realize how many days it is until a college football game is played?
14?
17.
Right? Is that the week 0
17 days, 23 hours, 54 minutes, and currently 35 seconds until college football is back, man. Are you excited for college football? Or is it one of those things that college football, because of all of its deficiencies and flaws and the transfer portal and the NIL and who the hell is on my team anymore?
Hell no. Love it.
Once the season comes, man.
It's the best thing ever.
It's still
There's nothing
freaking
like it.
Awesome. Even though it doesn't like me and it got rid of me, I still love it. I still love watching it. I can't help but consuming it every single Saturday. And when you get into the month of October, I am a fool for watching Maction, man. I love Maction.
Just because of the chaos?
Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. Just give it to me I want Maction.
It's better than watching the Rockies get drubbed 15-1.
So the Rockies thought they were clever, didn't they? We get down 9-0 again. We got you right where we want you.
Sure.
Didn't work out this time,
did
it?
We got smoked. There's a bunch of really good week 1 openers. Obviously, it's that Texas and Ohio State matchup. Arch Manning on a lot of these way too early mock drafts has been going number 1 overall, and this will be his first real test of his college career, and you have to go into what might be the hardest place to play in the country against what might be the best team in the country in Ohio State. That can't miss. Bama goes to Florida State week 1. LSU and Clemson play each other at Clemson at night. There are some unbelievable games early on.
I'll tell you what, don't sleep on it. The opening game for the CU Buffs is going to be fascinating football
Do they have
contest.
Oregon State?
The Rambling Wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer. That's their fight song right there. Go ahead, KJ.
Fighting Calvin Johnson.
Come back with the Georgia Tech fight song, because I want the lyrics on it too. I want to hear Rambling Wreck of Georgia Tech and a hell of an engineer.
Moving through the preseason coaches poll, there were 4 different teams that received first place votes. Texas, Ohio State, as we mentioned earlier. Penn State, the number 3 team in the land behind senior quarterback Drew Allar, gets 14 votes. Georgia with 3 at number 4 under Kirby Smart. Notre Dame, place that you've coached, number 5. Clemson, the only other team in the country getting first place votes.
And Cade Klubnik, right? Cade Klubnik's going into his 11th year as a starting quarterback at Clemson. What is it about Clemson?
He's been the starter for 3 years, right? They moved on from DJ Uiagalelei, who was the guy who came in for Trevor Lawrence. He was terrible. Klubnik was better last year than he was the year previous. He should be that's the good Heisman pick right there. If Clemson runs through the ACC, Klubnik could win a Heisman.
Man, I just think the ACC and the Big 12 are just so mid right now.
The ACC is a mid-conference. It's a crap conference.
The Big 12 is too, brother. Arizona State won the damn thing last year. And they were fun, and, it was a cool, nice little story, but that team won what? How many games the year before? 2?
Yeah, they went worst to first.
That's a sign of
second to last.
To be honest, that's a sign of a poor conference. We got a little team run, play action pass happening on the other field. Looks like a little bit of a move, kind of scripted move it into the red zone happening on the other field. So missed a little bit of that, but looks like there's good spirited energy here at practice today. Seems physical. The guys bouncing around. College football, man, though, it's great to see that it's knocking on the door and it's nearly back. What do we have this week in terms of NFL? Any good NFL preseason games? Do we have any featured NFL preseason? Any of these rookies that we want to have a chance to look at for the first time?
I mean, obviously, we'll be popping tops to the Broncos game coming up on Saturday, but your preseason schedule.
3 Thursday games.
For week 1, you have Thursday games: Indy at Baltimore, Cincinnati.
So we'll get to see
Philadelphia.
the new look Danny Dimes
and
slinging the ball around for the Colts.
I mean, if it's a true quarterback competition, you kind of force yourself, right? Shane Steichen out there in Indy, you force yourself into having to play those veterans in all 3 of those.
Gotta let them sort out, right?
You have to do it in game situations.
And they're listed as ORs right now, correct?
Yes.
Daniel Jones or
Anthony
Richardson Sr. Did you know he's a senior?
No, I didn't.
It's really cool. Bengals at Eagles.
I think that's doing a lot as a player.
Bengals
I
at
be
Eagles.
Honest. Cool it.
Yeah. Bengals at Eagles, we're not going to see anybody of significance play.
No.
Either one of those two teams.
Vegas at Seattle.
I love that one. I'm excited to see Ashton Jetty's got to play. He's got to have to play. It could be 2 series, but he's got to play. I think Geno Smith's got to play. I mean, would you not play Geno Smith? Just feel like you've got to, and Pete Carroll, ultimate compete guy, ultimate like stand up to the occasion guy.
Yeah, but he's not like he's not Harbaugh and wanting to win every preseason game.
How about Harbaugh just destroying the Lions, just obliterating Detroit? I called it.
Those brothers don't care.
Oh, they love ball, man. They love winning. They win at all costs. If it's a staring contest,
Like
Jim Harbaugh, he'll have his eyeballs literally get to the point where he might go blind, but he'll win it.
There's an old South Park episode of like the Detroit Red Wings come to play the South Park Mini-Mite hockey team, and they beat the living crap out of them. Like, that's the Harbaughs. If the Harbaughs went up against a Pee Wee football team, they would beat them 400-0 and not feel bad about it.
Yep, that's who he is.
Friday's matchups: Detroit at Atlanta. Are we going to see a little bit more of the Lions' actual first-team offense, considering how bad it was
They look terrible.
in Week 1?
They looked – I actually just recently listened to Colin Cowherd.
Johnny Morton, not a great start.
No, not good. They looked – and not only did they not play their guys, they looked discombobulated. They looked disorganized. They looked sloppy. I heard Colin Cowherd breaking it down and already saying that the Detroit Lions – blew the opportunity for a championship window by hiring the wrong coordinators.
Oh, no.
So I don't know if he's all that wrong.
Hold
I don't agree with.
Hold on. What does that have to say about the Broncos staff? Because we've had these conversations over the past 4, 5, 6 days of, well, if teams aren't poaching your coaches, you're doing something wrong. So we've been led to believe that the coaches that leave Denver here under the tutelage of Sean Payton are automatically going to better the teams that they go to. Is Johnny Morton not one of those guys?
Was Johnny Morton in charge of really anything?
Not really, no.
That's a big piece of the puzzle. And Johnny Morton, in his time as a play calling coordinator, which is fairly limited.
He was the passing game coordinator here.
But he's been an actual coordinator in his time in the National Football League, and it didn't go great. And that's what people are looking back to. And you've been there as a coach. You kind of are who you are. And then I think Ben Johnson was a terrific coordinator. He was the guy, and I've learned this, man, as a coach in the coaching industry. You never want to follow the guy. You know who you want to follow? You want to follow the guy.
You want to follow Nathaniel Hackett?
No, you want to follow the guy that followed the guy.
Cleveland at Carolina this week. Washington at New England are the Friday matchups. Cleveland, are we going to see a little bit of Shedeur Sanders?
We should, although you keep hearing about arm soreness and fatigue, and he's missing days. Like, I don't know what's real. I don't know what to believe. Are the Browns just not giving him the opportunity? Therefore, the narrative control is that my arm is hanging? I don't really understand what all is happening, other than it is exactly what I thought was going to happen in Cleveland, which is it is a dumpster fire. And they go out and they add another quarterback.
Tyler Huntley.
Who's played and started NFL football games.
Right, he was
basically Lamar Jackson.
I was going to say, most famously, he was if Lamar gets hurt, we have a guy who can kind of do Lamar things.
He was
fine.
Decent.
Yeah.
He was fine. So that tells you that the Cleveland Browns, actually the artist formerly known, the Baltimore Ravens, were the Cleveland Browns. Did you know that?
Sure did.
You did? They have identified that they have a problem at the quarterback position. That none of them are truly the solution. I think they feel good enough about Joe Flacco, but they know that an Achilles tendon or something along those lines could pop at any given time. Apparently, Dylan Gabriel's looked horrendous. Has not looked good.
You called that early on.
Yeah, dude, he's not a guy.
Speaking of another one that you've called for a while, the early game on Saturday, the New York Giants at Buffalo. I don't expect to see Russell Wilson in that game.
No,
but first-round pick out of Mississippi, Jackson Dart.
Yeah, he's just not it, man.
You can expect him to play against, Mitchell Trubisky out there in Buffalo.
This just wasn't this was a bad quarterback year.
No, it's the reason why. Like, I will continually eat crow on my thought process from 2 drafts ago, where I went, if you don't have the ability to get the number 1, number 2, or number 3 quarterback in the draft, punt on it. get the best player available, or trade out, get a bunch of first-round picks at that number, maybe one or two extra first, or one extra first and a second rounder in the future for that pick. You get the first or the best player available, and then you get your quarterback the next year. It was, without a doubt, the wrong thought process. Correct. Because where would Denver be right now? You would be, like, kind of in the Jackson Dart scenario.
And there were a lot of people that were saying, draft the best player available at 12, and there'll be another great crop of quarterbacks next year.
That was my thought process, man. I could not have been more wrong.
The crop of quarterbacks was Cam Ward. Early returns don't appear to be all that positive.
Horrible team around him, so I'm going to give him the year. But, okay.
Jackson Dart. Ugh. Shedeur Sanders and Sean Payton, do you think it would have been a match made in heaven? I don't think so. I'm just going to lob it out there. Talk about negative play percentages.
I know I would love to know what Shedeur Sanders' negative play percentages
His
were.
wasn't interceptions. It was sacks. The negative play percentage is solely based around how many sacks he took. And the sacks weren't 3-yard sacks often. They were 22-yard sacks. Did you find it?
I don't have it in front of me, but I will look for it in the break. On the other side, KJ will bring us through the biggest news in the NFL with his NFL notes. Back in a few minutes here on Altitude 92.5. You know what? That's exactly how fight songs should sound. I'm so glad that you turned me on to that. A fight song should sound like a platoon marching into Normandy in the 40s.
It does have that feel, didn't it?
It had that feel.
Felt like you were also potentially taking down a pirate ship.
Out
in the Caribbean.
I'm okay with that, too.
Yeah, the U.S. Navy taking down a pirate ship
off
our coasts.
Oh, I was thinking more of long lines of, like, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Pirates. That, too. Yeah, same.
Are you the type of guy that will have a seasonal movie that you always find a way? Oh, it's like the summer, and I find myself watching this series.
Are you
every now
ready
and
for
again?
something that might qualify me as a sociopath?
Sure.
I don't watch movies a second time.
I don't think that's sociopathic. I think it's more sociopathic to watch something like 100 times. But every summer, I find myself going like, "Oh, the Curse of the Black Pearl is on." Is like I can't get enough Johnny Depp.
I'm always of the mindset
Jack
that
Sparrow.
there's something else out there. There's some kind of new laugh to be had. There's some type of new information to learn. There's some new film that's going to blow your mind. So why stay with one? I'd say the only movies that I've watched repeatedly and seasonally, it's really Christmas Vacation. It's been a part of my family, but even then, I don't really watch it. It's just kind of on in the background.
Yep,
and
it's just
get a
there
good laugh.
because it's a tradition.
Get a good laugh, and then I'd say Dumb and Dumber's one that just every once in a while I need it in my life. Other than that, that's about it.
I told you a new one, The Hunting Wives. It's made for her, and it's also made for you.
And that's a series.
It's a series.
Okay.
On Netflix, and I would tell you to go watch it.
Think it'll help my my marriage?
It might.
Good.
Might spice it up.
KJ.
NFL notes.
I was about to say, these NFL notes will help your marriage. How about that, Coach? As the Broncos ramp up towards their joint practice versus San Francisco, Bo Nix has a chance to give everyone a glimpse of year 2 and continue to prove Sean Payton right. Well, speaking of Sean, he spoke to the media yesterday about Bo Nix's confidence in his command of the huddle heading into year 2.
It's ongoing. I mean, he's much further along. What it allows him to do is message more to other players in the huddle. You know, you're when you first get started, you get the play and you're calling it, and when you're further along, you're able to talk maybe about a split real quick. You know, if you look at it, you got like these 12 seconds. You get the play, the cadence, the snap count, and then, you know, can you remind the back, hey, you might be the little reminders. He's he's light years further along. He's doing well.
We're watching Bo Nix right now. I think he's got a future as a coach. If he doesn't become a Hall of Fame quarterback, if he becomes a Hall of Fame quarterback, he's not coaching. That's just how it goes. Why would you ever coach? Can you name a Hall of Fame quarterback that's ever gone into like full-fledged coaching?
Quarterback.
Yeah, like where
Top
he is.
of my head, no.
Because I mean, once you're in that space, you're like, well, why would you be wasting your time doing what I'm doing right now, both financially and of all those varieties. I'm watching him right now in the quarterback drills with the Nets. He loves giving the look to the quarterbacks. He's like simulating the linebacker, and I love this because they're doing it right in front of the crowd, and they're cheering him on.
Bart Starr coached the Packers for a little bit.
Okay.
For
different era,
9 seasons.
Let the bygones be bygones. I don't think it went particularly well, right?
Norm Van Brocklin won an NFL championship as a quarterback for the Rams and then coached the Vikings and the Falcons. He went 66-107.
Watching Bo right now throw the ball into the net as we talk about him being a top 4 or 5. He's got funny mannerisms. Like, you can definitely tell which one he is. It's like he does everything with like a little tiny, like it's like a herky-jerky.
There's a wiggle.
He's got a wiggle to him. Everything he does, he's definitely he's enjoying this training camp, man.
Yeah, there is a fine line between being Captain Serious and too loosey-goosey.
Yep.
And it feels like he toes that line
He's
properly.
towing it appropriately, man. That was a concern of mine coming into year 2. And as you kind of get into the mundane and the monotonous of training camp, sometimes a little levity kind of breaks it up for you. I think
There's
that's
a difference between Russell Wilson and Drew Lock. You have to be somewhere in the middle of it to be successful.
Stiddy is Jarrett Stidham is a guy that I think he would be a lot of fun to have one beers with. Just a cool
Good
dude,
glue
man.
guy.
Good glue guy. Fun guy to be around.
KJ, keep it going.
We're charting picks here like hurricanes.
Jaquan versus Jade has been the battle to watch on defense. One thing we bragged on about Jade is his versatility and his ability to play multiple positions. Jaquan stepped up to the podium and discussed his comfortability in VJ's defense, including knowing how to play cornerback and safety just in case.
Real good. I've learned, the defense. I know the ins and outs pretty much. I know dang near the whole back end, nickel, corner, safety a little bit. But, yeah, that helps a lot, just getting ahead of it and knowing the moving parts and where you have your help is, where's the stress of the defense. So it allows guys to play faster.
One thing we learned yesterday at Jaquan McMillan's media availability after practice is that DMac's going DMac. That was a quote, direct quote. Third-person guy. Loves talking about himself in the third person at the podium. I'm down with it, man. Jaquan McMillan is going to be a big part of this defense in 2025. There's no doubt about it. I've seen a little bit of an arrow up, a little bit more reps that Jaquan McMillan's been taking over the last 3 or 4 practices. Jahdae Barron's still growing, still kind of learning learning the role. There's certainly a comfort level with Jaquan McMillan. I would say, man, he's a top 10 corner nickel in the National Football League a year ago.
McMillan is your break glass in case of emergency defensive back this year.
Yeah,
everywhere. You can put him wherever you want.
Everywhere.
Whenever you want. If there's an injury, if a guy needs a couple of plays off, he can play on the outside, the inside, he can play in the nickel. He is your holy crap, we need a safety blanket. It's this guy, right? Mm-hmm. It's the swing tackle that every offensive line is looking for.
He's the Alex Palczewski of the defensive backfield.
He's Alex Palczewski, but he's on a different level than Palczewski.
I don't know.
DMac gonna be DMac.
Have you been really impressed with Palczewski?
I like Palczewski. I was impressed with him last year when he filled in for McGlinchey. There wasn't a drop-off. There was not a drop-off. And you're paying him very differently than you're paying Mike McGlinchey.
I love to hear that.
That's something to keep your eyes on for after the 26th season. I think you're pretty married to Mike McGlinchey for 2 more.
KJ, keep rolling.
We're charting picks here like hurricanes.
First Take discuss what is the Denver Broncos ceiling after Sean Payton's comments about how many Super Bowl teams he's felt he's had over the years. Mike Tannenbaum thinks the Broncos ceiling this year is the Super Bowl. And then Stephen A stepped in and put water all over that fire.
Stephen A, you looked like you
I think something's wrong with Mike T. Listen, respect. First of all, let me say this. I'm a fan of Sean Payton. I always have been. I think he's an exceptional coach, an exceptional offensive mind. He's obviously accomplished a lot in his career, and he's the right man for the job in Denver. I'm not throwing any shade on him, but when you say this is about the 7th time you felt this way, how many Super Bowl championships does he have? 1. How many Super Bowl appearances does he have? 1. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Where's the other 6 then? I don't want to hear all that.
I mean, can you fully disagree with Stephen A. Smith, though? Like, when you hear Sean Payton, that was one thing that came, he talked about 7 teams. This is a 7th team. So that means that you, as a coach, were essentially, 1-5 as feeling a team that was worthy of the Super Bowl.
Hold on. I don't know about that.
All right. I just think sometimes you just throw these things out. Brian Kelly used to do the same thing, man. He used to talk hyperbole about his own teams and it was a lot of my
I don't
team.
think this is
He used
hyperbolic.
the word my a lot, though. And I think Sean does that too at times. My team. And this is the 7th in my career. As opposed to this is a unique team that has a lot of talented players, that has a great culture, that can go do something unique together. It kind of comes back to a little bit of that legacy conversation. The sentiment from Stephen A., I agree with a little bit, man.
How many dudes don't have a Super Bowl appearance, let alone a ring? We're just throwing that away?
How many head coaches in the National Football League current head coaches have been to a Super Bowl as a head coach? Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, Andy Reid, Sirianni.
Is Peterson still coaching?
No.
Just got fired.
Not a head coach. That's 5. Is that it?
That might be it. O'Connell?
Never been to a Super Bowl.
No?
He's only been at Minnesota. Minnesota's never won anything.
Has he been there? He's only been in Minnesota?
As a head coach.
Okay.
Yeah, he's young. He's a youngster. He was a part of the Shanahan.
So he's been to a Super Bowl as a staffer.
Kyle Shanahan and then a Sean McVay. Oh, Sean McVay.
There you
6.
go. Right, so we're just throwing away. The Super Bowl win doesn't mean anything. The Super Bowl appearance doesn't mean anything.
Buffalo, no. Miami, no. Belichick's coaching college ball.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So sure.
I did say Pete Carroll.
You did.
How about the fact that you have 4 of those 6 are in one division?
Yeah, it's terrifying.
4 of 6 are in the AFC freaking West.
I think the shade of
Tomlin.
Sean Payton just because he has
Mike
only
Tomlin.
one Super Bowl. Thank you, Mike Tomlin.
Todd Bowles went to a Super Bowl as a head coach.
I don't know.
Wasn't that Bruce?
You're
Arians?
asking me off the top of my head, and there's too many coaches
Kyle
for me to
Shanahan.
think back for 30 years.
Kyle Shanahan. Been to a Super Bowl, obviously, twice. 7.
Again, go back to you're taking the herring right now.
8. So 4 out of 8. 4 out of 8 have been to a Super Bowl. Are in the AFC West. That's wild. It's the kind of division this is.
Yeah, but Sean Payton doesn't matter. His previous successes don't matter.
Diamond does it.
And you
Diamond
agree,
does it in
and
the
you
AFC
agree
West.
with Stephen A. Smith.
Hey, Diamond does it in the AFC West. Yeah, I've been to Super Bowl. I've won one.
I think it's a little crazy.
3 out of the 4 have won one.
And for you to
Seahawks won 2 or 1.
Say that to go back on your years of coaching and say, yeah, there were 7 teams that I thought had enough to get it all done. It's not a guarantee. I can go back, all the Avs teams of all those years. The 96, 97 Avs were good enough to win a cup, but they didn't do it. The 99, 2000 Avs that lost to future Stanley Cup champion Dallas that year were good enough to win a cup, but they didn't. The 2004 team that had Teemu Selanne on it and had Paul Kariya on it, that team on paper was good enough to win a cup. They didn't get it done. I think last year's team was good enough to win a cup. They didn't get it done. Just because you don't win doesn't change what you think about the makeup of the team. I think it's ridiculous to knock him down a peg for him looking at a roster and going, yeah, I feel the same way I did back in 2009 when we were good enough to win, but we didn't quite get there. It's not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed in a team sport environment.
Dan Quinn went to a Super Bowl?
Dan Quinn was the head coach when Kyle Shanahan was the OC in Atlanta when they lost to New England.
That's really interesting.
He was the head coach. Shanahan was the OC. Shanahan gets tabbed for losing that game because he was the guy calling the offensive plays, and they didn't take the air out of the ball.
Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Mike Tomlin, Pete Carroll, Kyle Shanahan, Nick Sirianni, John Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Zach Taylor, Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Burrow, Jim Harbaugh, Dan Quinn, 11 head coaches in the National Football League. We started with what? 4?
You're like, oh, there's only 4.
There's
oh, wait,
2.
no, there's 6. Wait, there's 8. There's actually 11. We're going to get to 32 somehow. KJ, keep it going.
I'll tell you who has not been to a Super Bowl as a head coach. Liam Cohen, who coaches in Duval.
KJ, keep rolling.
We're charting picks here like hurricanes.
That was a good play on words.
It's a nightmare. This is what happens when when we try and do things off the top of our head. We go, oh yeah, there's only 4. No, there's more than double that. There's nearly 3 times.
Dude, the text line is just absolutely lighting up with coaches because you guys kept forgetting.
The Wi-Fi out here sucks.
It was completely intentional, just for the record. I wanted to hear from you beautiful texters on the Champ Mazda text line, baby. 303-504-0925. And you tell us how dumb we are. I love when you tell me how dumb
and they'll be rolling in about 30 seconds. Shedeur said this at a press conference on yesterday, and he was asked about what can we expect from him in a game at the NFL level. Shedeur's responses shows that, his confidence, despite dealing with family stuff on the field or off the field and being a 4-string quarterback on the depth chart, hasn't fazed him one bit.
Shedeur, have you been told how you'll be used Friday in the Carolina game?
No, I haven't been told that yet.
So what are you hoping to get from that game?
Reps. I think that's pretty much it. Is reps.
Yours, do you think can show up in a game setting that maybe we don't see as much in practice?
Have you watched me in college?
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of that going on. I'm still the same guy, nothing happened to me. I'm the same guy. If anything, I'm a little bit stronger emotionally and the way how I handle different situations.
He is the same guy. He's going to have a good preseason. If he's healthy, he's going to do some things, and it's going to be a massive story, is it not? Anything that he does, good, bad, or indifferent, is going to be the headline of each preseason week.
If he does well, it's going to be a nightmare for Cleveland because they will refuse to play him. They will refuse to name him as the backup. Flacco is going to have the number one job there. It'll be a nightmare if he goes against a bunch of threes or guys who will never make it off of a practice squad in their NFL careers and he balls out. It'll be a huge story. If his name wasn't Sanders, it likely wouldn't be anywhere else.
So we could pretty safely assume that Joe Flacco's getting 0 preseason reps. Why would you play a guy that at any point he's a ticking time bomb for an injury to happen at his age?
Also, if I'm Joe Flacco, if you ask me to have a preseason rep, I'm telling you.
Really?
Go have Tiny Hands Gabriel take my snaps.
I played in a Super Bowl 32 years ago, guys. You're going to ask me to play preseason football?
Joe Flacco elite.
So Kenny Pickett's going to start the game, and you're going to get Dylan Gabriel probably is going to work some twos, I'm guessing. How do you control the narrative? How do you control the situation if you're Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry, so as not to have this be what is most likely going to be an absolute powder keg exploding after Shedeur Sanders goes out and throws 2 or 3 touchdowns?
You try not to play him a lot. You only give him a couple of
Who else they got?
Series.
So Huntley? That's probably why they brought him in.
Guarantee it.
Because we're not playing Flacco. Kenny Pickett is what he is, and then it's like, if you give Dylan Gabriel like the second quarter, you've got to give Shedeur third and probably part of the third and part of the fourth. Now with Huntley, I don't know, man. Do you just give him scraps at the end of the fourth? And that's going to be painful to watch too. Everybody's going to be tuned in to watch it too. And you imagine what the X machine's going to be like.
I'm going to watch it.
# free Shedeur is going to be the number one trending piece on Twitter until the fourth quarter.
Without a doubt, I'll watch it.
Oh, I 100% will.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Broncos wrapping up a team period as far away from us as humanly possible. We'll try and go check in with Andy Lindahl over there, see what he saw, and get a report on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy here on Altitude 92.5. Wrapping things up here in hour 2 on a 2K Tuesday live from Broncos Park. Broncos training camp coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy hanging out with you guys up until noon. PhD will take over from noon to 3. They will have live pressers during PhD, and then Nate and Andy will take you guys from home from 3 to 6. You've been doing some hours from 3 to 4 with Nate and Andy. How's that been going?
It's been a lot of fun, man. Just a little bit of training camp updates up there. Just having the chance to be out here, which is a tremendous privilege for me, just somebody who loves the game of football, been around it my whole life, but also can use it to kind of even enrich some of my drills that I like to do. I love training camp. I love this time of year, and it's fun to bring that from 3 to 4. Some of the stuff that I see out here and the fellas that I love, and getting a little grimy with some analytics with old Krecker, and having Andy kind of yell at an open mic, get some saliva on me from afar. It's a blast, man. It's a lot of fun.
Typically, being out here for camp it's a blessing. You get to see things up close and personal that you normally would never be able to see. Today's been vastly different. Almost all of the teamwork has been on the far side.
It's been very hard to watch for us.
Guys, if I'm being honest, I have no idea what is happening.
I've been standing up and trying to look over the top of people.
It's just butts in front of you.
I think Sean Payton knows there's a bunch of little internet show people over here that just – I don't want to hear any more about naming interceptions after hurricanes.
No,
we don't
need
need
start counting.
Yeah, we don't need to count. We don't need to rep count. Hopefully we can get a final period here as we're wrapping up. It looks like it's going to be a red zone period, and it appears that we're going to actually be able to see it. We're not going to be staring at a bunch of 6'7", 320-pound backs and butts. Instead, we'll actually be able to see some football at faces.
Like the only thing we've actually had a really solid look at today has been the net passing drills for the quarterbacks.
Remember, this was the dynamic a bit last year. Do you remember this? Because the berm was on the far field. Fans
on the west side.
Like
it typically was.
Far field from where our net or our tent is. This year, there's been more action on this field. Remember, it wasn't until the Packers practice? That was the joint practice is where we started to see a lot more action. I was fired up because we got to see Jordan Love in the 2-minute drill. Tried to go after Pat Surtain the second 3 times in a row. It didn't end well.
That's where you need to go up to your buddy and go, hey, Jordan, maybe we don't throw at that guy.
Hey, of note, Jordan Love, a guy that I've known, now for 6-7 years, tremendous young man. Obviously, I have a connection to him, having coached him at Utah State University the year he was drafted. If you haven't seen in the Athletes Tribune, there was an article, and also there was a little docu-series that was released on what Jordan Love went through as an 8th grader, where he was delivered the news of his father's passing while he was playing a middle school basketball game. His father was a homicide detective for Bakersfield PD, one of the more brutal crime areas in the state of California. Dealt with a lot of things, had some things go on in his own life, and unfortunately, Jordan Love's father did take his own life. And that's something that I've always had this incredible connection to Jordan, just knowing that there's been a lot of serious hurt in his life. And so, I know we're talking football and we're talking sports, but, if anybody's ever dealt with anything like that in your lifetime, it is a story of redemption. And it is, I think, a tremendous story from Jordan, and just in how he's learned to cope with such a tragic loss.
Probably even a better story about how football, not only is it a distraction from those type of things, it can be
healing, therapeutic.
Yeah, it can be a grounding area of your life.
Yeah, and even when I've coached Jordan, my wife Anne Marie's been around him. There's always been this level of heaviness that he's carried with him. Like, you can tell that there's a seriousness of burden that he at times can carry. And I just love that he came public with this story, because I've known it. It's been, you can find little articles and stuff from way back when, but the fact that he was able to express himself via the written word and speak about it, I think it's going to be really healing for him even going forward.
Coach, what are you watching on the far side of the practice facility right now?
Watching a little bit of red zone. Ball's about on, it's kind of red zone fringe, so balls are out on the 22, 23-yard line, and First play that I watched Bo Nix was flushed out of the pocket and found a Patrick Bryant who had done the scramble move I was telling you about. When you get flushed out, you basically turn into the second route, and that's the second play. And Bo appeared to just throw the ball a little too low for Pat Bryant to reel in, and then Bo just airmailed the ball out of the back of the end zone intentionally. He's not. It doesn't appear that he's throwing any interceptions today.
No, unfortunately, he's not throwing interceptions, but they're also
nice.
not connecting right
That
now.
That was really nice. That was Pat Bryant running more of kind of a base out. And that's one of the questions, like when you were thinking, when you watched Bo Nix throw anybody, whether it was on TV or in person at the Combine, like that on-time driven ball to the sideline, that base out, that was a ball that he didn't throw well at the Combine. That was a question
7
mark.
to 12 yards.
Like
of
a 12,
air yard.
Yep, 12 past the line of scrimmage, but a lot of times to the wide side of the field. That's a ball he didn't throw well. He just threw an absolute dot on time to Patrick Bryant, which was a great throw.
And to the wide side of the
that's
field,
nice too.
If that ball isn't on time, is that maybe one of the more dangerous balls that you can throw as a quarterback?
100%. If you're late on it or you leave it inside,
it's just pick six.
Pick six, man. It's pick six. I mean, you have to pray that you get delivered from that throw if you're Jameis Winston. Bo Nix, just a little update. His final play of the red zone scripted move the ball, stepped up beautifully in the pocket, found a crossing route, and delivered an absolute dime to your and my favorite training camp receiver, not Joaquin Davis.
Oh, come on. Michael Bandy?
Michael Bandy, baby. Michael Bandy.
I can't see anything from my vantage point. Like the tent is completely shrouding my view, so you're my eyes and ears at this point. Michael Bandy's going to find a way onto this team.
Said the same thing last year. He ended up being a practice squad player, which is fantastic. I find that there might be a role for Michael Bandy. I don't know that Sean Payton in his prototype of a wide receiver room.
Oh, it is as opposite of Michael or of
he's
of
never
Sean
really
Payton's
he's
prototype.
never really had the kind of southern frat boy looking guy play in the slot for him.
Lad McConkey.
He's never really had Wes Welker. He's never really had name any other ones.
Julian Edelman.
Never had Edelman. Wayne Corbett.
Great. What a pull.
Tim Dwight.
Phenomenal pull.
But why can't there be a Michael Bandy? The dude's savvy. He keeps making plays. He's kind of like your best friend that you just want to go have one beers with. And he just seems like he's always in the right spot at the right time, and he catches the football.
My guy is Joaquin Davis, so don't put words in my mouth. That is my training camp wide receiver.
I think he's
darling.
going to practice squad. I think he'll make practice.
He doesn't.
Squad.
If I'm being completely honest, I've told you guys a few things about him. He'll wear number 80 in preseason games. He levitates, like high points the ball. Somehow finds a way to come down with it every single time that it's thrown to him. But what he doesn't do particularly well, and this is very, very clear to my untrained eye, as opposed to Coach Sanford's, the dude doesn't run a good route.
Well, just watch the twos. And Joaquin Davis ran a shallow cross, stair-stepped it. As you were talking about Joaquin Davis not running good routes, ran a great route and caught a ball in traffic.
Right on time for
right
you to
on
sound
time,
like
man.
an idiot.
No, he doesn't have the full skill set of a NFL route tree at his discretion because he played in an offense at North Carolina Central that was fairly simple, if you will.
A note from practice today: Trent Sherfield did not practice.
I was
with the
noticing
team.
that.
He was walking around in sweatpants in his jersey, but no gear on whatsoever. So he's the special teams assassin that they have this year. He did not practice today.
Yeah, and then Michael Burton also. I think he was definitely out yesterday.
Maybe.
I don't know if I've seen him today.
I wonder if that's Sean did allude to the fact that some veterans this week would be getting either days or multiple sessions off. Maybe Burton's one of those players.
I'm trying to see if there's any notable defensive players that I noticed not being out here. I haven't really seen anybody that I've seen. Benito. I've seen a lot, like most of the heralded players on the defense side of the ball. I've been able to spot.
That'll end up doing it for us today out here at Broncos training camp. PhD is coming up next for KJ back at our studios and Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. We will be back in studio tomorrow. Broncos are not allowing us out, and then they'll be heading to joint practices.
Santa Clara, California.
With the San Francisco 49ers. So back in studio for the rest of the week out of the 102-degree heat here at Broncos Park. Again, special thanks to our friends at Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. All of our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio.
Before we
brought
let
to
you
by
go.
Ramos Law.
Before we let you go, a big update.
Okay.
Another touchdown pass. Completed 2. Number 83, Michael Bandy.
I guess you heard it here first. PhD, I wonder if they'll break
The man
that
is
one.
going off!
I wonder if PhD will break that one down on the other side. Don't go
sleep
anywhere.
on my guy.
Scotty, Tyler, DMac are next.
Hi, here we go. Let's go out to our guy Tyler Polumbus, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. We have some interesting developments in the NFL. We have a question whether or not Sean Payton has again had too many lattes. But let's get up to speed with everything going on today, Tyler.
Hi, boys. Well, we got a full padded practice going on today. Just talking to a lot of the fellow media brethren around here, talking with Coach Sanford after he jumped off air. It's just we're in the dog days. That's where we are right now. It's hard for me to imagine anything feels too much like the dog days with the new training camp rules and everything. It's not that hard, but it's they got no music playing, they got no energy. It feels like a grind today. That's what it feels like.
Okay. Do you like the decision for them to be in pads today?
Yeah, I do. I mean, if you think about this week, they're traveling tomorrow, so they'll do a walkthrough. Then they've really only got one more pad of practice this week before they play on Saturday. So if they didn't put pads on today, they would have only had 1 day of pads the entire week.
All right, I'm getting some reports as I'm checking out. Q Robinson, knee brace and all, was back, pads, practicing. Dre Greenlaw in pads. Trent Sherfield out there, sweats in a jersey. He's not practicing.
Was Dre practicing? I didn't notice that if he was.
Don't know. Just saw that. Just seeing notes here that he was in full pads. I don't know if he was practicing. Dobbins, Roach, Fetz out there early, took the pads off. So it sounds like it was a bit of a mixed bag out there, Tyler, in terms of guys who were going and guys who weren't going.
Yeah, a couple guys got a vet day. But for the most part, most guys are out here. I'd be curious if Dre Greenlaw did practice. I should have seen that if he was out there practicing. I'd be surprised if he did. I would guess it was probably a warm-ups type of deal. It's I don't know. It's not a bad practice. There hasn't been anything like horrendously wrong going on by any means. Bo Nix has had a couple of nice throws. I don't put a ton of weight into 7-on-7, but the offense did do really well in the 7-on-7 period. They've had two different what I kind of refer to as the go zone. Not necessarily the red zone, kind of high 25, 30s coming in. They had two different periods going on there. And Bo did find in the second one, he did better than the first one. Did find Pat Bryant for a nice 15, 18-yard gain. Pat actually beat Riley Moss on that one. So you don't see Riley get beat every day, but Pat Bryant did get him on that one. And overall, though, they are on the other field, so they're on that far field, and it's just it feels like another one of those days that you're just not quite sure what the real takeaway is.
Before that his help with this team could be red zone, though, and you say he just caught a touchdown pass in the red zone because everybody I've talked to said his first little wiggle move beats people.
I'm sorry, were you talking about Pat there, Scott?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say Pat Bryant, and this is probably the reason why Sean Payton ended up drafting him. He had a really slow 40 time. I want to say it was like a 4.68 or something like that. But football speed looks different, and football is played with pads on, and he looks like he's got plenty of juice to him. You know who just continues to show up for what feels like half a decade now? Michael Bandy. Bandy just makes plays every single year that he's out here.
He's like those guys, they were talking about it on the show right before you. Coach says there's got to be a place on your roster for a Michael Bandy type.
I doubt it.
There does?
I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Because of what he just said, though. He always makes plays.
This is a training camp guy and a training camp guy only, maybe a preseason guy. This is just not a real person. This is not a real NFL player.
Wow.
It's the truth.
It's tough saying he's not a real NFL player, and I can't fight it too much because I agree he has got zero chance of making this football team. But he is a real NFL player. He makes plays every single time he's out here.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he does. He's one of those dudes that literally it does not matter what he does because every single year he's done his job, and he's got zero chance of making the team.
Zero chance.
How many guys do you think there's been in the history of pro sports that have been those guys just because of a measurable here or there, and his is his size?
Loads.
I mean, he's got to be like 5'8", 5'9", right?
There are two or three guys in every training camp that are like that every single year.
Yeah, and his real problem is he can't contribute on special teams. So you ain't gonna make the squad as a back end wide receiver if you're not playing on special teams.
I mean, listen, hey, I got no beefs with the guy.
No, you don't like him.
I don't even know
I mean,
him.
I thought short people hung around with each other and took each other's back.
In general, you would think that I would love short football players, but I detest them for the most part. I really do, because I think size matters. And in football, I think the bigger the team, the better your odds are. I'm not a big, small guy. Running backs are kind of like, you roll your eyes, like, what choice do you have? I mean, almost every run. But I'd rather have Derrick Henry than R.J. Harvey, Tyler. I'll take my chances with the bigger guys. Always.
Yeah. I mean, listen, there's a reason why coaches fall in love with measurables. Sometimes it comes back to bite you. And you can't always do it, but there's a reason why they do. So just quick update. Like always, at the end of practice, Sean Payton called up the whole team. They're working on situational football. Gives the speech about whatever the situation is they're about to work on. They just broke. And the kind of theme has been the first couple plays after they break that for the last couple days, they usually go through walkthrough mode, working on a specific situation. I have no clue what this situation is, to be honest. They're just in the middle of the field. It says there's 12 minutes on the clock. I don't know what this situation is.
All right. Well, Sean said a couple years ago, which I'll always remember, there's 50 or so unique situations in football, like quirky situations. And he said we go through each one of them at least one time. And some are like so quirky and weird that you don't really need to go through it more than one time. But it's always interesting to watch that happen. So perhaps they're working on something quirky, whatever it is.
But then they usually, after they do this walkthrough, whatever situation they've got, then they usually do move the ball period.
Yes.
So we probably got one more good period of work.
All right, well, we look forward to hearing the details of it. Tyler's live at camp. We'll bring it to you. Meanwhile, guys, right off the bat, how about the Browns signing another quarterback? How about them adding another quarterback with Tyler Huntley joining the Browns?
Well, your two young guys in Gabriel and Shedeur
they've been
injured a little bit?
They've had some bumps and bruises, and maybe they're just looking to survive preseason and just be able to play and get through it. And I don't know, maybe they have joint practices. But I'm just laughing because the depth chart came out yesterday, and we were talking about, like, Shedeur having an opportunity to play. He was 4th on the depth chart. He's got a sore throwing arm. Gabriel's got, like, a hurt something or other, hamstring or whatever. So you got Joe Flacco, who is number 1 on the depth chart. Meanwhile, you're looking up a report from Bleacher Report about, like, most likely vet cuts, and there's Flacco on the list.
Flacco's number 1.
I got it, but I think Flacco, Tyler, might be starting week 1 for the Browns.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that he would be the starter, but that's what my gut tells me it's going to be. I have no clue what's going on out there in Cleveland. I mean, they're just signing anybody and everyone. You might as well sign me to play quarterback out there in Cleveland right now. I mean, so Adam Schefter, the sales pitch is Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel are both nursing hamstring injuries, so they needed another arm. They needed another arm. I mean, my goodness. I do think that this is a shot at Shedeur Sanders. I don't know any other way to look at it. I mean, how else do you look at this other than it's a shot at Shedeur?
I don't know, but Scott, yesterday you brought up, you said, hey, Shedeur's going to start this year, and I pressed you on a little bit. I'm like, well, how? Like, how exactly does that happen? Because even with Flacco, just for the sake of argument, say Flacco is the starter. Could be Pickett, but just let's play this game. It's Flacco. And they're 4-4 halfway through the season. You playing Shedeur then? I mean, by that time, everybody theoretically would be healthy.
Well, what if they're 2-6?
Well, your odds increase. Yeah. But they won't go to Shedeur right away. He ain't going to be the backup.
Well, what I said, 7th or 8th game.
Oh, hey, but you're going to have to go through some guys. Yep. But they're adding Tyler Huntley for what reason? For what purpose?
Well, Adam Schefter says to get through preseason.
Well, Tyler Huntley was there, I think, last year, I believe. If not, it was the year before that. So, in theory, he does know the offense, and in theory, he is somebody that could step in and play preseason football for them if they just do need another arm. But, I mean, who cares? Look, if you're down to – so they're down to Joe Flacco and Shedeur Sanders, I guess, in theory, for this weekend's game is what it feels like. Okay, cool. Let Joe Flacco go a series and let Shedeur Sanders play the entire game.
Yeah, why not? I mean, good. I guess, unless they're saying he's got a bum arm or something.
Boy, you cannot have a dead arm when you're a rookie.
No.
Well, Shedeur was dealing with that. He took a couple days off. What was it, last week for a sore shoulder?
It was something like that, yeah. It was just Saturday. Well, it's a couple days ago. But he's back. He was back, but they're like, whatever, Tyler Huntley. Meanwhile, Teddy Bridgewater signs with the Bucs? What, are you kidding me? So Teddy Bridgewater goes from a banished, suspended high school coach. The high school season ends. He says, I'll pick up some time with the Lions and plays in a playoff game because Goff had a mandatory concussion check. Plays in the playoffs. Leads him to a touchdown drive, by the way, in the drive that he plays. Then he goes back to high school where he gets suspended, and he was like, all right, I'll just go back and pick up a millie? What are you picking up for a vet minimum to be a backup? At least $1 million.
Which kind of shows you the hurting for quarterbacks. And listen, that's a great backup quarterback.
Yeah, Teddy could probably do this another 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Just laughing at the fact the guy gave up the NFL to coach high school and now is back in the NFL.
He spent $150,000 on the kids last year. He's got to recoup some of that.
I guess so. He wasn't getting that money back. I'm just laughing at the world of the quarterback, man. And you know what it is, man? It's like what Sean Payton said, bro. You got some dysfunctional owners out there and dysfunctional teams. You just got teams that that is craziness going on in those two organizations.
Well,
crazy.
If Cleveland was trying to bring Huntley for something more than just an arm for the rest of the training camp, it was looking for a legit guy that could be either backup to Flacco or a guy that could whatever. Why wouldn't they get Bridgewater right away?
I have no idea. And I don't know, maybe Sam Ehlinger will have some value out there. Who knows? But whatever. All right, Tyler, are they what are they doing now? They've had enough time to chat.
They are in 2-minute mode. It's into the game, fourth quarter.
Okay.
It's tied 20-20 on the scoreboard.
Just need a field goal.
I cannot see anything though, so don't ask me to break this down.
All right, how about this? Let's take a break, and you can go wander over there. And
that ain't gonna help, but I'll try.
All right. Well, we got to take a break one way or the other, and we'll come back and we'll give you a report on what happened in the 2-minute drill coming up next. All right, let's go back out to what is it? Common Spirit Park at Dove Valley with the Denver Broncos.
Dove Valley.
Thought so. Tyler, what happened in that move the ball 2-minute deal?
The second unit went out after the first group and did not make much progress. Practice is over. We're running sprints now. They've not done sprints for a few days, so that's a little bit interesting. They do have the full pads on. I don't think it's punishment or anything. I think it's probably scheduled, but they are doing a little post-practice conditioning.
Did they get in field goal range where we had bated breath?
No.
They did not get in field goal range. Neither the first or second unit.
I think the first did, but it looked like they were getting some fairly generous spots going on.
Okay. All right. Well,
so
give them a little confidence.
We've talked to Bo has had just kind of blah days the last couple. Where would you put him today?
Well, didn't have the turnovers, so I guess that's progress. He did have a really nice 7-on-7 period, which was good to see. I don't put too much stock into 7-on-7. I thought it was interesting to hear Raheem Morris come out today and basically say that he hates 7-on-7. It's just not real football. And I'm with him on that. But the day overall was very blah from the entire football team, Scott, and I think that goes down to the QB. I'm telling you, there's no music, there's nothing. It's just there's no energy. The fans were bored. The stands started jam-packed, and by the time there's at least 30-plus minutes left in practice, there might have been down to 200 people.
Wow. So, again, what we've said the last couple of days, it's time for them to get to San Francisco.
Yeah, I think they can't wait to get to San Francisco. You know, these guys, in these guys' head, they're tired, they're worn out. I look at this training camp, and I'm like, oh, boo-hoo, you had to go 5 days of pads last week. The tough life, you know. But in their heads, they're worn down right now.
All right, well, things have wrapped up. Sean did talk yesterday, so I'm not positive he'll talk today.
Coordinators are talking today, I know that.
Coordinators, all right. Any, we could hear Darren Rizzi for the first time. New special teams guy. I guess the coordinators are going.
Is that really a coordinator?
Special teams? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, they just have OCDC.
Listen, they bring them up there.
We got to find out who our next Andy Janovich is.
I know, man. That's why I always kind of like interviewing and doing the press conferences for the special teams guys is actually pretty entertaining. Because they're always a little like loopy.
Oh, they always got, they got personality. Yep, they always got personality.
And they always want the mic.
About half.
Yeah.
Half of them are usually former military, helicopter pilot, something.
Kotlicka was cool, man. He was. It was like he was very polite and everything, but it was very, regimented, militaristic, that sort of thing. And then who was the deal that got the guy that got fired? He yelled at me one time. Oh gosh, I forget the guy's name. He was fun. And then of course,
you're not talking about the guy that resigned, who got fired. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, no, he got.
Oh, the guy that went to Italy.
No. It was. Oh my gosh, it was when Hackett got fired. They blew out the special teams guy there too. Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. Nickel for anybody who remembers. They fired 2 guys. They got rid of Hackett. They got rid of the special teams guy.
Yeah, his guy though.
Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. But they're always kind of, and then there's, 22 Janos. That's the guy that went over to Italy, and then the pandemic happened. Kind of forget his name, too.
Brock something?
Oh, you're right there.
Brock Olivo?
That's it. That's it.
No.
Yeah, that's it, Brock Olivo.
Was it?
Yeah,
okay.
That's it. And then there's Jody Camillus, who's a, Colorado guy who we've kind of been in and out a couple of times.
One time, son-in-law of Dan Reeves.
Yeah. I don't know. Special teams guys are always a hoot. I always kind of enjoy, listening to their, over analysts of the most easy position to coach. Professional special teams.
And yet, a special teams play kept you from having 11 wins last year.
Yeah, it was. And it got 2 guys. The 2 guys that were in charge of special teams ain't with the team no more.
Right.
So that did happen. So, and they made a change. They moved Alec Forsythe from that one position from inside to outside, and they didn't have any more problems. So, I don't know. It's always kind of interesting listening to those guys. It'd be kind of cool to hear VJ.
It's going to be great to hear from our offensive coordinator, Lombardi. It's just like because he's deciding so much on offense.
Yeah.
How much say does
to me? He's a waste of time.
How much? I was just saying, how much say does Lombardi actually have?
Not much. He's to me. He's a nice enough guy.
Figurehead.
Yeah, I don't know, Tyler. What's he? I don't know. What does he even do?
He's going to be very involved in game planning, and I'm sure he's got specific roles that Sean asks him to break stuff down for him. But, for the most part, when you've got a head coach that's a play caller, it's just a way to get a dude more money. You give him the offensive coordinator title. It's a way to give him more money. It's a way to keep him on the staff.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's Sean's show. So Lombardi he's a cool guy. He's like the grandson of Vince Lombardi, which is kind of fun. And nice enough guy. Just, I really don't care what he has to say about anything.
Actually, I'm going to be honest. I didn't realize he was the grandson of Vince.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? That's kind of neat. I mean, there's that. I mean,
Yeah.
Or whatever that's worth.
Why didn't he ever throw one of his grandpa's plays in?
Yeah, I don't know.
Student body left, student body right.
Maybe he has.
Get
Who
him a
knows?
Jerry Kramer out there.
Dwayne Stukes, by the way. That was the special teams guy I was thinking of. Dwayne Stukes.
Yeah.
He was a little unhinged. He was fun.
They're all unhinged.
Yeah. He's the one that said instead of talking to Jerry Rosburg, he would rather call Jody Camillus with the Rams. That was great. Like when Rosburg was hired to oversee things after things were such a disaster.
Coach.
Yeah, and then they put him in the basement with a bunch of nerds, and Hackett didn't want him, didn't even know him. And then Stukes just comes out and says, because Rosburg was like a special teams guy for 30 years with the Ravens, he's like, I just called Jody Camillus. I'm not going to talk to Rosburg. So Rosburg fired him. That happened.
Yeah, and then Rosburg got the head job the last 3 games,
and then
right?
canned him. And I was like, yeah, enough with you. So that was, hey, Tyler, these were the fun times with the Broncos. Remember those times?
This is during Death Valley.
Well,
Death Valley days.
It was ugly, bro. I mean, there was a time. And, going back to what Sean said about the ownership yesterday, by the way, that made I got to ask you something, guys. Did Sean Payton have a couple too many lattes?
Maybe.
Did we get a too many latte sort of thing with this interview with this Robinson guy from Yahoo Sports? Charles Robinson.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on this team. I mean, I guess I don't know what to say about it. It's not the way I go about my business. It's not the way that I operated. I always just kind of lived in the shadows and let my work talk for me. But look, man, what do you want? I mean, you hired Sean Payton, you're going to get Sean Payton. Sean Payton's going to call Nathaniel Hackett the worst coach in the history of the NFL, and then he's going to come back and actually, back things up. So as long as he backs up his words, but look, he's put it out there. He said we're a Super Bowl. We're capable of winning a Super Bowl. He said my quarterback is a top 5 QB, and now it's up to the rest of these guys to live up to the words that his head coach is saying. But it's unusual for the worlds that I come from.
I have no problem him saying, "Let's go out there. This is what we want to be." I like him doing it to the team first, because now you still got a second-year quarterback.
Yeah, but my too many latte moments is he just spouting things off in camp that just don't really need to be said?
Let me ask you this. If they don't become a Super Bowl contending team the next couple of years, and Bo Nix is not a top 5 quarterback in the next couple of years, is this a way to deflect, well, that's on them, they didn't get it done, or does that show him?
I think we're giving Sean way too much credit. I think he just has his opinions and likes to talk to people.
Look, I think he believes what he's saying right now.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's phony. I think he's hey, you sent us this from Diana Rossini. This is hysterical. Listen to this from Rossini.
He just reminds me of someone in love. He has this in love feeling way about him with this team.
Who does? Sean?
Yes.
Yeah.
He left me a voicemail this summer, and he didn't even say hi, hello. All he said was, "I love my Q."
Yeah. He's refreshed.
Ring, hang up. Hey, Diana.
I love my Q. Hi.
Hi, this is Diana. Leave a message. I love my Q. Click.
Boom.
What? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Hey, it's
He's
Sean.
on one,
I love my Q. Click. Dial
He's
tone.
on one. He's feeling cocky, that's for sure.
He tells Robinson from Yahoo Sports, I've had 6 great teams. This is the 7th. Bo Nix will be one of the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league. He's not saying that to the local muggles, but as soon as somebody from like a national publication shows up, all of a sudden Charles Robinson is having lunch with him inside the team facility, and he's blabbering on. He's leaving Diana Rossini love letters about Bo Nix. Are we not seeing another latte moment here? Is it just me? It seems like too many lattes.
Lattes, I'd like to know what time he left the message to Rossini. Lattes or red wine, one of them two. One of them kind of moments.
I would love a timestamp there, Diana.
Yeah.
What time did
he
that
called me
message-
last night at 11 o'clock
time?
at night, his time.
Yeah. Yeah. What time did that message come in?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I love my cue.
It's a little bit out of my comfort zone, if I'm being totally honest.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
What part?
All of it.
All of it. Like it's just unnecessary. Look, man. I mean, I come from Mike Shanahan world. Like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't say a word. I mean, we're going to go about our business, and we don't need to be saying anything to the media. Now, Mike would talk also. Mike had a lot of a lot of Sean Payton in him, where he would tell us not to say anything, and then Mike would start talking a lot. But it's just you're putting a lot of undue pressure on these guys. And I got to tell you something kind of cool that's been going on out here, though.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Zach Allen has been out here for 10 or 15 minutes with two of the backup offensive linemen, 66 and 79. Who are they? You got a roster in front of you?
I do not. Wait, do I? I don't. It's in the other room.
Okay. Well, whoever they are, and Zach Allen has taken 25 straight pass rush attempts with these two guys. Just working with these two guys, I actually think that he asked them to do the work, not the other way around. I think Zach just wanted to put in some more work after practice, but he did at least 20-plus pass rush attempts on these two guys. He absolutely gassed and beat them probably 19 out of 20.
Earning his money.
Yeah.
Earning his keep.
Get paid on one day and extra work the next.
That's right.
I mean, sometimes they listen. There's certain guys that franchises have to pay, and they go, let's hope. I guess there's no hope with Zach Allen.
Nah, he's putting in the work. Nothing's changed.
Good for him. Good for him. Scott, you get a victory lap today, though. You do get a victory lap. If you want to take it, it's up to you.
On Philly?
No, on Bo Nix and his, the stupid.
He just reminds me of someone.
Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
So,
what's the victory lap?
Bo started his own YouTube page, and he only has 2 videos posted, but he already has 4,000 subscribers in like 24 hours. So that's
Bronco country.
That's good for the algorithm, that's for sure. But like, oh my God, Tyler and Scott, it's the cringiest of cringe, in my opinion.
Cringier than Russ?
I don't know if it's cringier than Russ, but it's. I'm looking at this like, why? What are you doing? I'm asking? What is the point? What is the point? I'm literally asking you guys that.
The young people with any type of celebrity all want a brand.
Okay, so it's building a brand?
I think in his mind, this is building a brand.
Building the Bo Nix brand.
I guess.
Just winning games in the NFL won't do the trick.
Does he already have his own logo?
He's got merch.
Well,
he has 2 videos and he already has merch.
How's the merch? Is it good?
I haven't really looked at it. I could go look it up. Hey, Dan, go post the merch on the big screen behind us on the Bo Nix YouTube page and see what we can buy from Bo.
Well, all I did is when you sent that out yesterday or this morning, whenever it was, I was like, yeah, I remember watching this hype video of Josh. Well, no, Patch. No, Joe. Oh no. Oh yeah, Russ. Russ had these.
I know, man, and we were critical. So like I said, if you want to do a victory lap, you're entitled. Here's a little.
No, just keep the same standard.
Because what they're showing is him going to some sort of nondescript, what looks like high school stadium, to
throw the football,
work out. And by the way, I don't think he was really throwing a football to somebody. I think. Oh, here we go.
What? He's faking it.
Well, I'll go through why. Here you go, Tyler. Here's some of the merch. You can see it behind us.
I can't see it.
It's
I'm at a football field. I'm not sure if you do
Well,
that.
I don't know if you got the screen on there for the old YouTube.
And then he stole one from you down the bottom left.
Bo Leave. He's got a Bo Leave hat. He's got, like, him throwing the ball on the run. Bo Nix, an orange flash. He's got a water bottle. He's got a phone thing, iPhone case. He's got tons of gear. Maybe the whole YouTube page is just to sell gear. We got an oversized portrait T-shirt, long sleeve, black, white. You know,
I always laugh at the merchandise stuff a little bit with these, like, especially quarterbacks. Like, hey, the $10 million you're making isn't enough. You need to make $20 off a T-shirt.
Dude, he's got tons of merch.
Is it good?
I think it all sucks. I think it's all cheesy. I think every single piece on here is super cheese.
It looks like some grade school, middle school should light it up.
I don't think it's clever. I don't think the designs are all that great. I think it's cheesy as hell. Believe. So he's trying to market Believe. I wonder if he's got a trademark on it.
Well, you should have trademarked that.
I don't know. I think
Scott,
it all blows, actually.
DMac sitting here saying this. He's already bought every single one of them. You know that,
How
right?
the hell I have. I know. Listen, I believe in him and I love him. But this is, to me, like, stupid. All right. So he's got this must be the reason he has it, because he has 10 million things for sale.
Well, we ought to look. Does Joe Burrows have a merch paid?
Probably.
All right, if you're trying to hustle T-shirts and hoodies and whatever, I can't hate on you for that. I mean, that's all right. If guys want to build their brand, fine. But do you really have to have cheesy videos to go along? I guess you do.
Well, let's call Russ and see if Russ will do us an interview.
It's all about the illusion of choice. To where people think they have a choice in life, but they really don't.
Uh-huh.
There's no choice. You do it, or I guess you get left behind. So
shut up.
So then that's a choice.
It doesn't matter if I want to be doing this or not. I'm doing it.
What are you, in the coal mine?
So you do have a choice, Bo. You can either put work in to be successful, or choose not to do the work, and maybe you won't.
Yeah, he heard a deep thought that involved an illusion of choice one time, but he's like, yeah, I got to get that sucker in there.
All right, let me give another stupid thing.
I was actually talking with Cortland Sutton about this during a game.
And the music.
It was end of a game. It was kind of a tight game, and we kind of needed a drive. We needed to go score. And we were talking to each other, and I told him I may be a psychopath, but I love these kind of moments. I love when you don't have any other choice. You have to go down and score.
Yeah, it's your job. What do you want? What do you want? A cookie? I mean, you're all right. See, this is.
This is the coattails of Russ, though, isn't
That's
it?
going to get some people going, though. That was kind of good. Good music.
Oh my God. I'm so glad he's the quarterback. I'm so glad he's here. But do we really need cringy, stupid videos about doing your job?
But we do need a psychopathic QB. That's what we do need.
You know what? We just got to stay tuned to. Let's give him the benefit of doubt and all that. But let's just watch, pay attention, and when they play that game week 7, going over to London, if we hear, I was a little stiff, so I had to work out a little bit on the plane. If that happens and you don't have red lights going off everywhere, then I'm worried about you too.
I hope we get that, Scott. I do.
I do now, actually. What'd you do on the plane? Well, I was really stiff, so I took a massage and did a few exercises, stretches on the plane.
Got some high knees in.
Oh, so you did your job? You know, because you're an athlete, so you worked out? Oh, my God. A professional athlete worked out. Holy cow. What a
On a plane?
Oh, my God.
That is not your job to work out on a plane.
It's the Russ thing. All right, go back to the Russ thing in England. He wanted to tell people he did that so bad.
Yeah.
But now Bo's doing this to sell T-shirts. He's doing it, I guess, because there's 10,000 things for sale on his YouTube page. So my guess is he's literally just doing a YouTube page so he can sell hoodies and T-shirts.
You might want to check that page out, Tyler, because I gotta believe
you have to think about my name
one
for
of
a
the
minute
Bo
there.
Leave T-shirts or hats we got to maybe hook up DMac with.
$35 for the Bo Leave T-shirt.
Don't waste your money. Do not waste your money.
If we got you a Bo Leave T-shirt, you
don't
wouldn't
waste,
wear it?
I would not wear it. I'm not into this part of it. Because I wanted the Bo bot. I wanted him focused on football and football alone. I don't like evidence that the guy's got his mind on something else. I don't like that. I think that sucks, actually.
I'm glad you're being fair.
Yeah, because it's stupid and dumb, and it's distracting. And this is coming out like he's setting his YouTube page. When you guys have said this entire camp, he's looked, bored, disinterested, sloppy, stop me when I'm wrong. And there's been no practice in camp where he's really stood out. And now we have the release of the hoodie t-shirt shop. That's not cool to me. How about he was ripping touchdown passes? He was awesome. He was amazing. The whole thing, but I got to hear some stupid hype video about...
It's all about the illusion of choice. To where people think they have a choice in life, but they really don't.
Shut the hell up. You're a 25-year-old kid who just got married, who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You don't know anything about life yet. You know about being a quarterback, which is cool, and I'm glad you're here. But yeah, I don't need a 25-year-old telling me how life is. Shut the hell up. You're 25. You don't know. You know what? Really? He had to do this.
God, I got you, didn't it?
Because I hate it. Because it's distracting. It's not... If we were hearing about Bo, Tyler, Scott, ripping it up every day in camp, all right, maybe, okay, fine. But I got to hear about mediocre reports of Bo Nix, and I got a hoodie sale going on?
And then I'll ask you this.
And I got to learn about life from a 25-year-old?
Had Russ not put out all those videos, would have been longer time before getting on him?
For me, yeah. Hell yeah. Because I would have thought, he really is into being the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, not, friggin' handbags at the airport, which he was hawking. Maybe he really does believe in going to Children's Hospital and being with the kids, which is awesome, by the way. But instead, it comes with Let's Ride, and here's my Let's Ride shirts and my stupid videos and my car karaoke with my wife who wants to be a star too, and my driver and my videos. And what? Am I got to buy the most expensive house in the world? Am I wrong here? Am I just going off for no reason? Or do I get a point?
What surprised me that now I realize it was more about the exterior stuff, the ancillary stuff, as it was to necessarily just his play on the field.
This pisses me off. This is unnecessary.
It definitely doesn't piss me off, but I mean, look, this is a far cry from what Russell Wilson was doing. It might be the first. Now, Scott, it might be something we got to keep an eye on.
Gateway,
right?
gateway.
But we are light years away from the in-house production crew, the travel department, the photographers.
Well, I got you.
Everything else. We're light years away from it. But sure, it might be something to keep an eye on. I mean, so far it feels pretty innocent.
Well, Russ had to start somewhere, didn't he?
No doubt. And Bo didn't, who's catching the footballs in his stupid video? I think he went just down there and faked the whole thing. I think he went down there with a buddy and he faked the whole thing. Watch the video. There's nobody else in the video except for Bo. And somebody was taking pictures of him. Phony. I hate phony stuff. I freaking hate phony stuff. And this is phony baloney, Bo. It's PhD on 92.5. I didn't expect to get that fired up, Dan, in all honesty. I didn't
got a little angry there.
Well, I looked at the video. The video on his YouTube channel was cheesy. So there's a video and a short and 4,000 subscribers, and I'm sure he'll do great on that. But I'm watching the video. I'm like, who's he throwing to? He's just out on this high school field. I was like, where is he? He's out at Valor? Where the hell is he?
It doesn't look like Valor. We
Douglas
should ask
Sanford
Sanford if that's Valor.
It was 95 degrees on July 9th and 10th or something like that, which it was really warm here during that time. I know that because I was up there. Oh, actually, where the hell was I? I guess I was just right here. I wasn't anywhere. I was in Denver.
I'm going to do some research. Temperature in Denver, July 9th and 10th.
Well, I remember it being pretty warm, but I don't know if he was there. I'm not sure where the hell he was. But if you watch the video, he's like out on a high school field. Oh, he's really working hard, throwing footballs. I was like, I missed that one. I got to do another one. But, like, they don't show any receivers.
So on July 9th, it was the high was 95.
All right, so
in Denver. And then the 10th was 90.
All right, so is that Valor? Well, where the hell was he?
Well, I don't know. He could have been in Alabama, too.
He could have been anywhere.
It didn't look like Colorado.
You know what? It doesn't matter. You know what? You're right. It didn't look like Colorado. It doesn't matter. If he was at Valor, he probably would have seen Mike Sanford bringing him a cup of water or something. So he probably was not at Valor. He said in a high school in Alabama. Oh, okay. All right. Well, okay. That makes sense. Thank you on the text line. I'm like, who the hell's he throwing the ball to? And I'm like, why is he doing this? And I'm like, all right. But I had not looked up the merch side of things. And now when Dan put up the merch, that's what set me off here. Because I saw that there was a merch side, but I didn't click on the link to see there's literally like 10,000 items for sale.
It's already got a holiday sale on his merch site. It's
and
August 5th.
By the way, to be fair, if you buy a Believe item on his website, he says the profits go to ALS research, which is fine. That's cool. But how about all of it go to ALS? Not just the Believe shirt, the 10,000 other Bo Nix items. I didn't know that. That's why I probably got triggered like that, because all of a sudden I did not know that was the case. Damn, did you get over to Potbelly and back that quick?
That fast, baby.
Holy cow.
And took a leak.
Damn, that is crazy you got back that fast. Well, you're into a rhythm.
That was a nap.
This is when you would normally get it.
Yeah.
Even if you're not at the facility. You're you just are dialed in on this.
I had a busy morning, so I didn't really eat, so I had to.
But that is so funny. Still had that itch.
Yeah, just hit boom, beep, beep.
No,
boom.
I get it, but I'm just laughing.
Well, I don't know how to do the delivery stuff like you yet.
DoorDash? You don't know how to do DoorDash?
Well, but I don't know the address.
You don't know our address here?
I have no idea.
Well, that's impossible to find, so I wouldn't even try.
See that? Have you had people with DoorDash come and not be able to find a place?
Yeah, because we're a little tricky because we're kind of in a little odd
shopping
area.
mall.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I was a little surprised you were triggered.
Yeah, because I didn't know the merch thing was going on, and I thought it might be a T-shirt or two. It appears like this is the only purpose for the YouTube site.
Well, and ALS United Rocky Mountain proceeds, so that's
for
good.
One shirt, the Believe stuff.
Oh, for the Believe shirt.
That's it. That what I said. How about all of it to the ALS, and then I would feel differently. If it was all going to a charity, then I would retract some of the things that I said.
Well, listen,
but it's not.
Having done T-shirts in my history, you give to charity, they will make money.
I'll wear a Believe shirt if it's going to ALS.
Well, listen. You save 10,000 Believe shirts.
Okay.
Right. At $35, your production cost takes $3. Shipping, they'll charge you another $2 or $3. So now you're down to $29 on the shirt. Hey, we're going to give $1 a shirt to whatever, or $2. Or are they giving you the rest of the $29? Then that could be some money.
Listen, seriously, all I care about, and this is the first sign that there's something else on this guy's mind aside from playing quarterback for the Broncos. And I get it. You got to build your brand. You got to do this. You got to do that. You really don't, actually, but okay. Even Joker has, a shoe line now, 361 or whatever. He certainly doesn't need the money.
But he don't have his own YouTube page.
No, and I'm sure people are dying for him to do more stuff. But he has a bigger presence than that. It's not his.
361 does.
Yeah, I mean, it's other people are doing it for him, but it's not his.
But that's no different than a Kobe shoe or LeBron
I
shoe
know, I agree.
Or a Tom Brady shoe.
I agree. It's no different. All these guys do the same thing. I was just hoping there was a bigger window where he was focused on football.
After that last segment, and I'm walking out, and you see all the stuff with Russ, and you're right. We wanted to get to know him. It's kind of cutesy when it first came out. But then you get to camp and you got Fat Russ.
You had Fat Russ.
And then now if you put 2 and 2, because that was a tough first year. Second year he was better. But if he'd have played like that his second year, his first year, and been okay and not had all the stuff, he probably, wouldn't have gotten much pressure here as far as being stinky.
You know when you really find out a guy is fat as an athlete? When he comes back the next year in way better shape. He's telling you, I was fat.
Yeah.
Luke is telling you, I was fat. Russ told you, I was fat. Or you just are kind of that's just who you are. You're great. You're not fat. That's just who you are, and that's fine. But it always pisses me off a little bit when an athlete will come back in way better shape, because it makes me think about, so it wasn't really that important to you last year, huh? This year it matters, and last year it didn't. I'm like, well, what kind of professional athlete is that? You might as well come back doughy every day. Or like Bartolo Colon, just come back fatter every year. Kind of lean into it. But when you come back in like way better shape for a body transformation for a professional athlete, it tells me
especially 9 or 10 years in your career.
It tells me you weren't that focused last year. Why the hell are you making so much money if you're not that focused? Why am I rooting for you if you can't take the job that seriously? And by the way, we should all be privileged to have gym class for a job. I will never, ever give athletes credit for working out. Big deal.
You're supposed to.
You're supposed to. That's your job. Your job is to wake up, eat right, and work out? Oh, wow. Most of us try to just do that, period, and work.
Yeah. And I get paid for it. Our gym class ain't paid for.
You take professional gym class. Oh, it's hard, the pressure. Oh, hard, the pressure. Why don't you go work at a job at the mall at Park Meadows or something?
And let me ask this. The pressure is a little easier to handle when you're in shape as an athlete, though, isn't it?
It blows me away that athletes ever, for whatever reason, get out of shape. The in-between. Home of the Panthers, some high school.
Is that the video?
All right, I got to chill out on this, man. Seriously. I walked in here in a fine mood. Like, yeah, who's he throwing it to here? The camera's like 3 inches from his face.
You got close-ups.
Yeah, we're doing close-ups. It's 3 inches from my face.
And then the shadowy face interview.
And you know what, man? You do know a lot more than I do about football, but you don't know more than I do about life. So shut up about life and what we got to do in life to be better. You're 25. Shut up. Yeah, there's one guy. He's doing that's his Tom House drills right there with the plyo balls. Oh, man, band work. Jeez, how's he getting through it? Man, that's almost the same as working as a police officer in the third shift, isn't it, Scott? Like guys that, have real jobs. That's like a delivery guy who's got to drive from here to Cheyenne every day. Man, how does he do it?
Well, I do like that. He said, I used to think that you threw to warm up, but I realize you got to warm up to throw. Good. If that gives him another 12 years of great.
Stop. Seriously.
But does he need to tell us about it?
All right, I got to get back on track and be more positive about things here because I'm really not in a bad mood. I wasn't, at least, until I saw that stupid crap.
Because now it sets up, if anything bad happens, everybody goes.
Yeah, I guess. Good thing you sold a hoodie. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, I'm fine now. I'm settled down. I'm okay. I'm not even looking at the text line because I'm probably just getting yelled at left and right. If you want to just yell at me on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, fine. I know when I get emotional about stuff, there's more people that just want to rip me for X, Y, and Z, so I just ignore it.
Well, now you're probably getting the guys when I said last year I'm not quite a believer yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting there. And you know what? I gotta admit, man, this Sean stuff, it is too many lattes, bro. You're having too many lattes. Calm down.
Doesn't that seem like maybe that might be the moniker of the camp, which to me,
golly.
And we were just talking during the break.
Smelling ourselves.
We've got a little bit of experience in this. We've seen good teams, bad teams, great teams, off the rail teams. You know, we've seen teams focus. The year the Broncos won their first Super Bowl, there was no doubt in my way they were good enough to do it. I mean, they just had a different kind of character in the locker room. So we've seen it all. You don't. To me, if you're pumping, or how am I going to say this? If you're already going from the start, and you say, "Watch how fast I get off the line," well, you got to wait for the green light. and now they keep telling everybody, how good they're going to be. You ain't off the green. You ain't off the line yet.
I know, man.
Don't give this to me right now. To me, you're setting yourself up for failure.
It's so easy to just sort of be quiet and take compliments. You don't have to be noisy. Here it is. Here's a real indication that they're not quite ready for the spotlight because they're too giddy on things. Calm down.
They're pointing out the spotlight.
This is the difference. In Super Bowl 48, the Broncos were kind of a mess. I hate to say it because it was such a talented team. But we're out in New York with them. You were there. And it just was like, what is going on here? The vibe, everything was weird. And then you go over to Seattle. And first of all, they're in a regular hotel. Whatever that hotel the Broncos were at was weird, man. There was like a circular sort of thing. And they had the porn boat where they were doing the media sessions. And the train was right under the hotel to get to Manhattan. It's like, this is where they're putting the AFC champions? The hotel kind of sucked. But you go down the street. This is all in Jersey City, too. It's not even in Manhattan. That Super Bowl sucked. And you go down the street, and the Seahawks are just in a hotel, like a regular nice hotel. Just a regular place. You can do media in the hotel. They were calm. Pete Carroll was, canceling practices outside. They were good. They weren't doing anything. The Broncos are freaking out. Foxy, my guy, was in a trance. I think the players for the Broncos went a little hard early in the week. You could sort of tell, green gills, in the middle of the week. What are you, rookies to everything? This is your first time doing all this stuff? I don't know how you felt about it, but it was like a bunch of rookies on something.
There was an overconfidence. Now, we stayed in Manhattan. What blew me away was how many Seattle, how many Seattle folks were there.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And to hear that, we weren't on a silent count because we didn't think the fans, you didn't take a walk around Times Square? I guess not, is the answer. The Broncos seem so crazily underprepared for that Super Bowl.
Well, let me tell you the funniest conversation I had that week. We're down in the lobby of the hotel we were at, which was
I think we were at the same place.
It was the media hotel.
I stayed there too. I was there too.
Well, we were both with the fan then. So, yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. I get lost on your timeline, bro. I'm sorry.
Sandy and I were there. So
okay.
So we're down there having a drink in the evening, and Jesse Jackson and his kind of crew roll in. Were you sitting down there with us when he came in?
I was not, but I keep hearing the Jesse Jackson story. I missed him I don't know how I missed him.
Yeah.
Because it seems like all you guys were hanging out with him.
Yeah, we hung out with him for 5-10 minutes. So, but here's the funniest conversation I had. So we were talking to Reverend Jackson, and I finally go to him. I said, hey, and I'd met him one other time when I was with the Atlanta Hawks years and years ago, probably mid-'80s.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, we talked about that, boom, 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 where we were, whatever. He remembered a little bit, or he said he did, whatever.
Sure.
I said, so who you pulling for? Well, I really don't not pulling for either one, really. And then I go, well, listen, you got to pull for Denver. We gave you your quarterback because Cutler was a Bear, and he's from Chicago.
Okay.
He goes, you want him back? So that was like
funny.
the funniest conversation I had right there.
My point was just being around the teams. It was clear Seattle was just in a better headspace.
They were in a zone, and Denver. Yeah, well, and you've talked to the same people I talked to.
But 2 years later, it was
different.
It was completely different.
And there was a different zone, but they were in a zone.
And there was a quiet confidence with the Broncos. This is like a teenage boy getting lucky for the first time right now.
This is
calm down.
The Broncos were like we've all seen it, that fighter that gets in the weigh-in and he's like loud and brash and he's telling everybody how great he is. And he goes out in the first round. He either gets knocked out or choked out or something.
I'll
and you're like, dude, where were you?
I'll tell you this, man. You best put it on the Titans. You're Sean. What is Sean doing? He's creating this weird pressure where it does not need to be applied. Diana Rossini. Oh, come on, work. Why am I not working? Oh, my stupid computer's frozen.
He just reminds me of someone like in love. Like he has this like in love feeling way about him with this team.
Who does? John?
Yes.
Yeah.
He left me a voicemail this summer and he didn't even say like, hi, hello. All he said was, I love my Q.
Yeah. He's refreshed.
That is so weird.
Yeah, that's weird in a couple levels.
First of all, what time was it?
Yeah.
Second of all, huh?
Second of all, why are you calling a media member in the middle of the summer?
What are you doing? Your buddies, your friends, okay. That is just such a weird freaking story. It's weird. You're having too many. It's too many lattes. We're having too many lattes again. You got this guy from Yahoo. I don't know him. George Robinson, Fred Robinson. I know Wickersham is writing a big book. I heard Moser talking about it. And he's blabbing at Wickersham, who's a great writer.
Great writer.
I mean, anytime Wickersham writes anything, it's like, oh, all right.
Well, okay,
it's
going to be a hit. You're going to have to read it.
Yeah. But Sean can't keep his mouth shut around him either. They're all positive things. It's not negative things. He's not bombing at anybody like he was with Hackett.
He's not killing Hackett.
No, but you really are like...
You're jumping the gun, though.
Way jumping the gun. Let us jump the gun. We'll jump the gun. We'll do it for you.
Does this want to make you kind of pull back from jumping the gun now?
Yes, because it freaks me out. You are officially freaking me out. Listen, it's just the way the show's set up and what we're allowed to do. Would I prefer being out for every practice and doing every show from there? Yes. Do I understand the restrictions and the new Sean Payton training camp rules with local media?
No.
I roll my eyes and say yes.
Okay.
However, I will tell you it's different than 30-plus years of covering the Broncos. Like he changed it. Not the PR people with the Broncos. It's Sean. Okay? I'm rolling my eyes massively about the big secrets that we are blah, 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 blah. Of course, I'd rather be out there. I'd rather do our whole show out there. I think it's great. The morning show, listen, they got to take one for the team. They're not really looking at anything while they're on the air. Not really.
But they're there.
But they're there, and I respect the guys for doing that work, okay?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a grind when nothing's in front of you.
I run into Moser every day running back and forth.
I'm sure there's a little, but they're there. Now, for Mike and Raj, I mean, sure, they're there. It's great. Everything's happening. And frankly, for you and Tyler, it's pretty good. I mean, there's stuff happening at least.
Usually get 45 minutes or so.
And when stuff is not happening, or, whatever. But it's hard for me to be there because just the way the show's set up, okay? I'm not complaining. I'm just describing. So when I'm hearing that Bo Nix is not that great day after day after day, all right, one day, second day, I haven't heard about Bo Nix being great at all. I go out there Saturday. He was all right. It wasn't incredible, but it was all right. I saw probably as much good stuff as bad stuff or whatever. And there was part of me, like when I was out there on Saturday watching it, like, the hell's going on here? Well, he looks fine to me. Like, what is happening that's so different on this day than other days? And maybe that's just my bad timing.
Want me to tell you what? On Saturday,
what's the
it's
difference?
hard. Here's the difference. Jumping the gun. And so when you're hearing this, top 4 or 5 quarterback all time, we got a chance to win the whole thing. And for me, when you say, well, it looked all right. And I'm like, well, that ain't top 5. That ain't winning a Super Bowl. To look, all right. Right?
I guess. But I'll take your word for it. I'm listening to you guys. I trust you guys. If you're telling me he's not that great and having bad days, I'm waiting for the report about how Bo Nix ripped it up. Because I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. When Peyton Manning was on and feeling it, there were days he just ripped it up. There were days he dominated a really good defense. And the Broncos defense in 12, 13, 14, and 15 was pretty damn good overall.
It won you a Super Bowl in 15.
Won you a Super Bowl in 15, got you to a Super Bowl in 48. I mean, the high-octane offense in 12 and 13 was out of control. I mean, that probably helped more than anything. 14 was a little bit more mellow. In 15, you won a Super Bowl. But you had the elements in 14. 14 was such a weird year. Like, everybody was out the door. Lord Fauntleroy, what's his face, Del Rio, the hair. He and Gase had a job, and Foxy was looking at the Bears, and Peyton was running around.
Had a foot hanging out the door.
Peyton had no quads. That was a weird year, losing to the Colts at home in a wild card game, like just the whole year. And the next year was
it still won 12 games.
Yeah, we still thought they were going to be awesome.
Yeah,
they'd gone to the Super Bowl the year before. We still had Peyton Manning. Well, I don't think we realized how dysfunctional things had gotten behind the scenes, and it was really bad, as it turns out. But then Gary comes in and
calms the storm.
Yeah, I mean,
defense is fabulous.
Peyton sucked though, and it was weird because he just wasn't the same guy. But the defense was so good. And then Peyton gets hurt, and, it's legendary, with him giving the finger in his rehab and Jordan Taylor doing all the work and coming back and the Brock. It's an unbelievable story. I mean, I don't have to rehash it. It was incredible. And what Gary did as a coach was, it was unreal. But it was quiet. I'm telling you. Like, Coos wasn't. All right, I got to chill out on Sean because I do like him as a coach. I'm glad he's here. But he's got to just keep the lattes.
Well, you were in town.
Whiz,
97, they won it. Were they not quiet going in 98?
I have never heard so much bitching in my life than my car ride over here. My Lord, you two.
I'm triggered.
Well, really.
I don't think you understand the definition of bitching.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What I got wrong there?
Well, I just think he all of a sudden scared.
Well, maybe.
I thought that was
good Lord. That was about 20 minutes of just crying.
I thought that was fearful.
I'm freaking out. I don't like it. I like you being quiet in your confidence.
What do you think you were going to get from Sean?
I don't know, man. You're right.
I mean, did you like it last year when he was calling out, or 2 years ago, Nathaniel Hackett?
Not really.
I didn't either.
Not really. He wasn't wrong. And he might not be wrong about this either. But I'm hearing him going off on lattes with interviews, and then we're selling hoodies with Bo Nix, and I'm like, stop. Just calm down.
Let me just go a little bit. They just showed on the NBA Network. It was one of the Houston team when they were running for the championship, and they showed the Western Conference Finals. And I think it's for Game 1. David Robinson comes out, and guess what the NBA decides to do? Gives up the NBA MVP trophy right before Game 1. And all the guys, all they're talking about goes, Dream didn't say nothing, but he had a look. And to me, this is Sean already passing out MVP trophies before the season.
Yeah.
And you don't think, because you got Mahomes twice this year, you got Joe Burrows this year. I don't think Baltimore's on the schedule.
You got Herbert twice this year.
You got Herbert twice this year.
You got Pete Carroll and the Raiders twice this year.
You've got, Philadelphia coming in and the kid in Washington coming.
Yep.
You don't think they're going to go top 5? You top 5?
Yep.
Top 5.
I got it.
And you know the trash talk. He and I can guess, and I only can tell you what Shannon Sharp ever told me.
The only saving grace, though, is it wasn't Bo Nix. So
That's true.
I do think trash talk, like a bulletin board material, I don't think anybody's going to hold that against Bo Nix on his coach.
But will it surprise you, defensive guy says, hey, top 5? You all right?
Yeah.
You all right, top 5?
Kevin Harlan. Kevin Harlan is joining us.
Oh, sweet. I love Kevin.
Kevin's joining us next. Talk about Westwood 1, and we can run it through Kevin Harlan. Nobody's better than Kevin, so he'll join us.
And he does a lot of NBA stuff, too.
He does, of course. Legendary. Next. Hi, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your medical situation. And every case is different. ED, who needs it? Stress in relationships, anxiety, hardship on men, and often your partner as well. So let's get through it with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this situation, there is an answer for you, and it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Kevin Harlan. What? That is awesome.
On the Twitch channel too.
I know, so everybody can see him and look at him and hear him. And
straight off the golf course.
You think so?
That or his boat, one of the two.
Kevin, we are the new home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League. Kevin, we're so excited to hear your tones, your emotion, your passion, and we're pumped to have you here, man. Thanks for being with us. How you doing?
Thank you. Thrilled to be on your station. I'm familiar with it well, with multiple visits to do Nuggets games for TNT, and when we come in town to do the Broncos. So on behalf of the company, we could not be in a better home, and can't wait to work with you and your new PD, Kevin Shockey, who have known for a while, and thrilled to be a part of your program.
Kevin, how do you adjust? Talked about it as a broadcaster.
Man, you look good.
there you go.
Come on. I was just sitting here thinking, we're up on Lake Michigan spending our summer, and I was thinking about all the people I've worked with, because Scott and I go back to our TNT days, TBS. We were former teammates, and good to see you, Scott. And I have such great memories when we were together there.
Well, let's just say this. Kevin, when we worked together, he's turned into the greatest sports broadcaster that America knows right now. Doc Rivers, who was doing color, has turned into a 20-year-plus career coaching.
And you're hanging out with us?
And I'm doing noontime radio in Denver.
By the way, you were the analyst for the world champion Nuggets a couple years ago.
That's true.
With an NBA career, and now you found another career. And your daughter, I've met your daughter, haven't I?
Yeah. I think you met more than one.
Well, which daughter, Kevin? Yeah, because Scott went for
the one that was in Kansas City, Scotty.
Allison. Yep. She went to KU. Was a big KU in Kansas City.
That's hard to get into, right? She almost didn't get into KU because it's such a tough school to get into academic.
Well,
unlike Arkansas, but aside from that.
Well, I mean,
but Kevin, Scott went for round 2 with the kid thing. He's got.
I got an 11-year-old now.
Got an 11-year-old. He's off to a soccer tournament in Boulder this weekend.
Yeah, I'll be in Boulder for a soccer tournament.
Kevin, why do you have your palm in your face?
Congratulations!
Congratulations! Jeez. Okay, there we go. Now I'll ask my serious question.
Okay.
Every broadcast I've ever heard
so
you
happy
on.
for you.
Thank you. Every broadcast I've heard you on, and you know this, I love you to death. I just think you're great. You bring the emotion, you bring the energy of whatever the game you're calling is. How different is it for you to go from, because you'll end up doing this, you'll be crossing over here in the fall with football, one night, and then basketball the next day, and so on and so forth. How different is it for you as a play-by-play guy to do radio than go to TV?
Well, I think they kind of help Scotty each other. I think the attention to detail you need to do a radio broadcast in whatever sport, forcing you to be reporter and have a plethora of words to use to describe the catch or the shot or whatever it might be, pacing and tempo and flexion, all those things have helped me with TV. And then the things we do with TV that have helped me with radio. But radio, as I've said since I got in the business, was the reason I got into broadcasting, because I remember listening on can I say another station in the market
Sure.
or no? But it was on KOA
Yeah.
when Al Albert was doing the Nuggets games back in the 70s. And growing up in Green Bay, we could get KOA and 85 and on the AM dial, and it carried at night. And I would hear these games that he was broadcasting as I myself was getting into broadcasting as a teenager and just getting into high school, and just fell in love with the picture that was painted by radio announcers.
Yeah.
Bob Martin became, when I got the Chiefs job out of college, Bob Martin became, and Larry became two of my most favorite guys in the business to be around. Bob, because at the time was doing the play-by-play, and then Larry, once
Yep.
Bob passed, took over. But Bob Martin was one of those credible voices and kind, classy pros that I really tried to follow. And while our styles aren't the same, the basics of what he did and what I've always really found wonderful about radio is what I've tried to use. And I think about Bob Martin, and I think about the great radio broadcasters, Jack Buck, when he was doing Monday Night Football, and think about how they would paint this picture. And as a kid growing up in Green Bay, would fall asleep listening to their descriptive styles. And I just thought that radio play-by-play is the purest form of broadcasting, because you need every element to make it go with a blank canvas. TV, you've got the picture, you've got the analyst, you've got the replay, you've got the graphics, you got all these different things, and the play-by-play guy is kind of secondary, but on radio, it's all yours. And that, I love that challenge to improving and getting better every broadcast and every season.
We're chatting with Kevin Harlan of Westwood One, as we are now the new home of all of Westwood's NFL games. And Kevin, I know you're on vacation, more or less, but I don't know how dialed in you are to the talk coming out of Broncos camp. But boy, conversation of the day is in regards to Sean Payton, how much he loves this football team. He's described his quarterback as a top 4 or 5 QB over the next 2 years. He's said that he's only had 6 teams previously that he thought could win a Super Bowl. This is his 7th team. Are you buying the hype coming out of Sean Payton?
I am. I did that Denver game at Arrowhead with the blocked field goal that would have won it, right in the middle of the season. I did him. I'm trying to think where else I had him for the Russell Wilson time, and then I had him for Bo last year. And did you guys see the ESPN story written by, was it Wickersham or Wicker? Somebody, I just read it today or yesterday, about Sean's equation grading quarterbacks, his formula for grading quarterbacks and going through their college tape and grading every play, and when they threw a pick, or when they made a good out, pattern throw, or when they decided to flee the pocket and run. Anyway, it for a Bronco fan, I would highly recommend this story. And I'm not an ESPN guy, but I read a portion of it in the last 24 hours, and was just stunned by the amount of detail that Sean had taken into getting that next quarterback. And this was the Caleb Williams draft, and we know where Bo was picked, and how Sean took what he saw in all those college 61 games he started at Auburn and at Oregon, and took that and molded it into where he thinks a rookie quarterback should be, working on his deficiencies, enhancing his positive traits, and making him fall right into stride, which is the most remarkable story, I think, of any young player last year, how he leaves a college game and seamlessly comes to a demanding head coach and did what he did as a rookie. I just thought it was one of the great stories last year in the NFL. And when we meet with Sean with CBS for these Sunday games, there is not a head coach in the NFL who gives us more good stuff, information. Sometimes he asks for our quiet on a story, not to relay it. Other times he'll take us inside his thought process, and we can use that story. But I find him fascinating on every level in what he's done. First of all, with Russ, now he's doing with Bo, building the team, getting the kind of parts together. I am buying. The problem is they're in a rugged division with an improving Raider team and an emerging Charger team and an established Chiefs team. That division, the AFC West, is just a smidge below the best division in football, which I think is the NFC North, with Detroit, Green Bay, the Vikings, and the Bears.
That's well said. I was going to say this. He'd mentioned in a story that he thinks that Bo Nix can be a top 4 or 5 quarterback. Well, right now he's not top 5 just in the AFC. I mean, you look at the quarterbacks in the AFC. I mean, to make that kind of jump for Bo Nix, that would be a heck of a feat.
Wait a second. He better be one of the top 5 in the AFC. There's only 4 teams. Oh, the AFC.
AFC.
Oh, just the whole AFC.
Just sit over in your corner and let the big boys talk.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Big boys are talking right now.
Tyler, get in the way of these guys. I can sense the tension.
I do
all
my
the
best.
way right now, right? I mean, I mean, you can cut it with a knife. But I do think the Broncos are formidable. I don't know where the Chiefs are. Clearly, coach, the quarterback, and the parts are there. But I do think there was some mental exhaustion going into last season's postseason. They did get their stride. They made it all the way to the final game. But they were, especially on the offensive line, we knew going into that game against the Eagles, their line needed a change. And they weren't lucky to get as far as they got. It speaks to the coaching, the quarterback, the overall talent. But you've got a hard-charging Bronco team with a coach who is as enthused as anybody and believes in what he's doing. And the stair steps have been taken. And Cortland did he just sign an extension?
Yeah.
For less than he could have gotten someplace else? Did I read?
Well, it was a pretty healthy deal, but yeah,
it was. But listen, they've bought in, and players and Tyler and Scotty, they will crawl for leadership. They want to be led. There are individual leaders, but at the end of the day, it's the coach and the organization which sets the path. And I just think Sean Payton is one of the great leadership coaches in pro football. And Bo Nix has bought into it, whether he's spending. Did he spend time with who did he spend time with this past?
Drew Brees a little bit
in San Diego. Yeah, I read that story. Yeah. I thought that was a great thing for him. I mean, like he is so invested, son of a coach. Like this guy gets it. And this is the perfect quarterback at the perfect time for where Sean is in his career and how he's mapping out the next handful of years as the coach of the Broncos.
All right, Kevin, you're the best. There's the fish ain't going to catch themselves or whatever the hell you're doing in the lake. Or
well, I was going to ask you. You pay attention to what the Nuggets have done this summer.
Oh, we're going to get some into some hoop.
They kind of announced
they've had a very good offseason, haven't they? Wow.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be interesting. No, but what I was asking, you mentioned radio and your announcers. Growing up for me in a small town in Kansas, in Independence, down the southeast corner there. Fred White and Denny Matthews with you with Kansas City Royals baseball.
Oh my God!
Remember those guys, right?
I do. Denny's still broadcasting. I think he's in his 50th or 60th year.
What?
Yes, yeah, unbelievable.
Started
run.
in '69 with him. I think.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he was 22, and Buddy Blattner, who was a famous broadcaster at the time, they got this young kid. And they thought, we'll mold him, and they did, and he's got won the Ford Frick Award.
That's awesome.
So he's in the Cooperstown Hall of Fame. So he's one of the legendary voices in sports, and certainly in Major League Baseball. We were lucky enough to listen to him in the state of Kansas. But back to our original point, Westwood One is thrilled to be on your station, thrilled to be a part of your culture, and you call us anytime. And I'll even speak for Kurt Warner, my partner on Monday Night Football. If he ever says, no, I'm too busy, I'll get in his ear and I'll force him to come on and be with you guys.
Well, we'll take you up on that.
There you go.
Make sure you've got about a half hour devoted to him, because this guy is as prepared an analyst as there is in pro football. And it's an honor to work with him every Monday night.
Well, Monday night, September 29th, Broncos hosting the Bengals. It's a banger. It's a good one.
We'll be there. We'll be there. That'll be a beauty.
Ooh, that'll be a good one.
That's a good one. Kevin, we really appreciate it, man. And we'll talk to you down the line. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you carrying our games, and sure nice to visit with you guys this afternoon. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
The legendary Kevin Harlan. That's it. Yeah, that's going to be.
Did you not feel like you were listening to a football game right there?
No, he's
like
the best.
second he starts talking, I just feel like I'm listening to a game.
I think he's the best in broadcasting right now.
Yeah, Tirico can pound sand. Seriously,
Tirico's good. Kevin Harlan's better.
All right. Well,
I like Tirico.
Oh, good. He's my Syracuse brother.
Well, and Kevin's my Kansas brother.
I gotcha.
All right, let's have a fight.
Well,
I didn't know you guys were teammates.
Yeah. Well, we did a full year together. It was him, Doc, and myself.
Cool.
Did all the games.
Are you guys curious about the stats that he was talking about with Sean Payton? I got the whole breakdown from this.
It's really kind of cool.
It's pretty nerdy. Do you want to hear it? Like, I can lay it out for you.
Well, Nate is off this week, so there might be some people out there just clamoring.
We can fill the gap. Here was the Sean Payton came up with this formula. This is the Sean Payton numbers. He looked at the rate of negative plays against, and this is based on Patrick Mahomes. Negative plays against Mahomes.
So this is like E equals MC squared of Sean Payton quarterback formula.
It's a lot.
Okay.
I'm giving you fair warning on this. I looked at the rate of negative plays against Mahomes' total dropbacks, percentage of sacks, fumbles, interceptions, then added them together for the average. He also liked to see a quarterback's completion percentage, but it wasn't factored into the algorithm. All right. So attempts, this is for Mahomes. 1,349 sacks, 68. So attempts, my bad. 1,349 sacks, 68. It's 5%. Fumbles, 14, 1%. Interceptions, 29, 2.1%. Completion percentage, 63.5. Average, 8.1. So his score for Mahomes is 8.1. All right, well, that's pretty good.
Bo Nix is
and that was his college numbers.
Well, that's all you got going into the draft. I mean, what are you going to do? This is all you got. Caleb Williams' average, and I can give you the specifics if you want, but his average was 17.5. Drake May was
Do you want a lower number or a higher number?
You want it lower.
Okay.
That's a good question. You want it lower. May, 10.5.
So he liked Mahomes too then.
Bo Nix, 2.3. Wow. So the data for Bo Nix, like his attempts to sack percentage was 1.1%.
Okay, but he also threw the most balls behind the line of scrimmage of any quarterback in college football. Like,
I'm just telling you what Sean Payton based it on, So if you want,
but he didn't take sacks, just like last year.
Well, it's pretty tough to do that, but okay.
Williams in college, 11.2%. Bo, 1.1%. May, 7.3%. And so they had to figure out, from the guys that they could really get, who do you want? And here's Sean Payton. I'll get criticized for taking him at 12. I don't give a F. 3 years from now is what I'm worried about.
I mean, I do dig that quote. So when was that quote? That was before the draft?
This is not necessarily before the draft.
Well, he says for Tate. Okay.
This is from Seth Wickersham's book, American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. So this is part of a book. So he's interviewing Sean about quarterbacks.
Might have been before last year.
Yeah, I mean, when he said I'll be criticized for it, I'm not exactly sure when he talked. It's 2024. 2024. So there you go. So he loved Bo Nix for the metrics that he came up with that he thinks are important. That makes Patrick Mahomes such a great quarterback.
Best guy in the draft for Sean Payton was Bo Nix, and I've been saying that for a while, and I don't even know analytics.
So here's my thing with all this, and I get it. I'm okay with it. Like, I'm fine with him hyping up his guy. Like, but it is a lot. And I was making fun of you for bitching so much on the right end. But I get it, and I'm leaning closer to you. But Scott, you've said multiple times at training camp he looks bored. I think Coach has said something of a similar line, right? I looked at it today, the last couple days, like there's just not a lot of energy. All this good talk, man, and I'm not insinuating this, so let me be very clear. I'm making no accusation here. I'm just telling you reality. It is very easy to get comfortable when you're hearing that many good things about yourself. Really easy to get comfortable.
And that's what scares DMac.
Yeah, a little bit.
It does. A
little bit.
It's not an accusation. It's just a fact for any human being.
Plus, the Bo Nix hoodies look terrible. I'm glad the Bo Leave shirts go to a good charity, but like, really, we're selling hoodies. Now we're doing YouTube pages.
Bo Leave. Bo Wonder now.
But I'll say this about Sean Payton and the lattes. It's not like he was wrong about Hackett. He wasn't.
No.
He got ripped apart for it, and that was where the latte.
It was a little unprofessional, but he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong. And so, even though it makes me a little uncomfortable, hopefully he's not wrong about this either. And you know what? All you want, I'm giving him some props here. We want a head coach that believes in his quarterback and wants him here because you're going to fit everything around it. So we clearly have that. I think it's a little creepy. He's calling Diana Rossini to tell him how great Bo Nix is. Like, that's just weird to me.
On a couple levels.
On a couple levels. It's No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I look at Twitch right off the bat. How many times is DMac going to whine about Bo Nix's T-shirts and merchandise? I know. As if you bring it up, I guess I'll whine more about it because it's stupid. But if you want to buy a bad-looking T-shirt that has Bo Nix's body on it.
Is this overcompensation for all the Bo leaving you've been doing?
I think he's just mad he didn't pin the Bo leave and get it copyrighted because now somebody.
I think so.
Now, the Bo Leave shirts are for charity. The rest of it's not. So I'll wear a Bo Leave shirt because it benefits ALS, according to the website. That's cool. But I don't know why all the shirts just don't go to ALS.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with dudes making money. Nothing wrong with it at all.
Okay.
Seriously?
Just focus on one thing at a time, Bo. That's all I got to say. Actually, the merch is kind of one thing. The phony baloney workout video is kind of like, man, it's just so whatever, man.
The only thing that I care about with this stuff is how involved are you, right? And because I think everybody and their mother's got a brand. Especially every quarterback's got a brand. But you can have people do this stuff for you and not have it be a part of your life.
Okay.
And as long as it's not like a part of your day-to-day life, it doesn't bother me at all. But when it becomes a part of your life to the point where you're living in a reality show like Russell Wilson was, well, now we got issues.
No dumb question. Is the merch store using recycled materials? I have no idea. Does that matter? Who knows? Who knew there was a merch store?
Yeah, we just learned that today.
But seriously, how many pieces are on them? By the way, you're welcome for this 2-hour commercial for your merch store.
Have him click over. It says holiday sale.
Yeah, you got a holiday sale?
We got a holiday sale.
What holiday are we on?
I have no idea.
Click on portrait.
Labor Day? We got a good Labor Day sale going on?
These are the kind of T-shirts in. You got the holiday sale. And then portrait's got to be one with him on it, right?
I don't know.
Dan, click the button. For the love.
Portrait.
Click the button.
Oh, so that's him outside.
What's the holiday sale? Click on the holiday sale.
That was the top one.
That's the holiday sale?
Yeah.
Okay. Happy Labor Day.
And then target practice got to be the ones on the mounds with the dots on them. Yeah.
All right, enough with the stupid.
We didn't check to the women.
Scotty, all right, no dumb question. Changing the subject here.
Yeah,
no dumb question. Give us the movie review of Naked Gun. You saw it yesterday.
Happy Gilmore too.
Really?
Yeah. But bunch of good.
Because you do look at the reviews, and it's getting 100% from.
See, I'd never watch reviews personally. It was okay.
Not really.
I
mean, this movie's getting hyped up.
Yeah, I know.
You almost sound like you liked Happy Gilmore more.
No, they're very similar.
The director of this is one of the guys from Lonely Island, which is Andy Samberg. So they've done all those, funny videos, the D and the B, Justin Timberlake. It comes from that. And Seth MacFarlane, Family Guy, is the executive producer. So the people that created this are
hilarious,
way high level comedy guys. And comedy movies in a theater, like Happy Gilmore 2 just went right to streaming.
Yeah.
And was 2 hours long. This is 85 minutes and is being released in the theater. And Tyler's right. It's getting crazy good reviews. So I'm kind of surprised to see.
Well, I said it was good. I'm not asking for my money back, but
I might try to go see it tonight.
I'm a little disappointed to hear that because I heard so many good things about it.
Listen,
to go to a movie theater anymore feels like such a sacrifice.
There's 2 or 3 out loud stuff, and then there's other ones you're like, okay.
Hey, okay, all right. But I agree with Tyler, man. The hype on it was real.
Pamela Anderson is cute in it. And they make a good couple.
Oh, the ratings are going down, though.
Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, when it first came out, you just had the professional critics, and it was 100%. Seriously, it was at 100%. That's gone down to 90. And then the popcorn meter, which is from the people, that's 76%.
Were you bored at all during it? Just be honest.
No, bored, no.
I feel like Liam Neeson's going to be just awkwardly funny, though. Like him in a comedy, just honestly, it sounds funny to him.
That's the best part because he still has that tough guy kind of.
But the problem is, like, after that joke, you see that joke early on, the first 5-10 minutes, you got 70 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Like, can it?
I mean, I like stupid,
because it's stupid.
Like his first line that Pam Anderson has, I'm not breaking anything, goes into interview and Drummond says to Pam Anderson's character, "Take that chair." "No, thanks. I have plenty at home." I mean, I like stupid stuff like that. I like those kind of jokes, And then she gets mad at the end and goes, "On second thought, I will take this chair."
And she takes the chair.
Takes the chair. I mean, so stupid things like that. It was okay. It wasn't the best comedy I've ever seen.
Do I need to go back and watch the first two before I watch this?
Hold on. Oh.
Because I have seen them, but I don't remember them at all.
Well, all you got to know is everything, Drummond takes everything literal. Anything you said. It's kind of like his character on Airplane. Shirley, you're kidding.
Right. I'm serious, and don't call me Shirley.
I'm serious, and my name's not Shirley. Right. It's those jokes. It's those kind of jokes.
Wait,
which
Tyler,
I love.
Hold on a second. Have you seen Airplane or? Oh, okay. All right. Because that goes back, man.
I've seen them.
All right.
It's good.
You didn't like it. I
thought Happy Gilmore was good.
You didn't like that either. I can tell.
It was good.
Happy Gilmore was 20 minutes too long. Everybody can admit that.
Probably so.
Yeah.
But now they're putting out some of the bloopers and outtakes, and it's adding even more to it.
In small pieces, it's funny.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
But it was 20 minutes too long as a movie.
Yeah.
This is a barn burner, man. It's 85 minutes.
I think it's a little longer than that.
It's not. I know. I saw a whole interview with the director. Like 85 was the goal because they cut off 10 minutes because they wanted to specifically get to 85 because that was the length of the other ones. So it's if you felt it was too long even at 85.
No, I didn't think it was long. The cool thing is you remember in the credits in the first movie, and it's the red cherry on top, police cherry.
Yeah.
Going through, and he's going through like grocery stores and running over.
Yes.
They bring back that
Those
old
moments.
rollout and put the new credits over, which I thought was kind of an ode to, if you will. Now the funny thing is, watch the credits because there's funny stuff in the credits all the time, which is Seth MacFarlane stuff.
Were there people in the theater when you saw it?
Yeah, probably 8 or 10.
I do think that matters.
I do too.
For comedy, for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I think I was probably the one that laughed the loudest. Listen, there's 2 or 3 things I laughed out loud. I mean,
okay.
Oh, like that, but I didn't hear a lot of that. I almost think it's almost too sophisticated for young people comedy. I don't think they get I mean, it's verbal slapstick is what this comedy is. It's verbal slapstick.
Well, that's exactly what I would expect.
Yeah.
You got me on the fence because I was thinking about going to the movie.
Go.
I think I'm going to go tonight still.
I think you should go. I think you should go tonight.
We'll get your review tomorrow. Well, I definitely won't go tonight, but we'll get your review.
Why won't you go tonight?
Oh, I got to watch the Rockies lose by 14. It's PhD
they got
on
hammered
yesterday.
yesterday.
We can go through that.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Are we on one or
All right, to Tyler. Give us a little report about training camp today.
Dog days, man. That's what's going on. We're just in the dog days. These guys are ready to get out to San Francisco and hit somebody else. Energy's pretty dang low. It wasn't a bad practice. I know I probably sound like I'm trying to make it out to be a bad practice. It was not a bad practice. Bo Nix had some good moments. He had a really good 7-on-7 period, which is good to see.
Mm-hmm.
He finished the day off nice, hit Pat Bryant on a nice little completion, moving the offense in from about the 30-yard line. I thought that Michael Bandy, number 83, that dude's just been showing out for half a decade here for the Denver Broncos. He's got no chance of making the football team, but
so
for half a decade, he's been looking great during training camp.
Yeah, it's his 4th year. What was he on the practice squad last year?
Yeah, he was on the practice squad.
He
here.
was?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. 4 years, man. He's been bumping around.
Troy Franklin had a nice little catch during 7-on-7 in the back of the end zone corner.
Good. How was Bo?
Bo was fine. No interceptions today. Nothing exceptional.
All right.
You know, Scott, can you think of a day that he's like really stood out? I even with all the interceptions and everything, I wouldn't say he's ever had like a bunch of bad days. I just can't think of a day that was like that was special. That was a top 5 QB. You know what I mean?
No, I haven't seen any of those days yet. I know the first day I got there on a Friday, which is the first I hadn't seen him in training camp since last year's training camp. And I told you the difference I saw was he looks like a starting NFL quarterback, and this was his team, and he took control, and he ran the practice.
Yeah.
Looked fabulous. Now, as far as sitting there going, ooh, wow, did you see? I don't think he's had those moments, which caused me to, a week from that first one, so last Friday I said, he looks bored. He looks like he's like they need to get out of town. They need other competition. I think he's tired of playing against his defense, and I think he's tired of I think he just wants to play a little bit.
Sean's got to put some music out there or something because the energy is just so low and it's dead quiet. I mean, the fans were bored. It was a full house at the beginning of practice, and I'm telling you, with about 30, 40 minutes left in practice, it looked like there was about 200, 300 people up in the stands.
Why do you think there's not music going on if we're just going to go down that little wormhole?
I don't know, just coach's preference. Every coach is different.
Has there not been... Are they using music for stretch or drills,
really.
or are they just doing nothing?
Oh, yeah. One day I went in there because they were playing country. And
they do play music during the beginning, and I think they play it during some of the individual stuff, if I remember correctly. But by the time they get to team periods, they shut it down. I mean, look, that's not unusual. I've been on teams that played music the entire practice. Pete Carroll, Dan Quinn, they were going to play music the entire practice.
Didn't the Seahawks have a DJ? I thought there was a DJ out there, some kind of wild thing.
I don't remember that if we had a DJ, but I mean, it wouldn't entirely shock me.
Dude, let's pause the music out there, man. You know what I'm saying? Get some Nuggets vibes going out there. That would be cool, wouldn't it? If you really seriously had like a DJ spinning things based on what was going on, having some fun with the crowd, interacting with things. How about like a T-shirt cannon?
The offensive line coach was walking around with a big old boom box at the beginning of practice, putting it up in the players' faces and stuff. So he was Zach Street was trying to get it going.
That's interesting.
Well, maybe he realized too that it's been a boring, low energy practices.
Yeah,
I wonder if Sean. It'll be interesting what they do with Kyle. Kyle kind of keeps things going, right?
Kyle probably plays music the whole practice, I would guess.
That's kind of their energy.
Kyle's a really interesting blend of Seattle Seahawks and his dad, Mike Shanahan. Because he spent a lot of time with Dan Quinn, and he was really heavily influenced by him and the fun that we had out of practice and all the stuff that we were doing, the energy. So I think Kyle's a pretty cool blend of a young coach that isn't an exact copycat of his dad.
Yeah, I do wonder if Sean would rather not have that sort of thing so things can just be heard, whatever. I agree with you, though. Like, we've seen it both ways with the energy, without the energy. That is interesting. It didn't even hit me that there's just not that you're right about that. It's kind of dead out there.
Yeah.
Music helps, man. Like, just gets you going, gets the fans into it. And there's not really interaction with the fans. Not real. The players kind of wave at the fans a little bit, but it's kind of like they're kind of ignoring the fans a little bit too. Listen, this is all, I don't know if this matters or not to Sean.
Well, they're behind a wall.
Yeah. Like when I was out there on Saturday, they're doing the scrimmage thing, but they did it on the field that's like away from the fans. But this was supposed to be kind of like a kind of a hype sort of practice. It wasn't, man.
Well, they're literally just alternating the days for the fields. They're not planning it based on anything other than just alternating the fields.
I know. I totally understand. They're not taking the energy thing into thought.
I'm telling you, the most exciting period of practice from fan engagement is the dumbest period of practice, and it's just the quarterbacks throwing the ball into the net. The fans freaking love that. It actually was kind of funny today because Bo Nix hit like 3 in a row, so it was like, yeah. Then Jared Stidham steps up and he misses it, and they boo. They started booing the guy, and Stidham, I'll give him credit, he turned around and started clapping back, and then he's like, watch this. And he takes the next one and he rips it, and then he puts his hands up in the crowd.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's all right.
And he was having fun with them.
I guess it doesn't really matter depending on what they do and they put out there. We'll see Thursday. It'll be interesting to hear what the report's on Thursday.
Yeah, that's the one practice really that you wish you were at.
Yeah, and then there'll be another joint practice that we'll all get to see. Final for the fans is on the 14th, next week from Thursday. And that's it. There's only 2 more open practices for the fans. That's it. Goes quick, doesn't it? It goes long when you're out there and kind of quick in hindsight. That's a wrap. And then nobody gets to see anything they do.
And then, they become Secretville.
Yes. Actually, the way it goes, or at least in the past, is it gets into training camp technically is over, but then it gets into preseason. And the media is still allowed to watch preseason stuff. But I do wonder now if that even will be – it's only one more preseason game. So I would guess that that's over, and that's a away game against New Orleans.
So in the days after the last preseason game leading up to the game, because there's still – Sean will still talk, and the quarterback will talk with him. What is the media? Where do they hang out until the practice is over?
That's the same place. Nothing changes.
Oh, so they're still in there. They just can't.
Well, same thing, same exact thing. Nothing changes for the media. And once preseason ends, that's a wrap. Like then it's different now because there's only 3 preseason games, and then you have really 2 weeks.
You got 2 full weeks.
2 full weeks with a huge break. 4 days off for Labor Day.
Which is why I would play the starters in every game.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't necessarily do it like you traditionally have, where you kind of ramp it up and you do a series in the first one, maybe a half in the second one. I think I'd just give them 2, maybe 3 series in every single game. I noticed the Bengals said that their starters are going to play at least a few series, including Joe Burrow. Every coach is different right now.
Well, you want to play, don't you?
I don't know what the 49ers will do because they've got so many injuries already.
They're kind of beat up, huh?
Yep.
Well, I will
hopefully
say
the Broncos go in there and kick their ass on Thursday and the game, whatever.
Unless you're a veteran, been there, done that team, I don't know how you. I just think you set yourself up for a slow start if you don't let those guys get some live action. And I know this is a bad thing to place it on, but Hackett didn't play anybody. And you got a new coach with a brand new system, and none of the starters ever played in preseason.
Well, Hackett did start 2-1. As bad as he was, and he was
should
terrible.
have been 3-0.
All right. Well, I guess. I mean, why can't McManus hit a 64-yarder?
Well, but they still gave that game away.
Okay, fine. But they did start 2-1. I think that's lost.
And then they were 6-2.
Yeah, well, then it's 6-2. They weren't 6-2.
Or 2-6, I mean.
Yeah, okay. No, Tyler was on the most remarkable team of all time.
6-0.
That was bananas.
I think we were the only team ever to start the season 6-0 and not make the playoffs.
You were. Ever.
Yeah.
And did you guys lose 10 straight?
God, you know what's funny about it?
Well,
you want to know when the losing streak began? We were in Baltimore. I'd been the backup swing tackle for a year and a half, basically. I dressed for every single game. My rookie year, I dressed for the swing tackle every single game. Ryan Harris, Ryan Clady, they didn't so much as stub their toe, lose a shoe, nothing. They didn't miss a single snap the entire year. So all I did was play on special teams that year. But I dressed and I was ready, and I was stressed for every game. Second year comes around, same thing's going on. We're like halfway through the season. 6 weeks have gone by. I still have not played a single snap of football in my NFL career. And I'm thinking I'm never going to play. All of a sudden, Ryan Harris goes out there and he dislocates his big toe. I go out, we play against Baltimore. Once I took over, we lost about every game there on out.
Well, you lost 30-7 at Baltimore. You lost at home 28-10 to Pittsburgh. You lost to Washington.
I started the rest of the season.
Okay, well, you lost in Washington, your big homecoming. 27. Oh, wait, not your big homecoming, the future. Sorry, my bad. 27-17. You got killed by San Diego. Holy cow, I forget that game. That was ugly, though. 32-3.
Well, the craziest part.
You got any memories on that one?
No.
Dude, I don't even remember that one.
That was at home.
You kind of got
Well, the craziest part about it is even with all those losses, in the final 3 games of the year, all we had to do was win 1 game.
Right. Well, because you bounced back against the Giants 26-6.
Oh, you know what my memory of the San Diego game is?
What?
That was Brett Kern's last game ever.
Oh, my God. No. Oh, right. Right.
Yes, it was.
The curse of Brett Kearns. He got cut.
But we actually won the next 2 games after that.
6-0.
No. 6-2. 6-3.
Oh, okay. Because I thought Brett was like, no.
Maybe it was that first San Diego game.
Dude, it was. Because you were undefeated. Because then he went to Tennessee, and they won a bunch of games in a row.
It was the one that we were at San Diego, whichever one that was.
Yeah,
that was
that's
the first
before
one.
the bye week, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the curse of Brett Kearns was Josh cut the punter when you guys were undefeated. Why? Who knows? I mean, and then he went to Tennessee and had
I bumped into Wesley Woodyard yesterday. He was out of practice. Good to see him.
What's he doing?
He's working for the PA.
Okay.
It was funny. He was very sheepish about it. Nobody's overly proud about working for the PA these days.
Yeah.
A lot of drama going on out there in the NFL PA.
Yeah.
But we were chatting about it. He said he ran into Champ Kelly, who was an old scout here for the Broncos. He's working in Miami now.
Mm-hmm.
And Champ was telling him, man, can you believe you guys are my guys? Now, I didn't necessarily know this, but I guess Champ had personally selected me, Brett, and Wes.
Oh.
And he really stood on a table for us. I know Mike was involved as well, but he said of that class, do you know that we outlasted everybody in our class, the undrafted free agents? Ryan Clady, I think Ryan Clady played 1 more year than me.
Eddie Royal? You were longer than Eddie Royal?
I think Wes played the second longest. Brett played the longest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Yeah, Brett played forever. They did cut him, though. Tennessee eventually did cut him. But did he? I thought he went somewhere else even after that. But he was there for 15 years or something. Crazy long time.
Yeah, but the undrafted guys, man, that was a hell of a class.
You mean you should be able to get good punters, not have to draft them?
Well, we drafted a bad punter. This punter's all over the place.
Well, I'm saying you used to be able to get good punters, not have to draft them.
Are you calling it out right now? Are you saying they made a mistake with the punter they drafted?
I don't know. I'm watching him today. He's backed up, tried to punt from his own 3-yard line, shanked one to the 30. I'm like, oh, good Lord.
You know what's funny? They had so much success in the offseason.
And this was on air, by the way.
They had so much success in free agency, but they did miss on a couple of guys. They did offer Riley Dixon money to come back. He chose to leave the Broncos for a better financial offer. I forget where he went. But they did go a little cheap on the punter. They did. That would be crazy if this punter's a bust.
That'd be bad.
That would be terrible, actually. Yeah. Jeez, what is the guy's name? Do you even know his name? I got it right here. Oh, no. You don't?
Punter 1.
God, what number is he? Oh, I got it. He's number 16? Jeremy Crawshaw. He's from Australia or something, right?
Yeah.
I think he's old, too. Nah, he's not that old. He's 23.
He's got good personality.
From Florida, but his birthplace is Emu Plains, New South Wales. Oh, my God. If the punter is a bust, can you imagine that nightmare?
That's why you don't draft kickers in parks.
Oh, tell me about it.
In Wales and England?
Like, what's the worst thing, Tyler, you could do if you don't draft a punter? Get the second best punter?
Right.
That's a 6th-round draft pick. He wasn't even a 7th round. He was a 6th-round guy. And then your 7th round was the basketball player, Caleb Lohner. Does he stand out at all? Do you see him doing?
No.
And
no. I haven't seen him do anything.
I mean, these are 6.
He looks decent during 7-on-7 and stuff, but I don't think he's made a single play in 11-on-11.
All right. I don't want to make too much out of 6th and 7th round draft picks, but I just wouldn't throw away draft picks. I mean, wouldn't you rather take a shot at a backup offensive tackle or something? Or
is your 7th round or 6th round, 7th round tight end going to be a practice squad guy, and isn't your 7th round tackle probably going to be a practice squad guy?
Maybe. I mean, likely.
Did we get a 7th round tackle?
No, but
he said why would you draft a tackle?
Sorry.
Right, like instead of that. They got Gargiulo,
yes, I mean, to answer your question, yes, either way, you're probably looking at a practice squad.
Probably looking at a practice squad.
Like last year, they decided to draft Gargiulo and sign Wyoming big guy. Help me. What's his face?
Blonde hair, beautiful. Crumb.
Blonde hair, yeah.
Crumb.
Yeah, because they could have drafted Crum, but they just decided to do that. But okay, fine. I
think our boy Crum's getting buried on the depth chart, by the way.
Yeah. He's not really popping, huh?
Well, I've really only seen him with the 3s.
Well, they got Pert, Palczewski, and guards.
Palczewski was supposed to be the swing last year. He got hurt. Matt Pert stepped in, and I thought Matt Pert played really good football when he played.
Well, he's back and he's healthy now, right? I mean, that's probably not great news for Crum, but he'd probably be on the practice squad no matter what. All right, listen, we have other NFL news, really interesting other NFL news coming up. Let's Football Goes next. All right, here we go. Low testosterone causes all sorts of issues. If you got low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, it's just not working out for you. You just don't feel like yourself. You're probably like a lot of men who have low T. And within a few weeks, you're going to feel your energy return if you come around with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. Happens gradually, not that fast. So maybe this is kind of catching you by surprise, or you've felt it coming on and you just don't feel the same. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. You schedule your consult. They're going to draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. And you kind of go from there. A Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review the results with you. What are your options? The cost of the appointment's $99. But if you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So be a smart guy. Get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations up and down I-25. Call today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm just noticing in that soundbite, it's as if Scott's talking about short people as if it's a different, like they're from another planet or something.
They're aliens.
Like, yeah, like
they're different.
And again, where do short people in your world start at height wise?
6'2". Yeah, 6'2", 6'3". 6'3".
All right. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. You're the best. MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, we'll get to some sort of breaking news out of Cleveland here in just a second, fellas. But I did want to start with Vance Joseph, Broncos defensive coordinator. It was coordinator day down at training camp. He spoke to the media. Here he is on the pressure, him and the defense loving the pressure of being a top defense this season.
Denver defense is known for being dangerous. Can you feel like you guys will be able to have that same kind of status quo this year? Or is it too early?
So, it's a work in progress. Nothing's guaranteed. Obviously on paper it looks good, but we have to go prove it every week. That's the hard part.
You like the pressure of that? Everybody say you're a top 5 defense.
I love the pressure of that. That pressure is privilege, right? It's better than being the opposite, right? Of being they're going to be a bad defense. So I'm good with that.
If the Broncos have a top 5 defense this year as expected, do you guys expect that VJ will start getting more head coaching opportunities, or do you guys envision a scenario with VJ like we've seen with Steve Spagnuolo in Kansas City, where he just sort of is okay being the defensive coordinator on a potential Super Bowl contender year in and year out? What do you think VJ's future is after this year?
Oh, I'd imagine Vance would like another crack at it. He's young. Steve he's entered a role of his life where it's kind of like, I'm comfy, I'm good with what I've done, and I'm just going to ride this thing out into the sunset doing something I like. Vance has got it. He's too young to not be hungry, right? And he's got to want another crack at this thing. Sure, man. You put together a couple of years of an elite defense, and that will attract attention.
He'll get interviews for sure. I think it's a coin flip whether he gets another shot, but he'll have opportunities.
He'll get interviews. He'll have to decide. Unlike Vic Fangio, early on in his career, does he want to go for the head coach again? Sure, there's some politicking that gets behind it, an agent that goes out there and makes sure your name's relevant. But I will say this: what he's shown, if this year's defense is good or even better than last year's, whole lot of team, he's never going to be unemployed for a DC. Which that pays well too, Tyler. DC pays well.
Sure.
Well, he's getting probably paid pretty well right now, I would assume. It ain't head coaching money. Head coaching money is,
$18 million.
Different level. I don't know, man. It's always weird about guys who are better coordinators than head coaches. Guys who are just born to be a head coach, that sort of thing. I don't know. We'll see with VJ. It wasn't great when he was here. But then again, he was handcuffed. Oh my God, was he handcuffed?
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to do anything. So I don't know if any of us really know what VJ would truly be like if he was running the show.
Look, I'm a fan of Vance. Obviously, I know him very well on a personal level, and that probably influences me. But if you guys have ever had a chance to sit down with Vance Joseph, you'll fall in love with the dude. Like he's a very likable guy. He's extremely personable. He remembers details about human beings. Players love playing for him.
Hey, I got no abuse. And Scott's right. He was put in an impossible situation when he was here for a million reasons, despite having the time of his life. Next story, Dan.
All right, so yesterday, the Cleveland Browns listed Shedeur Sanders 4th on their quarterback depth chart. Well, Mary Kay Cabot, who reports on the Browns for ESPN Cleveland, is reporting that Shedeur is expected to start the Browns preseason game against the Panthers. He's also expected to get first-team reps in joint practices tomorrow. You guys surprised that Shedeur will be starting in the Browns' first preseason game?
Well, I told you he's going to be starting.
Is that what you meant?
Oh, no.
I think it's a pretty lucky break for him.
I think it's a great break for him, and I am cheering that he has a great game. I hope he goes out and absolutely balls and puts all the pressure on that team. Wouldn't the team that looked like they're about ready to fire a head coach draft a guy which the coach and general manager supposedly didn't want, and this guy could turn around and save the head coach's job? Would that be a story?
Listen, I don't want to put too much on this because it's not fair, but I'll just say this. First off, all you need is an opportunity, and it's an opportunity. That's what happened to me, man. I mean, Eric Perez was the backup tackle. He hurt his back. I got an opportunity to play in every single preseason game. I played well, and all of a sudden I had his job. That's just the way it goes. You need an opportunity. But here's what I'll say. Without trying to put too much pressure on Shedeur Sanders in his first ever preseason game, if he were to go out there and ball out, it's going to have Tebow mania. Like if he could go out there and just light the world on fire,
right?
That fan base will become electric.
Yeah, I agree.
And it will get to the point that even if he's not a starter, even if he is the backup, at some point, Scott, the noise will be so loud from that fan base that it will be impossible to ignore.
And
so it's a huge,
especially
huge
you
game.
come out of the gate and struggle, and you got him at second or third on the depth chart.
Yes,
and he balls out in preseason.
Yes,
that fan base will go nuts,
dude. I'm gonna watch the Browns game. I don't even know who they're playing. Who are they playing, Dan? Do we even know?
Carolina.
Okay, let's go Browns. Let's go Shedeur, man. Friday night, let's go. That sounds good to me. I think he's handled. By the way, he's doing everything right from what I can understand in Cleveland. Like everybody's like having plenty of compliments for him, and he's lucky. He's getting a lucky break here. I hope he thrives. I hope he does awesome. Next up, Dan.
All right, Zach Stevens from DNVR tweeted this out today, fellas. And Tyler, were out there, so tell me if you agree. He said Troy Franklin arguably had his best day of camp today, and he's had a fantastic camp overall. Multiple touchdowns throughout the day, and made the play of the day as he dove to catch a 25-yard pass from Bo Nix during the final move the ball period. He said it was a really impressive day. So here's my question for you guys. Of the second and third year wide receivers for the Broncos, so Troy Franklin, Devon Vele, and Marvin Mims, who are you guys expecting to take the biggest jump this upcoming season, and who do you think it's most important to take that next step of those three guys?
Well, listen, we said forever we want Mims to show out, but I've liked Franklin. I said, why couldn't Franklin make the same jump that Mims made last year? And I think you said it earlier, Tyler. Franklin's got top-end speed like Mims, but he's bigger.
Yeah.
You don't realize Mims is not a big guy. So Franklin could take a giant leap this year.
Mims is your agile, short space guy. Franklin is your top-end burner speed guy. Who do I expect? I expect it to be Devon Vele, but we really have not seen much from him throughout training camp. He's been pretty dang quiet, honestly.
Got quiet and hurt, missed a couple of days.
Yeah. But I still expect it to be him. Who would it be best? It would be best if it was Troy Franklin. That would be the best thing for the Denver Broncos team. Obviously, Marvin Mims would be great also. I'm not discounting that. I think that Troy's had a pretty nice training camp. I brought him up, I think it was yesterday, and Coach Sanford did not necessarily agree with me. He didn't like some of the things he's been seeing from Troy Franklin. I think he's looked pretty good.
Next story, Dan.
All right, lastly, we heard yesterday Sean Payton say that he thinks this Broncos team is a Super Bowl contender. Well, here is Stephen A. Smith reacting to what Sean had to say yesterday.
First of all, let me say this. I'm a fan of Sean Payton. I always have been. I think he's an exceptional coach, an exceptional offensive mind. He's obviously accomplished a lot in his career, and he's the right man for the job in Denver. I'm not throwing any shade on him, but when you say this is about the 7th time you felt this way, how many Super Bowl championships does he have? 1. How many Super Bowl appearances does he have? 1. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Where's the other 6 then? I don't want to hear all that.
You guys think that's fair criticism there from Stephen A?
Wow. What's he trying to say there?
Well, he's saying he's guessed that 6 of his teams have been, Super Bowl contenders, but only one of them has actually made it to the Super Bowl.
Guess what, Stephen A? We got coaches in the Hall of Fame that have only won 1 Super Bowl. You want to go down the long list of the best coaches of all time that have only got a Super Bowl?
That sounds
Did
stupid.
Dan Reeves ever get in?
I don't know.
To the Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know there was a push to get him in a few years ago.
Sounds like a Google search right there. Not aware.
I know there was a push a couple years ago.
I think Stephen A. just says garbage because it's here you go. Say some garbage. Stephen A. Can you imagine how we're producing this TV show today? All right, we need 12 minutes of garbage.
You know what he is? He's the anti-hype guy. anything that gets hyped, and you were talking about it, how it's blowing up and viral and what he said, he's going to anti-hype it.
Hey, it's worked for him. He's made millions. Good for him. I don't have anything against him. But
what he said ain't wrong.
Yeah, but dude, like, is every... I know this might sound weird coming from me, but when you're just an outraged talk show host, you're like outraged all the time. Like everything is like an outrage every day. Everything. I can't take Stephen A. Smith seriously, can you? About anything.
You know, he's taking that outrage to about $12 million a year.
I know. I said that up front. But, I mean, it's like the boy that cries wolf. He's outraged about everything. Oh, okay, Stephen A. As soon as you say, Dan, Stephen A. said, I'm like, okay, whatever. I can't take it that seriously. Hey, you had a couple of things. Hard Knocks tonight, Buffalo Bill style.
Gosh, I didn't even, until you said that, I didn't even know who was on it.
Yeah, Bills. Interest level?
Oh, I'll check into it.
Okay, me too, obviously.
I mean, I'm not going to wait and watch it live what days it come on? Tuesdays?
Whatever. It's TV now. You watch it whenever you want to watch it.
Gosh, how many years have they been doing this?
20 plus. The first year was, I think, 2000.
And the Broncos have yet to be on it.
They have yet to be on it. How about that? I would love for them to be on it. They don't want to be on it. Nobody. Generationally, they've not wanted to be on it.
Nobody wants to be on it. There's no team that ever wants to be on Hard Knocks. Fans like it.
Cowboys have been on
it. If any year they have it on, it should have been this year with limited access for the fans compared to years past. That'd been nice for fans to be able to see.
For the Broncos?
Yeah, so what's going on?
You think Sean Payton wants anything to do with Hard Knocks?
Hell no.
Well.
And you're a playoff team, so you don't have to be on it. The Bills must have chosen to be on it, obviously.
I'll tell you what. I think Sean Payton is torn. Because on one hand, I don't think anybody, as Tyler just said, wants to be on it. But it's national media and Sean Payton.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's way softer than it used to be, and they definitely give the teams editing approval on things.
They don't even show the cuts and stuff anymore.
No, not
really.
They're
not showing the cuts anymore?
Not really, no.
That was some of the best TV right there, right? Guys sitting around the locker room or the weight room and figuring out what's going on.
Well, in the beginning, like when they first started Hard Knocks, it was like, because they would profile, like you would get to know a guy.
Yeah,
and they would cut him.
I'm going to tell you legitimately, when I was playing, I could not watch that show because it stressed me out so much. The idea of like what I would hear them talking about other players behind closed doors. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh God, what are they saying about me? I don't want to hear that stuff.
It's brutal.
Anthony Lynn, I was pretty good friends with Anthony Lynn when he played here.
Okay.
And Anthony came back, was a coach. And I don't remember if it was one of those, if he was assistant in Denver for a while, it might have been, or if he came in, it was assistant. In fact, I saw him on TV in the Hall of Fame game. I think he was on one of those two teams that played on the staff still. But I said, Anthony, what's the biggest thing you've realized? You know, what have you learned? He goes, dog, I didn't realize how much shizzle coaches talk about the players all the time. He said, my first meeting, I'm sitting there going, oh my God, this was me a couple years ago, right? He said, I had no idea how bad the coaches talk about players. And I have since asked a lot of my buddies who have now gone into coaching about that, and they all say, oh yeah, players get crushed in coaches' meetings.
Do you think that's true in every sport?
Yes. Well, it's true in basketball and NFL, the coaches I've talked to. So.
All right, but is that a bad thing?
Well, I don't know.
Isn't that what coaches are supposed to do?
It could be a bad thing when coaches use it as deflection, and I think a lot of bad coaches use trash talk about their own players as a deflection on their own coaches.
It ain't me, it's them.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, it also will explain relationships. Listen, I talked to a front office guy about a star player in the NBA. Star. And he was dogging him to me. He said, I'm going to have to figure out if I have to pay him here.
Why do you say that about Jamal?
No, it wasn't about anybody in Denver. I thought that is because he was just on TV. I'll tell you in a second.
Does his name rhyme with Ronta Capupo?
No.
Does his name rhyme with rock?
No.
All right. There's another thing out there. Veteran, the leading Vet cuts, the favorites on there. And who's that guy for the Broncos? Plus, I'll give you 30 seconds on the Rockies. I promise. Barely any time whatsoever. I won't bother you with it. Just a little thing. PhD on 925.
You're bothering me.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. The Broncos are done with training camp to the public here. Tomorrow they have a walkthrough at the facility, and then they're getting on a plane and going out to Santa Clara.
That's it, huh? No more days for the public?
Yeah, no. I mean, well, 2 more days for the public, but it's next Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, I thought you just said today was it.
Tomorrow they have like a walkthrough, but it's not open. And next Wednesday and Thursday, and the last day of camp will be the joint practice with the Cardinals. So the Broncos will have, it's a quirky schedule, don't you think? Like back-to-back joint practice. You like that? That the 2 weeks joint practices? I guess that's kind of interesting, right? Like, why not?
Yeah, I've never
Keep things
done
fresh.
it. I've never done it, but, they're really only getting one joint practice in with the 49ers this week. So I don't even think that's going to be like an overly intense session.
You don't think so? Why? Think Kyle's going to take it easy or will want to take it easy?
Well, yeah, I think there's a lot of injuries out there.
Yeah. Well, they'll compete, I guess. We'll see. I don't know. Something different. So they'll have back-to-back weeks of something different. And, you used to have those, and there's no cuts anymore, like early cuts. All the cuts come when training camp's over.
Yeah, if you get cut now, you really suck.
Well, they have had, there actually has been a little roster movement. We just really haven't talked about it because it's really, the
names we don't know.
You don't know. I mean, we're talking about the 89th, 90th guys on the roster. That's
I found that article for you.
Oh, okay, good.
A whole bunch of articles buried on top of it.
I'm glad you got better eyes than me. So the topic of this article are most likely vet cuts.
Biggest names on the 25 NFL roster bubble who could be cut.
Okay. I'm curious to hear this list.
And I'll give you
NFL
number
teams?
one. Start with number one.
Hold on real quick. Is this all NFL teams or are we just talking Broncos?
All NFL teams.
Oh, okay.
This is around the league. In fact, there's not a Bronco on the list.
Okay.
But do they have a veteran that might even close to be cut on this team, other than McGlinchey, maybe? No.
Jeez, man.
Number one on the list.
Okay.
Quarterback Joe Flacco.
Okay.
Cleveland Browns.
That adds up. That makes sense to me. I don't think he's going to get cut. I think he's going to be the starter, but I think that's what they should do.
Well, we'll see, right?
That is, by the way, that is so ridiculous if that happens. That is
why.
Oh my God! If Joe Flacco's starting day one for
you,
I
thought you were saying cut him.
No, it makes no sense. It's like when Jamie Moyer made the starting rotation for the Rockies. Like, what are we doing here? It's not good if
still
that
has
happens.
a record for oldest starting and winning quarterback.
Well, if Joe Flacco's the starter, that's just a head coach trying to hold on to his job. That's all that is.
I mean, there's no doubt if he's starting, he gives them, in their opinion, the best chance to win. That's what they'll be doing. I'm just saying, if Joe Flacco gives you the best chance to win, what have you been doing all year? But anyways, go ahead. All
right,
else?
so that was number one on the list. Running back number two with the Giants, Devin Singletary.
All right, well, whatever.
Was the second guy. He's led his team in rushing 5 different times in his career, but he's saying there's nothing special. Here's an interesting tight end, Tyler Higbee for the Rams.
Okay.
Would that be somebody who got released you'd be interested in bringing here?
Nope.
Okay, just throwing that out there.
All right.
Here's one that will perk you up. Tight end, Taysom Hill, New Orleans Saints.
Oh, that's interesting. Now that's interesting. Wait, he's listed as a tight end?
That's what they list him as, tight end.
God, that if Taysom Hill was just available at a vet min contract. Because he got big money, didn't he? He signed kind of a sizable contract a couple years ago.
Yeah. He got a decent deal for sure.
Right.
Look, man, it's hard to resist the temptation to get the band back together.
God, that is really interesting.
How old do you think Taysom Hill is?
Oh, 30, 31.
Soon to be 35-year-old veteran.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tore his ACL last December.
Gosh, how many years that dude played?
Tore his ACL last December? Yeah. Is he healthy now? Is he practicing?
He's not done any PTO or what else? OTLs, ATLs.
You know what? To be honest,
what the hell are you talking about?
He hasn't done any off-season practicing.
PTO, paid time off.
Yeah, he's had a lot of PTO lately. If they cut him, they'll save $10 million on the 25 salary cap.
Oh, he's gone. So he hasn't even been practicing.
I don't know. With Evan Ingram around here, Sean might avoid that. He might avoid it.
Their last line, maybe Hill can rejoin Sean Payton as part of the Denver Broncos when the Saints decide to go in another direction.
Well, the Saints are staring down the barrel of the worst season in the NFL this year. It looks like they're kind of gunning for it.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't they'll cut him? He'll be cut.
He'll be cut.
If you can save money, their goal is to draft a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick next year.
Offensive lineman Cole Strange from the Patriots. Anything about him?
No.
Don't know.
First round pick in the 2022 draft.
Okay. Next.
All right. Well, just don't know. Offensive lineman Evan Neal for the New York Giants.
We don't really need O-line.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We do not.
Seventh overall pick in 2022.
What's you got something going on with the Broncos O-line?
Yeah, I think they're average at best.
Damn.
And Josh Pasquale, Detroit Lions edge rusher.
No,
we're second-round pick.
We're fine there.
I would say that. Those are the 7 guys.
By the way, things have quieted down on the Micah Parsons front, haven't they? They've just kind of.
Oh, you knew after the bombshell it would get super quiet.
Just a couple days. Just they'll figure out a deal.
Yeah. Birds didn't sing after Hiroshima for a few weeks.
They just got to all chill out there. They can't let him go.
I don't know that the Broncos really have any. Like, I'm trying to think it through from our perspective as I'm getting bored with these names that I don't have any interest in. I don't know the Broncos have anybody that is like, who could be a surprise cut on this team?
I don't know what Taysom Hill would bring to the table that Bo Nix doesn't already possess. Maybe T-shirts.
Well, hold on. You don't bring Taysom Hill in to play QB.
Well, whatever he was doing, the running around with the ball thing. Okay. Well, I mean, what do you bring Taysom Hill in for? Period.
Tight end joker role.
Okay, all right. I mean, okay. That doesn't really do anything for me either. You got the guys at those spots. I think. And I didn't even know he was 35 for Taysom Hill.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, pass. Nothing that interesting there. No. Flacco's actually the most interesting guy there.
I guess in terms of sorry to bring it back to the Broncos real quick again, but I'm just trying to think about what room, maybe like a Jaquan McMillan or something like that. Maybe there's a corner, Chris Abrams-Drain, one of those guys that are worthy of being on a team. Other than that, though, who do we got?
One of those guys liable to get cut. How many defensive backs do you save?
You stack your defensive backs, man. You're not cutting those guys. You'd be crazy. You're going to roll with 10 defensive backs one way or the other.
Including safeties?
Yeah, including safeties.
So how many safeties will you pack in? 3?
3 for sure.
3
maybe,
and then 1 on the practice squad?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it'll be P.J. Locke, Brandon Jones, and Funga. Yeah, so, I don't know who Skinner, maybe, special teams. Does he still make the team? I don't know.
Maybe another not. One is probably Devon Key.
Devon Key, good call. Yeah, I mean so Skinner might just get the axe here, huh? I mean, there might not be another role for him. And then your defensive backs, well, I mean, how are we doing here? Surtain, Moss, Barron, DMac, who went third person, by the way, yesterday. DMac going to be DMac. Okay. Abrams-Drain, there's 5. We got a 6th guy out there that I'm missing. Am I missing somebody?
I'll give you one potential surprise one.
Okay.
And I don't believe this, okay? So let me just set that clear. I don't believe this, but with what Trent Sherfield has been able to do since he got here, and we all just keep hyping him up, wow, we didn't know that this guy was real. We just thought he was a special teams player.
Right.
He's a pretty damn good football player, playing wide receiver.
Right.
Okay. You got Troy Franklin. You got gosh, who else?
Mims,
we got?
Vele.
You got Mims. Well, I was going to Vele. Because now that you got Pat Bryant, you got Pat Bryant, you got Trent Sherfield.
Yeah.
How many of these guys do we need?
You're right.
And I love Vele, so I don't even want to put that into the ether. But that would be one that I think you keep put it on your radar.
I agree.
And as lightning as he was last year, as far as always making a big catch, never having any drops, he hasn't participated this year. I mean, he's missed a number of practices, and when he's out there, he hasn't really done anything significant. But saying that, I'm not sure that any receiver has done anything other than Sherfield.
I'll tell you, Coach
has really done anything significant.
Sanford brought up Joaquin Davis, who I don't know much about.
He makes plays all the time.
Big guy, big skinny, tall skinny, 6'4", 195.
He also brought up Bandy, 5'1", 210.
And Bandy makes plays too. Listen, I will not. I'm with you. I'm with Tyler on this. If Vele gets cut, it will not shock me. I'm not predicting it either.
Because Pat Bryant he's the new toy. He's
correct.
He's the new obsession.
Well, Pat, yeah, I mean, he's correct. So, hey, Vele, when you just look at it, man, I mean, he was a deep pick. They ain't that tied into him, not really. You're right about Bryant.
Was he Sean's guy? Who picked Vele? What regime?
He was Sean's guy. He was a rookie last year.
He was a rookie last year.
But there's kind of some.
Why do I feel like he's been here for a few years?
Well, because he's like 100 years old.
Yeah.
Like he's an
Utah
older
guy.
Yeah, he's a Utah guy. Seriously, I think he's 26 or 27. Here, I'll look it up here, how old he is. He's something like that. That wouldn't be the worst. I mean, I'm not rooting against him or anything, but Vele's 27, bro.
But he's one of those guys, and Sean has brought this up before. Vele's one of those guys that how good he is.
Yeah.
And you're trying to justify, is there any reason why we don't need him on the team as we're trying to make space for someone else? But then you're terrified, what if he goes somewhere else? What if he becomes what we think he can be somewhere else?
Sean has said that, and Tim Patrick had some nice moments with the Lions last year, that's for sure.
Got signed in the offseason.
Hey, these are the tricky decisions you got to make.
Listen, you hope you're good enough that
but you guys realize
there are 2 or 3 guys that go somewhere else and play.
Okay, good. Then you got a good team.
Yeah, that means you got a good team.
You realize we were talking about Vele every day last year.
Right.
Yep.
Every single day. And we haven't said bupkis about him this year.
But we ain't really, other than Sherfield, have we said anything much? And Franklin, I guess. But has there been anybody that every day we've blown up and said, hey, this guy?
No, because you keep saying how boring.
Michael Bandy, baby.
You keep saying how terrible Bo Nix has been, by the way.
Bandy's been closest one to doing something every day, hasn't
Probably.
You guys realize you've been ripping Bo Nix every single day.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
And that's before we saw the video.
Bored,
no, we haven't.
Bored, mediocre, terrible day. Dude, every day it's been bad news about Bo.
No, you're describing it improperly.
Yes,
it's not ripping on Bo Nix. It's not saying Bo Nix has been bad. I don't think I've had a single time that I've come on air and I've said Bo Nix was bad. But there's not been anything special going on. Yes, there's been some inconsistencies, but he's always finished practice strong, and I've said that just about every single day, including today, where he had a great 7-on-7 period, the final period of practice when he's moving in from the 30s. There was good stuff. But
you said they didn't kick a field goal.
Yeah, you were like, man.
Okay, that's true on that one. I was missing it. Yeah, that's true. But there's always been enough good stuff throughout the day that you're like, okay, it's not a bad day. It's just there hasn't been anything special.
Thank you. I'm glad you had that word because that's what I was going to say. There's not been a special moment. I'm not seeing as special. Even last year, he went the first week and a half, really did nothing, and then one day all of a sudden he kind of got on the scene. He went, whoa, okay. There's a couple plays made. You ain't seen that yet.
Let me give you just 30 seconds on the Rockies while I say KKSE, FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder, real quick, because they got their ass kicked yesterday.
After having an unbelievable game before that, right?
Well, they lost
2 days before that.
2 days and then 3 days prior and all that. You know what? As much as I hype up and I'm telling you they're a fun team to root for because I like their personality, when you see a championship contending team like the Blue Jays play against the Rockies, it is a
night and day.
Dude. It was crazy. That's what championship teams look like in baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays. That team is for real.
They got a chance to win the whole thing?
Did you see what Bo Bichette did? 2 homers, 6 RBI. He just dominated.
I'm more of a Dante guy myself.
Dante was a cool dude,
more
too.
More of a Dante's Inferno guy.
All right, but...
Did you have fun at practice today, Scotty?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, man, it was riveting stuff.
Again.
Riveting stuff.
Well, he comes in on fire. Forget what we're talking about, right?
I get it.
He just comes in on fire.
We're good. We're good. So you were bored by it. Hey, how do you like Bo selling T-shirts on his website, his YouTube page?
I already got my Bo shirt.
Which one?
All of them, in every colorway.
All right.
Do you know I've gifted Bo some shirts myself?
What are you talking about?
I gifted Bo Nix T-shirts.
Is he selling them?
No, I gifted them to him.
Oh, you check out. Maybe
I gave him.
Check out Facebook Marketplace. You never know.
I actually checked up with his wife to see if he's ever worn the gear I've given him,
and
he hasn't yet. She says it's hanging out in the closet.
Yeah,
sucks.
Does he know who you are?
He has no clue.
He probably knows who you are at this point.
You're not wearing that shirt, may suggest.
What do you think? He doesn't talk to his wife at night?
She had no idea that I was at practice every day. I saw her today, and she's like, "Wait, why are you there every day?"
It's like,
well, that's
we
right.
did a thing called the radio.
She works for
Valor
school.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not trying to. All right, whatever. We can talk about
she
it.
works at school. So you gave it to her to take to the husband.
Well, so Bo did his camp, his youth camp at Valor,
right?
And I was his ball boy for 3.5 hours as the Bobot. Just played 11 hours, or it was 3 hours of 11-on-11 football with a bunch of 7-year-olds.
You see his funny baloney YouTube video today?
Was it? Did it have Russell Wilson vibes to it?
Yes.
Well, he's throwing passes to nobody. I mean, they're showing him throwing a pass to literally nobody. Like, there's nobody there.
Well, we don't know, but
we don't know. Why wouldn't you point the camera and show who he was throwing it to?
Where was the facility he was working out? Was that back in Alabama?
That's
what I figured. Yeah. I saw like clips of it. What was it, about a 9-minute video?
Yep. He started a YouTube page, and I was like, why did he start a YouTube page? And then we went
trying to compete with our little internet show.
No, he went on to a merch store, and there's 1,000 items for sale.
Marketing, man.
Yeah. And totally phony baloney. You got to do this to do that.
Are you sad?
Not sad. I'm pissed off.
He's explained why he hated Russ so much doing that. He says, and then you come in fat. Why weren't you working out in the off season instead of putting up videos all the time?
Plus, I'm sick of professional athletes saying it's a big deal to work out. This is your job, is gym class.
Well, so in your Bo Nanigans in the last 18 months, you went from 6 to midnight quickly. Does this new development of his website and merch and his if you do this, then that, are you back down to 6 again on Bo?
I got to separate Bo the quarterback from Bo.
You're back quarter after, would you say?
It's a little bit. I don't need to hear life advice from a
2 freckles past the hair.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry. Do you guys need life advice from a 25-year-old? Do you think?
No, I feel you there.
You need that? You need to know how to live life?
Well, you know what this also gives off? It gives off the Case Keenum vibes where he just got here. Like, I'm really trying to like Case Keenum when it happened. Remember that?
Yeah,
it's like,
he had a book.
He wrote a book. And then you got a book. You ain't played a game. You got a book.
You know what you do when you write a book? Your life is over.
Can I get a touchdown before I get a book?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Like, you write a book when things are done. Yeah. And we're thinking, whatever.
No, that's not true. Just ask Bill Belichick about his new book. His life has just begun, man.
Is it a coloring book?
No, he's had his second life.
Hey, speaking of which, DMac, our conversation between the breaks, we forgot about Belichick. He slides in there, so to speak.
He slides in there. He draws a line with who he wants to be with.
By the way,
there's an age cutoff.
What was the Mary Kay Cabot joke that his gal got upset about? Did you see it?
I
read the headline, but didn't see the joke.
When we were in Cleveland, he was upset with what I wrote. He called and yelled at me. And if you have the footballs to yell at me, then fine. But as a 28-year-old, I knew I was too old for him, or something. It was something like that. Yeah. I botched the joke, but it was something about her being 28.
She's like, I was 28 years old at the time, and I've learned recently that he couldn't relate to somebody as old as 28.
Yeah. It's better.
Essentially
something like that.
She didn't make it sound like she was trying to slide into his proverbial DMs.
No, and then she apologized, which was weak.
Stand by
your
man.
joke.
Well,
we get it was a joke.
She works for the network.
She does?
Yeah, she's an NFL Network regular contributor.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever. So what?
Shield made her apologize.
She's going to be busy writing about Shadur's opening starts.
You psyched?
I am.
Okay,
Yes,
what is going on?
Actually.
Yesterday when they signed Snoop Huntley, I was like, well, Shadur's not playing, and now he's starting.
It's clear why he was signed now. He was literally signed so okay. There's a living body to finish to mop up.
What?
Yes, so Flacco doesn't have to drag his.
Well, right. Flacco's flat out not playing.
No,
and then when we found
they
out,
got enough bad hammies as it is.
Yeah. So what I found out is because of the massage incidents historically with Deshaun Watson, the Browns organization has outlawed any masseuse to be around, and therefore everybody's got hamstrings now.
Oh, okay.
Dude,
the jokes are running crazy right over here.
Why can't I get the big Hungarian with the elbow that gets right in that deal, and you're not sure whether you're going to die or if that's helping?
Well, apparently
but
Deshaun
you're afraid
Watson
to answer anything. Is that okay? Yeah.
Deshaun Watson is more into small hands.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying, so just go the other way.
As in small hands.
Just go the other way.
Small hands.
How about
Shadur's got a great opportunity here, man.
He does, but how can you be a non-athletic bust of a quarterback as Kenny Pickett is and have a hamstring during training camp.
I don't know.
That's insane.
A lot of. I find out sometimes when guys get that, there's a little beer involved the night before. Then they go out and they're like, "Hey, I'm fine." Oh, looks like a men's club game. Oh!
I don't know if 3 or 4
You're
of
laughing.
us.
You've never even seen that.
I've yes, lately.
I'll tell you this, Coach. If 3 or 4 of us were to sprint down the hallway, I think there'd be 3 hamstring injuries.
Okay, if we were to clear all, let's say we could take the walls out and we were to run from one end to the other
As hard as we could instantly.
and none of the athletes.
What
Just
is the
you,
last?
me, Kreckman,
That'd be disaster.
Springer, everyone
Jason.
that's not associated as a former athlete.
Jason,
Kevin. How many people make it to the end of the run without some muscle issue?
I'd have a problem. It wouldn't be good.
When's the last time any of you three fine athletic gentlemen, one that played a lot longer than any of certainly than I did, when's the last time you just ran full tilt boogie as
8
fast
years
as
ago. 8 years ago.
You did it 8 years ago,
Dude, I played up in Vail 8 years ago. It was awesome.
No problem.
Oh, I'm not telling you I was good. I ran. Now, was I fast?
Did you train for
I
that
literally got to the
moment?
sideline and I told one of my buddies. I kickboxed for it. It was great, but I told my buddy, I was like, I wish the wind was blowing so I could feel fast when I ran again in the helmet. When you were young, the wind through the helmet, you're like, yeah, I'm moving.
I remember.
Now I have to stand in the wind to get that feeling.
This is about 4 years ago, maybe 5, and I ran a half marathon. I'll never forget it. And I did run as hard as I could, and it felt like
how long?
Maybe 200 yards. Like
at the very end.
Yes,
or the very
like I
beginning?
did not want to be caught at the end.
Did you walk at all in the half?
No.
marathon?
I've run, but believe it or not, I've run a ton. But I went as hard as I could at the end, and my wife videotaped it, and it was the most humbling thing of all time.
Can you release said footage?
Sure, yeah, I could find it somewhere.
Can we actually have it tonight?
Do you guys
on our
know
show?
that the new viral video that people are putting up there goes, I've never seen my spouse run full tilt.
Yeah.
And it shows a screen empty. And I've seen women and men. Then all of a sudden, here comes some older person.
Yeah.
Across, and all you do is hear the camera person dying laughing. So it's basically filming older people running as fast. I mean, nobody on screen.
It's so humbling.
Clack, 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 clack.
Scotty, when's the last time you went to the max that you were capable of running at the time? How many years ago?
Well, no, this year sometime or last spring, I was like running on the field for like literally 25 yards. Chasing my daughter, like playing soccer, and I got about 20 yards into it. I said, what am I doing?
What are you doing?
A, I didn't know if I could stop. B, I didn't know if I could stop. I was going to be able to without falling down.
Right.
And C, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to move for the next 2 weeks.
Hey, you want to know what I did last Christmas?
That was like maybe 20 yards.
Hurt the dinner a little bit. I don't know. I went outside with my 2 nephews, and they were chasing me, and the legs are feeling good. So I threw one of the cuts. They smacked into each other, and so yeah, my brother was like, "Really? Really?"
Wait, so you survived with no injuries, but you were so good in cutting that you actually had them.
They one was in front, one was in back.
That's pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Are you done with training camp?
Yes, we all are. All right, and I hate saying it. Let me make it clear. I honestly, I'm not lying. I looked forward to this time of year every year.
Yep.
I loved being that close to football. It was awesome. And you got to talk to the guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was so,
Yeah.
It's how camp is where I made half these relationships we talk about.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I got to know Chris Harris and Brandon Marshall, the linebacker, and we could go on and on and on. Malik Jackson, just good dudes.
Right.
Because guess what?
You can talk to them.
They had nothing better to do.
Yeah.
They were happy to sit on the bench and talk to you.
Yeah.
I don't want to go inside and go to another meeting. I don't need to go watch film again.
Right.
No, Andy, don't go anywhere. We're doing an interview. We're doing it. And now you can't talk to anybody as they walk
They don't
off
bring
the field.
anybody over.
They run the same damn drill every day. I told Mike I'm afraid to have any tape.
Speaking of which,
Because I hate watching it. But guess what? He did. They were good last year, so I guess his process works, but my God, it's like watching somebody paint the same wall every day.
Guys, there is so much standing around. At the last 3 or 4 practices, it just feels like there's just
We
There's
talked
a lot
about,
of
we
coaching,
talked about
isn't
that
there?
yesterday.
There's gravity just beating down these 300-pound
He's
individuals.
coaching his rear off, though, isn't he?
He's coaching, but it's interesting because he gathers the group up a lot.
The offensive group, the defensive guys are out there.
He likes to talk. He likes to talk a lot in situations. But to your point, a lot of the defensive guys aren't within earshot of hearing him talk through the situation. I'm like, I think only about 1/8 of your entire roster is hearing the coaching point.
Hey man, Tyler timed it like 4 minutes, where literally the defense was in formation because it was like a first down play he didn't like, so he brought them all into a huddle. And he didn't chew him out.
You know
he
what's
was
funny?
talking to him.
You know what's apparent? He's not. I like him as a coach. He's not self-aware, and I bet he can't even tell how low the energy is right now.
Yes,
because he's locked in. That's a great point.
Because he's fine, and I think his coaching staff is terrified to tell him the truth. That's contradictory to whatever he believes.
And you know what they need to do? They need to kill him with truth.
Well,
They do.
Yeah.
Well,
you know
we're doing a good job of it right
and
now.
you know what? We'll find out Thursday a little bit whether or not, or Thursday and Saturday, whether or not this has worked, or if all of a sudden he goes, dude, we are behind.
You know what's crazy that adds to your point? You know the funnest part of practice yesterday? Sam Ehlinger in that third team.
Yeah.
He got nuts. Sam made a few plays. He had a deep ball that got everybody cheering. Then he had another one where it was really hilarious. I wish you could have seen it, DMac. He busts out of the group, and he's running, and he's like, there's nobody here. Like, he's running right towards us.
He ran like
so
60
then he cut
yards,
up, and he tells his receiver, that 39, the tryout guy, he goes, hey, just bump him. And then he goes diving into the end zone,
Gave
and
a
the
little Cam
crowd's
Newton.
feeling it, and people were cheering,
Can I
and
give
they
you
were
a little
laughing.
conspiracy theory here? I think they had a great practice on July 30th.
And that's the last time they've really practiced.
And I think Sean's been like, we're good.
I don't disagree.
Now, let me ask you this, and I've been saying this since about the second day of practice, and you just told the whole story. Sam Ehlinger's had a good camp.
Baller.
He's had a good camp right now.
He's a baller.
I would say Jared Stidham, don't get too bored with that. And I like Stiddy. I do. I've grown to like Stiddy, just him being a little kind of smart ass with us as he comes to the sidelines here and there. So I kind of like the personality that I'm seeing, but
he's boring.
Well,
Check
because I
down
think
right,
everybody
check
feels
down
maybe
left.
it's a little too
As a
zipped
player,
up.
yes, but I think as a glue guy,
Oh, yeah.
I think both of them
They're all going to be here.
All three of them are going to be here. It's very similar to last year's
Whoa.
group.
They're going to keep 3 on the 53?
One will
Not
be
on
on
the
the practice
No,
squad or
Sam
whatever.
Ehlinger will make
He'll
the
be the
practice
emergency
squad.
day guy.
And that'll be great.
They'll all be in uniform, but Sam can't play unless the other two get hurt.
It's essentially that Jarrett Stidham is the perfect guy to drink cold beers with and play golf.
Well, and walk up and say, hey, what'd you see there? After Sean has his meltdown between him and Davis Webb, they can go and say, all right, what'd you see, Bo? What do you want to know? And
Sam Ehlinger, though, he's the guy.
Okay, where are we getting the juror? We're going with Gurr. Let's all agree.
It's Sam Ehlinger.
Did you talk to him?
I know that from his college career and when I recruited him out of Texas.
The dude, all his college people say "guh" on the stupid broadcast.
Sam Ehlinger.
All right, I'm going to trust you.
I'm going to check.
Are we going to get bidet by this thing out of nowhere?
We might get bidet. Apparently,
it'll be Elonge is what we'll find out.
Sean Payton, Jaquan McMillan dust yesterday.
I heard
it's
that.
not Jaquan.
He did tell
it's
us.
Jaquan, or as DMac
First
pointed
off,
out, it's J-Mac.
J-Mac. That's not his
J-Mac.
favorite guy asking the question.
I'm just
D-Mac
saying.
knows that.
I'm just saying J-Mac is going to be J-Mac because that's what J-Mac said about himself.
Didn't that feel like? I don't know, man. That felt a little weird.
In the media
Well,
market
Don
here,
King.
the media market here in Denver, who's most likely to talk about themselves in the third person?
That's a good
Hey,
question.
nowadays, Tyler. That's what bro guys do.
Was he-
Or Jim Bros.
Yeah,
do.
he's got the bro tank
yeah,
on.
yes, man, yeah.
Well, TP thinks this.
Tyler was benching yesterday. You should have seen him lifting.
It's not Tyler. I mean, are we counting McChesney as part of still the media group here?
No,
I don't think
we're
he's
not
the third
seeing-
person.
Or not, well, he's not been out there.
I don't think
I'm
he's
going
the third
off who's
person.
been out there.
He doesn't talk about himself in the third person.
I ain't saying anything about McChesney. You enjoy that ship on your own.
I just say, McChesney's going to McChesney.
You're
That's
big
all.
enough. You big enough to whatever if he wants to have a conversation about it.
That'd be good.
No,
Chez is swinging by
Leave
tomorrow,
the man
I love
Yeah,
that.
he's coming by and practice tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
He is.
Well, good.
that's
I
fine.
hope some.
Nobody's going to
Bringing
be
some
there.
gear.
I hope somebody didn't show up at 4:30 for a
DMac,
workout.
why don't you come join us, man?
What time is it at?
It's during your
I'm
show.
busy then.
So,
No.
but so
That's too bad.
I can take my bike over there. It's on my way home.
Is Mark Moser ever dropped the Moj?
The Moj. Yeah,
you know I think he is a guy that'll say
he goes,
the
hey, it's the
Moj.
Moj. He's
Moj.
done it in that commercial. What is that? His smoker-friendly commercial
You're
there,
right.
Spring?
He does say the Moj.
The Moj.
Tasty
God, I
stuff.
love him.
He is the.
How can you not love
He is the aging Caucasian version of Jaquan McMillan.
The Moj is third person.
Are we going to try to outdo his donut feet, by the way? You want to try with me over there? No. Big Sexy?
That was a feat?
What
Dude,
are you talking
he did
about?
like 14 in a break, homeboy. That's pretty impressive. And then he finished the show. I don't know if getting them all down is impressive, but not getting sick off of it is.
They're donut holes.
Oh, these guys
14.
are not. No, Andy, they're not impressed by that. We had this conversation
All
with
right,
Tyler
then
and
why
Scott.
don't you and I fixing to find out. We'll do it on Twitch in a break and see who gets it done.
Like I said, they're not bothered by it. They said they could do it like without even thinking about it.
You know what I love about my guy over here? The old pro athlete. You know how you get the old pro athlete? You tell him what the bar is, and he'll compete with you till he's sick. I could get him to eat 30 if I wanted to.
I could do a dozen.
Then he'd throw up.
During a 3-minute break?
Would you grab a handful of them like you're having
I'd
popcorn and just start chucking them the way
put
he
3
did?
at a time, yeah.
Three at a time? What are you, Chubby Bunny in this thing?
You just said handful, dummy.
But then he threw them one at a time in.
Yeah.
He didn't.
He did grab like Moj did the Moj thing. He did. He grabbed a handful of
Look,
them.
as a fat guy, I was impressed.
My favorite moment
That's all I gotta say.
My favorite moment was when the box was too far away and he put it in his lap.
No, first he moved it.
I gotta have it closer.
He gave it to Heisman for a while.
Yeah.
And then he's like, hey, by the way,
Yeah.
Jesse Trujillo, give it to me, man.
Just give it to me.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I've been there. There's a point where you just lose and you go, you know what? I ain't losing weight today. Give me the whole box. All right, well, hey, that's the guys. We're going to come back. We're going to get into what was the practice like today for Coach. He had some interesting observations, and then I've got a question for you. I need to be educated. I need to ask you a question. The old explain it to me like I'm 5 about what we've watched thus far. That's ahead. is Kreckman and Lindahl. Again, Nate Kreckman out this week. Mike Sanford sitting in for his 3 o'clock hour. Mark Springer and I will take you the rest of the way after this hour is done. 303-504-0925 is the text line. A lot of you have already utilized that. Love to hear from you today. Got a lot of questions, got a lot of things to cover, got a list to get to with you. But while we have Mr. Mike Sanford in there, by the way, Kreckman's done it enough. You've kind of been dubbed the Sandman. You like that?
It's part of my background. Yes,
It's just what you got to deal with.
So
now?
I think Krecker heard it from a Boise guy at Mountain West Media.
Gotcha.
Day. I think that's where.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
They call me
okay.
I've been known as Sandy, Sanny, Sandman. So I'm used to it. It doesn't. I don't think twice about it when he calls me old Sandman.
Yeah, if you were a hockey player, I don't know what they'd do with you. You think they'd go all the way to Sandman?
Yeah, I think so.
Not Sanner or Sanny, maybe Sanny.
Sinelski?
Yeah, maybe.
All
All
right.
right.
Ski on the end of it will be good.
So I've got the most basic of questions for you. And this comes to me. Look, dude, I have been educated by a lot of former pro football players when it comes to football and what you're watching and what to do. I've had guys sit there and break stuff down, like all sorts of positions, defensive, offensive, you name it, right? Love watching practice with guys that have been through it and just seeing what they pick up. For example, I'll give a tip of the cap to our buddy Tyler Polumbus the other day. We brought this up yesterday. You guys were watching whatever the formation was. Tyler noticed they brought a chip over to Benito's side. Tyler goes, up, there's a chip. Does he notice it? And right away, sure enough, Benito went wide.
He widens out and he says, I'm going to bull rush that.
He got the chip
pencil
come
neck.
to him. He rolled on the chip. Look, he took both guys on and got to the QB still.
And that's the worst thing as a tackle because ultimately you're responsible
Right.
for Benito. And by telegraphing the fact that you brought chip presence by way of a tailback or tight end, I've already seen Ingram doing it at times. I've seen, obviously, J.K. Dobbins and Tyler Bidet. It's kind of a bit of a third down possibility for this team. It gives a guy like Nick Benito the chance to be like, I'm going to widen out a little bit and I'm going to put my helmet underneath your chin.
Well, okay, so you just breaking stuff down and Tyler talking. This is why I like standing next to you guys and watching practice. So again, I feel like I've been educated. I'm not saying I could go coach football or be a scout. I couldn't. But I feel like I watch it with a little more educated eye than most. How in the hell, with what we're watching, are you picking out who can play football and who can't? Just explain to me the modern, I am fascinated because clearly there's some way that they do it. I don't think, I asked this question because it didn't look like Sean missed on too many people last year. He knew who he had that could play football by evidence of what they did in the regular season.
I'll just be fully candid with you. Even when you're coaching and you know your schemes inside and out, you want to know where you get the really good evaluation of movement abilities, offensive line combinations, and who's really good at climbing to the second level and wide zone. It's not till you get to that end zone film.
Okay.
It's the end zone film. And it's interesting. I've learned since I've been in high school, I've never had this before, but you fly drones at practice.
All right.
And you get this drone film. I don't think the Broncos need it because they have towers everywhere.
Every camera you can imagine.
Yeah. But you fly this drone film with all 22 from the end zone with an awesome overhead view, and all of a sudden you see things from a evaluation standpoint, even in non-padded, even in non-padded, non-tackle practice, you'll see some things from a linebacker, like his ability to show short area quickness and to gain leverage and attack downhill and beat the lineman to the spot on a combination that is ultimately trying to reach him. You see a lot on the film. So I'd say that's probably where.
Are you reading quick twitch? And by that, I mean how quick a guy moves from when I
see that
hear
on,
these
You can see that
phrases
on film for sure.
Are you also, so you're looking at smartness in the scheme, again, because look, at the end of the day, tackling's tackling. And I guess that's the thing that always throws me off. First off, how do you know what back is going to break contact? I always tell the story of Reuben Drones because it was the first time I ever went to Dave and Scott when I was their producer, and I'd go out and watch practices on the day they had to go meet with people or whatever they had to do that they couldn't make a practice. And sometimes they would always ask me, they'd be like, all right, what did you see? Tell me a guy that you like, and I don't know, maybe Dave was just challenging a young guy, but I was always proud because I gave him Reuben Drones one time when he was way down the depth chart and nobody was really talking about the guy. And it was because when I went to practice, he would run through linebackers. He would not be brought down, usually by the first tackler, but you don't have any of that going on anymore. So where do you evaluate that part? Just the games?
Preseason games. That's it.
And that's all you got?
I'll say this.
Do you ever worry that a guy is like he looks good in what you're doing now, but doesn't? Can you think of a guy maybe that looked good in what you're doing now as far as the practice, but then couldn't get it done in the game?
There are so many over the years, and obviously you wouldn't know their names because
they didn't make it.
Because
right?
they didn't make it.
Yeah.
Because when the lights were on and when it really counted and when it was all 22, the biggest thing that happens is when you're in these like fictitious off-season modes of football, and it's a lot of change of direction, it's a lot of drill work, it's conditioning, it's competitive, touch this line, touch that line, 5-10 5s, and circle drills where you're trying to chase in like a hoop. There are a lot of athletes that lie to you on both sides. There's guys that don't look like football players during that time of the offseason and end up being ballers when the pads come on. And then there's clearly the opposite where they just dominate that time of year and then they just can't get it right. They can't play. It's a fascinating part of the game. And there's times even as a high school and as a college coach from me and my background where, man, you're talking to like pro guys, or right now I'm talking to college guys. I'm like, do you realize that our best football player, like by far on our football team, is this kid that has no offers? And the other guys have like 35 offers. And they're good. Like, why won't you take this guy? Well, it's because he doesn't look exactly like the body type, or he doesn't run the 40 time. He doesn't this, that, or the other thing. And then you start playing real ball. And you're like, that he's the one. And it's funny because those types of players end up getting on somewhere. And even it's happened with the Broncos with practice squad guys or 7th round draft picks. They get on somewhere and they just find a way to make the team. And then they end up finding ways to be productive at every level. He's one of those guys right now. And I know it's about the only exciting thing that's happened the last 3 or 4 days for me is Michael Bandy.
Okay.
That dude keeps getting open and making plays.
See, you know what? You picked the perfect guy because whenever you say Bandy, the name doesn't excite me. But guess what? That dude got open underneath. He made a couple catches late in the year. Like, he makes a play when you let him make a play. I can't argue that. But my eyes aren't drawn to him when he's out there.
Well, it's interesting, too, because there's, like, if you think about the Belichick, McDaniels, Tom Brady era of New England Patriots, Michael Bandy probably makes that team, and he's probably a focal point of what they do in their option route game, which you do a lot of in that, whatever the heck you want to call that, McDaniels system. He's probably a true, like 60 to 75 catches a year kind of player in that system. For whatever reason, Sean Payton's never really had that guy. It's either been big body types in those roles or just pure blow the top off with speed guys.
Do you think, like, the one thing, look, Sean Payton's been very successful, so I don't want to knock it, but there is times where I just feel like he gets locked into things. And look, I think we all have that to some, you know what I mean? Some extent where you just are set in your ways and maybe you forget to look. But like, again, I feel like you keep talking to me about Troy Franklin, which I want to be excited about, but I don't want him unlocking Troy Franklin until he figures out better ways to unlock Marvin Mims. You know what I mean? I feel like there's more of a football player in Marvin Mims than what we see, and I feel like Sean knows that. Why don't you and I talked about it yesterday. Give him a 10-yard route, a 12-yard route, hit him in stride, let him run through the rest of the defense. But it feels like he's always like the deep spread guy or the short guy. I don't understand. Where's the intermediate? I just feel like he could be a beast in intermediate.
Think about it. The one time that he caught the ball intermediate,
he fumbled?
No. It was the incredible 93-yard touchdown pass, because that was just a bender. That was a bender route that was completed at 16 to 18 yards, and it went 93 yards for a touchdown.
Because he's got the punt returner vision.
He's got the revision, and he's got the breakaway speed. He's a legitimate 4.3 flat type of guy. If I'm not mistaken, it's about what he ran at the combine. So yeah, that's a player that I wonder why 2 years in a row at training camp, it doesn't appear there's any intentionality to get him the football.
That's what I don't understand.
There's no development of role for said player. When I watch these training camp practices, it might be by design. It might be Sean Payton just holding up the double birds to the whole world.
You're not going to see what we're really going to do.
I feel you want to know exactly what I feel like I'm watching every single day. I feel like he took the scripts and the practice plans from the New Orleans Saints 18 years ago. I don't think was he the head coach there? Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah.
So we'll call it just 15 years ago.
06 and we're in 20. Yeah.
Yeah. That he took that exact training camp, puts it in a binder, hands it to some, senior assistant quality control analyst
that was there with him,
and then says, "Hey, let's go with this training camp this year." And there I don't think there's a bunch of adjusting, man. Like it doesn't seem like anything is. We didn't look good at this yesterday, so we're going to really emphasize this today. But the thing about it with Sean Payton, for whatever freaking reason, it works for him.
Well, it does.
And you know why? He's really good putting together a weekly game plan. He's really good calling it.
Well, and again, I give him credit. Look, man, he knows what he wants to do with guys. You know what I mean? He knows what he wants to do with guys. Now, does he always do it? I'm convinced. Wasn't it? Who was the guy? Was it Bidet that he promised the broadcast crew was going to be a huge part of what the playoff game or the Charger game or whatever it was? And then that player got 2 snaps, 3 snaps the whole time. I think he's got good plans for guys. I don't know where they go sometimes when he gets into game action. I really don't. So, but whatever. You know what? So we're watching this. I also wonder, is he, look, Sean's not stupid. Sean's very aware of everything. He knows that fans are sitting up there, and even though there's 800 whatever, they can have their phones out. They can record a little something. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm sure he's probably saving some of what we're talking about for when, remember, next week's the last viewing period. They get done with the Arizona practice, and I think that's it for the public. And he knows he can control what the media are allowed to do. So, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? It's gonna be fun. It's going to be, I think if they play in the preseason, how much do you think they'll play in the preseason? I know he said the starters will go. Do you think we're going to get a quarter? You think we'll get a quarter this week?
I'm going to say,
is that Dre Greenlaw on your mind after what you saw today?
I'm going to go with this. You heard it here first.
All right. Hey, make the promo. Say it again.
Bo Nix and generally speaking, the offensive starters are going to play 1 quarter against the San Francisco 49ers on Saturday night.
Interesting.
If they score on the first or second drive, and it's like a meticulous...
Nice 10-11 play drive.
And it's just clockwork, shut them down.
All right.
If it's one of those where it's just a little uneven...
Little like practice.
Then it would probably go a full quarter before shutting down the majority of the starters.
Then what do you think? Against Arizona, is that where we see a majority of the work? And then nothing in the third game? Because remember, Zach Wilson basically ate up the third game last year.
That's pretty similar how it played out last year.
Zach Wilson was the guy all last year.
In the third game.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Remember? That's where we actually saw Zach.
That was against the Cardinals, was it not?
I think you're probably right.
Because I think the first game last year was at Indy. Second game was home against Green Bay. And that's the game that Bo, I think, led a couple touchdown drives.
He did.
Played a little situational football right before halftime, did a nice job. And then the third game, it was basically all players that either didn't make the roster or practice squad type players.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't even think about this because I remember you telling me last year, one of the reasons why they maybe had a pretty good game against Green Bay was you did do the practice against them, so you kind of got a peek. So it does set up well.
Well, also, Green Bay played no starters.
No, you're right. Well, and they also went a
Green Bay
basic.
I'll tell you this, too. I've learned this from knowing Jordan Love a little bit. Green Bay hates playing at the
preseason.
No, at the
yeah.
This place has been a house of horrors for that franchise.
Yeah,
they don't adjust great to the old altitude.
I'm not sorry about it.
And it's actually in their head a little bit.
Good.
I found that out.
Good.
Too. Yep.
Jordan should have that. He played in the Rocky Mountain region. But I guess you can't get all your teammates.
No, Jordan's fine.
About it. Yeah, the rest.
It's just the receivers that he's throwing. He's uncorking a 62-yard go route, and they're like huffing and puffing mid route, and it's just overthrown because the air's also incredibly thin, and you're not training at altitude.
No, I know it's nuts. I mean, we had those lacrosse guys in last week, and I asked them, 3 of the Outlaw guys. I said, how long before you get used to this? Because they'd all played here last year, and they go, yeah, it's wild. It takes a quarter. And then sometimes when you think you've got your win, you start to feel tired a little quicker than you think. So, but yeah, it sets up well for them to go a full quarter and then probably a full half because he knows what the defensive looks are going to be a little bit after that practice. So do you think Sean game plans as much as he did last year? Do you think he likes to do that?
For preseason?
Yeah.
I think so.
See, what's interesting is, again, I'm telling you, man, we got to wipe the slate clean. I don't know that I've ever covered a team in its infancy like it is with Sean, where the first year just counts for nothing because of Russell Wilson. I mean, nothing. So I don't feel like we have any of Sean's tells yet because it's really only the second camp that we've had.
This is the second year.
You know, because the first year did not matter. So
I don't think I think he didn't give two craps either that first year because Sean Payton ultimately wanted to make sure that what needed to happen for this franchise was going to happen at the end of the year.
Well,
and that was to part ways with Russell Wilson.
Well, and I don't think it was just Russ. Russ was chief among it. I was told he figured out most way through camp that, this is not the group of guys that I want. I'm going to go get my group of guys. And that's what he did. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to talk a little bit more about camp. We got to talk about some of the news around the NFL. My guy, honestly, Coach, yesterday we're signing off, and all of a sudden Snoop Hundley is a member of the Cleveland Browns, and Mark Springer and I are like, well, maybe that means Shadour's not going to play at all. That's wrong.
Not so fast,
He's
my friend.
Starting, so what does that mean, and what should we expect? And I'm going to ask you, I want to find out, does the hype train ever affect a coach? Because I feel like it's impossible not to. We'll get to it next. Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you want to go and see those folks before the summer's over, I'd get to it. You only got about a month left in the summer. I guess technically you got 2 months, but for me it feels like a month because come September it's football season, and that means it's the fall. But if you want to take advantage of the long days, the barbecues, hopefully you still got time to go get a vacation in, maybe have a beach day, but you don't have the energy and you want to go talk to them about the low testosterone treatments that they have, now's the time to go. I'm heading over to the clinic. Matter of fact, this week, I'll be there on Thursday. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems. These include a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog. If you're dealing with any of this, it's time to go talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and see what they can do for you. If you'd like to take a quiz, if you're a quiz taker like Sanford, he loves quizzes. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Big quiz guy.
All right, go take it, Coach, right now. It's only 10 questions. Yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes. You can get it done before this break is over. When you go to the clinic, they'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll then talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about your options. And the cost of that visit, that includes the consult, the T, and the PSA test, is all $99. But if you sign up for the testosterone treatment that day, the visit is free. So get your gains in the gym back, higher energy, and just maybe get that focus back. And, of course, a little more motivation in the bedroom. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, Fort Collins and the Springs included, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Let
It
it
is
breathe.
Kreckman and Lindahl.
Let it breathe. I was here. Hey, I was feeling you there, Spring. You were getting it. You were getting it in.
You know what's funny?
I was a little concerned. Is Missy going to say something? That,
Yeah.
You know?
How often do you actually take control of autopilot and pick the bumpers, Spring?
Often. Most breaks, except
I
for
like
this
it.
one.
I
Missy's
like
in the system, and if this comes up, most times I let it play.
I like it. I
Yeah.
like it. All right.
It gets me going.
What
Yeah.
does autopilot and bumpers mean?
Okay, so the music you heard right there is a bumper. That's what we
who-
call it. We're
who
bumping
bumped it?
back. Well, Markey puts a fine selection of them in there.
Really?
Matter of fact, a lot that I like, frankly. Matter of fact, we got a little Blink Wave, I believe, coming in there. Either Blink Wave or the other side. But there's a new Blink song that's in the rotation that I like.
No, I had that one.
See there? Okay. Well, there you
Yeah.
go.
Who was the other side by?
The other side is, well, here's the bummer. It's a Blink 182 song, and it's fantastic. It's off the new album. But it turns out I didn't know this. Apparently, it was about Mark's guitar tech, bass tech, who died suddenly. So that's
sad.
That's the other side.
good.
It's a great song, though, till you figure out the sad meaning. But it's catchy. It's good to go. So anyway, all right. Shedeur Sanders is going to start coming up for Cleveland.
This is fun.
Well, it is fun, and I'm excited to see what the guy can do. Now, look, you and I think
do we have a resident degenerate gambler here currently between the three of us?
We got plenty. Who would you like to?
I'd love to just kind of pick the brain of one Mark Springer, and I'd love to find out just the levels.
Can you tip your guy? Can you tip the Uber driver?
Dan Tanner, Uber Eats guy.
He's been asked to do
Spring.
far more.
Spring,
Yo.
what kind of parlays are we looking at with Shedeur Sanders? That you're
What
gonna
are you
put
going?
down?
Oh, man. Dude, I'm a Shedeur believer.
I know you are.
Yeah. I don't
do
know.
we have a
Let
cute
me-
word for that?
Is there a
Shadir?
No,
Shadever?
you know exactly what it is. He's a Shalever.
Shalever? Is that what it is?
A
believer,
shatruther? How about a shatruther?
I think you're a Shalever.
A shalever.
Hey, okay,
Hold
I'll
on,
tell
let
you
me
what.
See if I can find lines.
I'm
on
going to ask
props.
him a question, and by 50, I want to hear from you what you're going to like when we get this game going. Cool?
Okay, yeah.
We'll give you a little time to
Yeah.
research. How
Okay.
about that?
I'll tell you, actually, no, there's no props. I see no props.
No props.
Well, you know what? He's played Bookman before.
At least on DraftKings.
Well,
So.
yeah, there's other books, you know.
Yeah, well,
None of them are paying me, so guess what? Don't care. All right. No, but I'm curious as a coach because here's what I often found. There were times in the Tim Tebow era, and Tim was such an anomaly. I don't think I'll ever see anything like it in sports. You know, because I was on the sidelines for all that. It just was unreal. I was in Miami when he won the first game, and nobody knew how. Literally, Daniel Fells and I are standing on the Dolphins logo waiting for Dave to throw down to me. And
did he ever throw it down to you?
He did.
Okay.
He did. It was a play. Hey, man, it was a sponsored interview. You got to get that sucker in. They used to get a $500 Trice Jewelers gift card if you were a player of the game. Then at the end, you got nothing. You just got to talk to Andy, and it was less appealing to
Trice
the players.
Jewelers still going strong?
Oh, Trice Jewelers is, I think.
Killing it?
I think. Maybe.
I haven't heard much
Maybe
recently.
I'm not quite sure. But they were once upon a time. And Ralph Klomp's a very nice man. I had a book credit. How about that? Did you know you're looking at a published author?
Are you
at
really?
least a credit for an author?
Can I find it on Amazon?
I think you can. It's called For Bronco Fans Only.
Wow.
And so my job was to interview a ton of Bronco fans, and I got paid per the interview. And listen, this guy here, if it's per anything, you're getting a lot. I found plenty of fans to talk to, and they ended up putting a lot of the things in the book. But one of the things I got was Ralph Klomp, because he had designed the Broncos Super Bowl rings and was tied with Shanahan. So I think they're still doing good. Anyway, back to Shedeur. So I was there for the Tim Tebow experience, all of it. And it got to the point where every time in preseason, you were just like, man, this isn't going to work. Just practice and preseason. Like, I understood why coaches were so hesitant to get after this.
Because it's bigger than what you're trying to do.
Well,
it becomes the story as opposed to just getting ready to play football games.
Oh, and Mike, the practices weren't good. You couldn't run your basic practices because he was just not accurate.
I've seen some of the throws.
Dude. So it was rough. So I understood why the coach is like, we can't do this. But the crowd falls in love with somebody. And again, I'll never forget, I told Spring this yesterday. And this is what I was wondering. Are they trying to avoid some of this hype and momentum from the fan base with Shedeur? Because, look, I know this. I love Shedeur. I enjoyed my time covering. He was always a great kid to me, and he brought fun back to Colorado football, all right? Now, if you don't root for Colorado, you don't care, but I'm just telling you as somebody that not only professionally has to watch it but has enjoyed it, he brought a ton of fun back. Okay, but I also know the guy needs to learn how to run a pro offense, needs to hit the first couple of looks. You can't have the home run ball all the time, right? That's what you and I talked about. It's part of the reason why I didn't get drafted higher. I need you to take some of my plays to set that up later because we're not getting that all the time in the NFL, and you're not running away from everybody all the time.
Well, he couldn't run away from any in the college game.
Well, there you go. So
I mean, the sack numbers are the sack numbers.
Exactly. And so
we've learned from Sean Payton a little glimpse into why he drafted Bo Nix is because he didn't do those things. He didn't take those monstrosities of sacks.
Well, he wasn't bypassing your first option.
Yeah, and it was
get the highlight.
The stat that Sean loves to drop, which is accurate, is his college career at Oregon. Bo Nix had a bad negative play, 1 snap out of 82.
Which every coach
think about how often you watch Shedeur Sanders. Not necessarily he didn't throw interceptions, but the significance of the sacks.
Right. Yeah.
They weren't little guys.
No.
They were sometimes a quarter of the field.
Well, because he would try to escape through the back of the pocket. Leahy told me that 1,000 times. He's got to go forward. Like
that's
Bo
ultimately
escapes forward.
You want to talk about the reason why he really dropped? It's because there was too much of that on film.
Okay, so that being said, as a coach, aren't you trying to manage this hype? Like, again, if I were to find out that basically Kevin Stefanski is like, you know what, I got enough to deal with because it feels like he's on the hot seat, right? I don't know if anyone's come out and claimed to squarely put him on the hot seat as far as Haslam or anybody.
When your logo on your polo is just a helmet that is just orange,
yeah,
you're on the hot seat.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's true. That's right.
So we don't even have to know if he's on the hot seat or not. You're the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
You're always on the hot seat.
You're on the hot seat.
So do you think that there's probably a part of him that, as a coach, do you purposely just try not to feed the fuel sometimes? Or fuel the fire, however you want to do it.
Or
if the guy is not, again, now I don't know what Shedeur's look like in practice. And look,
it seems like the stats have been good.
Okay.
But it's a little bit like Sam Ehlinger, where you're the darling because you're facing the third string defense.
Exactly.
Shedeur has not gotten first reps. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the first time he runs with whatever the semblance of the ones is. He probably
won't play many of them.
No.
But yes.
And they're playing the Panthers?
Yeah, sure.
Carolina. You're guessing that the Panthers are going to play some of their ones.
I would assume they were one of the worst defenses in the league, and I remember that because the Broncos had a stretch where between Atlanta, the Panthers, and the Saints, they were facing like 3 of the worst defenses in the league for a month, right? And that's kind of how you got right. So I'm just curious, is that ever, as a coach, have you ever found yourself influenced by that? If I play this guy and he even goes mildly well, it's all we're going to hear about. Or do you just try to shut that noise out? I know you can't let it run your life, but dude, again, so Tim Tebow had, just to borrow the kids' term, at best a mid preseason in 2010 when he finally actually made it fun towards the end. So they started Kyle Orton the first 5 games. They ended up being 1-4. But in the very first game against the Raiders, they were the second game on a Monday night, and I'm remembering I'm on the bench. Kyle's not playing well, and literally everyone's booing everything he does that's not a completion, to the point where I see the defensive guys stand up, Joe Mays, chief among them, a linebacker, stand up and they're waving off the boos and knock it off, and we don't want to hear this. We're in the first half of the season, and you're dealing with this stuff. You don't think that influences how much they want to roll this guy out when they know he's probably got some learning to do?
Well, you got to think if there's a chance for Kevin Stefanski to possibly set Shedeur Sanders up for failure,
this would be it.
This might be it.
Okay.
Because he probably is not going to roll out his first string anything.
Well, yeah, and as you said, the level of talent is going to go up as he faces this team. All right, Spring, what do you got for us? You got any Shedeur things you're going to go and
well, I'm sure the props are coming. I'm sure as we get closer to game day on Friday, props will pop up.
If you were making props, what would you do? You know this world well.
Over/under passing yards, Shedeur Sanders probably playing.
How about 199?
No,
gosh,
because he's not playing that long, right?
99.
Well, I guess
Are you
it's
sure
just
he made
him
a
and
whole
Snoop,
half?
right? It's just him and Snoop playing?
Yeah, it could be him and Snoop.
199 is still kind of high.
Yeah, but you got to remember, you got a couple crossers with a runaway guy.
Oh, so
First
you like,
game of the
so
year.
you like Shedeur.
Nah, I don't know. This is why I'm not making the books you are. What would you do?
Okay, yeah, so I guess a half.
You both said, ugh, so
All right.
no, 199 is too high.
19
Okay,
What's
I
your
got-
number?
119 and a half?
Okay.
I'm going over. But the real number, you could go ahead and laugh all your way to the bank. All of you. Tell me if you're taking the over on this. 303-504-0925. Shedeur Sanders opening preseason start against the Carolina Panthers. Most likely going to be their starting defense. Giro Avero running the show, correct?
Love it, yeah. And he's not easy to play against. He knows how to disguise his stuff if he chooses to.
Sack number for Shedeur Sanders.
Ew, over under what?
1.5.
Phew, come on.
Over. I hate to say it.
Yeah, you're going to have to raise that number.
But that's okay.
Tell me what you're doing. Shop Mazda texters.
Over 1.5?
Over 1.5, and that could be just a half of football.
Yeah,
That'd be the equivalent essentially of what
I'm hammering the over. I hate to say it. But I mean, all of a sudden he's just not going to take sacks anymore. He's got two in him.
That game's going to be, it's going to come fast.
How many run plays do you think they call? Is this going to be where Kevin Stefanski just says, I'm not even going to give you the option. Here's what we're going to do, kid.
Yeah, he has to.
You're going to run a lot.
He's in charge.
Yeah.
It's different, right? There's nobody.
Okay, then that line, that pass, 119 and a half is too high.
Everyone's saying
like
3.5.
99 and a half.
Everyone's
maybe.
going 3.5.
So
someone
people are
says
saying,
the over. If the interceptions were 1.5, I take that too.
See, the guy, Shedeur doesn't throw interceptions. He has yards, completions, touchdowns.
You're right.
And sacks.
Hey, is he going to have to start putting the ball in danger a little bit more than what he did in college?
I thought that ball was in danger quite a bit.
Okay.
I mean, he was big play hunting. It felt like every play.
Well, but I guess, see, here's the problem. I can't even say that. When you got guys like Travis Hunter, chief among them, you feel like every play could go your way because Travis is going to find a way to out-duel his dude and get that ball.
Would you take it if it was 2.5?
What, sacks?
Yep.
Yeah.
Knowing that he's only going to play half of football.
I'm agreeing with the text line. 3.5's where you
But
cause
again,
me pause.
what if he's, like you guys said, is just operating a very simple offense, and it's just ball out, and what are
we talking about?
And the coaching point from Stefanski is ball out, quick, easy routes that could help minimize sacks.
30 runs to 15 passes.
Lots of runs.
What are we doing?
I'm just going to lob it out there. Spring. Is that what we were watching the last 2 years offensively from the Buffs was exactly intended to be what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Ball out.
I don't know.
But he had
Simple
far
as
more
all get
leeway.
out.
He had far more leeway playing for his father.
Yeah, but I don't know that you can break the habits just yet would be my question. I think it's going to take a little more time.
Stefanski's going to chew him out on the
No,
sideline.
and you know what? That goes back to Mike's point where if you're going to show me you're not going to quit playing ball the way that you want to play it, then we're going to have a problem. And you're not going to win the starting job this way. And then it becomes a coaching point. All right, coach has got to go. He's got to put on some fresh kicks and get out to the parking lot and do something great. Spring and I taking you the rest of the way. We got to get back into the Broncos and plenty of stuff to talk about. We've got a list. Who doesn't love a list? Oh, no, there's another list, and Denver's on it. And I don't think they're going to get off it anytime soon. We'll tell you what that list is.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate's out all week. Mark Springer, I produce this show. I'm in with Andy the rest of the way. Andy Lindahl is getting ready. He's getting ready for Broncos season. That's what he's doing right now. I assume, you know how ready Andy Lindahl is for Broncos season? Is that he's in the hallways right now sniffing the smelling salts. That's what he's doing. That's how ready he is. Except we learned today that the NFL is banning smelling salts and ammonia packets. George Kittle revealed that on NFL Network today, and George Kittle was big mad. He was big mad because he said he smells those things before, like, every drive, he said. Andy, how are the smelling salts in the hallway?
Yeah, what is going on with this? I had not heard about this. Everybody's blowing it up, so the NFL's banning these things?
Yep. And George Kittle's not happy. I'm sure he's not alone. George Kittle looks like a smelling salt guy.
The hockey players love their smelling salts.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't it Kiefer the one they get with that all the time?
Oh, he tried it.
Where
recently.
Rycroft likes to just sneak him on guys, and he gets Kiefer and Moser with him all the time.
Yeah, and Kyle didn't. I think he had like one of those like oof, oof, like when you like put your teeth on a popsicle, that cringe feeling,
So I've never smelled them.
I've never smelled
heard it's awful.
Yeah, it seems awful.
So, but you've never tried it either?
No.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't take.
Yeah, I don't need that lingering. It seems like something that linger in your nostrils, like Ron Burgundy burns the nostrils. So I don't need any of that
It's
going
probably
on.
Worse than Sex Panther.
Yeah, I would think that it is. So it's just brutal. Yeah, I'd like to. Do they have an open explanation for this thing? You're not seeing anything yet?
No. George Kittle just said they're banning him, and he's not happy.
All right. You know what? I got to go through. We got to figure out somebody we could talk to as to why they like him and all that kind of stuff. Can we get right?
I don't know. Just fires him up like.
Well, it's supposed to wake you up. I think wake you up, take you out of the doldrums. It's like a quick cup of coffee or whatever. But again, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Some guys remember John Randall. Do you remember the old Vikings defensive tackle John Randall? And they used to show, you may be too young, but they'd show video of him, and he'd have a trainer that'd come up every day and literally like full-on slap fight slaps to his face. He'd have him do like 4 or 5 to each side just to wake him up, and then he'd scream and go play, but it was just insane.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about this yesterday. Like, the defensive lineman, Kittle tight end. These guys need to fire themselves up. That's insane, though.
Quinn says it gets the brain going. Jeff Hall says they keep jars of them on the hockey bench every game. That doesn't surprise me. Another texter, one of our regulars, says a quick buzz and an influx of oxygen. Okay. Alert makes you feel super alert and focused. See,
like
that would make sense why the hockey players like it, especially if it kind of gets you, because our guy Val's always sniffing them, right? And then, I don't know, you go out, you see the puck, you focus in.
I mean, look, dude, Happy Gilmore had to take batting cage baseballs to the chest.
That's right.
To
so
get him ready.
Get by. Yeah. Somebody says it wakes up the brain, but it's probably bad.
Yeah, it's probably not good for you. There's just, I don't know, the gut feeling.
Jeff says it clears out your sinuses. Oh my gosh, yeah. I'm telling you, we got to find the John Henderson. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. We'll put it on the big screen behind us because it's funny. Not Henderson, Randall. Did I say I said Randall, didn't I?
You originally said Randall.
Yeah.
Sorry,
okay.
You were doing smelling salts.
But you know what?
Patty
Cakes is right too. John Henderson, I don't doubt it, man. John Henderson was a big old. So I got a funny John Henderson. It wasn't funny, but the first road game that I did in the regular season on the Broncos was like early 2000s. It might have even been 2005. But we go to Jacksonville, and all I remember is something happened where Matt Lepsis hit Stroud. He blocks Marcus Stroud. Or maybe it was, I don't remember if it was Stroud or Henderson, but anyway, we'll say Stroud. Stroud gets blocked. He trips, falls in. Reuben Drones goes to cut block him and broke his leg, like a nasty, nasty injury. And John Henderson was big and angry, and he came over like one of these. Stroud and Henderson were two of the most massive human beings I'd ever seen on a football field. They're the defensive tackle pair in a 4-3 defense for the Jaguars. And so Henderson's upset about it, comes over and just starts screaming at the side. Like, I'm telling you, Spring, the largest, angriest human being I'd ever seen to that point in my life, screaming at the Broncos sideline. I'm maybe 7 yards away from all this. And all of a sudden, John Lynch jumps in and starts screaming back at him. And, like, Lynch is half his size. And all I'm thinking, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Don't make it worse.
Hey, see, you get a 15-yard personal foul if you do anything,
Still.
You stand up to him.
Spring, this guy was so angry, and the threats were flying. I'm like, I don't know if there's a Bronco player big enough to stop this dude. Hey, he was huge. Huge. And this was their Shanahan 275-pound offensive lineman time, right? There ain't no Ryan Clady hanging out ready to come over.
Yeah. Zone blocking.
There was no Quinn Miners that was going to show up and kind of lay justice. I just was like, holy cow, they were big individuals. So, all right, well, everybody's – so is this going to trickle down?
Well, even playing field. Let's monitor George Kittle's production this year. Does this affect him?
I'm just curious. Does this thing go for college? Do you not allow him in high school? I mean, what?
In hockey? In the NHL, perhaps? I don't know. I'm curious to see the reason.
Holy cow, Phillips says they were using him in the firehouse.
Yeah, I'm sure got to go put out those fires. I would need to get hyped up for that. Big fire's scary.
All right, where do you get these at? Do you just go and get these at like a random?
I don't know.
Can we go to Dick's Sporting Goods and get some smelling salts or something? Is it something that's at the pharmacy or whatever?
Do you need a dealer?
Do you need a guy? Should we try him for the radio show? Nate would probably like it if I took a couple.
No, you can get, dude. Google literally says you can get them at Walmart. You can get them at Kohl's.
Kohl's? What?
That's what I said. Where do you buy smelling salts? The B12 store, Walmart Supercenter, Kohl's are the first three things that pop up.
Why would Kohl's? What?
Look,
so
dude,
when you're hanging that faux painting that you bought, the print of the painting that was $45, originally priced $145. By the way, if you buy anything full price at Kohl's, you're a sucker. That thing is going on sale.
Get that Kohl's cash,
yeah,
too.
You got it. But the problem with the Kohl's cash, you know what I figured out? I don't shop there as much anymore, but once upon a time when we were new homeowners, that was like the more affordable place to buy the decorations. The Kohl's cash they don't put anything on sales Kohl's Cash Week. Your Kohl's Cash is your sale.
Also, you can't use Kohl's Cash on like Nike and stuff like that.
Yeah, anything you actually want to buy the Kohl's Cash. If you want to buy the Kohl's brand, whatever, then you can have
Maybe you could buy smelling salts with your Kohl's
Kohl's
Cash.
Why are you selling those at Kohl's? I don't get that. Hey, when I'm done hanging that painting, I like to hit a smelling salt to really focus in on what it looks like.
Buying paintings is boring. You need to hype yourself up.
Yeah. Well, okay, but you can't buy. What do you go buy them, walk out the store, hit a couple, then go back in for the painting?
You're all jacked up at the
go
cash
back
register
in for your perfectly priced comforter set or whatever. So, all right, well, maybe we'll give them a try. I don't know if I can think of it and could go find some. See, this is where Nate would come through. This is where we need Nate back in town. So he could come through and go get these, and then he'd make me do it the next day. But maybe we'll give it a try.
Doing them on air would be something. That'd be something.
Yeah, but again, I'm afraid of the lingering.
You might vomit.
Yeah, the lingering smell is. I don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You break them open, right? You did
something like that,
like a glow stick.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Ugh. Like, does the smell get on your hands?
I don't know.
Eric Rabber says you needed to pick up some cargo shorts. No, man. The shorts are fine. You don't need smelling salts to get that perfectly great piece of fashion. So, yeah.
So there you go.
There it is.
That's a thing.
So now players are going to be upset. So what are they going to have to do? Is this the equivalent of baseball getting rid of the sticky stuff that got the pitchers all mad? By the way, have you remembered that they did that? I'd forgotten about the whole checking the hands until I'm watching the game last night, and one of the Toronto pitchers comes off and they're still doing the check the hands thing. I didn't really think we'd keep that around.
Yeah, they just don't show it on camera. Yeah, and speaking of the Rockies, mentioned their series win over the Pirates yesterday, and I called them like the crap. I stole a Nate Kreckman term, the craptacular Pirates, and some texters like, hey man, the Pirates have won like X out of X games since the break. They're actually playing pretty well. And then the Blue Jays come to town and beat them 15-1.
Yeah.
An actual good team.
Yeah.
That's they're first place in the AL East, which is a good division.
Someone wants us to get a bath bomb. Someone else is giving us all the thing for smelling salts. We have a texter going, change a diaper, smelling salts. Take out the trash, smelling salts. Getting intimate, smelling salts.
No, you don't.
How would you have to
maybe.
do that? How would she take that? Or he, whatever. Where you
I
all
guess
of a
if you
sudden,
like
hey,
it
hold
rough.
on. let me really lock in here. Quick smell.
Jeez.
All right. Well, let's see. Eddie Royal used to use them right before the kickoff returns.
Watching a Rockies game, you need them before that.
Are you kidding me? Watching a Rockies game? Like, you need one every inning. Last night was brutal. Brutal. And it felt like the Jays, like I went and walked the dog for an hour and came back, and the Jays were like not letting the game go. Nope, they can still come back. Let's add on.
Well, when you're facing Rockies pitching, and you got to boost your stats. I don't think you never underestimate that you want to boost your stats.
Chris says Cole's sell them for the husbands that are forced to be there with their wives.
That's kind of what I was alluding to.
Enough.
Yeah, you're just like, I got to be here.
Fair enough. Oh, wait, you're not done yet? Oh, we're going to the other side of the store? Here we go. All right, I'm ready. Let's go look at some cookware. You know, the only place you can get a cookware and some kids' shoes all in the same place. Now, it's, by the way, how about Seth Halverson? Everybody was saying you can't trade Halverson. Trade Halverson.
Well, and he suffered an elbow injury.
Oh, they're thinking, did you hear? Like, everybody on the broadcast is just saying they're just waiting for the Tommy John's diagnosis.
Oh, really? I had seen an update yesterday, maybe before the game, that they were optimistic he could be back before the end of the season.
Really? Because both the broadcast crew and even the manager, I'm forgetting the manager, didn't sound so good after the games, but maybe.
They should have traded, traded Ryan McMahon, traded Jake Bird, traded Tyler Kinley. Good. Should have traded even more.
I agree. Should have got rid of any of your starting pitchers. Poor Austin Gomber. How bad do you think he wanted out of here?
I think he's a UFA. I think he's a free agent.
There's no way he's coming
so
back.
Why would you? Why you? I know they got some nothing prospect for Kinley. Fine. Something is better than nothing.
I'm with you, and you need all the young arms you can get. All right, we promised a list. We got a couple of them. Is there a list the Broncos will never get off of? We tell you what that list is next. We roll on here on Kreckman and Lindahl. We get the let out, as Nate would say, had he been here in the chair right now. Did you ever listen to a classic rock station that talked about getting the let out?
No, I did not.
KZY back in the day, and now defunct Denver station, used to like to get the let out. So did KBPI when it was on a different dial position. It was wild. We used to have two of them. Did you know that? Now there's none. I guess KBPI is still around. All right, 303-504. I'm sorry, my friends. I got a lot of friends over there. Love the station. Forget about it, though. Do you listen to music in the car?
Yes.
Okay.
But
not on a radio station, right?
I listen to 93.3 sometimes.
All right. My friends. There we go. I thought we'd
Nerfs, LOL at 5.
It's not always
Come
the
on
LOL
now.
that I like, though. Anyway.
I rarely listen, but yeah.
All right. We are in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. We appreciate them supporting us here today. Okay, let's get to some lists. It's that time. You know, we're almost done with summer, but not quite. So we're still listing. We're still out there listing things. And today, one of these things came across from CBS Sports about the worst sports trades, ranking the 12 worst NFL trades since 2000. I would say this. I would say that the trade we're going to mention, and you all can figure out what it's going to be, it's just about its placement, would hold up for worst sports trade. I don't think it's just confined to the NFL. So let's get to it. We'll start, of course, number one. There's a debate, but I don't think there's any debating this. Deshaun Watson to the Browns is the one that knocks Russell Wilson to the Broncos to the number 2 position. But the worst sports trade of all time is Deshaun Watson to the Browns.
And so you have a list that's all worst sports trades. This isn't just NFL.
This one I've got pulled up is nothing but NFL. So give me the... Where would it rank, do you think, in sports trades?
Let me try to find worst sports trades of all time.
Because this one, now how about this one? Randy Moss from the Raiders. I believe the Raiders traded him to the Patriots, and he was actually really good for the Patriots. They got nothing for him from the Vikings. Randy Moss was so good with the Vikings. The Dolphins.
Well, I thought when the Broncos went to the Super Bowl to play and they beat the Falcons, I thought it was going to be Broncos-Vikings, and I'm a kid. But that Randy Moss on the Vikings was is very early in his career.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just insane.
Dude, he was so good his rookie year. He was teamed up with Chris Carter. They had Randall Cunningham as their quarterback. I'm telling you, that was that 1998 team. Dude, I don't know if the Broncos win back-to-back Super Bowls. Now, every guy that I talked to on that Broncos team, and from Atwater to Alfred Williams to Schlereth to all the usuals that you can imagine, they all said, Ray Crockett, they all claimed they had something for him. They had it figured out. They knew how they were going to beat him. They weren't afraid of him. They weren't worried about it. And so, I mean, they're like confident had they had to play that game. And that might have been one of the all-time Super Bowls. I think Packers-Broncos is an all-time Super Bowl. That game was so good. But for just pure entertainment value, I would have liked to have seen, because it was like the 1-loss Vikings against the 2-loss Broncos. There were 3 losses between those two. Well, ultimately ended up being a 2-loss Vikings team because they lost in the playoffs. But that Super Bowl would have been absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Reggie, it was Randall Cunningham. Culpepper came later. The 1998, we get this text every time. Culpepper was a stud, but Cunningham was on the 98 Vikings that had, Who was it? Who was the kicker that missed it? Like a
didn't he have a one bar
old
guy,
school single bar kicker.
Oh my gosh, I want to say Craig something, but I'm probably not there.
I'm gonna go look up the roster now because they would have been
Gary
so
Anderson.
good. Gary Anderson, yes. Woo! Woo! So Gary Anderson, I still remember. Hey, look, as a fan, I was psyched. You know what I mean? That's as a fan, you're like, I don't need to play the best to prove we're the best. I just want another trophy. It's fine. Bring Jamal Anderson and the Dirty Birds on down. Bring 19,000-year-old Chris Chandler on down. Who was there? Tim Dwight. Remember Tim Dwight?
Honestly,
he was on that team
because I was a kid. Jamal Anderson's like the only dude I remember from that team.
Dude was a beast of a running back.
It was,
and of course, it was
good.
Dan Reeves. Of course, it's fitting.
That's what I thought, is that it was Dan Reeves.
John Elway would finish his career against Dan Reeves.
Yeah.
How about that? Okay, and again, people are throwing out the Herschel Walker trade where they traded with the Cowboys.
That did not make this CBS list. But yeah, that was crazy. The haul that
the Cowboys got from the Vikings for Herschel Walker basically built the Cowboys dynasty teams under Jimmy Johnson.
Sure.
It was unreal.
That's interesting that did not make this list.
So
on CBS Sports.
Let me ask you, how far are we going to have to go? Football or sports in general? I mean, I'm sure we could dig up some baseball trades. Sure, we can dig up some basketball trades. But Russell Wilson, he gave up 2 first-round picks. He gave up 3 players. Now, those 3 players weren't really much for the Seahawks. Shelby Harris, I think, ended up being the best, even though Noah Fant stayed the longest. Drew Lock never became their starter. But Shelby, I think, was the actual best player that then would move on after that year. You know, Noah Fant was just fine, but, you know, nothing special for them to the point where now he's a Cincinnati Bengal. But Russell never played it down under the contract that you gave him. 2 coaches. He got a coach fired, and then he got cut.
Oh, yeah, it's really bad.
This thing will never be, I don't know what it's going to take to outdo that in Denver history.
With someone on the text line, and a couple people have come in with the Nolan Arenado trade. If we're going, that's got to be the other one in Denver history.
Okay, that is a great one. But let me ask you this. Gomber's at least given you... See, again, everybody we can pull out from that trade has at least worked for you under the contract you then gave them. They've at least contributed to some things.
Well,
but you did give up $50 Does it
giving
help
up $50 million is rough.
But does it help that Nolan and the Cardinals really haven't done anything since the trade? And I love Nolan, and I still am mad that they made the trade. But, Luka to the Lakers.
Yeah. If you're going...
Is that going to be worse than the Russell Wilson trade, though? I mean, he got a coach fired
that's not
in
as
his
bad.
first year. He got a coach fired in his first year.
It's Anthony Davis. It's not a good trade. It's a terrible trade, but it's not as bad as Russ. It's not as bad as Nolan.
The Chris Drury trade was bad. I like Derek Morris. Hell of a nice guy. Not a good hockey player for that franchise.
You know, so I found here's an article from, remember the old Page 2 on ESPN.com?
Yes.
And like Bill Simmons had his column on here. So this must be an older article, but they have number 1, and some texters have come in with this. Babe Ruth to the Yankees from the Red Sox.
Boy, that is ancient history. See, here's the problem. I didn't get to see Babe Ruth play. I guess judging by the fact that one's a Hall of Famer and the Red Sox were cursed until recent history would tell you, yes, that's far worse.
They have number 2, Colts trade Elway to Broncos.
Really? See, again, that's tough, man. The Colts got Chris Hinton, who was an all-pro offensive lineman for them.
Okay.
So
look at you.
Now, I'm not telling you the Colts, like, again, yeah, that trade sucks for the Colts. The Broncos would go to 4 Super Bowls with John Elway, or what, 5 Super Bowls with John Elway, and the Colts went to none. But Chris Hinton did not play in a Super Bowl. But, I mean, again, they still got a guy that was an all-pro player at his craft. Russell Wilson got, now again, I think there was some politics behind it, but Russell Wilson got benched at the end of his tenure here and never made $1 under the new contract they gave him. He made $1 because it was guaranteed, but never played 1 down under the new contract. Never a down. If Chris Bryant was a trade, would you rate that? Would that be worse?
Well, okay,
than
but
Russ?
I think you have to say the Nolan trade is worse because at least the Broncos flirted with the playoffs. And Russ, even though, like you said, hey, he never sees the contract, he never plays under the contract extension. I get that. But they did flirt with the playoffs in his second year. Now, it was weird football, but they won some games. The Rockies have done nothing and have plummeted to one of the worst teams of all time since the Nolan trade. And nobody, I mean, what Russ did in his second season was, and Gomber's had a few decent starts. But that is more impactful, kind of getting an NFL team close to the playoffs than a handful of decent Austin Gomber starts.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, that trade is bad. And Nolan's, he's not he's fallen off, but he's still good. He's still good.
God, are we more okay? So Denver fans weigh on this too. 303-504-0925. And then people are bringing in, and a lot of people have said this, Matt D, the latest one, and you mentioned it right there, that Colts moved out of Baltimore to Indy, part of that trade too, when Elway came to Denver. Isn't the Russ trade made worse by the fact that we actually thought you had made a good trade? Like, again, when you did what you did for Nolan and we couldn't figure out why you didn't get one of their top 3 prospects for the guy, nobody was applauding that trade. Yeah. Nobody was.
It was criticized
to the point where Dick Montford had to come out and say, look, I gave them $50 basically so I didn't have to pay him the other $200 I would have owed him because the TV deal wasn't as good.
Yeah.
No, but none of us love the trade. We love the Russ trade. I don't care. Most of the people, unless you were from Seattle and you knew what they were dealing with, and our guy Kevin Shockey, who runs this station, has told me they could not believe what Denver was doing at the time. And I was like, why did you couldn't have given us a heads up somewhere? And we've had on his radio host from his previous station that said they were laughing about it when it was done. So Seattle knew that they had duped us apparently. But for the most part, the response of Broncos country was, it was a party. Let's go get the jersey. He had the number 1 selling jersey to prove that Broncos country was all about it. See, I think the Russ trade is worse because you thought you'd done something right.
But now the Broncos have recovered fairly quickly from it. Does that ease? Because what if the Broncos, went Rockies because of that? Because it's a Rockies-esque move.
Ooh, here's a good one. What about the Carmelo and Chauncey trade? Now, the Nuggets were competitive.
No, the Carmelo trade was fine. In fact, the Carmelo trade was
great.
because
you had to. You had
and actually the return was tremendous.
Oh, it was more than what we thought they were going to get. They got Mozgov, they got Danilo Gallinari, they got
Wilson
Spencer
Chandler,
Felton, or Felton Spencer,
Raymond Felton.
Raymond.
But most importantly, they got the rights to the draft pick that ended up being Jamal Murray. It's actually a tremendous trade.
All right,
that was
fair
a
enough.
Great trade.
Well, and he was going to leave. Carmelo warned you. At least Carmelo told you, I ain't sticking around.
And Nate will point out that, Carmelo did the Nuggets a solid by pretending to have interest in going to Brooklyn to try to drive up the price from the Knicks.
That's right. By the way, how about this from the 347? Rockies weren't clowned by SpongeBob cartoon on a national TV.
Well, but
the Rockies are clowned all the
They're clowned all the time right now.
Let's go back and read. Remember, the Athletic did a very extensive article on what is going on inside that. How about the Tulowitzki trade? That's right. Who was that shortstop they got?
Jose Reyes.
Did he ever play?
Yes, he did.
And then he got busted for domestic violence and never played again, right?
Yes, and he wasn't very good. He was once an NL MVP with the Mets. Jeff Hoffman was the key. And now he's actually like a decent reliever.
I know. Well, so's Tyler Matzik. Remember him?
He was. I think
you didn't even get anything for him. You just let him go.
Yeah, yeah. I can't put the Tulo trade above.
Not above Russ.
Or Nolan.
Yeah. See, I just think the fact that you really bought in. Like the Nolan trade, the Rockies have been what I've expected, frankly, the Rockies to be since you traded your best player and didn't get the haul that you thought you would.
Well, and Nolan saw this coming. That's part of why he called the organization out.
Right.
He saw the trajectory they were going on.
So that's why it doesn't upset me. I knew you made a bad trade. I just think there's something when you add the spiciness of thinking you had found your quarterback.
Okay, but now
we were done.
Let's go back to the NFL though. It's not worse than the Deshaun trade though. It's not as bad as that.
No, the Deshaun trade's the worst ever because the guaranteed money you can't get out from this. The guy's a terrible quarterback. That may be the all-time worst sports trade. I don't know, Babe Ruth and the Yankees. If I had actually seen it, I don't feel like I can argue with history I didn't witness. We've all heard about the curse of the Bambino.
And you know what's crazy about that era too is like. Because with this awful Rockies season, we've learned about the Cleveland Spiders.
Right.
And how, they were owned by another better Major League Baseball team. So they just traded all their good players to that other team.
Right.
So weird stuff just happened in that era.
Because there was no oversight. It was barely a real league. That's what blows me away about what we were talking about with the Rockies for a while. This was not modern baseball. It wasn't even modern times. They were not taking airplanes from city to city. They were riding trains.
As bad as the Babe Ruth trade may have been and was, and they were cursed. I mean, who doesn't believe in curses? I mean, the Red Sox, it's like a century. It's a big deal when they won that World Series in 2004. Now, granted, Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz were probably juiced out of their minds. Still was fun as hell, though, to watch that 2004 run.
Yeah.
Down 0-3 in the World Series to the Yankees. Are you kidding me? And they come back and win that thing?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
By the way, we got a lot of people win. What if we just changed from trade to transaction? Sports transaction, period. That's where you could get Chris Bryant in there because he's a free agent signing.
Yes.
See, I don't know. Chris Bryant has been so bad for the amount of money that you've given him. But again, it's not changing what we were watching. Even if Chris Bryant would have been perfectly healthy, you have more home runs. You probably have a better run scored average. But you ain't winning more games.
No, you're still the worst team in the division.
You just don't have any pitching. You don't have a bullpen. You don't have, enough. I'll just put it that way.
Oh, excuse me. ALCS, not World Series. Yes, they beat the Cardinals in the World Series. Thank you, text line. Yeah, that ALCS was awesome.
Trying to think what else happened in Denver. You kept Joe Sakic. Who else did you sign that was all right? See, if we go to transactions, where does Russ rank when it comes to Teemu Selanne and Paul Correa, and Paul Correa in particular? Of the Teemu Selanne, Paul Correa era, and I remember being so excited. I was about ready to go on vacation, right before they did that. I was dancing out of the place I was working at. You know what I mean? Just like awesome. They got these guys. It's going to be amazing. Like Paul Correa, I barely remember him playing any games. At least Teemu Selanne played.
Didn't Correa always have injury
He was
issues?
injured that whole dang time.
But even like before he got to the Avs, I think with the Ducks. That was fun. That was was that just before the salary cap or right after the salary cap?
Oh, it was before because that's when they were doing
they could
whatever
still
they
afford
wanted
everybody.
to do. Hell
okay.
Yeah. Ooh, Mike Hampton's a good one. You can change it to try. But you know what? Mike Hampton, people forget the first half of Mike Hampton's run, he was an all-star. He made the all-star game his first spring as a Rocky. And then they traded his catcher, Brett Maine, and everything went to crap after. It was amazing.
Well, that was the era where the Rock, and it's kind of still is that way. Like they just had to overpay for pitching.
Ooh, Patty Cakes, the Juwan James signing. There's a good one. That guy barely played for you. I think I remember 2 halves of Juwan James football.
Mm-hmm.
See, Peyton Hillis for Brady Quinn's a good suggestion, but the problem was the coach and the player had something going on with each other and just a lot of personal stuff. So that's why that trade was made. How about SGA? This been mentioned a couple times. Clippers trade SGA for Paul George.
It's a bad trade.
That is
there was a lot of
bad trade.
There was a lot of draft picks too that went with SGA to the Thunder.
I like this comp. The Avs getting Correa and Selanne was like the Lakers getting Malone and Gary Payton in their older years.
It's a good comp.
Real good comp. Okay, someone's asking, could the MPJ trade end up in this conversation? I don't expect it to.
It's a bad trade?
Well, for Denver, but I don't expect it to. And now I don't know. Now maybe it goes. I guess it could go wrong for Brooklyn. I don't know what to expect out of MPJ unless he shows us he's going to start getting his own shot, as Nate always talked about. Nate has harped on these airways during this show that MPJ does not get his own shot. You need another guy that can find a way to get his own shot, and they've got that with Cam Johnson.
Okay, and I've said the only way that the MPJ trade is bad, but it will never be bad in terms of return. Cam Johnson's going to be good. He's going to be just fine. The only way, and I think MPJ will play well in Brooklyn. It's a weak Eastern Conference. I don't think they'll win a ton of games.
But he could be the star of that team.
Yeah, he could be. He probably will be.
But look,
the only way it goes bad is if you want to classify it as like a Mikko Rantanen situation where he comes back to and I've said this, if he comes back to the Western Conference and then he burns you in the playoffs. Now, will MPJ ever be the best player on a team like Mikko was on the Stars? And you could argue the Stars have a better player. I would say no, Mikko's their best player. No, but as a role player, if MPJ were to come back to the Western Conference and ignite against the Nuggets, then only in a Mikko Rantanen situation could you say, yeah. but not in terms of return. Cam Johnson was great return.
People are saying the Rantanen trade will go down as one of the worst. Again, we'll have to see. Here's the thing that's tricky about both Rantanen and MPJ. It's about what you freed up, because to me, the MPJ trade, I'm not worried about it just being for Cam Johnson. You were allowed to sign more players with him gone. He's attached to everything they've done this offseason that would not have happened did you not move the salary.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I'd like to see a few more moves out of the Avs, and I keep seeing rumors that something's coming. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But
I think Natchez, Drury, and it was 1 or 2 draft picks was a good return. And it also opened up, now you can go get Coyle, Nelson, everyone. One of those dudes they couldn't have gotten had they kept Mikko Rantanen.
And again, I understand the bitterness of how Mikko ended up playing against the Avs. We all hate that, but then Mikko kind of slipped back into had fans calling for him to be traded here before he got traded.
I think the revenge factor was very real. I think that was the best I've ever seen Mikko Rantanen play.
Yeah.
Those final 3 games of that series was the best. And I've seen him play very well. That was the best I've ever seen him play.
He also was pretty good against Winnipeg the next series, too, at least the start of the Winnipeg series. So, by the way, a couple of interesting ones involving coaches. Getting rid of Mike Shanahan for Josh McDaniels is a good one. And, hiring Hackett, period. See, again, if you knew what Hackett was going to be, wouldn't you wish they just kept with Vic one more year?
Yeah, we liked Hackett at the time. We liked the hire. And we also they hired Hackett before they traded for Russ, so there was that thought of is Aaron Rodgers coming? And then no, it turned out it was Russ.
Isn't that why we liked Hackett, though? See, what I liked about Hackett was everybody kept saying he was a teacher, and then it turns out, no, he wasn't. You're wrong. He doesn't teach anything. Teaches you how to gold member. All right, we got to get to our break. There's another list, too, that we've got to get to. We'll do it at 5:20. Mark Springer found this list, and he said this is the true quarterback ranking. We also have some NFL Network power rankings. Everyone's starting to rank their power. We can rank some power. We did a little power ranking last week, and we got more coming up. Oh, it's another sure sign of football season. We've kind of slacked off with all the vacations on just ranking random things. But guess what? Not a problem anymore. Now, I don't have a full list of power rankings like we would normally have on a Tuesday in the middle of football, but I've got enough power rankings from NFL Network to let you know we're going to talk about it. By the way, are you into this He-Man live-action movie apparently they're making? Did you see that?
No, I missed He-Man, but I'm like familiar with it. So when I made this intro, I was very much aware of the I've got the power thing.
It is. Every time you play it, it's a throwback to when I used to watch after-school cartoons. I'll give you that.
I hope it's better than the Power Rangers movie. That thing sucked.
I don't know that I got high hopes for it, but why is everything a live action these days, by the way? Like, why did Lilo and Stitch need to be live action? Why did how to change your train your dragon, I guess?
Yeah.
Easy for me to say. Why is that live action?
They did Lion King live action, right?
We're running out of stuff still. So.
Well, because they're trying to, the older people have money, and they're tapping into our nostalgia.
Yeah, you're of the age group they're going after now.
And they want us to go to the theaters and see these things.
But are you?
No.
Okay. Well, that's why I ask. All right, we've got power rankings ahead of the first full week of preseason football, which will get going later on this week. Did you say we have a Thursday game, Spring, or is it Friday?
No, we got a couple Thursday games. Obviously, the huge Cleveland Browns Carolina Panthers game on Friday, where Shedeur Sanders is starting. Let's see. Thursday night, we have Ravens hosting the Colts. Anthony Richardson getting the start.
Okay.
You got the Eagles and the Bengals. And the Seahawks and the Raiders. Pete Carroll and Geno Smith going. And Pete's going to play his guys to start.
Yeah, Pete's going to be old school. I saw today he had a quote where he just was like, we're ready to go and we're doing it. All right. Good for you.
So those are your 3 Thursday games.
All right, since we don't have a number of lists to go around, I'm just going to go ahead and give you the rankings here. We'll do the top 15, which will be a hint. The Broncos fall in the top 15 of NFL.com's preseason ranking.
Well,
you got a guess? Where do you think they are?
Well, ESPN had their roster ranked 4th.
Okay.
I'm going to say, without even looking at anything, just ballpark. How about 9?
9. All right. Spring's locked in. Here we go. Number 1, your Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. And I think that's fair, quite honestly.
They beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. They were the number 1 when we left last season. They can be number 1 right now. Who do you think's number 2, Spring?
I mean, I think it should be, just out of respect, you got to go Chiefs.
But it's the Ravens.
See, they always do this.
We fall in love with the Ravens and get them all hyped and only for them not to get anything done in the playoffs. Remember, the Ravens lost to the Bills last year. Ravens can't beat the Bills, and the Bills can't beat the Chiefs. All right, and number 3 is the aforementioned Kansas City Chiefs. Number 4, no shock. Although, maybe, all right, who would you think is number 4?
I mean, top of my head, I would go Bills.
It is the Bills. Are you surprised the Lions sit at 5?
No more Ben Johnson. That actually is kind of a concern of mine.
Okay, fair enough then. Then they'd belong at 5. There's just a part of me that I think we all forget how good the Lions are because they had a bad weekend in the playoffs. But that team was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, and you just worry about Jared Goff ultimately.
Without his guy, it's fair enough, man. You lose the play caller.
Don't get me wrong. I'm impressed that Goff has kept it going and somewhat turned it around since leaving the Rams, but there feels like a ceiling there.
All right, who do you think's at 6?
Okay, now I need to look at oh gosh. Bengals?
Ooh, I like the thought. No, it's actually from the NFC, and it's the Washington Commanders.
Ooh.
Now that you brought up the Bengals, see, again, I wondered,
but their defense is going to hurt them. But I look at Burrow, and, I'm a quarterback guy.
Okay, our first surprise, in my opinion, comes in at number 7. Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wow.
That's a lot of...
Okay. Now so the Commanders and the Buccaneers... above the Broncos.
Above the Broncos. And above the Packers.
Look, I get it. Jaden Daniels is awesome.
I don't really have a problem with the Commanders. Now, the Terry McLaurin thing's worth watching.
Uh-huh.
But as Leggy laid out to us yesterday, which I guess I didn't put the apples-to-apples comparison there, he said basically Terry McLaurin in his mind is Cortland Sutton. same age, maybe a slightly different skill set, but roughly the same guy. And do you really want to pay that guy big money? If Courtland Sutton was looking to get a huge raise, would the Broncos have this thing done right now? I don't know. But I think Courtland Sutton asked for the right amount of money, and that's why things got done, right?
Sure.
But
yeah,
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers thing, that really kind of shocks me. I mean, again, if you're gonna downgrade the Detroit Lions for losing their play caller and having a good chemistry with the quarterback, don't you have to do the same thing with the Bucs? Because their guy, the weirdo, Liam Cohen is off to Jacksonville.
Duval. And I'm a huge Baker Mayfield fan, but even I have to admit there is a ceiling on him, and it's a good team. But the Broncos that defense is incredible.
Right. All right, at 8 is the Green Bay Packers. See, again, I'm surprised the Bucs are ahead of the Packers, but again, here are the Packers and Bengals.
I was very high on the Packers last year.
See, I was too, but the Packers and Bengals have to quit screwing around beginning of the season. Packers and Bengals can't be waiting until November to decide they want to lock in and get a key playoff spot. You got to decide that stuff in September. You know what I mean? Bengals chief among it. Bengals, I really wonder, what would the Bengals do if they actually got to play anybody at home in the playoffs of note? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the Packers really the same way, especially when you consider that it's usually going to be miserable weather that nobody enjoys out there in Green Bay. Who do you think's 9?
Real quick, Johnny Jazz Cabbage. Broncos kicked the crap out of the Bucs, and that was early in the year, and that was in Tampa.
It was in Tampa. I agree. Tampa's too high.
That's too high. And I like that team, but that's too high.
They lost their play caller, and they were just they won the worst division in football.
Mm-hmm. All right, number 9. It's probably not the Broncos.
It's not.
Rams.
It is. How did you guess that?
Because I do feel like I overvalued the Bengals there, and people. Yeah, I get it. You bring in Devontae Adams. Jared Verse was Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Yes. Very good at getting to the quarterback. See, again, I think it's a risky ranking. I'm fine with it right now, but watch the back situation with Stafford. If I were the Rams, I'd be very nervous about the back of one Matthew Stafford. Who do you think's at 10? It's not the Broncos.
I guess I'll go Bengals. Screw it.
Minnesota Vikings.
Okay, I mean, questions with J.J. McCarthy, though.
See, again, way too high. Way too high. Yes, you don't know how that new quarterback's going to work in. It's just that simple. And J.J. McCarthy may be a stud. I'm not making any comment on that. You have zero idea what this guy's going to do.
Sure.
The person that got you so good is off in Seattle.
At least I have seen Bo Nix.
Right. And so this is going to make it interesting. The Broncos fall to number 11. 11. This one goes to 11.
These go to 11.
And that's the Broncos. So they're behind the Vikings, the Rams, the Packers, the Bucs, and the Commanders at this point. Because the top 5 are pretty much what you'd expect. Now, look, the Commanders made it to the NFC Championship game. I don't think the NFC is as strong as the AFC. I got no problem with the Commanders ranking at all. But I think the Broncos, if this is where you're putting teams, could easily bump ahead of certainly the Bucs and the Vikings. The Vikings.
For sure, because we haven't seen JJ.
We haven't seen JJ.
And the Bucs as well. And honestly, I consider Rams too.
Yeah, honestly, when you don't know how healthy Matt Stafford's going to be, I agree with you.
It's a great point.
But they're ranking this before anybody plays a game. The Bengals fall in at 12. I think that's a little low. Chargers at 13. Houston at 14. And San Francisco rounds out at 15. Well, I guess we'll go to the halfway point. 16 is where you find the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there you go. The rest of them are at NFL.com. It's their preseason rankings, but they've got the Broncos at 11. They go to 11. Fun. I think they should have been top 10 with some of the teams you had in the top 10, frankly.
I like them right in that Commanders ballpark, and, Vaughn's a Commander now.
How about that?
See if he can stay healthy. Coming out of the bye week, Chiefs before the bye week, week 11, mid-November, then they come out of the bye week, Sunday, November 30th, Sunday Night Football in Washington. If everything goes, according to plan, and guys stay healthy, that is a amazing Sunday Night Football match.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Going to be a lot of fun. I'm a little surprised Broncos Commanders isn't earlier in the year for exactly what you said. Hell of a football game if you've got everybody healthy. So why risk how much injury you have late in the year? Although everybody could get hurt in preseason too. All right, we're going to hit more football when we get back. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day. It's the high 5 coming up at 5 o'clock. And at 5:20, Mark Springer has what he calls the real quarterback ranking list. He'll explain why then. And we welcome you to the 5 o'clock hour on a Tuesday. I'm Andy Lindahl. My partner, Nate Kreckman, will be back next week. Then we're all assembled and ready to go like the big Voltron robot for the rest of the football season. So make sure you join us then. Make sure you join us the rest of the week. We're pleased to have you along. Mark Springer's back in town from a week ago. He's limping around. He's going to explain that a little bit later. Nothing like getting out there with some former pro athletes to make you get hurt yourself there, Spring. Way to go. Right now, though, Spring has other business to take care of. It's the high five.
Yeah, we'll talk about my hamstring injury at 5:45. I'm like a Cleveland Browns quarterback, Andy. That's what I am.
That's true. No lies told.
So apparently this became a thing today. So Bo Nix launched a new YouTube channel showing what he's been up to over the summer. It shows an honest inside look into 2 days of his preseason work over the summer. The first 10-minute episode dropped on YouTube. It's called The In-Between. And I saw a couple clips of this. It's footage of Bo Nix working out. Here's a little audio clip of Bo Nix from his YouTube show.
It's all about the illusion of choice. To where people think they have a choice in life, but they really don't. There's no choice. You do it, or I guess you get left behind. So it doesn't matter if I want to be doing this or not. I'm doing it.
Oh, it got real dramatic there at the end.
It did. Now, okay. I'm really torn with this because, well, to be honest with you, though, when you listen to that clip, Spring, that at least isn't cheesy, scripted. That's Bo Football Robot, I think, being authentic about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think he's like trying to put on an extra show. You know what I mean? I don't think he's going Ron Burgundy where, Corningstone Rock walks in and he starts counting to 1,000, 998, 900. Like, again, that's just Bo being Bo. And I think he's giving you his true, honest, in-the-moment thoughts. So at least there's some authenticity to it in my perception. But I never was a fan of Jerry Jeudy showing me running in his helmet on Instagram.
Didn't he do that before he even played? Like, wasn't that like the first off season after he was drafted? Jeudy in his running down the street.
Might have been. It just looked weird. And then Russ, the only guy wearing a football helmet at his little workout pad in San Diego when everybody else is in shorts and whatever. And he did it with the Giants. Like, again, everything Russ did a lot of the times came off as you're trying to build a brand like Tom Brady and you're not. Now, I haven't seen this. And Aaron just says that sounds like that phrase sounded a lot cooler in your head. Maybe he meant me, maybe he meant Bo, but I don't know, man.
I know what Bo meant. He's like, if you don't put in the work, like a Johnny Manziel didn't put in the work.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Now, I didn't watch the whole video. You've watched some of it. This feels to me a little bit like Bo truly going about a day and they're just following him around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're not staging things for the shoot. Now, maybe I'm wrong. But Bo's lifting, that's what Bo does. It doesn't feel like Russell Wilson in Monaco. Remember when he went out there for that race and he had all the weird Instagram? I'm still working even though I'm on vacation.
Okay, but here's the thing with Russ is he was doing this in the back end of his career.
Yeah.
As he was exiting his prime and wasn't very good anymore. Russell Wilson relied on his legs so much so, and the legs were leaving him just as the Broncos acquired him.
No, you're right. But again,
you're allowed to do this when you're good, when you're in your prime.
Right. No, you're right.
Now, granted, it was just one season from Bo.
Well, that's what doesn't hit me right. You know what? Fans, just weigh in on this. I'm curious. 303-504-0925. Because, look, I'm going to say this, Spring. We all have a YouTube channel.
Yes, that's something I was going to say.
Sean Payton and his dumb little internet shows comment. We all have a YouTube channel now. This station has a YouTube channel. Guess what? We'd love you to subscribe. My dumb face is on there every Wednesday with Scott Hastings. DMac's dumb face is on there all the time with Coach and his dumb face. Everybody's face is dumb.
Now, we're not pro athletes, but there's a myth that, like, if you're not focused on football and, you're shunning the limelight, then you're not 100% all in. You're not focused.
Dude,
there are 24 hours in a day. There's, you sleep 8 of them, whatever. These guys have a lot of time. You can't just do hardcore. Now, this just so happens to be a video about hardcore football.
But I think he is hardcore football. See, that's the thing. I got to be honest with you. My perception of Bo Nix is I don't know how interesting a person the guy is. All he is football. I'm not sure he cracks jokes. I'm not sure he's keeping it light. I think he's probably the quiet guy that wants to, let everybody else be the life of the party. He's just always going in football. So again, I feel like what they showed us on the YouTube channel is authentic, so good for you. But I will also say this. I don't know how this is going to hit fans. I think one of the things that Bronco fans enjoyed, because the biggest complaint we got on our text line when Russ got here was, I remember one of my buddies loud and clear about it. I give him credit. It rubbed him the wrong way right away. I'm not sure he ever rooted for Russ after it. You're trying to sell me your $400 shirt before you've thrown one touchdown for my team? Don't do that. So I guess Bo at least has given the Broncos fans hope again and has been like he's their guy right now before this starts. Well, but I know a lot of old school guys. There's one guy already on here, and I know how this feels. For my age group, go win first. Go get the rings and then do whatever after, right?
But he's not selling us anything.
No, I get it.
That would be different. And honestly, would be very different.
But it does feel like you're building a brand. You're selling me a brand, and there are shirts available.
That's the way the world is nowadays.
You're right.
Especially for the younger generation.
Not for the old heads like me. It's fine.
But, if you struggle on the field, then your videos don't hold much weight.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, Sean Payton's already putting plenty of pressure on this team, saying that he believes that they're going to be a Super Bowl team. I mean, this team's only one of, a handful of teams he's coached in his career that went to the Super Bowl. But look, I will say this. What we heard from Bo right there feels way more authentic than what we were getting from Russ. So, and it just is the way of the world.
There's really nothing wrong. When you take a step back, there's nothing wrong with a 25-year-old kid trying to increase his social media visibility. There are a bunch of tools who do this in all walks of life nowadays, okay? Just so happens he's an NFL quarterback.
It does. And look, every athlete is about building the brand, and the quarterbacks especially. It's almost what comes along with the position. It's almost part of what they're trying to do now. But a lot of texters have chimed in. This one in particular, hard no on the Bo channel, just bad optics, especially if you start 1-4. Yes, you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to be better in the early going than you were a year ago.
I guess a couple texters say that he is selling merch on the website. Yeah, he's selling his shirts,
but like you said, I don't care. Everyone's got merch. I'm not bothered by that.
Kids want to buy his merch? I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, I saw someone wearing a Bo Nix jersey in San Diego. Nix Nation, it's everywhere. Bo Mania's running wild.
Yeah. So it's... But again, the pressure's there. You better start. This is all fine. The hype train's all fine until it goes off the tracks. So
I still think they're starting 4-0. I do.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
This video doesn't change anything.
Oh, I don't. I will say this. I don't think this video is necessarily any kind of a change for how he's working or how he's trying to get his thing in. But again, there are some tricky games, and that Charger game's a tricky game. The Bengal game's a tricky game.
They are tricky games.
It's no easy 4-0 start
even
if you get there.
The Colts game is somewhat tricky.
Yes, because it's on the road. It's on the road. Road games are still a crapshoot for a lot of teams.
I still think they're starting 4-0. But okay, this just popped into my head. Like Hard Knocks debuts tonight.
Can't wait to watch it. We got to talk a little bit about that. Yes, it's the first episode.
We got the Bills, right?
Yep.
I'm sure that there's going to be. Now, granted, Josh Allen's established, so he hasn't won a Super Bowl. Hasn't gone over the hump.
I'm going to finish your thought right now.
Go ahead.
If the Broncos have another successful year, they will be the Hard Knocks team next year. I'll say that right now.
Well, Sean Payton would. I think he wants it.
I know he does. He pretty much told us in his first year. He'd love to show people his process.
Okay, that's actually a perfect segue.
High five.
To our next story. So I got some Broncos notes from the Scoop City podcast. This is the Athletic podcast. I think it's affiliated with the Athletic, with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel. And so one note from their recent episode, Sean Payton's former running back with the Saints, Darren Sproles, will be doing a coaching internship with the Broncos next fall. Also saw this audio clip going around from their most recent episode. Sean Payton, over the summer, called Diana Rossini unprompted and left her a voicemail. Let's hear Diana explain what this voicemail was all about.
He just reminds me of someone like in love. Like he has this like in love feeling way about him with this team.
Who does? John?
Yes.
Yeah.
He left me a voicemail this summer, and he didn't even say like hi, hello. All he said was, "I love my Q."
Yeah.
And
He's
hung up.
refreshed.
Yeah, I saw a longer part of this because we did some of her clips from this last week as you were gone. Because she was talking about how well Bo's handled things, how Bo had told her, because they were out of practice last week. Like we saw Jason Garrett yesterday. Last week it was Chase Daniel was literally with the quarterbacks in the middle of all the huddles, and Rossini was running around and doing all her thing, getting all her inside information as she does. And she does fine work. I'm not knocking it. And clearly Sean, likes those two in their podcast. So she had said last week that basically she's amazed at how well Bo handles it when, quote, her coach is yelling from the mountaintop he loves his quarterback so much all the time. So I am kind of curious, going back to the previous story, how maybe Sean feels about the YouTube channel. But I think, again, Sean seems like for an old school guy, he does accept the modern changing times, it feels pretty well. So he probably knows that's just part of it. But yeah, I mean, Sean's letting people know, and it's putting the pressure on there. And, Leggy told us yesterday, this is kind of how you do it. You apply pressure a couple of ways, and this is the way you do it. He's telling the world they think they're good, and it's going to be up to the players to make sure they get their coaches back. So we'll see how it goes. Let's get another story, and then we've got some breaking news. It's actually a bigger it's a bigger explanation to a story from last year we'll cover before we get your list, but let's get another story in.
Okay, Shedeur Sanders is expected to start the Browns Friday preseason opener in Carolina against the Panthers. We talked a lot about this yesterday, Andy, when they signed Snoop Huntley, and lo and behold, Shedeur is starting this game.
Yeah, it was interesting. We talked a lot about this with Mike Sanford beginning of the show, and you and I really thought they were maybe trying to avoid too much of the hype. That's the reason they went and got Snoop Huntley, and so they maybe could avoid playing Shedeur in the first game. But Mike Sanford said he thinks this could be a way for Kevin Stefanski to set up a teaching moment for Shedeur. If Shedeur runs the offense the way they want, they look great. Everybody's happy. But if he doesn't and it reverts back to maybe some of what we saw last year at CU of holding the ball and trying to always make the big play and taking too many sacks, and he thinks Stefanski's going to use that moment to have a teaching time with Shedeur. So it'll be interesting to see which way this goes. And we're going to get Springs and over and unders that Friday. That's what I've just decided. Spring will be the bookmaker for Shedeur.
If I can't find odds out there already, which could be out by Friday. It is the preseason.
Well, I'll leave it up to you because you're the man that
Dude,
knows.
I love this.
Good. I am too. Let's watch him play because I think he's a good quarterback. Now, is he a star starting quarterback? I don't know, but I think the guy can play in the league. I'm confident of that. I think he's better than Dylan Gabriel. I'm confident of that. But we'll have to see how this all goes. By the way, they made the signings, and Shedeur will get the start because Joe Flacco is not playing, and both Pickett and Gabriel, Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel, have hurt hamstrings, as does Mark Springer, which he'll explain later. All right, we're going to wrap up the high five right there. We're going to come back. We finally got an explanation into the saga that was Josh Reynolds. Why did things go down at the club the way they did? We're going to quote some stories from Mike Kliss as to why next. And Mark Springer is going to give you the true quarterback ranking and explain why. We roll on here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hanging out with you, having a good Tuesday. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday as well. All right, so we've got in Mark Springer's mind the actual true list of the quarterback rankings, and he'll explain why. Of course, there's a betting angle to it, but the theory is sound. But first, this started breaking as we were doing the high five. Reporting by Mike Kliss, and you can go and read everything you need to on Mike Kliss's timeline, but the reporting comes from Kevin Vaughn, and he says it's an exclusive $250,000 cocaine deal, fake money behind 2024 shooting that injured Josh Reynolds, former Bronco receiver, and two friends. Police and prosecutors believe they were victims of mistaken identity. This is all at 9 News, and 9 News investigates. So, again, if you want to go and read the story, you can. But for those that have forgotten, and we were talking about this yesterday, if you remember, Spring, who were going to be the starting wide receivers last year. Josh Reynolds seemed locked in. He'd had a good camp. He and Bo had some pretty good chemistry. He made some impressive catches. Now, we all remember, as he was a guy, I think a lot of us remember, that watched that NFC Championship game a couple years ago, where it could have been Detroit instead of San Fran going to face the Chiefs, but Reynolds had a couple of key drops in that game that would have extended drives. We didn't see a lot of the drops coming out of Josh Reynolds, and it looked like they'd found a really good, savvy signing last year, and then all of a sudden he gets hurt. He's left behind. Wasn't it the New Orleans trip where they went on the short week? He went out to Shotgun Willie's, which somehow always finds its way to make its way into the news because it's popular with the pro athletes, but we remember John Morant had his troubles there as well. But anyway, Josh Reynolds is there. And again, you and I talked about it, I think, off air. When you see that story, I thought, I was like, look, they clearly, thanks to the reporting of Kevin Vaughn, we found out that Josh was not the person that the people, the perpetrators, were looking for, but it felt like Josh was targeted. When you've got that many people ready to chase him and his friends, I was like, what is going on? What could he have done? And he was new to town. It was so wild. I mean, I guess you can get into trouble easily, but I just remember thinking, man, this guy hasn't been here this long for this kind of trouble, this kind of heat. And now we find out is because he was mistaken for somebody else. So that's pretty wild. Am
I misremembering? Like at the time, and Josh Reynolds, by the way, he's a New York Jet.
Yeah, he got released. Who did he sign with? Jacksonville or something last year, and then got released again, and now he's a Jet.
Yep. Jacksonville. Yep. So, I mean, it wasn't at the time, it felt like Josh Reynolds was like, what just happened?
Oh, yeah. I don't think he clearly. Look, it's a scary enough incident, even if you know why, when they're shooting you and they're chasing you, shooting at you and chasing you down 25 and all that other stuff.
Yeah, Josh Reynolds was like, why? Why are these people after
what have
me?
I done? And I think, look, I always wondered if mentally he just didn't ask the organization, hey, can I get out of here? Because, I'd be curious to know his reaction if he would ever talk about this at a Jets media session, but somebody ought to ask him. Did you ever realize the guy thought you were someone else? This whole nightmarish incident that I'm sure you wake up to every now and again running through your head at the wrong time of night? That you weren't the dude he thought you were? He was looking for somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see why exactly he was mistaken. Because the man, the ringleader of this, pled guilty last week to the incident. So we'll see if we get more information from him. Was there another human being named Josh Reynolds? Just misinformation on their part. Poor Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
Hey, you're just out at Shotguns having a great time.
Well, you were.
You weren't John Morant in that thing.
So.
And then out of nowhere,
you're being chased down 25, shot at. What was it like? They had to escape to another car or whatever.
They had to bail out of their car.
Yeah, just insane.
And start running.
Just seemed like a wild story.
It's like a movie.
It really is. But it didn't feel like just, we're in a disagreement about the same girl at the club, if you will.
No, it felt at the time that it was premeditated.
Yeah, it felt like
they were tracked this man down, but they had the wrong man.
They heard somebody was somewhere. So, Bud Driver Buff says, I remember driving by the SUV on I-25 at 225 the next morning. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And just too much about this. Like I said, this didn't seem like a disagreement over something little, especially when the perpetrator had so many of his friends waiting to offer chase with him.
Exactly.
So there it is. It's a crazy story again. Check 9
that's
News if you wanna see
traumatizing,
it.
man. I wish
Oh, it
nothing
is.
but the best for Josh Reynolds.
I do too. Look, at the time, when they let him go, I really did wonder, did he just quietly request it? I wondered if he would ever play again here in Denver. Javon Walker was never the same after what happened to Darren Williams, nor did I expect him to be.
Josh Reynolds is a pretty good player. Now, okay, this is what we do. Remember, he had that drop pass for the Lions in that playoff game against the Niners.
In the NFC Championship.
Yeah, that was it. That kind of tilted the game. But hey, look, I'm looking at the Jets depth chart, and I believe Josh Reynolds is listed as wide receiver 2 across from Garrett Wilson, and he should be. Their other option would be Alan Lazard, Aaron Rodgers' boy, and Rodgers ain't even there anymore. Reynolds is clearly their second best receiver. So good for him.
Well,
and yeah, he's a good player.
I do wonder what it may have even looked like, because he felt like at the time, at least during camp, he was going to be a good complement to Cortland. Now,
100%.
Let's be honest about it. You know what I mean? If the offense didn't get going at the time that this happened, they finally got some stuff going against New Orleans, but that was the Thursday night game, and it really hit stride after New Orleans. They'd had a pretty good game, I guess, in Tampa Bay, but really hit stride in New Orleans. So we'll never know what could have been this, that, the other. But, yeah, to your point.
I don't think it affects the outcome of the Buffalo game. I don't think it changes their seeding.
No, but I still would have been curious what the player could have been here. You know what I mean? Because he did have a good camp.
It was a multi-year deal he signed.
Oh, it
right?
was. But again, that's why I felt like I wonder if he just asked out and these guys were like, yeah, we'll let you get out of here. Because again, mistaken identity. And if you don't know that, you're like, dude, what? This is Denver? Like, that's what I wonder. Is this guy just thinking, is this Denver? I can't even just go to the club without guys chasing me with guns? What is going on? Why are you so angry at me?
We're both from here. That's not Denver. Certainly compared to other cities.
No, you're right. You're right. And some people are texting and they're not wrong. Maybe don't find yourself in the strip club, but
Look, man.
It is what it is.
That's what they do it.
I know they do it. There was a big story on ESPN about why they prefer it. You can go look that up. It was an outside the lines. So, but anyway,
But that's actually the strip club part is actually irrelevant. They would have found him somewhere, right?
I don't know. Not if they were just told that he was the person they were actually looking for, and that
they thought they had the guy
right at the club. I don't think they would have been looking for Josh Reynolds.
You don't think if he was at Target, would have
someone mistook him for whoever they were looking for, and then who knows how they were told.
That's where we need
him.
more details.
Yeah. So anyway.
But yeah, so maybe Josh, because we're talking about wide receiver 2 with the Broncos, is it going to be Devon Vele? Who's that outside guy?
Sure.
Is it rookie Pat Bryant, who I like him.
Josh had a unique skill set. He was both fast and big. I remember him being bigger than I expected when I saw him at camp.
It probably would be Reynolds. That's who it would be.
Oh, it still would be, yeah. It would have been interesting, assuming he stayed healthy. So, all right, Mark Springer, let's get to this list, because you walked in and you said this is a betting list in a way, but you said this to you.
I find it interesting.
It's the true quarterback ranking list. I'll let you explain.
Yeah, okay. So this is a Yahoo Sports article by Ben Fox. He's their senior sports betting analyst, and he spoke with 12 odds makers from 11 legal sports books. Ooh, one of them was illegal across the country. And asked them for the difference in the point spread if the starting quarterback was out and they were playing at home, and the backup was playing. How much would the spread swing? So the biggest swing, according to these odds makers, is if Josh Allen is out.
Yes.
And Mitch Trubisky is then starting. The spread would swing 6.98 points, almost 7 points.
Okay.
So that's the biggest swing in the NFL. Number 2.
That puts Josh top of the list.
Yes. Number 2 is Patrick Mahomes, a swing of 6.94 points. Minshew would be starting. I'll be honest, Andy. I would have Mahomes 1.
Yeah, see, I was going to ask you. You surprised that Mahomes is not 1.
I think Mahomes is still the best quarterback in the league.
I agree.
Dad bod and all.
No, I agree. And also, I think, I feel like Josh has got slightly better weapons around him than Mahomes does for a backup to utilize.
I agree with that.
I feel like without Mahomes, that is a very pedestrian Kansas City offense.
I think Minshew is better than Trubisky, too. I think that's why.
Interesting. You might be right.
That's why they go Allen 1.
I don't think it's a wide gap. But I'll give it to you. I think Minshew has, in recent history, Minshew has started and won more games. Remember, Trubisky was pretty good his rookie year, but then hasn't been since.
Number 3 is if Lamar Jackson's out and Cooper Rush is starting, 6.65 points. I'll just kind of keep going. I'll get rid of the point differential. Hurts 4 if Tanner McKee.
Jalen Hurts 4.
If Tanner McKee starts. Joe Burrow 5 if Jake Browning starts. We've seen Browning. And
Browning's pretty darn good, or at least good enough to get him wins. And that's a pretty good cast for a backup quarterback to jump into.
6 is Herbert with Heineke starting.
Okay.
7 is Dak Prescott with Joe Milton starting.
Okay.
I guess that's just Joe Milton. Remember, the Patriots kind of liked him.
Yeah.
And Dallas went and snatched him up, and they moved on from Cooper Rush, who's now a Raven, who was already mentioned. 8, Jared Goff if Hendon Hooker is starting.
Okay.
9, Jaden Daniels if Marcus Mariota is starting.
Interesting.
10, CJ Stroud if Davis Mills is starting.
Okay. 10? Really? Okay.
Yeah. There's a name.
Meaning there's a bigger drop off there. So
yes. 11, Jordan Love if Malik Willis is starting. Dude, Malik Willis actually had a couple moments.
Yeah.
12, Baker Mayfield if Kyle Trask. Maybe this is not an updated list. Now they've signed Teddy Bridgewater.
That's true. Well, that just literally happened last night. I woke up to that.
Yes. 13, Tua if Zach Wilson is starting.
See, I think you could move. We'll see. You might be able to move that one down.
Dude, I think whether it's injury, and Tua's injury prone.
Yeah, Zach Wilson's playing a game this year. I'll say that.
And I'm curious to see Zach Wilson with Mike McDaniel and coming off a season under Sean Payton.
I'm with you. I think if he could get his head right, the arm is certainly there.
14, Trevor Lawrence if Nick Mullins starts.
All right.
15, Brock Purdy if Mac Jones starts.
All right. We're already entering the territory. I think Bo should have been up here higher. This is suggesting that Bo and Stidham are not that far apart.
We have a 3-way tie for 16.
Okay.
Caleb Williams if Tyson Bagent starts. Matt Stafford if Jimmy Garoppolo starts. And Kyler Murray if Jacoby Brissett starts. All right, here we go. 19, Bo Nix if Jarrett Stidham starts. The point spread would swing 3.85 points.
All right, Broncos country, how does that hit you right there? 19. Basically, with him sitting at 19, who's 32, just out of curiosity?
Tyler Shuck.
Okay. That's nothing but trash. All right. Where give me one of, look at the list and tell me where it comes in where basically the starter and the backup are kind of the same.
Yeah. So it would be Shuck to Rattler.
That's terrible.
Which is a very nice 0.69.
Nice. Okay.
The spread barely shifts if it's Anthony Richardson to Daniel Jones.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That feels like you're really just picking which hope do you want.
And that's the Broncos Week 2 opponent. This is actually the fun side. Penix to Cousins is next.
See, that's wild to me, really.
They like Penix. Okay. They'd say Penix is worth 1 point more than Cousins.
See, I think Penix is better than Cousins from what we saw last year. Now, I don't know about the whole injury thing and yada, yada, but okay.
They say that Russell Wilson is 1.44 points better than Jameis Winston.
Okay. And then, now compare it to who's their rookie?
Dart,
that's right. Yeah, that whole room feels like one big pile of the same.
Dude,
meh.
Will that room get awkward as the year goes along? Because Dart's playing by the end of the. Do you think Dart plays by the end of the year?
Yeah, because I think we've looked at the Giants' schedule. It's brutal. It's brutal. what I think keeps Jackson Dart from starting in Denver is not letting the Denver defense feast on him. That's it.
Yeah. And do you think we get pouty Russell Wilson? Like, will he be upset as this, like, when he gets benched?
Well, it depends on why he gets benched. Because you know what? Not only could he get it benched for bad play, he could get knocked loopy. I think Russell Wilson hides concussions better than anybody. There are times where they show him on camera, it just looks like he's not home at times. And yet he doesn't get taken out of the game. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what the baseline for him is. I don't know what it is with all the science they have around this stuff. There are a couple times where he got to play with the Broncos, and I was like, how are his eggs not scrambled right now? You know? But anyway, look, it's all just one big same room. You know what I mean? None of your options are great.
Let me just go with this one. 25, because the NFL.com power rankings had the Vikings ahead of the Broncos. JJ McCarthy 25 right now.
Yeah.
To Sam Howell is only a 2-point difference.
And Howell's played some games in this league. Not well all the time, but he has.
How about
look, he was all right for the Commanders. I mean, I won't go any more than all right, but he was all right for the Commanders.
Didn't he beat the Broncos? Was he the quarterback on the Hail Mary
play?
play?
I think you're probably right.
Hail Mary game and then the Broncos
Russ's
get the
second game as a Bronco.
Couldn't get the 2-point conversion.
Yeah. That sucked. That was terrible.
Sam Darnold to Drew Lock is at 22. That's a 3.29 difference. Not crazy.
No, I don't really have a problem with that because, again, if Drew knows the offense, I think, if Sam's seen his ghost, then I think Drew's about not much different. They'll both move drives for you, but they're both going to kill you with an interception at some point.
And right below Bo is Aaron Rodgers to Mason Rudolph. That's number 20. Aaron Rodgers to Mason Rudolph. 3.52.
If that was the case, why'd they sign Rodgers? I'm not agreeing with this. What is going on? Like, again,
still, it's worth points. It's worth wins. These 3 points matter.
But I really do. We all believe that Stidham and Bo are basically. I mean, I don't know. 19th has got a bad. Now they're not 32nd, so they're not calling them identical.
I will say this: if it was Bo to Ellinger, it would be higher.
Yeah, but
I think Stidham's a good backup quarterback. Like that's a topic right now. Could Ellinger win the backup quarterback job?
I think he could. It's a matter of will they let him.
I don't think so.
Right, and I agree with you because I just think he's the perfect. He's the perfect complement to what Bo. They're both going to be on the team.
You're saying Ellinger is?
No, Stidham is.
Yeah,
I don't think this is like the backup quarterback competition is no different than last year's starting competition. They know who they want. Period. Because Ellinger is flashed enough, he should get a look with some twos, and he just isn't.
Okay, but Kyle Sloter's flashed.
No,
I'm
with you.
In camp.
I'm with you.
Look,
it's fair enough, Spring.
Remember, it was the season 2 seasons ago, like those last 2 games, he started for the Raiders, and he put up like big numbers in those last 2 games.
He did, but here's all I'm saying is Ellinger has been interesting enough. I'd take a look at him with better guys against better competition. That's what I'd do.
Okay, that's fair.
That's all I'm saying. Now, again, I'm not putting it out there to be clear. I'm not saying he's going to overtake Bo. No, but I think he's been good enough to at least see if he can overtake Stidham. And I'm
all for giving people a look.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm all for seeing what you got.
Look, but again, the role of the backup quarterback is to help when Bo gets to the sideline, help him talk through some stuff, help him talk over the coverages, maybe just try to, just keep his spirits up, whatever. And Stidham's excellent at that. So you're not going to get rid of him.
Yeah, I think Stidham, part of the reason Bo's 19 is you also have to factor the backup quarterback, and Stidham is a solid backup.
Yeah, somebody asked, where the heck was Cleveland on that list?
I skipped over Cleveland. They were so Russell Wilson was 4th from the bottom. The Giants were 4th from the bottom. Right above him is the Browns at 28.
Okay.
Flacco to Pickett.
All right. Again, but I guess I feel like there's a greater difference between Bo and Stiddy that, like, I like everything with the Broncos.
Well,
I feel like I'd move them up to 15.
I skipped over this one at 23. Drake May, another second-year quarterback, to Josh Dobbs is at 23 with just over a field goal swing. Drake May looked good.
He did, but he was, Drake May, here's the thing I warn people about. Be careful. It's kind of like the Rockies when they call up all their people in September and then they make a run against teams that are crushed that the season isn't going to go the way they want and the spice isn't there as much. I would caution you against guys that now I got to go back and see who may have played, but sometimes the guys that flash in late December because they're finally getting to play. And oh, by the way, they don't have nearly the bumps and bruises of the teams. They face teams that have been beat up and battling, and maybe they lost their playoff spot, and you just catch them on the right day. You just have to be careful about some of those late season arrivees, is what people have told me in the past.
And so I also think that with Nix and Stidham being relatively close, that the odds makers think that if Bo were to get hurt, that Stidham would keep the Broncos afloat.
Maybe, but I mean, Bo got a shot, or Stidham got a shot to not even have Bo be drafted, and nothing happened there. You know what I mean?
A keep afloat.
Sure.
All of these teams, if your starter gets hurt and you have Super Bowl aspirations, you're done.
No, you're right. I just feel like maybe 16 or 17. I just feel like there's a greater difference between Bo and Stiddy than what that list suggests. So that's
I don't disagree.
That's all. But again, look, like you said, most of that list, you lose the starter, you're in trouble. It's an interesting list. I don't know. There are a couple of them I didn't like. The Rodgers thing is weird to me, but maybe I fall into thinking that old Aaron Rodgers at some point is going to show up, and there's a real good chance he just never does. So.
I mean, I saw on Pro Football Talk today some report that there's concerns about, here's the headline: Steelers passing game with Aaron Rodgers is apparently sputtering.
Yeah, because you got Arthur Smith, who's kind of a weirdo and trying to outsmart everybody. And I think half the time he outsmarts his quarterbacks. All right, we got to wrap this one up. We're going to come back. Don't forget, we've got training camp coverage. It's all we're talking about, really. And it's brought to you by our friends over at Ramos Law, the official injury law firm, partner of Denver Broncos country. That is Ramos Law, and we appreciate their help. Again, they're the official injury law firm, partner of Broncos country, and we appreciate them helping us. We're going to talk a little more about Broncos country and what's on tonight. We're going to hear how Spring hurt his hamstring, but I want to know, is Hard Knocks still a thing? Because I loved it, but if Hard Knocks is still a thing, is it jumping the shark soon? I guess we'll start to find out tonight. We'll cover some of that. Wrapping it up here as we get ready to send you home on a Tuesday, and guess we'll watch a little Rockies baseball as they got game 2 against Toronto coming up tonight. You don't watch any Rockies baseball? You doing that lately?
Yeah, I will be somewhere with TVs tonight, so it'll be on sports bar. So yeah, I'll peek.
All right. Yeah, I guess I will too. You know what's funny? Johnny Jazz Cabbage writes in and says Drake May started in week 6. I don't remember him starting since week 6. Now, I'm not going to argue it because I don't pay close attention, but it doesn't, I feel like we got a taste of Drake May. Like, he wasn't good until the end of the year, right? And wasn't it the end of the year that got him excited?
Yeah, I'd say so. Dude, I saw this. DraftKings just tweeted this out. Someone just put $10,000 on the Patriots to win the Super Bowl. At plus 8,000 odds, payout $810,000. $10K.
Somebody I'm trying to remember who it was on sports or on Get Up today that had said, get off the Patriots. The reason why you ought to have respect for them is because of Mike Vrabel. They didn't want everybody to quit talking about Drake May, but had said Mike Vrabel never should have been fired in Tennessee. And Vrabel's the real reason why people ought to feel good about the Patriots. And look, I'll say this. I think Josh McDaniels, no matter how we feel about him here in Denver, and I feel the way all the fans do, I wish the guy had never come into our lives. But again, if it doesn't happen, if Josh McDaniels isn't here to make a complete mess, maybe you don't have Peyton Manning. You definitely have Tim Tebow because he's who drafted him. But anyway, neither here nor there. I think Josh can run an offense if he's got a good quarterback.
But that quarterback was Brady.
No, you're right. You got to have a cerebral quarterback. You do. So I guess that's a fair point there, Spring. He never taught another younger guy really how to do it the right way. Although I will say, you know what was amazing to me? He did draw up good plays. I was on the sideline for both years of his tenure in Denver. He got guys open. He just picked the wrong dude to run this thing. Kyle did not have everything he needed to run that offense to perfection. And quite honestly,
I think this better just lit $10,000 on fire. No way. No way do the Patriots win the Super Bowl.
No, I don't disagree. I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl, but I think they deserve more respect because of their coach. But that's the, you know what? That's the Pete Carroll effect, though, isn't it?
So much.
Well, I think you probably should. Again, Vrabel and Carroll make their teams tough to play against on a Sunday. That doesn't mean they're going to beat you yet. You know what I mean? They're good coaches that will have sound game plans, that will probably pick better players.
Sure. No, absolutely. That's a tough AFC. Let me ask you this, okay? And I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to bring up two players. One, this team was brought up in the power rankings, in the NFL power ranking segment we did about an hour ago. And now that we're talking about the Patriots, screw it, I'm going to bring this up, and then we'll talk about my hamstring real quick, okay? I've seen, so with the Packers were brought up in the top 10 of the NFL.com power rankings, ranked above the Broncos. I saw today, and now it was a super dumb camp highlight, but wide receiver Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
Appears he's having a good camp.
Sure.
Broncos could have had him.
I'm not upset about it because if they'd use Marvin Mims the right way, Jeff says Marvin's better than Golden.
You and I, Andy, were very big Travion Henderson dudes.
We were.
And I've seen for sure, like the highlight videos I've seen of him at Patriots camp have been pretty legit, actually. Now, he ended up falling early second round. Would have been when you look at ultimate draft position, how it played out in hindsight, you could have said it would have been an overdraft for the Broncos to take him at 20. Maybe the Broncos could have, maybe there were no takers for the Broncos to trade back a little bit. I don't know. And let me ask you this right now. What do you think of R.J. Harvey at camp? Is he done? Because Travion Henderson's put out some freaking highlights.
Listen, I like the running back room. I just don't think we get to talk about it because they're not going in contact. But I've seen some stuff that gives me some hope. How about that? I've liked a lot.
Okay.
I'll tell you this. J.K. Dobbins showing some running style like we're familiar here in the West